Welcome to Estine, a city where dazzling glory and grinding misery exist side by side. But this story does not open inside marble halls, noble mansions, or shining estates where the powerful gather in comfort. Instead, it begins far below that glittering surface, in the city's darkest and most neglected corners. There, among broken walls and narrow alleys, lived a man called Lao Hai Lao, a loud, boastful figure who spent his days bragging about a power he barely had. To the people struggling in the slums, he was nothing more than an old fraud lost in his own fantasy. He called himself a great magician, yet the truth was painfully obvious. He could barely handle even the weakest one-star magic. Still, Lao Hai Lao wandered through the streets with his chin raised high, carrying himself like some legendary master. Whenever anyone paused long enough to listen, he would puff up his chest and try to impress them with empty grandeur. His temper was every bit as fragile as his wounded pride. The moment children laughed at his cheap little tricks or dared to tease him with a prank, his face would twist in rage, and he would explode almost instantly. But among all those mocking faces, there was one pair of eyes that watched him in a completely different way. They belonged to a white-haired boy, quiet and calm, with a gaze far too steady for someone his age. His name was Derek. On the outside, Derek looked like just another poor child surviving in the slums. But hidden beneath that small body was a secret no one could imagine. His soul had crossed over from another world, and for reasons of his own, he chose to learn magic from that ridiculous old man, not because he admired him and not out of kindness. Their bond was never built on warmth or trust. It was a simple exchange of benefits, formed beside dim campfires on cold nights. Lao Hai Lao needed someone to follow him, someone to listen, someone who could soothe his bruised ego and make his lies feel real. Derek, meanwhile, wanted only one thing: knowledge. Even the smallest scrap of magical understanding, no matter how crude or incomplete, was precious enough for him to endure the old man's nonsense. And just like that, time slowly moved forward. Days became months, the air changed, and the seasons passed one after another. When the snow finally melted and spring returned to the city, Derek continued absorbing every lesson placed before him, taking in each detail like dry ground soaking up rain. Then, during an ordinary training session deep in the forest, something suddenly changed. Under Lao Hai Lao's stunned gaze, a faint blue aura began to rise from Derek's body. Derek kept his focus locked in place, sweat sliding down his face as exhaustion pressed on him, yet he refused to break concentration. He could feel it clearly now. Mana was no longer some vague idea spoken about in lessons. It had become a living current inside him. Lao Hai Lao stared in disbelief, unable to accept what his eyes were showing him. Had this child truly understood the flow of mana on his own? Shock and doubt tangled together in the old man's mind. At the same time, Derek's gaze grew sharper, his eyes turning a blood-red shade, cold and cutting like a drawn blade. The very air around him began to tremble with unfamiliar energy. Then, with a calm that felt almost unnatural, Derek slowly stretched out his hand. This was not one of Lao Hai Lao's cheap tricks, and it was not some flimsy illusion meant to fool children. This was real power taking shape before their eyes. A spear formed from pure blue energy burst from Derek's palm, slicing through the air with a sharp, piercing whistle. The blue spear flew straight ahead and slammed directly into a tree trunk, burying itself deep into the wood with brutal force. The impact rang out across the clearing, the sound echoing between the trees like a sudden crack of thunder. The magic Derek had displayed was far beyond anything Lao Hai Lao had expected. For a moment, the entire forest seemed to fall silent. Both of them stared at the result, but the meaning of that moment was completely different for each of them. Derek understood that this was only his first step, but Lao Hai Lao's face had already gone pale, cold sweat soaking his skin. For the first time, the old man felt fear toward the boy he had always treated like a subordinate. After that, Derek remained by Lao Hai Lao's side for an entire year, learning the foundations of magic while carefully concealing just how much potential he truly possessed. He ran errands without complaint. He handled filthy work, swallowed insults, and endured every petty demand thrown at him. And in the end, through patience and persistence, he officially stepped into the rank of a one-star mage. Lao Hai Lao, perhaps desperate to protect the last scraps of his pride, constantly lectured Derek about the superiority of nobles. He would remind him again and again that some highborn children could reach 3 stars before they even became adults. "Don't start thinking you're special," the old man would mutter while Derek chewed on dry, hard bread. Someone born low like you will spend your whole life chasing what those noble children receive the moment they are born. You will never break past the 2-star wall. Lao Hai Lao repeated those words like a curse, endlessly preaching about bloodlines and destiny. In his eyes, magic was not something earned, it was a privilege handed down by birth. To him, Derek's effort was nothing more than a hopeless struggle against fate. Derek listened quietly, never arguing back. But inside those bitter words, he could clearly see the shadow of everything Lao Hai Lao had failed to become. The old man spoke of walls that could never be crossed, not knowing that this very night would become the beginning of his own end. The night stretched on unusually long, and Derek stayed beside him in silence, watching the man who had taught him the basics of magic slowly fade away. Lao Hai Lao had been crushed by his own failures. Outside, rain poured heavily over Estine, washing through its dirty streets, but even that downpour could not wash away the feeling that Derek's life was standing at the edge of a permanent change. The next morning, when Derek returned to their shelter, reality hit him with cold, merciless weight. The old man was dead. His body lay motionless on the freezing floor, all the arrogance and loud bluster that once defined him now completely gone. Derek saw bruises spread across his body, as if he had been beaten without mercy until his final breath. In the misery of the slums, it was a pitiful and lonely end. Derek did not cry. He simply picked up a shovel, stepped into the rain, and began to dig. It was the last service he could give to the man who, in his own broken and flawed way, had been Derek's first guide in this world. Beneath the relentless rain, Derek dragged the body out and buried him, closing the chapter that had kept him hidden in the shadows. Then he stood before the grave, marked only by a rough wooden cross. There, Derek learned the truth. Lao Hai Lao had been caught trying to steal a 2-star spellbook from a warehouse, not because of simple greed, but because he had wanted to give it to Derek. No one else could understand why a washed-up old mage with nothing left would risk his life for something like that. But Derek understood. The old man had wanted to hand him the chance he himself had never received. In that lonely moment, with the truth settling heavily in his chest, a blue light suddenly appeared before Derek's eyes. A magical system unfolded in front of him, informing him that he had unlocked the basic knowledge of magic. He thought back to Lao Hai Lao's words about bloodlines, noble destiny, and the belief that a person's fate was sealed from birth. But now Derek saw the world differently. He had no noble blood because he did not belong to this world in the first place. He was an outsider, someone who had crossed into this kingdom from beyond its rules. And with a unique system now at his side, he was ready to challenge every law that tried to define him. Years passed, and Estine remained the same city of glittering heights and filthy shadows. But Derek was no longer the helpless boy who once wandered its streets, searching desperately for scraps of magical knowledge. That was when he met Katia Flemmert, a woman whose presence immediately commanded attention. With her steady gaze and unshakable bearing, her arrival marked the true beginning of Derek's path as a mage. Katia Flemmert had once been the lady of the fallen House Flemmert, a Viscount family that had collapsed into ruin. Born as a noble and recognized as a 3-star mage, she carried a reputation strong enough that many mercenary groups sought her skills. During her time in Estine, Katia accepted contracts through the Belden Mercenary Corps, the same place Derek had joined when he was still young. Under her guidance, Derek began to understand what it truly meant to hold power. She taught him more than technique. She taught him discipline, the kind of control needed to survive in a world that looked down on commoners. Inside the Belden Tavern, where mercenaries drank, laughed, argued, and traded stories, the air was always thick with ambition and tension. Katia looked Derek over carefully, measuring him with a calm and serious gaze. Then she told him that it was only natural for a mage to desire advancement, and that he, Derek, truly had the talent to reach higher. Her words recognized all the effort he had poured into his training, but the warning behind them was just as clear. Greed taken too far would only become a chain around him. A mage had to understand his own limits before trying to break past them, or he could be swallowed by his own power. "Yes, I will keep that in mind," Derek replied in a calm voice. His eyes remained cold and determined, carrying the look of someone who had already witnessed the consequences of losing control. "Close your eyes," Katia instructed. "Feel your mana." It was time for Derek to deepen his bond with the energy moving inside his body. She guided him to sense where that energy was born, how it flowed through him, and how it could be shaped into reality through will alone. Derek turned his attention inward, allowing the mana inside him to move without resistance. A blue aura began to ripple and vibrate around his body, revealing just how intense his hidden power truly was. As Katia watched the smooth, fluid movement of his energy, even she could not fully hide her astonishment. Derek possessed an extraordinary reserve of innate mana, far beyond what anyone would expect from someone of his background. Even more remarkable was how steady his control had become, shaped not by comfort or privilege, but by constant pressure, harsh training, and the brutal experiences he had survived. When Derek opened his eyes again, there was a new firmness in his gaze. He was no longer simply a boy learning at someone else's feet. His mana had been honed into something sharper now, a calm and dangerous force lying in wait for the moment it would finally show itself to the world. Katia kept staring at him, her expression tightening with every passing second. As a 3-star mage, her instincts told her clearly that what she had just witnessed was not something a mere apprentice should be capable of. Especially not an apprentice born in the slums. Then, without warning, a deafening boom thundered through the Belden Tavern. The sound erupted like an explosion, shaking the building and tearing apart the quiet calm of the afternoon. The mercenaries and regular patrons instantly fell into panic. Chairs scraped against the floor, mugs rattled on tables, and voices burst out all at once. What the hell was that? Are we under attack? Go check outside. In the middle of that sudden chaos, Derek fought to keep his face calm. Even his sweat began to bead across his forehead. He knew exactly who had caused that unnatural sound, and that realization made his body tense. Katia, however, reacted even faster. She reached out without hesitation and seized Derek firmly by the wrist. Caught off guard by the sudden strength in her grip, Derek barely managed to whisper, "Master," but Katia's sharp eyes immediately silenced him. There was no softness in her expression. "Don't say anything. Just follow me," she whispered urgently, her voice low but unmistakably commanding. Derek understood the meaning at once. They had to leave before anyone started asking questions they could not afford to answer. Outside, guards and passersby were already on high alert. "Search carefully," one of them ordered. "I'm certain that was an explosion." As the disturbance spread through the streets of Belstein, Katia pulled Derek away from the tavern and led him into narrow alleys swallowed by shadow. They moved quickly, putting more and more distance between themselves and the growing commotion, with only their hurried footsteps echoing between the walls. Still confused and slightly overwhelmed, Derek followed her without resistance. Uncertainty flickered in his crimson eyes, but he stayed quiet until they finally stopped in a secluded corner. Only then did he speak again, his voice lowered. "Master!" Katia turned to face him, and the seriousness in her eyes was something Derek had never seen from her before. "Derek," she said, every word heavy with warning. "Listen carefully to what I'm about to tell you." Derek immediately nodded. He already understood that he had made a mistake, or at the very least, done something reckless enough to risk exposing himself. The air between them felt tight, almost solid, as Katia began to speak. "As you know, nobles guard their privileges more fiercely than anything," Katia explained. "And among all those privileges, magic stands at the very top. They do not welcome commoners who rise too far in it. For ordinary people, reaching 3 stars is already almost impossible. This world had been built to keep power locked in the hands of a chosen few. Even those rare commoners who devoted their entire lives to study could barely hope to touch the heights that nobles treated as their birthright." Katia continued, her gaze fixed directly on him. "But what you just used so casually was a 2-star illusion spell, auditory hallucination. And Derek, you performed it perfectly. That perfection was exactly what made it dangerous." At the same moment, Derek's system quietly confirmed the achievement in front of him. At only 14 years old, Derek had officially become a 2-star mage. He had mastered an advanced technique that most people would need decades of effort to even approach. From that day forward, Katia stayed by his side as they traveled, teaching him not only spells and mana control, but also the etiquette, posture, speech, and refined manners of the noble society she had once belonged to. Through her, Derek gained a bridge into a world that had always been forbidden to people like him. But 1 year later, his apprenticeship finally reached its end, and Katia had to leave. She had been hired by a powerful noble family, and her packed luggage already sat beside a waiting carriage. The county of Dlur had appointed her as a private tutor, a position that could not be taken lightly. It was a family so influential that even the Grand Duke of the capital treated them with respect, making the offer impossible for Katia to refuse. Before leaving, she looked at Derek one final time, pride and melancholy both visible in her eyes. She knew Derek's road ahead would be brilliant, but also filled with danger. Yet she could no longer walk that road beside him. For someone from a fallen house, becoming the magic tutor of such a high-ranking noble was a tremendous blessing, and with a gentle farewell, Katia left him behind in Evilstein. As her final gift, she handed him a 2-star spellbook. The moment Derek received it, his system immediately registered the new acquisition. Inside that spellbook was a wider arsenal waiting for him. Combat spells, transformation spells, and even summoning techniques. Derek took the book back with him and shut himself inside his room. There, he studied with unwavering focus, refusing to let his concentration break. From that point on, his progress depended entirely on himself, on how quickly he could absorb, understand, and master the knowledge before him. Another year passed, and by the age of 16, Derek had independently mastered 2 more 2-star spells. The poor child from the slums had vanished. In his place stood a hardened and self-reliant young mage, his eyes filled with determination and his bearing carrying a maturity far beyond his years. Now he was ready to step into the wider world. Inside the Belden Tavern, Jaden, the leader of the Belden Mercenary Corps, approached Derek with a look of unusual excitement. "How about it, Derek?" Jaden asked, his voice bright with enthusiasm. "For once, we've actually got ourselves a decent request." The rugged, broad-shouldered man leaned in and revealed the details. "It's from House Duplin, the Grand Duchy." A proud smile spread across his face, as if the client's name alone carried the weight of gold. "Do you understand what that means?" Derek only looked back at him with clear skepticism. Duplin. That Duplin. Derek silently processed the magnitude of the name. A family of that level would never hire a small mercenary group without a reason hidden beneath the surface. So he asked plainly, "Why would a place like that hire us?" Jaden brushed aside his doubt because to a mercenary, one thing mattered above everything else: money. "Hey, idiot, is that really what matters right now?" His eyes practically shone at the thought of payment. "It's Duplin. They spend gold the way ordinary people pour water." Jaden insisted this was the perfect chance to build valuable connections. If the job went well, the Belden Corps might finally open a door into high society. But even after hearing that, Derek's expression did not soften. "So what exactly do they want us to do?" Derek asked, adjusting his cloak as if already preparing to leave if the answer sounded wrong. "Nothing crazy," Jaden quickly assured him. "They just want us to subdue a few monsters on the outskirts of the Grand Duke's territory." Derek's eyes narrowed immediately. "That's all." Noble missions were rarely as simple as they sounded. "Of course, you think nobles would break their word," Jaden replied, but Derek remained silent. Something about it still felt wrong. Why would a family as powerful as Duplin need a small mercenary group to clear out monsters? His instincts told him there was something suspicious hidden beneath the surface. "I won't do it. Find someone else," Derek said firmly, already turning toward the door. He had no intention of risking his life on a mission that reeked of trouble from miles away. Alarmed, Jaden called after him, "Just take it." Derek did not even turn around as he answered coldly over his shoulder, "You know I don't accept questionable jobs." For Derek, safety and discretion always came first, and this request offered neither. Frustrated, Jaden finally shouted, "If I could find someone else, I would." Then he revealed the real problem. The client had specifically requested a mage. "And mages among mercenaries are extremely rare these days," Jaden said, his voice growing more serious. "You're the only one. That's why I called you." Derek paused at that. "Why do they need a mage just to kill monsters?" he asked. Either way, Derek had no desire to get tangled in unnecessary trouble. But Jaden knew exactly which string to pull. In a world where survival was harsh and resources were limited, there was one argument that rarely failed: payment. "1 gold coin," Jaden offered, his eyes sharpening as he held out the bait. "And that isn't even the full payment. It's only the advance." The moment Derek heard the amount, his steps slowed. With that much money, Derek could support his studies and experiments for a long time. He stared at the coin in Jaden's hand, knowing the amount was far too generous for what was supposedly a simple escort or monster-clearing request. His suspicion deepened, but so did his need. The balance in his mind began to tilt. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the tavern, the clients waited in silence. A dispatch officer wearing a monocle, his posture stiff with aristocratic arrogance, watched everything unfold. He looked at the scene with open disdain, as if the entire tavern was beneath him. Beside him stood a stern-faced woman whose expression gave away absolutely nothing. Between them sat a young lady, hidden beneath a heavy blue hood. Only the faint curve of a mysterious smile could be seen beneath the shadowed fabric. At her chest, a golden rose brooch gleamed clearly, marking her noble blood. And despite her quiet appearance, she was the one truly in control. Jaden brought Derek before the enigmatic visitors and quickly tried to smooth over the tension. "Derek, show your respect. These are your clients." But the monocled officer immediately swept his gaze over Derek from head to toe, his expression tightening with absolute disdain. "Absolutely not," the officer declared sharply, visibly offended by what he saw. "A child who hasn't even come of age?" He had heard that Jaden's group had earned merit in the Dong War, but presenting a mere boy for such an important mission felt like a direct insult. "I cannot believe you would bring someone like this before us." Jaden hurried to defend him, his voice almost desperate. "Sir, this boy is the real deal. He's the best mage I know." He clearly hoped Derek would reveal even a small trace of his hidden power and convince them. But the officer had no intention of listening. "We're leaving. This is not a task to entrust to a child." With that, he turned away, ready to cancel the mission before it could even begin. Derek simply watched it all with calm indifference. That only makes the noble even more irritated. The woman standing beside the officer leans in and murmurs a few quiet words, clearly trying to cool his temper before it gets worse. But the damage has already been done. His pride has taken a direct hit, and he simply cannot accept the idea that a young commoner like Derek might possess talent impressive enough to meet the standards of the Grand Duchies. The room grows heavier, thick with the kind of prejudice that needs no explanation. While the officer's arrogance is loud and obvious, the mysterious young lady hidden beneath the blue hood remains silent, her sharp gaze fixed on Derek. Unlike the others, she is not judging him by his clothes or his age. She is watching him carefully, searching for something deeper. What everyone else overlooks, she begins to notice. Beneath Derek's calm expression lies a quiet, sleeping power, and his composure is far too steady for an ordinary mercenary. In that brief moment, her curiosity turns into certainty. They have finally found the right person for their mission. Then, in a soft voice that cuts cleanly through the tension and quiets the entire room, she steps in and brings the agreement to a close. "Derek, let's talk," she says, her voice calm but impossible to ignore. Soon after, Derek and Jaden make their way toward the outskirts of the Grand Duchy of Duplin, leaving the noise of the tavern behind as their strange new job begins to unfold. The land stretching before them is vast and majestic, the kind of scenery that silently announces just how much power the family behind this request truly holds. But there is little time to admire it. The action begins almost immediately. A goblin is hit by a burst of blue energy, the projectile smashing into its body and sending it flying backward from the sheer force of the impact. The power behind that strike makes one thing perfectly clear. Derek is not just some ordinary mage wandering around for coin. His red eyes narrow with cold, focused determination as he studies the battlefield in an instant. There is no wasted motion, no panic, and no hesitation. Every spell he releases lands with deadly precision, each one calculated to end the fight as quickly as possible. Then Derek moves. With agility that no one expected from a mage, he slips through the attacking goblins as if he can already see every path opening before him. One goblin rushes too close, and Derek cuts it down in a single clean motion. Its head flies, blood spraying through the air, and in that brutal instant, the young mage proves he is just as dangerous at close range as he is when casting magic from a distance. Another goblin charges from behind him, roaring wildly as it raises an axe and swings with everything it has. But Derek reacts as if he had been waiting for the attack all along, as though nothing on that battlefield can truly catch him off guard. Even with the axe coming down toward him, Derek's expression barely changes. He does not flinch, does not stumble, and does not lose his calm. In one smooth motion, he blocks the strike, then turns the opening into a ruthless counterattack before the goblin can recover. The goblin hardly has time to understand what happened before it collapses, cut down by Derek's merciless efficiency. When the fighting settles, Derek stands among the scattered bodies with a chilling calm around him. Despite his young face, the pressure he gives off feels far older, as if he has survived battles no ordinary mercenary his age should have known. Watching from a distance, the dispatch officer can only stare with his mouth slightly open, completely unable to hide his shock at what he has just witnessed. With monster corpses already piled around him, Derek releases a final surge of crackling electricity across the ground. The lightning races outward in jagged lines, tearing through the remaining goblins and erasing the last traces of resistance. The goblins' screams quickly fade, swallowed by the silence left behind after the battle. Derek stands at the center of the ruined clearing, completely victorious. "It's finished," he says calmly, without even sounding out of breath. Then he turns back toward the clients, blood staining his face, while his composure remains perfectly intact. The dispatch officer, the stern woman, and the hooded girl all stare at him in astonishment. "Oh, excellent," the officer mutters, trying to gather what remains of his earlier arrogance. But even he cannot deny it. The speed and brutality with which Derek cleared the area have gone far beyond anything he expected. Beneath the shadow of her blue hood, the young lady watches Derek with a hidden smile, her fascination growing stronger by the second. He eliminated that many monsters in such a short span of time. In this remote corner of the world, she realizes she has stumbled upon someone truly extraordinary. Later, back at the Belden Tavern, the mood has changed completely. The tension from the mission fades into the familiar noise of mercenaries drinking, laughing, and arguing over one another. But tonight, there is only one topic everyone seems eager to talk about: Derek's unexpected success. Pauline, a strong-willed mercenary with a temper that flares easily, is furious. "So you've become a noble's dog now, Derek?" She shouts the accusation across the tavern, clearly feeling betrayed by his choice to accept a job from House Duplin. Jaden tries to calm her down before the situation gets out of hand, but Pauline is already far too angry to listen. "No matter how lowly we commoners are, we should never crawl around as a noble's dog." As her wounded pride pours out in a storm of anger, Pauline climbs right onto a table, drawing even more attention from the room. Then she turns her bitterness toward Jaden. "Derek didn't even tell you how much they're paying, did he? How much did they offer for him to throw away his pride and crawl at a noble's feet?" Jaden awkwardly tries to explain that crawling at anyone's feet was never part of the contract in the first place. "What? 1 silver? Pauline scoffs, immediately assuming Derek must have sold himself for almost nothing. Instead of answering right away, Jaden slowly raises one hand and spreads out 5 fingers, letting her guess for herself. A smug grin creeps onto his face as she keeps ranting, because he knows the real amount is far beyond anything she has imagined. He savors the moment just a little longer before finally revealing the truth. 1 gold. The second Pauline hears it, she practically screams. Her expression changes in an instant. The anger drains from her face, replaced by pure shock, and then her eyes begin to shine with the exact same greed Jaden had shown earlier. Her attitude flips so fast it is almost shameless. "Then please, let me crawl at their feet too," she pleads with sudden enthusiasm. Jaden immediately yells at her to shut up, insisting once again that crawling is not part of the job. Derek, meanwhile, watches the whole ridiculous exchange with obvious boredom. That night, darkness settles over Evilstein, wrapping the city in shadows, secrets, and quiet unease. Inside the tavern, the celebration continues with noise, drinks, and restless mercenary energy. But for Derek, the true mission has not even begun. He can already tell that something about those clients does not add up. Nearby, Pauline lies sprawled across a table, completely drained after her earlier outburst. "So, what was the request really about?" someone asks, breaking into the brief moment of calm Derek has managed to enjoy. Even as he sits there quietly, Derek's mind is already turning over every detail from the job. "It was nothing special," he answers casually. "We killed a few goblins, and that was it." Jaden nods along, accepting the simple explanation at first, but Derek adds something that immediately catches his attention. Their first impression was terrible. They acted like they had money, but all of them were lying. Jaden looks at him in surprise. "Seriously?" Derek begins laying out his reasoning with sharp, flawless logic. The so-called dispatch officer had demanded youth and social skill, yet he himself possessed neither. A real aristocrat would never behave with such awkward exaggeration, and that was only the beginning of the inconsistencies. Then there was the woman who claimed to be a kitchen assistant. Her hands were far too clean for someone used to heavy labor. Derek is certain of it now. None of them are who they say they are. As he recalls each suspicious detail, he quietly prepares himself for the moment when the truth inevitably comes to the surface. He remembers the woman's hands clearly. Soft, unscarred, and untouched by the kind of hard work a kitchen assistant would do every day. That single detail had been enough to confirm his doubts. And yet, when she handled the payment, her movements carried the natural authority of someone long accustomed to giving orders. As for the supposed officer, everything about him felt false. His gestures, his tone, even the way he chose his words seemed rehearsed, like someone poorly acting out a role they did not truly understand. Derek knows he is surrounded by lies, but rather than panic, his analytical mind has already begun planning the next move. His red eyes glimmer with both curiosity and caution. In this world, knowing too much can be every bit as dangerous as knowing nothing. So, for the time being, Derek chooses to play along. Jaden notices the thoughtful look on his face and gives him the kind of practical advice only a seasoned mercenary would offer. We're mercenaries, Derek. We don't need to investigate our clients. We do the job, take the money, and that's it. Derek quietly takes in Jaden's words. Jaden may act carefree, but he is not foolish. He understands the rules of their profession better than most. In their line of work, unnecessary questions often lead to trouble that no amount of money can fix. After a short silence, Derek nods. You're right. Evilstein and the lands around it are wild, dangerous places. Out here, survival and profit matter far more than uncovering noble secrets. As long as the coins keep coming, everything else can be pushed aside. The next day, beneath a clear open sky, the group returns to the lands of the Grand Duchy of Dublin. The scenery remains imposing, but beneath the beauty of the ancient forests, danger waits in every shadowed corner. The monster-clearing mission officially begins, and before long, it is already over. Derek walks calmly among the fallen goblin corpses, his composed expression standing in sharp contrast to the brutality around him. It's done, he tells the clients. The goblins won't be coming back for a long time. His efficiency is almost terrifying. Jaden comes over with a triumphant grin, while the dispatch officer looks across the cleared area with a mixture of awe and relief. Well done, the noble murmurs. Jaden, never one to forget what truly matters, immediately brings up the rest of the payment. Money is the one thing keeping this fragile alliance steady. The officer takes out 2 gleaming gold coins, and the sunlight catches their surface so brightly that the mercenaries can hardly look away. For what was supposedly a simple patrol task, the reward seems almost too generous. That only deepens Derek's suspicions. Jaden, on the other hand, nearly loses his mind with excitement. Derek, look at this. 2 gold coins. 2! He shouts, grabbing Derek by the shoulders and shaking him in disbelief. With this much gold, we could... Derek calmly cuts him off and tells him to lower his voice. Derek wants to speak with the clients properly, without Jaden's shouting turning the moment into a scene. The dispatch officer clears his throat and pulls his aristocratic composure back into place. He knows they have found someone valuable, and he has no intention of letting Derek walk away so easily. The mood changes again, the air suddenly turning far more serious. Derek, I truly value your abilities, the official says, fixing his gaze on the young mercenary. I would like to entrust you with a new request. Would that be acceptable? The offer catches both Derek and Jaden off guard. Jaden clearly had not expected the official to be so direct. He listens closely, his hand still resting on Derek's head from his earlier excitement, while Derek silently measures the weight behind those words. Both of them understand what this means. A personal mission from House Dublin could become a path to fortune, or it could just as easily be a death sentence dressed up as opportunity. For the first time, real interest flickers in Derek's eyes. Then the official states the price, and for the mercenaries, the entire world seems to freeze. For this request, the Grand Duchy will pay 15 gold coins. Will you do it? He asks, fully aware that someone from the slums would find such an offer nearly impossible to refuse. In that moment, everything depends on Derek's answer. Derek's gaze hardens with determination. He understands that accepting this contract means stepping into something far more dangerous than a simple monster hunt. But he gives his answer without hesitation. Yes, and with that single word, the contract is sealed. What began in the shadows of Evilstein has now become something much larger. A carriage rolls along the winding road, carrying Derek toward one of the most powerful estates in the kingdom. The journey has already been long, but the true trial waiting ahead of him is only beginning. Before them rises the imposing Dublin residence, the very heart of the Grand Duchy. Its grand architecture radiates wealth, influence, and authority, towering over anyone bold enough to approach its gates, and making the power of House Dublin impossible to ignore. Hax, the captain of the Belden mercenaries, found himself almost swallowed by the sheer luxury surrounding them. Every polished surface, every elegant decoration, seemed far beyond anything a mercenary like him was used to. Derek, on the other hand, stood quietly beside him, observing everything with a calmness that felt far too mature for his age. They had been called here, but no one had yet told them why. Before long, a graceful man wearing a monocle stepped forward to receive them. His posture was flawless, his clothing immaculate, and even the way he greeted them carried a refined sense of discipline. His tone was polite, but beneath that courtesy was a clear weight of authority. He introduced himself simply as Delon. Delon then revealed that he was the Grand Butler serving directly under Duke Duplin. With a composed bow, he apologized for having hidden his position earlier, explaining that the nature of his duties had required discretion. The moment Hax heard this, his expression tightened. He had never imagined that someone so high in the Duplin household would personally come out to welcome them. Derek, however, did not react outwardly. He remained still, his eyes quietly moving over the people before him, carefully weighing the meaning behind this unusual reception. Soon after, a stern yet dignified woman appeared and joined Delon's side. She introduced herself as Katerina, the head maid of Duke Duplin's household. With both the Grand Butler and the head maid now standing before them, it was clear that two of the mansion's most important staff members had come to greet them in person. Derek gave a respectful bow and introduced himself with proper formality. Beside him, Hax could barely hide his disbelief that people of such standing had appeared merely to receive them. Yet Derek, though calm on the outside, was just as surprised within. This welcome was far too grand for an ordinary summons. He had expected minor officials at most, perhaps a servant or a low-ranking aide. Instead, the Grand Butler and the head maid themselves had come forward. That could only mean the person who called them here held extraordinary importance within the house. Just then, the sound of steady, firm footsteps drew everyone's attention. Another presence approached from deeper within the mansion, and the entire atmosphere changed in an instant, as if the air itself had tightened around them. Derek's body tensed slightly. The moment he sensed that shift, he understood that this newcomer was most likely the true reason behind their invitation. A figure wrapped in blue came to a stop before them, carrying an aura that demanded attention without a single word. Her bearing was unmistakably noble, and her elegance seemed completely effortless. Hax stared at her in silence, momentarily unable to find his voice under the pressure of her presence. Her long dark hair stirred softly in the breeze, framing her composed face. She did not need to raise her voice or make any dramatic gesture. Simply standing there was enough to command the entire space and pull every gaze toward her. Derek recognized her immediately. She was the same woman he had seen before, the one whose power and beauty were both impossible to ignore, leaving a deep impression even after a brief encounter. She introduced herself as Aislinn Alner Duplin, the eldest daughter of the Duplin family. Then, without wasting time on unnecessary ceremony, she presented Derek with a proposal he never expected. She wanted him to become the magic tutor of her younger sister, Dyla. A cold chill ran down Derek's spine. He had planned to stay unnoticed, to keep his abilities hidden as much as possible. Yet now, in the heart of a noble mansion, he was being asked to teach magic to a young noble lady, placing his craft directly under the family's gaze. But inside the mansion, peace was nowhere to be found. While Derek was being led toward a new role, a fierce family conflict was already on the verge of exploding inside Duke Duplin's office. The office doors suddenly slammed open with a violent crash, breaking the heavy silence and sending the sound echoing through the room. Rick stormed inside without the slightest concern for protocol. His face was dark with anger as he demanded that his father and his brother Valerian face a serious problem that could no longer be brushed aside. Duke Duplin lifted his eyes from the documents on his desk, his expression already sharp with irritation at the interruption. He ordered Rick to conduct himself with the dignity expected of his rank, but Rick refused to back down and pushed forward with his accusation. He pointed toward a maid kneeling on the floor, her shoulders shaking as she sobbed uncontrollably. Rick shouted that the one who truly needed to behave with dignity was Dyla, who had once again mistreated a member of the staff he had personally hired. The woman could not stop crying. Her face was pale, her body trembling, and every tear carried the weight of fear, humiliation, and helplessness. She was yet another victim of the young lady's unchecked cruelty. Valerian, the blonde-haired brother, tried to control the situation with a cold and measured tone, telling Rick to lower his voice because they were in the middle of an important discussion. But Rick had already reached his limit, and decorum meant nothing to him now. He revealed that more than 10 servants had resigned in the past month alone because of Dyla, who destroyed whatever she pleased and still faced no consequences for her actions. At last, Rick turned his anger directly on his father. His voice rose as he demanded to know how long the Duke intended to keep ignoring the behavior of that bully. The air inside the office grew suffocating, and the conflict had reached a point where even Duke Duplin could no longer pretend it was insignificant. Valerian's patience finally snapped, and he ordered Rick to stop at once. The Duke's office, once meant for calm decisions and noble authority, had turned into a battlefield of words between a father and his sons. With an icy stare, Valerian commanded his brother to be quiet and leave immediately. The tension between them pressed down on the room so heavily that it felt almost physical. Rick fell silent for a brief moment, but the frustration in his eyes burned even brighter. He could not accept that his family continued to look away from the chaos their younger sister left behind again and again. He argued bitterly that even if Dyla had become a complete disaster, the family still had Icilian to protect and preserve the honor of the Duplin name. Then, in a voice hardened by exhaustion and anger, Rick suggested something unthinkable. Dyla should be sent away. His patience had completely run out, and he no longer saw any other way to stop the damage. Duke Duplin's eyes flared with fury. His voice cut through the room like a blade as he reminded Rick that he was not the one who held the authority to make decisions in this household. Rick still refused to retreat. He insisted that he had already asked the butler to investigate a monastery, suggesting that Dyla dedicate herself to God's will before she ruined the Duplin family beyond repair. The mention of the family's reputation was the final spark. Duke Duplin erupted, his rage breaking loose in a sudden and terrifying burst of violence. He seized Rick by the hair and smashed his head down against the desk with brutal force. The impact rang through the office, sharp and heavy, leaving everyone frozen in its aftermath. It was a chilling reminder of the Duke's absolute authority. Leaning over his son with a terrifying expression, he repeated that decisions of this kind were not Rick's to make. The room filled with pure dread. Blood began to trickle down Rick's face, yet he clenched his teeth and forced out a quiet warning. One day, his father would be forced to make that decision, whether he wanted to or not. Even beaten and bleeding, Rick's spirit had not been crushed. Duke Duplin stood there without the slightest softness in his expression, radiating the cold authority of a man who had spent his life ruling over others. Meanwhile, outside the office, Aceline was walking beside Derek through the mansion's elegant halls. The polished corridors and refined decorations stood in sharp contrast to the violence unfolding behind closed doors. As they walked, Aceline turned to Derek and asked whether he had ever heard of her younger sister, Dyla. Derek answered calmly that he had seen Dyla's name in the Duplin family records. His tone remained even, but he already understood that this mansion held secrets far deeper than its beautiful walls suggested. Aceline let out a quiet sigh, touched with a trace of melancholy. She explained that there was a reason Dyla was not widely known to the public. The family had deliberately kept her hidden from view. At that moment, the grand doors ahead swung open, revealing the tense scene unfolding inside the room. Derek's fate was about to become tangled with the Duplin family's chaos. Inside, Valerian looked surprised to see Aceline arrive, especially with an unfamiliar young stranger accompanying her. Rick quietly wiped the blood from his face, trying to hide the humiliation before anyone could draw attention to it. Valerian, meanwhile, quickly gathered himself and greeted Aceline with polite restraint, doing his best to preserve appearances in front of their guest. He asked about her time in Evilstein as if nothing unusual had happened. Aceline responded with a diplomatic smile, assuring Valerian that she had been living comfortably under their care. Her voice was smooth and controlled, giving away nothing more than she wished to reveal. Even so, her eyes quickly swept across the room, taking in the tension, the shaken maid, and the traces of violence that had not been fully hidden. Noticing Derek's observant gaze, Valerian hurried to explain that Rick had only suffered a minor injury and suggested that they continue the conversation later. It was an obvious attempt to cover up what had just happened, a thin veil thrown over the brutality of their father's actions. Derek said nothing. His red eyes quietly examined every detail in the room, from the blood on Rick's face to the uneasy expressions around him. The lies, resentment, and fear hanging in the air were impossible to miss, and Derek was clearly no ordinary boy. A heavy silence settled over the office as Valerian and Rick began to assess the young man Aceline had brought with her. Their eyes lingered on him with suspicion, neither of them willing to treat his presence as a simple coincidence. Derek's pupils narrowed slightly. He understood at once that he had stepped into a den of wolves, a place where violence within the family seemed almost accepted as part of daily life. He also did not ignore the sobbing maid in the background. Her trembling figure served as a stark reminder that the danger in this mansion did not come only from raised voices or noble pride. Still, Derek's attention returned forward when Duke Duplin's presence demanded silence from the room. He waited with unwavering calm, ready for whatever this formal meeting would bring. Becoming the family's magic tutor was clearly only the first step into something far more dangerous. Duke Duplin finally opened the conversation, his voice controlled as he expressed relief that Aceline had remained safe and well during her stay in Evilstein. Whatever anger had filled the room moments earlier, he now wrapped himself once more in the composed mask of a noble father. Derek says nothing at first, simply taking in the room with calm, watchful eyes. While the conversation moves around him, he studies every detail. The weight in the air, the faint shifts in posture, the careful tones hidden beneath polite words. Aceline then turns to her father and formally introduces him, presenting Derek as the magic tutor she has brought in to personally oversee Dyla's education. The Duke's gaze settles on Derek with sharp, measured suspicion. He does not look at him like a guest, but like a puzzle waiting to be opened, his eyes quietly pressing past Derek's composed expression as if trying to uncover whatever secrets the young man is keeping underneath. Aceline, sensing that her father may have matters he wishes to discuss privately, gives a polite excuse and steps away with proper courtesy. With that, she leaves Derek behind in the Duke's office, allowing the two men to face each other without anyone else standing between them. Derek is just about to excuse himself as well when the Duke's voice stops him in place. He orders Derek to remain, making it clear that he intends to speak with him alone. In an instant, Derek finds himself standing directly before one of the kingdom's most powerful nobles, with no one there to soften the pressure. Derek keeps his face unreadable, his posture steady and controlled. Rather than rushing to explain himself, he simply waits in silence, allowing the Duke to decide when the conversation will truly begin. Bright sunlight spills through the tall windows of the office, stretching across the polished floor in long golden beams. Yet even with the room bathed in warmth, the silence between them feels cold, heavy, and intentional. The Duke lowers his eyes and returns to his writing for a while, letting the scratch of his pen fill the space instead of his voice. It is a quiet show of pressure, forcing the young mercenary to stand there beneath the weight of the room. At last, the Duke breaks the silence and asks Derek how old he is. His tone carries a clear challenge, as though he finds it difficult to accept that a boy barely 16 years old could possibly be trusted as a capable magic tutor. Derek answers without hesitation, confirming his age in a short, controlled reply. The Duke's probing tone does not shake him, and not even a flicker of discomfort crosses his face. The Duke then turns the conversation toward Derek's magical ability, his voice seemingly casual but his eyes still sharp. Derek keeps his answer modest, claiming that he only has basic knowledge of first-level magic. That answer draws a soft chuckle from the Duke, an unexpected reaction that immediately makes Derek more alert. The Duke calmly tells him there is no need to lie, making it clear that such a weak excuse has already fallen apart before him. Humility may look respectable in many places, but in front of someone who can see through false modesty, it can become a pointless mask. Before this man, pretending to be ordinary is no longer a virtue. Derek meets the Duke's eyes directly, and in that moment, he understands. The usual ways he hides his strength, the small tricks and quiet evasions he normally relies on, will not work against this man. The power radiating from the Duke is far too overwhelming to ignore. Derek can feel it pressing through the room, and he realizes that acting modest in front of a 5-star mage is meaningless. The Duke seems to accept the apology Derek leaves unspoken. The Duke then remarks that too much talent can swallow a person whole if it is not kept under proper control. After watching Derek for another moment, his gaze lingers as though weighing not only his ability, but the danger that might come with it. The Duke points out that nothing about Derek quite fits the image of a normal magic tutor. His age is too young, and his clothing is far from what one would expect of a refined instructor. Derek answers with quiet pride, refusing to appear ashamed. He tells the Duke that he is a mercenary, a survivor who made his own way without the protection of grand academies or noble halls. And because Aceline has chosen to trust him with this task, he intends to stand by that trust. The Duke finally chooses not to press him any further. Instead, he grants Derek permission to enter the annex where Dyla resides, then gives an order for a maid to lead him there without delay. Before Derek leaves, however, He stops at the doorway. Rather than walking out immediately, he turns back and asks the Duke to allow him one final word. The Duke's eyes narrow slightly with interest. Curious about what the young mercenary could still have to say, he gives Derek permission to speak. Derek states his principle as a mercenary with steady conviction. Once he accepts a contract, his only priority is to complete it to the very end, regardless of how difficult or dangerous the path becomes. His assignment is to make sure Dyla learns magic well enough to enter high society as a proper member of the Chernobyl family. The Duke's patience begins to thin, and he questions why Derek feels the need to repeat something everyone already understands. To the Duke, the purpose of Derek's presence is already obvious. There should be no reason for him to restate what has been clear from the beginning. Derek holds the nobleman's gaze without backing down and explains that he says it because it leads to the sincere request he is about to make of Grand Duke Duplin. The Duke studies him again, this time with a mix of curiosity and suspicion sharpening his expression. After all, it is not common for a mere mercenary to ask something of a grand noble during their very first meeting. Meanwhile, in another part of the mansion, a violent crash suddenly rings through the annex halls as something shatters with alarming force. A maid's terrified scream cuts through the room as a plate hurtles across the air and smashes against the wall, breaking apart in a burst of sharp fragments. Inside the chambers of the second daughter, chaos has completely taken over. A servant trembles from head to toe, desperately begging Lady Dyla for forgiveness, while the young noble girl's silhouette stands against the light, watching the scene with cold, absolute disdain. With cruel indifference, Dyla orders the woman to vanish from her sight at once. Her warning is chillingly direct. If the maid stays any longer, the next plate will be aimed straight at her face. Elsewhere in the residence, the mood is completely different, calm and controlled. A cup of tea sits quietly on the table, untouched and still, while a far more composed conversation unfolds around it. Aceline is seated with Hax, the captain of the mercenaries, discussing the situation in a much quieter setting. Hax looks genuinely surprised by her choice and asks why, out of everyone available, she decided to entrust this delicate task to Derek. With a tired, resigned look, Aceline admits that she has already tried almost every famous magic instructor she could find across the continent. Yet no matter how impressive their reputations were, not one of them managed to endure Dyla for more than a few days. Hax explains that Derek may have the background of a street survivor, but his manners are not as rough as people might expect. A fallen noble once trained him, teaching him the customs, etiquette, and culture of high society. Aceline admits that Derek struck her as refined and surprisingly kind despite being a mercenary. Because of that, she hoped he might be able to guide Dyla with patience, gentleness, and a steadier hand than the others. Hax can only laugh at how innocent that hope sounds. He warns her not to judge Derek by the calm face he presents to others. That boy grew up on the streets and has survived as a mercenary since childhood, and someone born with nothing does not stay alive through kindness alone. Somewhere inside him, there is a darkness that had to exist for him to survive. Aceline falls silent, her expression slowly changing as Hax's words sink in. For the first time, she begins to understand that Derek may not be the gentle young man she had imagined him to be. Back in the present, Derek moves through the dim corridors of the annex, guided forward under the silent, watchful eyes of the Duke's servants. Every step makes it clearer that he is walking into hostile ground. He finally comes to a stop before the large double doors leading into Dyla's chambers. Standing there, he knows that whatever waits beyond those doors will test not only his patience, but also the skill and resolve he has chosen to bring into this contract. With his mind already settled, Derek raises his hand. His movements are steady, and then his knuckles strike the door. The sharp knock echoes through the thick wood, cutting through the silence like the first signal of a challenge. With that sound, Derek's first day as the official tutor of House Duplin truly begins. His expression remains perfectly calm as he stands before the door, preparing himself for whatever chaos, cruelty, or madness the young noble girl might throw at him first. Then Derek grips the handle and turns it firmly. From this moment on, there is no stepping away and no turning back. Inside the room, he enters with controlled composure and greets her in a calm, respectful voice. Light spills in from the window, outlining the figure of a girl seated with her back turned toward him in an unsettling silence. Derek introduces himself by name, saying that he is Derek, and politely asks for permission to come closer. For a moment, the girl does not respond at all. Then Dyla finally speaks, her voice already carrying the weight of command as she orders him to approach. She still has not turned to show him her face, but her tone alone feels like a direct challenge. Derek steps forward slowly, the pressure in the room tightening around him with every movement, as though each step is carrying him closer into the heart of a storm. A wicked smile slowly pulls at the corners of Dyla's lips. In her eyes, this new tutor is not a teacher worth respecting, but just another toy she can break apart for her own amusement. Dyla's endless boredom twists into cruel entertainment. Without the slightest warning, she suddenly flings the contents of her teacup straight toward Derek's face, using the act as both a welcome and a declaration of control. The water splashes across Derek's face and runs down his chin, soaking into his clothes. Yet he does not flinch, does not glare, and does not even wipe it away. His expression remains cold and unchanged, as if the attack is nothing more than a minor inconvenience. Dyla bursts into mocking laughter, clearly delighted by the sight. With an exaggerated show of concern, she taunts him over the miserable state of her new tutor, acting as though she has already won the first round. She looks him over with open disgust, comparing him to a filthy sewer rat that had somehow crawled into her private chamber. Her insults keep spilling out without pause as she questions whether he is really the mercenary the butler spoke of, or just some stray animal from the slums searching for a roof over its head. Then, with a graceful but poisonous smile, she rises from her seat, every movement dripping with elegant malice. To her, Derek is not a person standing before her. He is only something new and unpleasant that has wandered into her room, a toy she can break apart for amusement whenever boredom takes hold. With sudden, reckless force, she sweeps furniture out of her way, shoving chairs and objects aside as if the entire room exists only to suffer her temper. Her pent-up anger bursts outward, lashing against anything close enough for her hands to reach. Without even a moment of hesitation, she snatches up a bucket and flings everything inside straight over him. Dirty water splashes across Derek from head to toe, and she curls her lips in a cruel sneer, saying that being soaked in filth is the perfect look for someone born as low as him. Water trails down Derek's pale hair and drips slowly from his chin, yet he remains completely still. Not a word leaves his mouth, and not even the slightest complaint escapes him. That calm silence only fuels Dyla's irritation even more. Instead of feeling satisfied, she glares at him with growing annoyance, arrogantly complaining that she has already run out of water and cannot continue humiliating him the way she wants. Cruelty comes to Dyla so easily that she does not even pause to think about the damage she leaves behind. Through the soaked strands of his white hair, Derek's red eyes shine faintly, cold and dangerous, carrying an intensity that cuts through the room like a blade. There is no surrender in Derek's stare, no fear, no pleading, only a chilling look of silent observation. For one brief moment, Dyla feels a sharp flicker of intimidation under that gaze. But when she realizes she has failed to make him afraid, her confusion twists almost instantly into defensive rage. "How dare you look at me like that?" she screams, her voice cracking with wounded pride. Then, unable to tolerate his calm any longer, she drives a violent kick straight into him. Her desperate need to prove her dominance pushes her past insults and into outright violence. The impact knocks Derek to the floor, but even as his body hits the ground, he does not cry out, does not groan, and does not give her the reaction she craves. Dyla stands over him as if towering above a defeated insect, trying to convince herself that everything is still under her control. She mutters vicious insults beneath her breath, but each silent second from Derek makes her frustration sharpen, because his mind refuses to bend. The perfect mask of superiority she clings to becomes harder to maintain with every passing moment. Covering her nose in exaggerated disgust, she looks down at him and mocks his origins from the streets, as if even breathing the same air is beneath her. Her hatred for anything she considers inferior is the only tool she knows for protecting her fragile pride. As Derek begins trying to rise, Dyla grabs one of her shoes and hurls it at him, striking him without the slightest hesitation. She will not even allow her victim the smallest scrap of dignity. Leaning against the table with casual arrogance, she watches him endure her abuse, her eyes filled with open contempt as though his suffering is nothing more than entertainment. In Dyla's mind, Derek is nothing but trash unlucky enough to stumble into her path. With a cynical smile, she orders him to remember his place, mocking the absurd idea that someone like him could ever teach anything to a noblewoman of her standing. Meanwhile, inside the quiet stillness of the Duke's office, shelves of books and stacks of documents sit undisturbed, like silent witnesses to all the secrets, violence, and desperate decisions hidden within the mansion's walls. Duke Duplin stands near the window in deep thought, his gaze lowered as he weighs the risk he has taken. He knows very well that bringing Derek into this household is a dangerous gamble, but it may be the only way to restrain his youngest daughter's disastrous behavior. His expression carries both the heavy exhaustion of a father and the unshakable authority of a Grand Duke. As he stands there in silence, he remembers the young mercenary's firm words from their private conversation. Derek had spoken without hesitation. His very presence in the mansion was already proof that Lady Dyla's problems had grown too severe for ordinary discipline, and because of that, he had asked the Duke for something almost unheard of. He demanded absolute authority over Dyla's education, insisting that no one interfere with his methods, no matter how strange, harsh, or unconventional they might appear from the outside. The Duke had been skeptical, of course. Yet with every normal option already exhausted, he had no choice but to seriously consider the proposal made by the white-haired mercenary standing before him. Then, back in Dyla's chamber, the sharp crack of a slap suddenly cuts through the air. Derek's patience has reached its end. His gloved hand strikes Dyla across the face, and the sound echoes through the room, shattering the image of superiority she had tried so hard to protect. That carefully maintained facade breaks apart in an instant. Dyla collapses to the floor, one hand flying to her cheek, the shock of being struck hitting her even harder than the pain itself. Derek calmly adjusts his glove as if nothing remarkable has happened, and that composure is more terrifying than any outburst could have been. He stands over her like an unmoving shadow, his presence filling the chamber and taking control of every inch of the room. The silence that follows feels heavier than any scream. For the first time in her life, Dyla is facing someone who does not tremble before her family name or bow to her tantrums. Her hand shakes against her burning cheek, and the humiliation cuts far deeper than the sting of the blow. Absolute disbelief floods her eyes. Her mind refuses to accept that a mere commoner has crossed the sacred line between nobility and everyone beneath it. But Derek's cold red gaze pierces straight through her outrage, and he gives her one simple, undeniable order. Stand up. In this annex, the Duke's rules no longer protect her. From this moment on, only the law of her new tutor holds power. 3 years earlier, beneath a clear sky during a quiet carriage ride, a younger Derek once turned to his teacher, Katia Flemmert, and asked a difficult question. What should someone do when they must teach a stubborn student who refuses to appreciate kindness? Katia Flemmert paused for a moment, her calm gaze hiding a will as hard as steel. She answered that she would first try to understand and accept that student. Derek, however, could not fully believe it. To him, the answer sounded far too gentle and idealistic. So he pressed further, unwilling to let the matter end there. And what about the students you simply cannot reason with? Katia gave him an unreadable smile and explained that when communication completely fails, one must search for a different starting point to guide the student back onto the proper path. Then her expression darkened, and her eyes burned with terrifying intensity. That starting point, she said, was to carve fear deep into their very being. Back in the present, Dyla Catherine Duplin remains frozen where she has fallen, too stunned to move or even breathe properly. Her cheek throbs with heat from a blow she never once imagined she would receive from anyone, much less from a common-born mercenary. Derek looks down at her without even the faintest trace of compassion. His voice stays cold as he orders her to get up and learn how to treat other people with respect. Dyla tries to respond, her trembling hands pressed against the floor, but humiliation overwhelms her before she can gather herself. But Derek gives her no time to recover, no space to hide behind pride, and no chance to turn the moment back in her favor. With swift, precise movement, he suppresses the first sign of rebellion before it can even fully take shape, cutting off her resistance the instant it begins. How dare you? A nobody like you! Dyla screams, her wounded pride spilling out in fury. But before her outrage can rise any further, another slap rings sharply through the chamber. Derek is not playing a game, and there is no trace of hesitation in him. He came to this mansion with a clear mission, and he will not tolerate disrespect from the student placed under his authority. His red eyes glow with deadly intent as he makes it clear that he will not repeat his warnings forever. From now on, respect is no longer a choice, it is the rule. Even through the pain, however, Dyla forces a malicious smile onto her lips. She still believes she holds the upper hand. In her mind, the moment the household staff learns what this commoner has done, everything will turn against him. So she begins screaming for the grand butler, accusing the commoner of daring to lay hands on her. Moments later, Delon rushes into the room in horror, his face tightening the instant he sees the scene before him. He can hardly believe his eyes. The young lady has been struck inside her own chamber, and the mercenary stands there without fear. Delon immediately turns on Derek, his voice sharpening as he threatens him for what he has done. He warns that the Duke's wrath will fall upon him unless he can provide a logical explanation for this madness, and the tension in the room tightens all at once. Derek says nothing in response. Instead, he calmly reaches to his belt and draws out an old parchment. With steady hands, he presents it, and the official seal of the Grand Duke is clearly stamped upon the document. The parchment grants Derek complete authority over Dyla's education, allowing him to use whatever methods he judges necessary to correct her behavior. Delon falls silent as his eyes move across the words. Cold sweat begins to trickle down his forehead when he understands the truth. Derek is acting under the Duke's authority, and no one in the household can touch him for it. Dyla stares in disbelief as the protected world she has always relied on begins to crumble around her. Even her own father will not shield her from this man standing before her like a monster. Night eventually settles over the mansion, but the darkness brings no peace. If anything, the tension only grows heavier behind its walls. Under the pale glow of the full moon, the corridors still seem to tremble with the aftermath of the conflict. Valerian, Dyla's brother, arrives in a rush after hearing what happened, his fury so intense that he can barely contain it. He storms into the chamber with anger blazing across his face, demanding to see the mercenary who dared to raise his hand against his sister. Derek sits there in complete calm, as if he had known from the beginning that Valerian would come storming in sooner or later. That unshaken composure almost feels like an insult, making the air around him even tenser, like the brief silence just before another violent storm breaks loose. The moment Valerian sees Derek so close to his sister, his self-control snaps. Rage flashes across his face as he shouts, "How dare you touch Dyla?" Fortunately, Rick reacts at once, stepping in before his brother's anger can drag the entire room into another disaster. Derek does not flinch under Valerian's fury. In a steady voice, he answers that everything he did was carried out with the clear permission of His Excellency, the Grand Duke. His cold stare remains fixed and unwavering, making it obvious that youthful noble pride will not frighten him. Rick quickly reminds his brother that Derek was not some random outsider who forced his way into the mansion. He was brought here by Aceline and personally approved by their father. Then Rick's tone hardens as he asks what Valerian thinks will happen to their eldest sister's position if he keeps behaving this recklessly. That warning lands heavily between them. After a tense pause, Valerian finally forces himself to regain control, though anger still burns in his eyes. He turns to Derek and tells him to come along, while sharply ordering Rick not to interfere any further. Derek follows without complaint, leaving behind the suffocating pressure in the chamber. Before he goes, Rick approaches with a faint, knowing smile and admits that Dyla truly needed to be corrected before she lost herself completely. Then he reassures Derek that Valerian may be furious, but he will not go too far. Derek listens in silence, taking in every word while quietly measuring the complicated bonds within the Duplin family. Behind all their anger and pride, there are fractures here that are far deeper than they first appear. Even in the middle of all this chaos, Derek can tell that some members of the household understand just how severe Dyla's condition has become. As they move down the corridor, Rick lets out a tired breath, clearly frustrated by something he still cannot fully understand. He cannot see why Valerian continues trying so hard to protect someone who seems almost beyond saving. And in a dim, forgotten corner of the mansion, an old doll rests quietly beneath a thin beam of moonlight, like a small, silent remnant of a childhood that has long since disappeared. That abandoned doll feels like a quiet reminder of the innocence Dyla appears to have lost. Valerian then leads Derek into a secluded room and invites him inside with a solemn expression. The atmosphere here is nothing like the mansion's usual luxury. Instead, it feels still, dusty, and heavy with old memories. Valerian explains that this used to be Dyla's room when she still lived in the main house, and it has been preserved exactly as it was on the day she was sent away to the annex. Derek steps forward and approaches an easel, where an unfinished painting waits in silence. On the canvas rests the image of a sunset stretching over a quiet lake, soft and unfinished, yet strangely beautiful. It reveals a side of Dyla that Derek has not seen before. With a melancholy voice, Valerian tells him that Dyla once truly loved to draw. The memory still hurts him, her flushed face lighting up with pride as she showed off her artwork like a child sharing her greatest treasure. She used to be adorable, Valerian says, but even back then, there was always one strange pattern. Dyla never completed her paintings. She would only finish the parts she loved most, leaving empty spaces behind. Those blank spaces now seem like an early sign of the perfectionism and instability that would later consume her. Valerian lowers his gaze, his earlier anger fading into guilt, and offers Derek a sincere apology for losing his temper. Derek brushes off the apology in his usual practical manner, more interested in the reason behind this visit than in wounded pride. He asks why Valerian brought him into a room full of dusty memories, abandoned canvases, and remnants of Dyla's past. Valerian confesses that he wanted Derek to understand one thing clearly. His sister was not always the cruel, unbearable person she has become. Her obsession with pure bloodlines and noble lineage did not exist from the beginning. According to Valerian, it appeared suddenly, as if it had come out of nowhere, and from that point on, it slowly began eating away at her. That darkness was what eventually pushed their father to cast her out of the main house and confine her. She was sent to the annex, cut off from the place she once called home. Valerian admits that even he still does not know what changed her so drastically. While Derek begins flipping through several old books in the room, Valerian explains why the situation has become so urgent. If Dyla fails to learn even the most basic one-star spell, their father will not hesitate. She will be sent to a monastery, and there will be no easy path back for her. That means Derek is her final hope of escaping that fate. Valerian steps closer, almost pleading now, and places both hands on Derek's shoulders as he begs him to save her. No matter how awful she has become, Dyla is still his sister, and he cannot bear the thought of her being banished for the rest of her life. As Derek scans through the pages of Dyla's magic books, his eyes suddenly stop on something. His expression shifts slightly, and he murmurs under his breath, "Wait a second, the margins are not empty at all. They are filled with careful, detailed notes, proving that Dyla had not completely abandoned magic the way everyone assumed. In secret, she had still been studying, trying to grasp the theory by herself." Derek asks whether these books are theoretical texts from the School of Regulations. Valerian confirms it, explaining that they are mandatory foundations for any noble who wishes to begin learning magic properly. A new light flickers in Derek's red eyes. Beneath Dyla's arrogance, hatred, and cruelty, there is still a small spark of determination left inside her. And if that spark still exists, then it can be used. The room around them is filled with melancholic landscapes and unfinished images, each one quietly reflecting the loneliness of a girl who seems to have vanished somewhere along the way. Derek begins putting together a far more complicated plan in his mind. Then, with a decisive motion, he closes the book in his hands. The time for introductions, apologies, and sad stories from the past has come to an end. The real training is about to begin, and it will not be gentle for the young lady. Accepting Valerian's desperate request, Derek declares with cold determination that he will give Dyla one chance. From this point on, the true lesson begins. Night settles over the Dublin mansion, wrapping the entire estate in a heavy silence that feels darker and more ominous than usual. No one inside the mansion can imagine what is about to happen in the young lady's chamber. Dyla lies asleep in her luxurious bed, breathing peacefully, completely unaware of the danger already waiting in the shadows of her own room. It is the last peaceful moment she will have for a very long time. Then, without warning, the crash of a bucket of water tears through the stillness. Derek has not come to comfort her with gentle words. He has brought only cold, brutal reality. Dyla jerks awake with a scream, soaked from head to toe as freezing water pours across her body and sheets. The shock steals the breath from her lungs, and for several frantic seconds, she can barely understand what has just happened. Derek stands before her with the empty bucket still in his hand, his expression so bored it almost looks insulting. Looking down at her drenched figure, he asks dryly, "Are you seriously sleeping right now?" His sarcastic question gives her no time to recover. Soon after, Derek drags her far away from the safety of her room and takes her deep into the forest surrounding the estate. The darkness between the trees feels suffocating, and the heavy silence pressing in from every direction only makes Dyla's fear grow stronger. With a rough shove, Derek throws her down onto the ground. Dyla drops to her knees, trembling from the cold, the dampness, and her own furious disbelief. She looks up at him with hatred blazing in her eyes and spits out her defiance. "What do you think this will change? Wake up from your delusion. Who do you think you are to dare teach me?" Her words are sharp, but Derek only sighs, as though he is dealing with a spoiled child throwing another pointless tantrum. You don't even listen, he says, leaning closer with a faint smile that feels far more unsettling than anger would have been. Then Derek's voice drops as he asks if she wants to hear something interesting. He tells her honestly that he has no intention of teaching her magic at all. In the darkness, his red eyes gleam with a chilling light, and Dyla's heart suddenly skips. What? What did you just say? She stammers, her voice losing its earlier arrogance. For the first time that night, she begins to sense that the danger in front of her may be frighteningly real. Derek spreads his arms with casual indifference, saying there is no reason for someone from the lowest ranks to respect noble names. To him, this entire tutoring arrangement is nothing but an excuse to beat arrogant nobles like her. As he speaks, he slowly begins drawing his sword. The blade slides free with a cold metallic sound, cutting through the night air like a death sentence being announced right in front of her. Then Derek asks, with chilling cruelty, whether she knows how beautiful the screams of high nobility sound when they finally break. Dyla scrambles backward through the grass, her hands and feet moving desperately as fear locks around her throat. She tries to threaten him, asking if he really thinks he will be safe after doing something like this. But her voice trembles so badly that the words barely hold their shape. Derek only laughs in her face. Safe? Of course. He tells her she will soon be sent to a monastery anyway, so who would believe anything she says? And if something serious happens, he can always offer his own life as an apology. After all, a commoner's life is not worth much, right? With those words, he throws her own prejudice back at her like a blade. Then, wearing a twisted grin, he even suggests that he could simply run away afterward. In his words, removing the Duplin family's greatest headache would practically be doing them a favor. That statement tears through Dyla's last bit of composure, and absolute panic rushes over her. This is no longer a lesson in her mind. It feels like an execution. Terror screams through her thoughts as she realizes or believes that she is going to die, that Derek is truly going to kill her here in the dark. Without looking back, Dyla bolts into the darkness of the forest, running as if survival itself depends on every step. Derek watches her flee with the cold, patient gaze of a predator that has only just begun its hunt. The true game of terror has only now started. Dyla races wildly across the open field, her heart pounding so hard it feels like it might burst from her chest. She understands that if she tries to run back across the exposed ground, Derek will catch her within seconds. Her only chance is to disappear among the trees and use the forest to break his pursuit. With fear driving every breath, she fixes her eyes on the dark tree-line and clings to one desperate thought. If she can reach the woods, she will be safe. Even while terror claws at her chest, Dyla convinces herself that she still has an advantage. She believes she knows these grounds better than Derek ever could, and if she can just circle back to the mansion, she can report that mad mercenary and turn the entire household against him. Even in the middle of fear, her arrogance begins to rise again. When she returns, she tells herself, she will have him executed without mercy. He will be the one to die, not her. But just as that cruel thought flashes through her mind, a blinding light bursts open in the distance, and a wave of scorching heat rips through the night. Far ahead in the darkness, a sphere of pure fire begins to form, burning so brightly that it tears through the shadows of the forest and paints the trees in a terrifying glow. In the middle of a clearing, Derek stands perfectly calm, his posture relaxed and one hand lifted toward the night sky, as if this terrifying display is nothing unusual to him. He is casting magic far beyond what any ordinary mercenary should be capable of using. Dyla freezes on the spot, her eyes widening in disbelief as the spell takes shape before her. Fireball, she whispers, recognizing it instantly. The fear she felt earlier is nothing compared to the shock crushing her now. Fireball is a 2-star spell. How can that bastard possibly use magic at that level? In that moment, Dyla realizes she has made a terrible mistake by underestimating him. Derek's lips curve into a predator's smile, as if he is savoring every flicker of terror spreading across his prey's face. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he hurls the blazing sphere forward. The fireball roars through the air, ripping straight toward Dyla like a burning judgment sent to swallow her whole. Dyla can only stare in horror as death races closer and closer. The flames reflect inside her trembling pupils, and for one unbearable instant, the entire world seems to slow around her. With a desperate scream, she throws herself down onto the ground, using every bit of instinct she has left to escape the blast before it can consume her. The fireball tears past her by a narrow margin, flooding the forest with violent orange light. A heartbeat later, It detonates with a thunderous boom that shakes the night apart. Fire and smoke surge upward in a towering pillar of destruction, and the earth beneath Dyla trembles from the force of the explosion. She lies sprawled on the ground, gasping for air, her entire body shaking uncontrollably. That single attack shatters her completely. The proud noble lady who looked down on everyone is gone, stripped away by fear, leaving behind only a terrified girl struggling to survive. Derek walks toward her slowly, his red eyes glowing through the darkness. With a cruel smile and an almost casual tone, he looks down at her and remarks, "Well, looks like I missed." And in that moment, Dyla understands that this nightmare has not ended at all. It has only just begun. Beneath the enormous full moon hanging over the estate, a hunt has truly begun. One that will forever change the fate of the so-called Devulus. Dyla turns and runs again, driven by nothing but panic. Branches whip across her skin, tearing at her arms and face, while the uneven ground bruises her feet with every desperate step. But fear keeps pushing her forward. Her breathing comes out ragged, cold sweat slides down her face, and for the first time in her life, she feels completely cornered and helpless. Then, with a sharp crack, her foot catches on a hidden root beneath the leaves. She loses her balance and crashes heavily onto the damp earth. All the elegance and dignity of nobility have vanished from her. In their place, only raw survival instinct remains, forcing her body to move even when pride can no longer protect her. A pained cry slips from her lips as she struggles against exhaustion. Her body is reaching its limit, but the man chasing her has no intention of granting her even a single moment of mercy. Suddenly, the air itself splits open. Arrows made of pure blue mana tear through the darkness, flashing past the trees with terrifying speed and whistling toward her with deadly precision. Dyla's eyes fly wide open. Something that feels far too close to death has just passed within inches of her face, close enough for her to feel the danger brush against her skin. She scrambles back onto her feet, moving on instinct alone as blasts of energy slam into the ground around her, throwing dirt and broken grass into the air. The mana strikes are already far too close, a chilling reminder that she is not being chased by some ordinary tutor. She is facing a seasoned warrior who knows exactly how much pressure he can put on her without letting her escape. Derek steps out from the shadows, walking with a calm so effortless that it almost feels insulting. Watching her struggle to stay upright, he comments lightly, "You're pretty fast." He says it as if this entire nightmare is nothing more than a childish game. Dyla glares back at him, hatred and terror twisting together in her eyes. She still cannot believe that anyone would dare treat her like this, and even with her body exhausted, she forces herself to run again. She refuses to surrender to a commoner who has dared to challenge her pride so completely. Derek watches her retreating figure in silence, knowing that this chase is not merely punishment. It is a lesson meant to burn itself deep into her soul. Inside Dyla's mind, everything has fallen into chaos. How much longer does she have to keep running? Can she really escape him at all? Every breath scorches her lungs, and each inhale feels like swallowing fire while her strength drains away step by step. No matter where she turns, Derek's presence seems to surround her. He feels less like a man chasing her and more like an inescapable shadow moving through the forest itself. Derek kneels and places one hand against the forest floor, quietly channeling his mana into the earth beneath him. He does not need to see Dyla with his eyes to understand exactly where his prey is heading. In the darkness, even the forest seems to answer him. His red eyes glow with a predatory intensity, sharp and merciless enough to freeze the blood of anyone who meets his gaze. As he senses the forest around him, Derek realizes something important. This is the same forest Dyla once painted, and that thought begins to shift his understanding of her. She is not simply a spoiled child throwing tantrums. He remembers one of her artworks, a piece filled with life even though others dismissed it as a failure. To everyone else, it may have looked incomplete, but Derek had seen the truth hidden inside it. Dyla feels mana in a raw and untamed way. "Definitely," he murmurs, finally finding the key that may unlock the young noble's real potential. Then, with a desperate cry, Dyla makes one final attempt to defy him. She lunges straight at Derek with a rock clutched tightly in both hands, screaming with every bit of rage and fear she has been holding inside. But Derek does not even blink. His hand simply moves toward the hilt of his sword. The motion is so fast that the human eye can barely follow it. In the next instant, a sharp metallic clank cuts through the forest. With one smooth and lethal movement, Derek deflects her attack completely. The rock flies from Dyla's hands and disappears into the darkness, leaving her disarmed, helpless, and utterly outmatched by the overwhelming skill of her tutor. She freezes where she stands, breathing hard, her shattered pride unable to hold itself together any longer. In the suffocating silence that follows, the fierce mask of the Devuless finally begins to crumble, revealing a vulnerability that marks the first true step toward her transformation. Derek studies her carefully, and despite everything, he cannot deny her tenacity. In a deep, steady voice, he says, "I'll admit, your spirit is admirable." He knows it could not have been easy for her to attack him, especially after realizing she could not outrun him. But her last burst of resistance is spent, and Dyla finally collapses to the ground. Her hands sink into the damp earth as she struggles to pull air into her lungs. Her body is exhausted almost beyond movement, but the weight crushing her mind is even heavier. Derek approaches slowly, every step deliberate, his red eyes gleaming faintly in the dim forest light. "You don't even have the strength to run anymore," he declares coldly, making it painfully clear that the game is over. Then, with precise and merciless control, he points the tip of his sword directly at her throat and asks, "Any last words?" Under the moonlight, the scene carries the unmistakable weight of an execution. Yet to Derek's surprise, Dyla lets out a small laugh. It is bitter, fragile, and laced with self-loathing, but traces of her broken pride still remain inside it. "Do you think I'm going to apologize?" she shouts, her wounded pride burning fiercely in her eyes. She stares straight at him and adds, "Unlike you low-born people, I do not crawl. Just kill me." Derek falls silent for a moment. Then he asks the question that cuts straight to the heart of everything. Why is she so obsessed with lineage? Does she want to know what is truly hiding behind that mask of superiority? The question echoes through the dark forest and settles heavily between them. Dyla turns her back to him, but even from behind, the trembling of her shoulders exposes a truth she has never dared to say aloud. Then, in a broken voice, she asks, "What would I have left? If her great lineage is taken away from her, what else does she even have?" The facade of the Devuless continues to fall apart beneath Derek's relentless gaze. Years of frustration burst out of her all at once. "Magic, magic, magic," she repeats like a painful mantra, wrapping her arms around herself as she suddenly looks small, miserable, and painfully alone. Real tears spill from her blue eyes at last. "Do you think I never tried?" she cries toward the sky, exposing the wound of someone who had given everything she had, only to be told again and again that it was never enough. Derek watches her closely, her face half hidden beneath the messy curtain of her bangs. For the first time, he is no longer looking at the monster everyone whispered about, but at the real Dyla buried underneath all that cruelty and pride. "No matter how hard I try, it never works," she admits, her voice breaking as she sinks lower into the grass. Beneath all her arrogance is a deep fear of being thrown away, a fear that if she cannot succeed in magic or even finish her paintings, then her entire existence has no worth at all. Her tears keep falling without stopping. If even the noble blood she clings to can be questioned, then what is left for someone who already feels like a failure in every corner of her life? Kneeling there, beaten down in body and shattered in spirit, she whispers, "What am I?" The question leaves her like a desperate plea, as if she is searching for some identity that exists beyond family titles, expectations, and impossible standards. Derek stands silently before her, his expression partly hidden beneath the shadow of the forest. At last, the moment of truth has arrived. His fingers tighten around the hilt of his sword. A vivid blue light begins to bloom from the blade, spreading outward in waves and washing the dark forest in a strange, mystical glow. Dyla slowly lifts her tear-blurred eyes, and through the haze of her crying, she sees mana radiating from Derek with such effortless control that it steals the breath from her chest. "I've heard enough," Derek says coldly. He raises his sword toward the night sky, drawing an immense amount of energy beneath the full moon. Then, with a voice as calm as judgment itself, he declares, "Goodbye." Dyla closes her eyes tightly, bracing herself for what she believes will be the final strike. In her mind, there is no escape left. A blinding flash suddenly floods the clearing, bursting outward so brightly that the trees, the grass, and Dyla's trembling figure are swallowed in blue-white light. Mana surges through the air like a violent storm of blue energy, powerful enough to make it seem as though everything nearby is about to be devoured. And yet, instead of tearing into Dyla's body, enormous crystals of magical ice explode from the ground around her. Dyla remains standing at the very center of the impossible display, surrounded by frozen spires that rise like a palace of pure power. Tears still stream down her cheeks as she lowers her head, overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of Derek's magic. It is unlike anything she has ever felt before, pure, wild, and completely beyond the rigid rules she was taught. Then Derek's sword drives forward. The blade pierces into the heart of a colossal mountain of ice that erupts from the earth in a single instant. The air turns bitterly cold, and the thunderous creation leaves the entire clearing charged with overwhelming, absolute power. Dyla raises her tearful gaze, dazzled by the majestic force surrounding her. In that frozen brilliance, she begins to understand something she never knew before. The world of magic is far wider, deeper, and freer than she ever imagined. With a sharp, precise click, Derek sheathes his sword. The tension of the hunt fades, replaced by a heavy but revealing calm beneath the moonlit trees. Then, to Dyla's complete astonishment, Derek bows to her with flawless courtesy and says serenely, "Well done, Lady Dyla. Please forgive my earlier rudeness." The hunter has returned to being her tutor. Dyla stares at him with tear tracks still glistening on her cheeks and a faint wound marking her face. His sudden respect throws her off completely, leaving her unable to understand how the same man can stand before her so calmly now. "It may not strictly be called magic," Derek explains, his intense gaze fixed on her. "It was only a manifestation of mana. But even so, you did it." Those words become the first true acknowledgement Dyla has received in years. A choked sound escapes from her lips. The weight of all the frustration she has carried for so long finally bursts open, and Dyla breaks into uncontrollable sobs, crying out with everything left inside her. What breaks her is not the pain in her body, but the release of anguish that has been haunting her for most of her life. There in the clearing, surrounded by eternal ice beneath the silent full moon, the proud lady of the duchy weeps like a small child. Derek does not rush her or mock her. He simply waits, letting her inner storm spend itself at last. Above them, the moon hangs quietly in the sky, witnessing the end of an era buried in shadows and the beginning of something Dyla never believed could exist for her. Derek kneels in front of her so their eyes are finally on the same level. In a calmer voice, he reveals the truth. "That means you belong to the school of the wild." It is a concept Dyla has never once heard in all her rigid lessons. As Derek carefully bandages her wounds, he explains that most nobles study through the school of regulations, but her nature is fundamentally different from theirs. Trying to force herself to follow those rules was her greatest mistake. Dyla listens in silence, slowly understanding his meaning. All this time, she had been trying to wear clothes that were never made for her, and that was exactly why nothing ever worked. "How did you know?" She asks the question with suspicion and hope tangled together in her voice. "How did you know I belonged to the school of the wild?" No one before him had ever looked at her deeply enough to reach that answer. Derek meets her gaze without turning away. "I saw the paintings you made," he tells her. "I could feel the mana flowing through nature, and you captured that feeling on canvas." The very works everyone else had mocked and despised were actually the key to saving her. Derek explains that those born with the temperament of the wild often sense the energy of the world from a very young age. Dyla is left completely speechless. For the first time in her life, she feels truly understood. The confusion in her eyes is no longer fueled by hatred, but by astonishment. She was not useless after all. She had simply been walking the wrong path. "That's enough. You should be able to walk now," Derek says as he rises to his feet. His tone slips back into its usual practicality, but something subtle has changed between them, an unspoken understanding neither of them needs to name. Turning his back to her, Derek brings the lesson to an end for the day. Before walking away, he adds that she has managed to manifest mana, but she still has a long road ahead. Tomorrow he will teach her how to do it naturally. He pauses for a brief moment, his red eyes looking off into the distance. The reform contract has finally taken its first real, successful step. Behind him, Dyla's voice comes out small and hesitant. "Teach, thank you." The words stumble from her lips as her cheeks flush with a mix of embarrassment and gratitude. It is the first time she has sincerely thanked someone she does not see as standing above her. Derek says nothing, but for one fleeting instant, his gaze softens so faintly that it is almost impossible to notice. The Devulus has begun to change. "Let's go," he orders simply. Dyla quickly hurries after him through the forest, no longer keeping her distance. "Why yes, I'm coming with you," she calls out. There is no trace of the hostility she showed earlier. As the two of them walk back beneath the fading moonlight, morning finally begins to arrive at the Duplin mansion. Sunlight pours through the mansion's grand windows, spreading across the halls and announcing the start of a day unlike any that came before. Dyla wakes early and sits upright on her bed with a thoughtful look on her face. The fury from the night before is gone. In its place, a new curiosity quietly grows inside her as she raises one hand and focuses. Then, incredibly, tiny specks of blue mana begin to appear around her fingers. They shimmer faintly in the morning light, responding to her will, proving that she is truly doing it. Her gaze sharpens with intensity and resolve. As she watches the small phenomenon unfold before her, pride and wonder rise together in her chest. For the first time, this power feels as if it truly belongs to her. "This is difficult," she admits softly. The mana slowly fades away, and Dyla understands that the path ahead will not be easy. But for the first time, she wants to walk that path. Meanwhile, out in the mansion corridors, the servants have already begun moving busily through their morning work. One maid hurries along with a bucket of water in her hands, hoping to finish her chores before the young lady awakens. But just as Dyla steps into the hallway, the maid suddenly trips, and panic floods her face the moment she realizes who is standing in front of her. The bucket slips from her hands and flies forward, sending water splashing violently across the corridor. It is the kind of disaster that, in the past, would have ended in tragedy for the servant. Dyla's dress is soaked completely, with droplets sliding down the fine silk and dripping onto the floor. A heavy silence grips the hallway as everyone waits for the rage that usually follows. The maid turns pale and stammers, "Lady Dyla, I am so sorry." The maid trembles where she stands, already bracing herself for the punishment she believes is inevitable. Dyla looks at her coldly, and that icy gaze freezes everyone in place. The servants hold their breath, waiting for the familiar storm of the young noble's anger. The maid collapses to the floor, begging for forgiveness and declaring that her mistake is worthy of death. But to everyone's absolute shock, Dyla only says, "Watch where you're going." Her tone is still dry and sharp, but there is no violence behind it. As Dyla walks away down the corridor, the maid remains collapsed on the floor, staring after her in complete confusion. What just happened? Why did she not hit me? Around her, the other servants watch Dyla's retreating figure with wide eyes, whispering nervously among themselves. They cannot help wondering what happened last night after Dyla left the mansion halls. One thing is painfully clear to everyone watching. The feared Devulus is no longer acting like the same person. Meanwhile, completely unaware of the stir spreading through the mansion, Derek is sleeping peacefully in his room. The exhaustion from the night before has dragged him into a deep, heavy slumber. Then bang! A series of loud knocks rattles his door hard enough to shake the frame. "Derek! Derek!" A commanding voice calls from the other side. The noise jolts him awake, and his mood immediately turns sour. Sitting up slowly, Derek rubs his eyes with clear irritation, still half trapped in sleep as he wonders what could possibly be happening this early in the morning. Outside his door stands Dyla, impatient and restless, with the butler waiting at her side. Without any greeting, she demands, "Teach me how to control the mana I manifested. I tried doing it on my own, but it isn't working." The butler, a stern man wearing a monocle, freezes the moment he hears those words. She manifested mana? His chest swells with emotion, but Dyla has no patience for sentimental reactions and refuses to wait even a second longer. "You said you would teach me today, so hurry up and start the lesson," she insists, her voice sharp with urgency and stubborn expectation. She knocks firmly on the door again, trying to force an answer out of him. From inside the room, Derek lets out a heavy sigh and replies simply, "Come back in the afternoon." Then he pulls the blanket back over himself, completely ignoring her persistence. Beside her, the butler quietly wipes tears of joy from his eyes, deeply moved that the young lady has finally shown a true interest in magic after everything that has happened. Dyla clicks her tongue in annoyance at her tutor's unbelievable audacity. "Who do you think you are, making me wait? Open this door right now and teach me," she shouts, kicking the wooden door with all the strength her anger can gather. Derek merely shifts under the blanket and settles more comfortably into bed, closing his eyes with a tired little smile. From the hallway, Dyla's furious voice continues to ring out, "Open the door, you crazy bastard!" Her voice echoes sharply down the hall, making the servants flinch in the distance. The real education has only just begun, and a new day rises over the imposing Dublin mansion with an atmosphere that feels strangely different from before. Firm, Determined footsteps echo across the carpeted halls, cutting through the usual morning quiet of the mansion. In corners and along the corridors, the maids whisper to one another as rumors spread at an incredible speed. They say the feared Lady Dyla has not broken a single dish all day. And even more shocking than that, the news rushes through the estate like wildfire. Lady Dyla has awakened her magical power. Hearing the murmurs, Rick, the Duke's son, suddenly stops in the corridor, his attention caught at once. His expression darkens slightly at the mention of his sister's sudden change. Narrowing his eyes, he turns toward the whispering servants and thinks suspiciously, what did they just say? In the Grand Duke's private office, the quill continues gliding across parchment, steady and precise. Momentarily removed from the commotion outside, Grand Duke Duplin presides over a serious meeting with his sons. There, the news is confirmed. After questioning the butler and several servants himself, the Grand Duke now knows that Dyla's awakening is real. Behind his glasses, the Grand Duke exhales with quiet relief. After so much chaos caused by his daughter, at last, something hopeful has happened. But Rick does not share his father's optimism. With a cold, cautious gaze, he warns them not to draw conclusions too quickly from nothing more than a small spark of magic. Another brother responds more encouragingly, reminding Rick that their sister has awakened her magic and that, at the very least, she deserves some praise for that achievement. The Grand Duke watches the exchange without interrupting, his eyes calm behind his glasses as he carefully weighs both sides of the situation. Rick remains firm and unswayed. He reminds them of all the damage Dyla has caused over the years and argues that one small achievement should not be enough to spare her from being sent to a convent. Faced with his eldest son's severity, the Grand Duke sinks into thoughtful silence, his expression unreadable as he returns to his work. Far away from that tense family discussion, bright sunlight spreads across the mansion gardens. Inside her room, Dyla Catherine Duplin does not look like the promising prodigy everyone is now whispering about. She sits on her bed with her back turned, shoulders stiff, clearly sulking. Derek, her silver-haired tutor, watches her patiently from nearby. With a dry edge in his voice, he asks, "Are you pouting again?" Dyla immediately replies, "I'm not pouting. I'm angry," she insists without even turning around, puffing her cheeks stubbornly like a child determined to protect what little pride she has left. Derek scratches his head with a weary expression, already familiar with this troublesome attitude. Acting spoiled will not change anything about her training, he warns her plainly. Dyla, following her own peculiar logic, stubbornly insists that this is not pouting at all. She is genuinely, seriously angry, and she wants him to understand the difference. Derek steps a little closer, his tone remaining calm and steady. In this world, he tells her, everything has order, and no amount of frustration on her part will make magic easier to control. "I told you, I'm not pouting," she finally snaps, spinning around to glare at him with all the fury her small, stubborn frame can muster. Derek says nothing at first. He simply stares at her with those intense red eyes, and that silent gaze alone carries enough pressure to intimidate almost anyone. Under that unwavering look, Dyla's resistance gradually weakens. At last, she mutters softly that maybe she is pouting after all. Even though her wounded pride still burns, Derek grips his belt firmly and shifts the mood back toward training. Before they continue practicing, Derek needs to warn her about the real danger of the power that has now awakened inside her. Manifesting magic does not mean she can wield it freely. Without proper control, that power could easily turn against her, and this is something Derek understands from bitter personal experience. Rest is just as important as learning, Derek states firmly, before reminding her that she must also continue studying. Annoyed, Dyla mocks him by calling him a stiff magic professor. In that instant, the air in the room changes. Derek's eyes darken with a somber red glow, and he coolly asks whether she would prefer that he teach her in a less stiff manner. A chill runs straight down Dyla's spine. The memory of Derek chasing her through the forest like a predator rises vividly in her mind, reminding her that this dangerous teacher is someone she should never underestimate. Intimidated despite herself, she quickly sits down and huffs, trying to salvage her pride with a small, stubborn, humph. Forget it. Although her flushed cheeks betray her nervousness, Derek continues with the practical lesson. He demonstrates how to manifest magic in his hand, assuring her that once she masters the basics, she will be able to advance to one-star magic quickly. The School of the Wild is ideal for self-directed study, Derek explains calmly as mana gathers and shifts in his palm. The blue energy shimmers softly in the air while he tells her that this path offers far more freedom than the rigid, suffocating school of regulations. There are no endless rules binding a person's instincts and no strict frameworks choking natural talent. Derek observes Dyla with calm honesty and admits that her uninhibited personality fits surprisingly well with the school of the wild. His words catch her completely off guard. He adds that beyond her free-spirited nature, the bloodline of the Duplin family gives her overwhelming talent, a power that only needs the right guidance and direction under his supervision. Dyla listens in total silence, drawn in by every word he says. For the first time in her life, someone is not just criticizing her flaws, but recognizing the genuine potential hidden inside her. Instead of condemning her violent temper, Derek speaks of her ability, and a faint blush spreads across Dyla's cheeks. Her eyes begin to glimmer with a spark she has never shown before. "Are you sane? I have talent." She murmurs the question almost to herself, a strange warmth blooming in her chest from the unfamiliar compliment. Derek confirms it without hesitation, explaining that conjuring an ice barrier instantly is proof of remarkable innate ability. Excitement starts bubbling inside Dyla, and she begins to wonder if she might actually be some kind of prodigy genius. Outside, a bird perches quietly in the garden, as the two continue their animated discussion. Derek insists that talent and genius are not the same thing, but Dyla stubbornly argues that they are basically identical. From a distance, Rick watches his sister speaking so closely with her tutor. The sight twists his expression with suspicion and irritation, especially as he notices how naturally their conversation seems to flow. He clicks his tongue in annoyance, unable to look away. Seeing Dyla so visibly happy around Derek stirs an emotion he does not want to acknowledge, envy hidden carefully beneath a mask of disdain. The next morning, warm sunlight spilled across the Duplin mansion, washing the halls in a bright golden glow. But for the young lady, that peaceful morning marked the start of an exhausting new routine, one filled with relentless lessons, endless practice, and no chance to quietly escape her training. Then, without the slightest warning, Dyla threw Derek's door open and charged straight into his room, her face lit up with excitement. "Derek, I can make the magic appear now, but I still can't control where it goes," she shouted, completely ignoring manners, boundaries, and every rule of noble propriety. The very next day, she appeared again with the exact same intensity, this time interrupting him right in the middle of breakfast. She thrust out her freezing energy for him to see, complaining with a puzzled frown that the actual feeling of magic against her senses was nothing like what she had imagined. And it did not stop there. Even in the mansion corridors, Dyla chased after him like a storm, refusing to let him breathe for even a moment. She ignored protocol, ignored the shocked maids standing frozen along the walls, and kept questioning him about the strange vibrations running through her body whenever she used her mana. By evening, Derek finally tried to escape beneath the shade of a tree, settling down with his spell books in hopes of reading in peace. But just as he began to relax, his unavoidable little shadow found him again. "What are you doing here alone?" Dyla demanded, staring him down as if he had committed a crime. "I told you to stay near the annex." She immediately accused him of wasting time, convinced that her father had lent him those magic books so he could work harder, not lounge around like some lazy servant. Derek simply raised his eyes from the page, his expression calm to the point of irritation. "Exactly. My lord gave them to me precisely so I could study them properly," Derek replied in that same maddeningly composed voice, as if her anger had bounced clean off him. But Dyla was not in the mood to accept that answer. Without giving him a chance to refuse, she grabbed him and dragged him away. "I finally managed to make the magic flow the way you told me to, so hurry up and check it," she declared impatiently, pulling him along with complete confidence. At some point, without even realizing it, Dyla had become completely dependent on the very tutor she kept ordering around. As the orange glow of sunset poured through the grand hall, Rick stood silently before the tall window, his posture tense despite his noble appearance. He was waiting for a meeting he believed could not be avoided, and before long, the heavy doors creaked open, announcing the arrival he had been expecting. It was finally time for Derek to face the eldest son of House Duplin directly. With Diola's future and her astonishing change hanging between them, Rick waited in one of the mansion's chambers, prepared to speak with the tutor who had somehow altered his younger sister's path. When Derek entered, Rick turned toward him and asked whether he had been the one who requested this private meeting. The two sat down to talk, each maintaining a calm surface. "Rick, still wearing the composed dignity of a noble heir, asked about his sister's recent progress in her studies, and Derek answered with his usual blunt honesty. According to Derek, she had already improved a great deal in a surprisingly short time. Even so, reaching the point where she could properly master one-star magic would still require patience, continued effort, and far more dedicated practice. The mood in the room gradually grew heavier when Rick brought up their mother, Lady Miria. She was expected to return from her social engagements the following week, and Rick's voice lowered as he gave Derek a clear and serious warning. Their mother was not the kind of woman anyone could treat lightly. Among nobles, there was already a deep contempt for commoners who dared to hold important positions inside noble households, and Lady Miria was especially sensitive to such matters. "I'll keep that in mind," Derek replied, looking completely unshaken by the warning. Then, without dressing up his words, he asked Rick what the real reason for the meeting was. Rick fell quiet, his gaze drifting away as a strange tension settled over the chamber. After a moment, Rick rose from his seat with solemn gravity. He spoke about the duty that would one day fall upon him as the next head of House Duplin, stressing that honesty and trust were essential within a family. Then, with far more drama than necessary, he lamented how impossible it was to truly understand the depths of the human heart. In his strangely naive way, he wished people's thoughts were easier to read, simpler to grasp, and somehow more uniform. Derek listened for only so long before his patience snapped. Tired of the grand philosophical detour, he cut straight through Rick's speech and sharply demanded that he stop circling around the issue and get to the point. At that instant, Rick's dignified noble mask collapsed completely. The proud eldest son suddenly looked painfully vulnerable, his eyes shimmering with tears. "Dyla doesn't want to play with me anymore, Derek?" he cried, exposing an embarrassingly intense older brother complex that Derek had absolutely not expected. Derek stared at him in flat silence, his face carrying a mixture of exhaustion and complete indifference. For a moment, he seemed to be wondering how his life had led him to sit in a noble chamber listening to such sentimental complaints. Rick continued, sinking deeper into his memories of the past. He spoke of the old Dyla as though she had been a heavenly little angel, a sweet child who once greeted him with the purest smiles. Now, desperate to win back that lost affection, he clung to Derek as if the tutor held the answer. With a pleading look and a voice full of desperation, Rick begged Derek to reveal whatever magical secret had allowed him to gain Dyla's attention, hoping there was some way to make his sister favor him again. Meanwhile, somewhere out in the mansion corridors, Dyla was running at full speed in search of her tutor. She shouted Derek's name again and again, completely ignoring the maid hurrying after her and trying desperately to make her stop. Back inside that ridiculous private meeting, Rick confessed something even more absurd. He admitted that he had stayed awake late into the night, learning from the servants how to sew rag dolls, all for the sake of making his little sister happy. Then, with completely misplaced pride, Rick revealed the finished doll. Unfortunately, instead of looking like a heartfelt gift, it resembled some cursed object dragged out of a haunted attic. "Don't you think it captures my dear Dyla perfectly?" he asked, his eyes shining with hopeful sincerity. Derek stared at the doll in pure horror, his expression stiffening as if he had just discovered something deeply dangerous. "Are you trying to curse someone with that thing?" he asked, not even mocking him this time, but sounding genuinely concerned. Rick broke down all over again, tears spilling as he accused Derek of having a heart made of stone. In his eyes, Derek was utterly incapable of understanding the delicate, complicated love of an older brother for his precious younger sister. Soon after, a new day rose over the Duplin mansion, and the imposing front of the estate gleamed beneath the morning light. Everything looked calm and dignified from the outside, but that fragile peace was about to be shattered completely. Derek was finally brought before a woman whose presence alone filled the room with aristocratic pressure. She received him with a cold, polished courtesy, saying that she had heard a great deal about the newly appointed tutor and his impressive abilities. A carefully shaped smile rested on her lips, but there was something sharp hidden beneath it. Her eyes moved over Derek with quiet calculation, measuring the common-looking man who had dared to take charge of her daughter's education. Lady Miria Duplin wrapped her offer of a territorial gift in layers of graceful noble kindness, clearly expecting Derek to accept it with humble gratitude. But the moment Derek answered her with icy composure, that elegant smile vanished from her face. "I do not belong to any noble house," Derek stated plainly. With that single sentence, he revealed his common origin and challenged the unspoken order of noble society without even flinching. Miria froze where she sat, blinking as though the words had struck her directly. "What did you say?" she asked faintly, almost hoping she had misheard. But Derek did not lower his gaze, nor did he show even the smallest sign of hesitation. Derek repeated himself firmly, his voice so calm that it seemed to chill the air between them. "I am a commoner." There was no shame in his tone, no apology, and no attempt to soften the truth. Lady Miria's face twisted with pure aristocratic horror and disgust. A commoner had not only entered her home, but had also taken the position of her daughter's tutor. In that instant, the room became a battlefield, and his declaration marked the beginning of open social war. But to understand how this painfully uncomfortable confrontation came to be, the story must step back in time. Exactly 1 week before this encounter, Derek had just arrived at the Grand Duke's residence, unaware of the storm waiting for him inside. The mercenaries who had accompanied him, his comrades in arms from the road, were preparing to leave him behind at his new post. Their carriage waited nearby, ready to carry them away from the noble estate. Aceline of Loner Duplin gave him a gentle farewell smile, explaining that she still had matters of her own to handle. Evilstein entrusted Derek to take care of himself, believing he could survive even in a place as troublesome as this mansion. Standing before this nest of nobles, Derek answered with a simple, dry, "Understood." His coldness was almost legendary. Even when his friends were about to leave him behind in an environment completely foreign to him, he showed barely a flicker of emotion. Jaden, the mercenary leader, stepped forward and patted Derek on the shoulder with a teasing grin. He scolded him for giving such a heartless reply and reminded him that they were leaving an important task in his hands, so he ought to show at least a little more feeling. They told Derek to finish the job quickly and come back, warning that if Pauline found out he had stayed behind, she would undoubtedly cause an enormous uproar. With one final call of "We're counting on you," the carriage finally rolled away, leaving Derek alone before the mansion's imposing walls. And there he stood, like a lone wolf stepping straight into a golden cage, surrounded by polished elegance, hidden rules, and refined predators waiting behind noble smiles. As the carriage moved farther from the estate, Aceline suddenly covered her mouth in alarm. She had forgotten something crucial, a small warning that could make Derek's life inside the mansion much more complicated. Their mother was returning the following week. Even worse, Aceline realized she had completely forgotten to warn Derek about her. Jaden looked at her in confusion, unable to understand why she seemed so shaken. Was it truly necessary to warn a hardened mercenary about one noble mother? After all, Derek had faced monsters far more terrifying than some highborn lady, or so Jaden assumed. But he did not know Miria. Aceline tried to explain, her expression troubled, though the right words refused to come easily. "My mother is a bit," Aceline murmured, trailing off as if even saying it aloud was difficult. Memories of the lady of the house's explosive temper seemed to echo around her, almost as though Miria's furious shouting from the past could still be heard in the air. And then came the scene that proved exactly what Aceline meant. Miria's angry footsteps thundered through the mansion corridors, each step sharp and heavy. She was heading straight for her husband's office, ready to burst inside like a hurricane wrapped in noble elegance. Burning with indignation like a goddess of wrath, Miria stormed into the room, livid after learning that a commoner had been appointed as Dyla's magic tutor. To her, this was not a simple staffing decision. It was a disgrace so severe that it stained the dignity of the family for generations. Grand Duke Duplin, however, remained enviably calm. Without even lifting his eyes from the paperwork before him, he simply asked her to lower her voice. He had known from the start that this decision would cause trouble, but to him, results mattered more than bloodline. Miria had no intention of calming down. She reminded him sharply that this was about Dyla, their beloved youngest daughter. In her mind, it was unthinkable to leave her child's education in the hands of someone who wandered the world as a mercenary. The Grand Duke slowly removed his glasses, the weariness in his face making it clear that this argument had already gone in circles far too many times. He understood perfectly well why his wife despised the idea of commoners occupying important positions, but his decision had not been made on a whim. There were solid reasons behind choosing Derek. In a firm voice, he reminded Miria that every tutor of proper noble blood had already given up on Dyla long ago. Since the nobility had failed her one after another, he had turned to an outside solution, and that solution had come with unexpected merit. These days, Finding a capable magic instructor was no easy matter, and Derek had not arrived at their house by simple coincidence. Derek had been personally recommended by Aceline herself. Even with that explanation, Miria remained completely unconvinced, pressing a hand to her forehead as frustration tightened her expression. She insisted that a family of their status had to preserve at least the minimum dignity expected of nobles. In her eyes, this was not only a question of talent or usefulness. It was also about appearances, reputation, and how the rest of high society would judge them. Miria already had another candidate in mind. Her younger brother, Flamin. He had been occupied before, but now that Dyla had finally manifested magic, the situation had changed. To Miria, trusting someone of her own blood was only natural, and she had no doubts about him at all. The Grand Duke stared at her as if he could not believe what he was hearing. Was she truly suggesting that they pull away a man responsible for governing an entire territory just to make him Dyla's private tutor? Did she really think managing Evilstein was such a light duty that it could be set aside without inviting disaster? But Miria refused to back down. To her, the noble social world was not some harmless game of tea and polite smiles. It was a battlefield in its own right, and she believed the politics of salons and noble gatherings were just as dangerous and vital as any military frontier of the duchy. Her greatest fear finally became painfully clear: prestige. If Dyla made her debut in high society while being taught by a nameless commoner, Miria was certain her daughter would be mocked, whispered about, and turned into the laughingstock of the entire aristocracy. Just then, the doors suddenly swung open, cutting straight through the heated argument and freezing the tension in the room for a brief instant. A new figure stepped in to calm the chaos. Valerian, a handsome young man with shining golden hair and a gentle expression. In a soft tone, he asked his mother to calm herself, hoping she had not come all this way only to argue with his father. But Miria had no intention of letting the issue disappear so easily. Turning her gaze toward her son, she insisted that the true question was whether this commoner mage truly possessed the ability and qualities needed to teach Dyla. To her, the problem was not only protocol or social rank. It was also whether Derek was competent enough to stand in that role at all. The tension inside the office grew so sharp it felt as though a blade had been drawn between them. Every gaze shifted toward the entrance as another shadowed figure approached, and the atmosphere sank even heavier. It was Rick. Miria greeted him with visible relief and pride, clearly expecting her eldest son to stand on her side against the commoner tutor. Rick walked into the room with a cold, controlled composure, his expression calm enough to hide whatever he was truly thinking. He admitted that a commoner teaching a noble was certainly not normal. But then he added that if the man truly possessed the proper qualifications, perhaps the matter was not as grave as their mother believed. It was a surprising statement, but there was a trap folded neatly inside it. Rick suggested testing Derek's abilities himself, proposing a magical duel as the cleanest way to settle his mother's doubts. It was a direct and dangerous challenge, and the Grand Duke shut it down at once. Enough! His voice left no room for argument. He assured them that Derek was a genuine mage whose level did not need to be questioned, and that he trusted the recommendation that had brought Derek to the mansion. Rick fell silent, but the green light in his eyes carried an unsettling sharpness. On the surface, he appeared to accept his father's judgment, yet beneath that calm face, his mind had already begun preparing the next move in this quiet struggle for control. If Derek was truly as capable as everyone claimed, then there was another way to prove it. They could test Dyla. If the teacher was excellent, then the student's improvement should be clear. The logic sounded flawless, but its cruelty was impossible to miss. Valerian looked stunned, unable to understand where Rick was trying to lead the conversation. Why had he suddenly become so interested in their younger sister's abilities? Rick, however, remained cold and relentless. If Derek really was an extraordinary teacher, then Dyla should already be showing remarkable progress. So Rick proposed that he personally duel Dyla and verify those results himself, turning what sounded like an examination into a trap aimed directly at his sister. The Grand Duke said nothing for a moment, carefully weighing the bold and malicious suggestion his eldest son had just placed before him. He knew better than anyone that Dyla had only just begun her training. A duel against Rick could crush her completely. Still, Rick turned and left the office with firm, deliberate steps, leaving a trail of uncertainty behind him. Valerian rushed after him, shouting his name in disbelief, while the tension within the family reached a point that could no longer be ignored. "What the hell are you thinking? A magical duel?" Valerian demanded, catching up to him. To him, forcing an experienced mage like Rick to face their novice sister was pure madness. Rick stopped walking and turned to confront him. Did Valerian truly believe Dyla had suddenly changed? In Rick's eyes, her past failures were a stain too deep to be wiped away by a few lessons. Valerian tried to appeal to whatever affection might still remain in him. "She's still your only sister," he said quietly. They shared the same blood, and as her brother, Rick's duty should have been to protect her, not humiliate her in front of the family. In that moment, the difference between the two brothers could not have been clearer. Rick let out a cold, bitter laugh. "Blood," he repeated, as if the word itself was ridiculous when placed beside the disgrace he believed Dyla had brought upon them. His contempt for Dyla had grown so deep that he no longer looked at her as family. To him, she was nothing more than a blemish on the Duplin name. His anger finally erupted as he declared that the very blood they shared was what had been dragging House Duplin toward the abyss. Allowing Dyla to appear in high society, he believed, would be the final blow to their prestige. Valerian stood speechless before that level of hostility. He searched Rick's face for even the smallest trace of brotherly warmth, but all he found was a dark, vengeful determination that refused to soften. "Is that truly how you feel?" Valerian asked in a low voice. Rick did not even stop walking. In his mind, Dyla had already crossed the line first and betrayed the honor of the Duplin family. According to Rick's twisted judgment, the best future for her would be permanent confinement in the annex, kept out of sight and hidden from the world. Valerian remained silent, his heart heavy, because he understood that Rick's words were not empty threats. They were a sentence, and the distance between the brothers only grew deeper. Rick cast one final glance over his shoulder, and the look in his eyes carried contempt far beyond an ordinary family quarrel. He believed he was doing what had to be done to protect House Duplin, no matter whose name he had to trample to preserve it. Meanwhile, the next morning unfolded with a deceptive calm over the mansion gardens. Birds sang under the soft daylight, completely unaware of the storm gathering behind those stone walls. Inside the estate, the fate of one young noblewoman was already beginning to close in around her. Then, without warning, the quiet shattered as Dyla burst violently into her tutor's room, shouting his name with clear desperation. Every trace of her former arrogance had been replaced by absolute panic. She knew exactly what waited for her if she failed. Derek, being Derek, barely reacted at all. He simply lifted his gaze from his book with a calm so complete it almost looked like indifference. "What is it so early in the morning?" he asked, as if the girl standing in front of him were not seconds away from collapsing under pressure. Dyla could not even form proper words at first. Her hand shook slightly as she could only point toward the parchment. The impossible situation was closing in around her, and time was running out. The weight of her own fate pressed down on her shoulders, making her painfully aware of how helpless she still was. Finally, Dyla forced out the ultimatum. "If I lose this magical duel, you're fired." She knew exactly what that meant. If Derek left, then the only shield standing between her and her brother's cruelty would disappear with him. It was a cry for help hidden beneath the tone of an order. Derek let out a quiet sigh and admitted that he already knew about the challenge. Then, with merciless honesty, he reminded her that Rick was an experienced one-star mage. Her chances of winning, even if he put it generously, were extremely low. Dyla exploded at once. "Is that all you have to say?" she shouted, furious at how little concern her teacher seemed to show. She could not understand how Derek could stay so calm when both his position and her entire future were hanging by a thread. In her mind, he should have been training her like a man possessed. Derek slowly rose to his feet and reminded her of what he truly was. "I'm a mercenary." He had come here to do a job, receive his payment, and nothing more. His blunt pragmatism struck Dyla like a slap. She had expected at least a shred of encouragement, some sign that he was on her side. Instead, Derek even told her he had already been paid more than enough. To him, this was a contract, not a personal mission to save her. His red eyes seemed to look straight through her, silently forcing her to find her own reason to fight instead of leaning on him. A bead of sweat slid down Dyla's face as she whispered, "You really mean that?" In that moment, she understood just how alone she was. If Dyla wanted to win, it could not be because her teacher pitted her or carried her forward. She would have to fight through her own will to survive. Time passed quickly, and 1 week later, under a clear sky and beneath the banner of House Duplin, the day of judgment finally arrived. The entire household gathered to witness what many of them believed would become the public execution of Dyla's future. The training field stood wide and imposing, an arena where generations of Duplin family mages had once been tested and forged. Today, however, the air carried a malice that had nothing to do with ordinary practice. Grand Duke Duplin walked toward his viewing platform with an unreadable expression, his face revealing none of the thoughts moving behind his eyes. Beside him, Miria concealed her anxiety behind a fan, while her maids followed quietly in her shadow. The tension was almost suffocating. "You've come," the Grand Duke said when Derek appeared. The tutor arrived in his blue cloak, carrying the same unshakable aura that seemed to irritate every noble in the house. He did not look like a man who was about to lose his position. Derek gave only a slight bow, offering the bare minimum of proper protocol and nothing more. His silence was stronger than any answer he could have spoken. He did not need grand words to show that he was ready for whatever this day would bring. The Grand Duke studied him carefully, noting that Derek did not seem nervous at all. Was that confidence born from some hidden power they had yet to fully witness? Whatever the reason, the Grand Duke decided it was still far too early to cast this man aside, even from his seat of authority. He could not help admiring Derek's composure in such a hostile situation. It took real nerve to stand there so calmly under those circumstances, and that only strengthened his decision to keep him as Dyla's teacher for the time being. Then another set of footsteps echoed across the arena. Rick strode forward with an arrogance that seemed to spread through the entire space around him. Each step of his boots struck the ground in a sharp military rhythm, announcing his arrival before he even opened his mouth. Rick's cape snapped in the wind behind him as his hand tightened into a fist. The violence inside him barely held back beneath that polished noble exterior. To him, this was not simple practice, and it was never meant to be a friendly duel. This was the moment he would finally erase the stain he believed his sister had become. As his eyes swept across the field, a cold smile slowly formed on his lips. His goal was terrifyingly clear. He intended to break Dyla so completely that no trace of mercy would remain between them. Those green eyes, filled with contempt, narrowed as he took his position in the arena, and every silent thought inside him felt like a declaration of war. Dyla, I will make you regret your past to the marrow of your bones. While Rick's hatred burned across the open field, Dyla was still walking through the shadowed corridors of the mansion, moving step by step toward the fate waiting for her outside. Her footsteps echoed through the quiet hallway, each sound marking what might become her final walk as a respected young noble of House Duplin. Beneath the shadow of her red hood, fear flickered in her eyes, but hidden inside that fear was a small, stubborn spark of rebellion. Derek's harsh words still circled in her mind, forcing her to wonder whether she truly had to stand alone against her own brother. Her voice shook as she faced Derek one more time. Do you really mean it? She asked, unable to accept that he could care only about his payment while her entire world was tipping toward ruin. She searched his face desperately, looking for even the faintest trace of warmth or humanity. Derek kept his distance from her, not only with his body, but with his expression as well. In that flat, unreadable tone of his, he told her that her magical growth had already begun. Even if she could not properly use one-star magic right away, it would not be long before she reached that point. It was not comfort. It was a cold, technical judgment. He reminded her that her potential had not appeared by accident. Whether she liked it or not, the blood of House Duplin flowed through her veins. Dyla froze, stunned by the words. Why would a man who clearly despised noble titles suddenly mention her lineage? She could feel that there was something deeper hidden behind what he was saying. Then Derek turned away and finally revealed the heart of his teaching. His way was the school of the wild, not a graceful path built on inherited lessons or refined noble etiquette. It was a path of self-study and survival, a brutal way of learning where you had to bite first before the world sank its teeth into you. Overwhelmed by fear, anger, and confusion, Dyla burst into tears. Why are you telling me this now? She cried, unable to bear it while the duel against Rick was already looming over her. The pressure of facing Rick was already more than enough, and now Derek was forcing her to swallow a lesson about savage survival on top of it. Dyla stood there trembling, pushed so close to collapse that one more word might have broken her. Derek said nothing for a long moment. His red eyes watched every tear, not with pity, but with the cold focus of a craftsman studying a blade that had not yet been tempered. He knew this pain was necessary. Lowering her head, Dyla finally stopped hiding from herself. I know I'm not a good student, she admitted, her voice small and raw. For the first time, she exposed the insecurity she had buried beneath all that arrogance, finally saying aloud what she had been too proud to face. Her spoiled attitude had never been true confidence. It was only a shield, something she used to hide how inferior she felt beside her siblings. Through her sobs, she made one desperate request. Even so, I want to keep learning magic from you. She rejected the thought of any other teacher and clung to Derek as the one hope she had left for redemption. In that moment, Dyla chose to place her fate in the hands of this cold, merciless man. Derek turned his back slightly, silently taking in the honesty his disciple had finally shown him. He understood that he had achieved what he intended. The spoiled noble shell had cracked, and beneath it, the will of someone who truly wanted to survive had begun to show. Silence settled between them as Derek adjusted his combat gloves, then warned her that he knew nothing about noble duel etiquette. He had never participated in one of those refined noble contests, and he had no intention of following their ridiculous rules now. His methods were not elegant, not ceremonial, and certainly not gentle. They were direct, practical, and far more dangerous. Derek looked straight into her eyes with a fierce intensity that made her breath catch. "But I can teach you how to win a fight." Then he asked the question that would decide the path ahead of her. "Do you want to win?" In Dyla's mind, the poisonous whispers of high society rose again. It seems Lady Dyla has no magic after all. She remembered every cruel remark, every mocking smile, every voice that said even the most famous teachers had abandoned such a hopeless case. The comparisons echoed in her skull without mercy. How could someone like that be born into House Duplin? They would sneer. They called her the end of her family's golden era, a burden who created nothing but trouble. But as the tears slowly dried on her cheeks, the look in her eyes changed. The wounded girl who only wanted someone to save her disappeared. "Yes," she answered, her voice hardening. "Make me win." There was steel in her words now. Dyla had accepted Derek's methods, no matter how harsh they were, and she was ready to prove every person who mocked her wrong. Back in the present, inside the arena, she stepped forward with firm resolve. This time, everything was different. She had not come merely as Rick's younger sister, nor as the pitiful girl everyone expected to watch crumble in humiliation. She had not even come as the helpless youngest daughter of House Duplin. The air around her seemed to tremble with a new energy, a confidence born from accepting her own darkness and the fierce desire to win, no matter the cost. From the shadows, Derek watched her quietly. The faint look in his eyes said enough. He was satisfied with what stood before him now. Dyla stopped at the center of the stage and faced her brother in front of the entire noble audience. Beneath that red hood, there was no longer the weak young lady everyone thought they knew. There was only Derek's disciple, a mage prepared to do whatever it took to survive. And with both siblings standing across from each other, the true battle was finally about to begin. She had once stared at her instructor in complete shock, her voice trembling as she asked whether he was truly serious, while her red cape shifted beneath the bright morning sun. Now Derek watched carefully and understood what had changed. Dyla was no longer stepping forward only as a sister, or as the youngest daughter of a noble house. She was standing there as his disciple, and as a mage in her own right. High above the arena, the family crest fluttered in the wind, watching over the duel like a silent witness. A gentleman with a mustache stepped forward, cleared his throat, and announced the advanced rules to everyone gathered there. The condition was simple but brutal. Whoever activated their protective artifact first would be declared the loser. Between the two duelists, a magical device floated in the air, glowing softly as it waited to ensure their safety if the battle went too far. Rick fixed his serious gaze on Dyla, his eyes dark and unwavering. But this time, she did not flinch beneath that pressure, and she did not take even a single step back. Without hesitating, Rick began to cast a powerful spell. Fierce winds rose around him and swept through the arena, tugging at Dyla's clothes and making her cape whip sharply behind her. A sphere of green light gathered in his outstretched hand, swelling larger and brighter as concentrated magical power compressed inside it. The air around his palm seemed to twist under the force. Then, with a cold apology that carried no real warmth at all, Rick unleashed the spell. A devastating wave of cutting wind shot straight toward Dyla, tearing across the space between them. The blast ripped over the stone floor, smashing through everything in its path with vicious force. Its glow flashed in Dyla's eyes as it closed in on her at terrifying speed. But at the very last instant, she dropped low and ducked beneath the attack with astonishing agility. The wind screamed over her head, and for the first time, surprise flickered across Rick's face. That small failure clearly annoyed him. His expression tightened, and he immediately pressed forward, launching one attack after another without giving her room to breathe. Yet Dyla's body moved like a blur across the arena. She slipped away from each strike with unexpected ease, dodging by inches as if she had already accepted that hesitation would mean defeat. Watching from a distance, the white-haired young man carefully analyzed the flow of the fight. He noticed that Dyla was still using too much mana just to control her spells, burning through more power than she needed. Soon, a violent gust slammed into the towering wall of ice she had raised in front of herself. The impact cracked through the frozen barrier and shattered it apart, sending fragments scattering across the ground. Rick mocked her at once, saying that what she had created could not even be called a proper spell. To him, it was nothing more than raw mana crudely forced into the shape of ice. Preparing an even stronger attack, Rick declared that cheap tricks like hers would be crushed. Several spheres of energy streaked toward Dyla's position, racing straight at the barrier while she remained behind the broken ice. In that critical instant, a memory rose sharply in Dyla's mind, cutting through the roar of the arena and the pressure bearing down on her. She remembered her instructor's voice, cold and practical, reminding her that mercenaries did not care about honor or pretty rules. They cared about one thing only: victory. Back then, she had worried that people might hate her even if she managed to win. Derek had simply asked whether she could accept that, as long as she achieved the goal she truly wanted. Now, standing in the middle of the duel with danger rushing toward her, Dyla had already chosen her answer. Her resolve hardened, and fear no longer controlled her feet. Back in the present, she ran alongside her crumbling ice wall, using the falling fragments as cover. Her movements were sharp and precise, slipping through the gaps just before each attack could reach her. Some warriors did not step into battle to perform a graceful duel. Some fought with only one purpose in mind, and that purpose was to win. Dyla slid across the ground with carefully controlled magic beneath her feet, using the uneven terrain and the remains of her shattered defense to create an opening for herself. Then, catching Rick completely off guard, she hurled a jagged shard of ice straight at him. The frozen fragment flew cleanly through the air and struck him before he could properly react. Dyla's eyes blazed as she prepared to move again, her confidence rising with that hit. But Rick answered with a confident smile of his own, his expression saying he still believed the duel was already decided. "This is the end for you." A razor-sharp blade of wind surged toward her with terrifying speed. With no time to block it properly, Dyla threw herself flat against the ground, pressing her body low as the attack swept over her. The wind blade smashed into the arena behind her, blasting the stone apart and sending a thick cloud of dust rolling into the air. In an instant, the field was swallowed by haze, hiding everything from view. Gasps spread through the spectators like a sudden wave, rippling across the arena seats as the dust swallowed the battlefield. A woman cried out Dyla's name in panic, her voice cracking as she begged for the duel to be stopped before the girl was hurt any further. Terrified that Dyla had been struck by the attack, Miria nearly rose from her seat, but the man beside her ordered her to sit back down. His voice remained firm as he stated that the protective artifact had not activated yet. And because that artifact had not reacted, the match was still valid. No matter how frightening the impact looked, the duel had not reached its end. The Grand Duke's steady gaze stayed fixed on the arena, unmoving and sharp, as though he had noticed something hidden beneath the dust that the others had failed to see. As the dust slowly began to settle, Derek remained seated with quiet composure, his white hair still and his expression unchanged. He watched every faint movement inside the haze with silent certainty, knowing the outcome of the duel had not yet been decided. From the bench at the edge of the arena, Derek observed the entire exchange without a trace of panic. His eyes never left the battlefield for even a moment. Dyla had not even blinked when that last attack came flying toward her, and that calm made him wonder if this had been part of the plan from the very beginning. Meanwhile, inside the thick cloud of dust, Rick moved cautiously over the cracked stone, his eyes scanning every direction for the slightest sign of his opponent. He was certain his wind blade had connected, or at least that it should have. But if his attack had truly hit, then why had the protective artifact stayed silent? Confusion slowly spread across his face as he turned from one side to the other. Dyla had completely vanished from his sight. Then, without the slightest warning, the wooden floor beneath Rick's feet split open with a sharp, violent crack. A massive spike of ice erupted upward from below the platform and struck him cleanly, the force of the blow lifting him off his feet and launching him into the air. Rick crashed back down hard against the arena floor, his body jolting from the impact. For a brief moment, he lay stunned, struggling to understand how the attack had reached him from beneath his own position. The realization hit him a second later. Dyla was not hiding in the dust at all. She was attacking from underneath the arena platform. Rick immediately shot a questioning look toward the judge, his eyes demanding an answer. If she had gone beneath the platform, did that count as leaving the battlefield? The gentleman with the monocle answered with a calm shake of his head. No, being beneath the platform was still considered part of the arena, and therefore it did not break the rules. Rick's jaw tightened as he gritted his teeth. No one would have expected such a shameless trick in a noble duel. Refusing to fall behind, Rick forced himself back onto his feet, but more ice spikes burst through the floor almost immediately, forcing him to dodge again and again. Spears of ice tore upward through the broken platform in unpredictable patterns, stabbing through the wood and stone from below and keeping Rick in constant motion. Sweat began to gather along his brow. How was he supposed to strike Dyla when he could not even see where she was hiding? Frustration finally pushed him into the air. Rick leapt upward to avoid the next attack, angrily complaining that there was absolutely no noble etiquette in this duel anymore. From above, he stared down into the dark hole in the shattered floor and called out Dyla's name. For a brief instant, something almost like concern flickered through his voice. Then, from inside that broken opening, she appeared. The girl in the red hood slowly rose from beneath the platform, her small figure framed by the drifting dust and splintered debris around her. Looking up at Rick from below, Dyla's blonde hair shimmered faintly through the haze, and her eyes burned with a deep, furious red. The sight was so intense that it made him pause in midair. Rick had seen that look before. Derek had once worn that same expression in battle. The moment he understood that, something in his own demeanor shifted. His face became more serious, his focus sharper. This strategy was clearly not something Dyla had created on her own. Someone had guided her, shaped her, and taught her how to fight this way. Perhaps it was the very man watching silently from afar. Rick adjusted his cape, steadying himself as he prepared to take the duel more seriously. Another spike of ice shot upward from beneath the broken platform, but this time Rick dodged it with smooth precision. Fine. If this was the strategy Dyla and her tutor had chosen, then Rick would play along and crush it head-on. Above them, the open sky stretched wide over the ruined arena, bright and indifferent as the battlefield below fell further into chaos. In the audience, Miria gasped in shock, asking whether Dyla had truly crawled into that pit beneath the stage. She pleaded with her husband to stop the match, but the Grand Duke answered firmly that no rule had been broken. Nearby, a bearded man watched the situation unfold with a grave, thoughtful expression, his eyes narrowing as he considered the strange turn the duel had taken. Beneath the shattered platform, Dyla steadied her breathing and forced herself to stay calm. From this hidden position, she could see the flow of Rick's mana far more clearly than before. His mana moved around him like a current, gathering and shifting with every breath he took. But just as Dyla focused on that flow, Rick began casting again. An ice spike shot up near him at once, interrupting the spell before it could fully form and throwing his balance slightly off. Anger flared sharply in Rick's eyes as the failed casting broke his concentration. Every time he tried to use magic, Dyla broke the ground beneath him and disrupted his timing. He could not afford to lose like this. A drop of sweat slid down his temple as he desperately searched for another way to turn the situation around. From above, the arena no longer looked like a proper dueling ground at all. It looked devastated, torn apart by ice, wind, and collapsing wood. The fallen family flag lay across broken boards and cracked stone, its proud symbol dragged down into the wreckage of the battlefield. Dyla noticed it then. Rick's mana flow had suddenly stopped. He was no longer preparing an ordinary spell. He was planning something else. Her whole body tensed, ready to strike the instant he began another cast. But before she could move, the judge suddenly stiffened and called out toward the young master. In a flash, Rick leapt upward and landed lightly on top of the fallen flagpole, balancing on it with precise control. From that height, Dyla would not be able to react in time if he changed the rhythm of the fight. But casting properly from such an unstable position was nearly impossible, so Rick made a bold decision. Blue energy began to gather around him, dense, violent, and heavy enough to distort the air. If he could not aim at Dyla precisely, then he would simply destroy everything around her. Without even using an incantation, Rick released the gathered power all at once. Derek's gaze sharpened instantly as he sensed the danger in that reckless burst of magic. A massive explosion of blue energy tore through the arena, swallowing the broken platform in a violent surge of force. The wooden stage shattered completely beneath the impact, and the fallen flagpole snapped at its base as if it were nothing more than a dry branch. Rick fell along with the collapsing structure, the entire battlefield erupting around him in a storm of splintered wood, broken stone, dust, and flying debris. From the audience, Miria screamed Rick's name in panic, her voice cutting through the roar of the collapsing arena. When the smoke finally began to thin, Rick emerged from the chaos and landed firmly on his feet, his posture steady despite the destruction around him. His eyes locked onto a single moving shadow cutting through the dust at high speed, and in that instant, he knew Dyla had survived the blast and was already on the move. It was Dyla. Rick instantly formed a brilliant blue magic arrow in his hand, the condensed energy flashing between his fingers before he fired it forward like a bolt of lightning. The projectile cut through the dusty air in a straight line, slicing toward Dyla with terrifying speed. Its blue glow reflected clearly in her eyes as it closed the distance, but Dyla did not flinch, did not step back, and did not even let her expression waver. At the very last possible instant, she raised her hand and caught the magic arrow in mid-flight, stopping it right before it could pierce through her. Blue light burned fiercely against her palm as she held the raging energy in place. Her hair whipped wildly around her face from the force, but her eyes stayed calm, focused, and locked on Rick. Then, under Dyla's control, the arrow began to change shape. The unstable projectile twisted and condensed, transforming into a blazing blue blade of gathered magic. With one sharp motion, she redirected that stolen power and sent it hurtling straight back toward Rick. Dyla sprinted forward immediately behind her counterattack, refusing to give Rick even a second to recover. He had believed that landing even one magic arrow would secure his victory. Instead, Dyla leapt into the air and drove a powerful kick straight into his chest, striking him with all the force her small body could gather. The impact rang out across the ruined arena, echoing through the dust and broken boards like a heavy blow against stone. For a brief moment, their eyes met at close range. Then Rick's body buckled from the force, and he dropped down to his knees before her. In one smooth, ruthless motion, Dyla reached down, grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground, and flung it straight into Rick's face. The particles struck his eyes, and Rick cried out in shock, stunned that she would use such an unfair and dirty tactic in a noble duel. While he struggled to wipe his vision clear, Dyla quickly retreated and created distance between them. In that moment, Rick realized something about the way she was fighting. She was using kicks, dirt, and every crude trick she could reach. Was she out of mana? No, that was not it. She was pushing herself all the way to her limit, forcing her body and magic past exhaustion just to prove that she was worth something. Despite the pain, a faint smile touched Rick's lips. If this was the resolve she had chosen, then he would answer her with everything he had, not as a cruel executioner, but as a true brother facing her head-on. A bright shimmer spread across the sky above them, and the atmosphere in the arena shifted as both siblings prepared for the next exchange. Dyla stood facing him, her blonde hair disheveled and her breathing heavy, yet her feet remained planted on the ruined ground. One hand rose to her head as exhaustion began creeping through her body, but her eyes still burned with fierce determination, refusing to yield. A thin line of blood traced down from the corner of her mouth. Then a single drop fell, marking the ground beneath her. The moment blurred into memory, and Derek's calm voice echoed in her mind. Mana, he had explained, was like paint, while a spell was the brush used to shape it. With that brush, you gathered the paint, guided its movement, and gave form to the image you wanted to create. That, he had told her, was magic. Back then, Dyla's young eyes had sparkled with wonder beneath the open sky as she listened to him, captivated by a world she had never properly understood. He had shown her the flow of mana drifting through the air. Now, back in the present, Dyla closed her eyes and steadied her breathing. Mana was paint and a spell was the brush. Blue energy gathered softly around her, swirling at her fingertips before the glow grew brighter and sharper. With new clarity, she shaped that power, and determination filled her voice as she declared that she would paint her own picture with this magic. The judge with the monocle stared in disbelief as a radiant blue aura wrapped around her body, and an ice spear formed within her grasp. In the audience, Lady Miria gasped, recognizing it at once as one-star magic. Even Rick's expression shifted with concern. That much power, if handled carelessly, could cause serious damage, especially in the hands of someone who had only just reached this level. But the girl in the red hood did not hesitate. Her gaze remained steady and unwavering. Rick answered her resolve in kind, surrounding himself with his own blue aura as his mana rose around him. Stepping forward, he declared that even if Dyla had finally reached one-star magic, he was still one step ahead of her. With that, the two prepared for their final, decisive clash, each determined to seize victory before the other could move. Rick chose to strike first, intending to end everything in a single exchange. Dyla lowered her small hand toward the ground, gathering every last thread of mana she had left into one final attack. Blue light churned violently around her fingers, spinning and tightening as she focused with absolute clarity. At the same instant, Rick unleashed a barrage of glowing energy arrows. Each one tore through the air with deadly speed, rushing toward Dyla from the front. The two spells collided at the center of the ruined arena. For one heartbeat, everything seemed to freeze, and then a blinding burst of light swallowed the entire battlefield. The collision erupted into a massive shockwave, ripping through the remains of the platform and obliterating what little structure still stood. Dust, splinters, and fragments of stone flew outward in every direction as the force of their magic rolled through the air. In the stands, Miria cried out Dyla's name in fear. Then, inside the thick smoke, something began to shine. A golden sphere of energy glowed brilliantly above the shattered arena, floating in the haze like a signal. The light pulsed steadily. General Pelham's protection sphere had activated, its shimmering barrier now clearly visible to everyone watching, proving that one of the duelists had finally reached the limit. As the dust slowly settled, Rick stood hunched and breathless, staring toward the glowing barrier. His body trembled from exhaustion, every muscle strained after forcing his mana to the edge. Across from him, Dyla stood beneath her red hood, struggling to steady her breathing. She had also reached her limit, her chest rising and falling rapidly as the last of her strength drained away. The final traces of blue energy faded from Dyla's fingertips. At the edge of the battlefield, Derek remained seated, watching the result without visible emotion. His gaze stayed cold, sharp, and calculating as he studied the aftermath of their final clash, waiting to see whose resolve had endured until the very end. The story then slipped back 1 year. Outside the window of a grand mansion, hungry chicks chirped loudly inside their nest, their tiny beaks open as they waited to be fed. That small nest, resting quietly on a tree branch, was a peaceful symbol of new life growing in the sunlight, standing in sharp contrast to the heavy atmosphere inside the mansion. Inside the estate, Grand Duke Duplin walked through the long corridors while his aide followed beside him, reporting that a letter had arrived from House Belmere. The aide explained that the letter seemed to concern a recent incident and quietly asked how they should proceed. As he spoke, the Grand Duke's gaze slowly shifted toward a half-open door nearby. Through that narrow opening, he saw his young daughter Dyla sitting alone in the corner, completely isolated from everyone around her. Little Dyla sat with both hands clasped tightly in her lap, her posture stiff and her expression dark with a determination far too heavy for a child her age. The Grand Duke watched her in silence. His face revealed nothing as he looked at the lonely figure of his daughter, quietly taking in the sight without a single visible change in expression. And with that image, the memory faded. Back in the present, Dyla stood with a wound on her forehead and a distant, unfocused look in her eyes. The duel had ended, and she had just been defeated. The fierce surge of magic around Dyla begins to thin out, fading like smoke after a storm. As the duel finally reaches its end, the truth hits her all at once, cold and merciless. In that moment, Dyla understands everything. The trigger had already been activated, and from the instant it happened, her loss had become something she could no longer escape. Across the arena, her brother Rick, the one who has just won the duel, remains down on one knee. He stares toward Dyla in stunned silence, his expression caught somewhere between disbelief, worry, and awkward concern. Farther away from the center of the arena, Derek watches the entire scene without moving. His face stays calm, almost detached, as if he has already finished reading the outcome. And more than anyone else there, he understands exactly what Dyla must be feeling. Inside Dyla's head, one thought repeats again and again, louder each time. I lost. The shame crashes over her, followed by a sadness too heavy to hold back, and before she can stop herself, Dyla breaks down completely, sobbing in front of everyone. High above the arena, the Grand Duke has seen the entire confrontation unfold from the balcony. His eyes remain fixed on the field as the magical barrier finally dissolves and vanishes from sight. Beside him, the Grand Duchess can no longer contain her anger. She snaps at her husband, her voice sharp with outrage, unable to accept that such a crude, filthy struggle could ever be called a proper magic duel. To her, the whole thing is absurd beyond reason. Down below, Dyla is still crying, her shoulders trembling as the humiliation swallows her whole. But what hurts her most is not the fact that she lost. What destroys her is the belief that she has disappointed her master. The Grand Duke silently weighs his wife's words. His thoughts turn toward that so-called master, the man who has apparently been filling the young lady of House Duplin with such strange and reckless teachings. The scene drifts into another time, into a memory from long ago. A young knight stands tall and proud, his posture firm as he introduces himself with formal respect. His name is Reman Oswald Duplin, and he declares that joining the war is a great honor. Standing before him is a younger Grand Duke, watching the knight with careful eyes. The Duke tells him that he has heard much about his father, then notes that the young man's gaze resembles his. In those eyes, he can see ambition burning bright and unmistakable. The young knight answers with a simple, respectful thank you, keeping his composure as he bows his head. And with that quiet exchange, the memory comes to an end. Back in the present, Dyla lifts a shaking hand and wipes at the tears on her face. Even so, the pain of defeat remains etched into her expression, leaving her completely crushed. From the balcony, the Grand Duke continues to watch her without speaking. His face is grave and thoughtful, as if he is still turning over every detail of what he has just witnessed. In his heart, he quietly recognizes how far she has come. Her gaze has grown so much sharper than before. Dyla. At that moment, a group of maids rushes toward her in alarm, gathering around their young lady with worried faces. They insist that her wounds must be treated at once, their hands reaching toward her in concern. But Dyla has no desire to be comforted or helped, and with one sharp movement of her hand, she rejects them. She pushes away the maid who tries to touch her, startling the girl and freezing the others in place. Without offering a single explanation, Dyla ignores them all as if they are not even there. Then Dyla turns and walks away, her steps firm despite the ruined battlefield beneath her feet. Every movement carries the weight of pain, but also a stubborn resolve that refuses to collapse. She finally stops in front of her brother Rick. He looks up at her with an uneasy expression, surprised by her approach and clearly unsure what he is supposed to say after everything that has happened. Rick awkwardly scratches the back of his head, trying to find the right words, and begins to offer her congratulations. But Dyla does not meet his gaze. She only lowers her head, remaining silent. Without giving him any reply, Dyla turns away from Rick and continues walking. One of the maids quickly steps after her, offering to escort her back to her room so she can rest properly. Dyla ignores the maid once again. Instead, her eyes sweep over the gathered crowd as though she is searching for one person in particular, leaving the maid confused. At last, she spots him standing apart from everyone else. Away from the noise and attention, Derek sits quietly on a bench, waiting for her as if he had known she would come to him. He watches Dyla approach without rising, his face carrying that same calm, unreadable look. Even after the duel, his gaze remains steady, cool, and analytical. Dyla stops directly in front of him, her head lowered so far she cannot bring herself to look him in the eyes. Shame presses down on her chest, and she clenches her teeth as fresh tears spill down her cheeks. The pain inside her finally becomes too much to bear, and in a desperate burst of emotion, she drops to her knees and grabs the edge of Derek's cloak. Through heavy, broken sobs, Dyla struggles to force the words out. Her voice trembles as she admits the truth she can barely stand to say. I lost. She lifts her tear-filled eyes toward him and apologizes, her face twisted with guilt. What terrifies her most is not defeat itself, but the thought that she may have failed the master she wanted so badly to prove herself to. Derek simply looks down at her. As always, his expression gives almost nothing away, but there is no anger in his eyes, and not even the faintest sign of disappointment. Dyla remains kneeling at his feet, holding herself low before him as if placing all of her wounded pride, frustration, and trust completely in her master's hands. At last, Derek reaches out and places a hand gently on her shoulder. His calm touch steadies her, and he tells her that everything is all right, that he is fine as well, offering the comfort she had been desperately waiting to hear. But Derek does not leave her with comfort alone. He gives her one final lesson, telling her to take this frustration, carry it forward, and use it as the force that pushes her beyond her own limits. Those words sink deep into Dyla's heart. The despair that had covered her face slowly begins to shift, and beneath the tears, a new resolve starts to burn in her eyes. Finally, unable to hold anything back any longer, Dyla releases all of her pain, shame, and frustration in one piercing scream that cuts through the air. The maids stare in stunned silence, unable to believe what they are seeing. Their noble young lady is pouring out such raw emotion in front of a mere commoner, without restraint or concern for appearances. Then, all at once, the sharp sound of furious footsteps draws near. Someone is approaching quickly, and the anger in each step is impossible to miss. It is the Grand Duchess. Miria hurries toward them, her face twisted with anger as she calls out her daughter's name. Her voice rings across the grass, sharp enough to make everyone nearby tense. She drops to her knees in front of Dyla, instantly wearing the face of a worried mother. With a gentle hand, she touches her daughter's cheek and says that Dyla must have suffered terribly. Dyla, still overwhelmed, can only whisper one word, "Mother." The Duchess pulls her into an embrace, wrapping her arms around Dyla as she assures her that everything will be all right. Then she insists that Dyla must go and receive treatment for her injuries immediately. Dyla, worn down by the duel, the shame, and the flood of emotions, has no strength left to resist. She simply nods while continuing to cry softly in her mother's arms. As the maids finally lead Dyla away, the Duchess lifts a hand and wipes at a tear that looks carefully placed. She maintains the image of a grieving, devoted mother for everyone still watching. But the instant Dyla disappears from view, the Duchess's expression changes completely. The sorrow vanishes, replaced by a cold, furious anger that had been waiting underneath all along. Now that her daughter is no longer there, the Duchess turns her attention to the real target of her rage. Her eyes settle on Derek with a sharp, unforgiving glare. She strides toward him across the grass, each step firm and deliberate. The gentle motherly act is gone, leaving only the fury of a noblewoman who believes she has been insulted. Derek watches her come closer, slightly puzzled by the sheer intensity of her glare. Before he has any chance to speak, the Duchess erupts, her anger exploding without warning. She spits out an insult, calling him a vulture-like wretch, and demands to know what he thinks he has done. Her voice drips with contempt as she mocks his pathetic one-star magic. Then, without hesitation, she slaps him hard across the face. The crack of the blow is followed by her hand grabbing his clothes, pulling him forward in anger. She accuses him of filling Dyla's head with cheap tricks and dirty methods, saying he has stained the purity of a noble lily. To her, he has forced the young lady of the ducal house to perform something shameful and disgraceful before everyone. Derek takes the slap without flinching. Even as a red mark begins to rise across his cheek, his face remains calm and neutral, showing no fear, anger, or humiliation. The Duchess keeps shouting, declaring that there is a world someone like him could never possibly understand. It is a world of values, dignity, and noble pride, things she insists must be protected no matter the cost. When she sees her husband approaching, she immediately turns toward him as if demanding his agreement. Pointing at Derek, she complains that what they saw was not a true magic duel at all, and accuses him of being the one who taught Dyla such disgraceful things. But before the Grand Duchess can continue, another sharp slap cuts through the air. This time, the blow lands on her face, not Derek's, and she goes completely still, frozen in disbelief. The Grand Duke seizes her wrist before she can act again, his grip firm and impossible to shake off. In a cold, commanding voice, he asks whether she truly cannot see who is the one behaving disgracefully here, leaving the Duchess staring at him in utter shock. Her voice falters as she stammers out a question, unable to understand why he would defend Derek. To her, Derek is nothing more than a useless commoner. The Duke answers without hesitation, calmly agreeing with that much. Yes, Derek is a worthless commoner. But then the Duke adds the one thing that silences everything around them. He is also their daughter's master. With a stern look, the Duke asks what kind of parent would humiliate and mistreat their own child's teacher in such a shameful way. Through the entire exchange, Derek says nothing at all. He simply stands there in silence, watching the argument unfold around him without trying to defend himself. Then the Duke turns toward Derek, and in front of everyone, he does something no one expected. He apologizes on behalf of his wife, explaining that her outburst is merely a twisted, excessive form of maternal love. Derek looks up at him, visibly surprised by the Duke's sudden intervention. He had never imagined that a noble of the Grand Duke's status would step forward and defend him like this. After a brief pause, Derek accepts the apology with his usual calmness, saying that it is fine. The Duke then shifts his tone and invites him to come to his office, saying there is something they should discuss in private. Derek agrees and follows the Grand Duke without protest. Behind them, the Duchess is left standing there in front of everyone, her pride and authority openly wounded. She grits her teeth so hard her anger is almost visible, one hand pressed against her stinging cheek. All she can do is watch as her command is ignored and her dignity is trampled in silence. Inside the Grand Duke's office, the atmosphere changes completely. The Duke faces Derek and openly praises his work, saying that he has raised Dyla in a truly impressive manner. As the head of House Duplin, the Duke believes Derek has earned a reward worthy of his efforts. Not just any reward, but the greatest prize a commoner could ever hope to receive. Then he makes an offer so unexpected that Derek is left speechless. A 3-star spell. The Duke has clearly seen through what Derek desires most, and the weight of that offer settles heavily over the office. He acknowledges Derek's accomplishments, but also warns him that a mere 1-star spell will never be enough for anyone trying to survive in high society. Derek answers with composure, explaining that now Dyla has secured the basics, her growth should begin to accelerate rapidly. He also points out that House Duplin has plenty of capable people who could continue guiding her from here. But the Duke cuts him off before he can go any further. What Dyla needs is not simply another instructor who can pass along techniques. What she needs is a real master. For a moment, the only sound in the room is the faint scratch of the Duke's pen as he prepares to write. Then, with his sharp gaze fixed directly on Derek, he speaks plainly. Derek carries an ambition that an ordinary commoner should never even dare to dream about. Derek understands at once that the man sitting before him is far from an ordinary noble. The Duke continues, calmly explaining that such ambition would usually be treated as an insult against the nobility itself. Even so, the Duke says he is willing to overlook it, but only because the person standing before him is Derek. Hearing this, Derek falls into a quiet, cautious silence. The truth becomes painfully clear to Derek. The Duke has seen straight through him. He knows Derek's real objective is not merely to obtain one 3-star spell, but to reach something far beyond that. That alone makes the Grand Duke a frightening man. As the Duke continues writing, He warns Derek that a person with ambitions that large cannot remain in a place like this forever. Then he lifts his eyes, looks directly at him, and asks one simple question. Is Derek prepared to leave? Derek gives a clear answer, he is. Seeing that the ambition in him is real, the Duke accepts it and sets down one condition. Derek must remain at the mansion for a little longer and continue teaching Dyla until the Duke is satisfied with her progress. Inside Derek's mind, the limits placed on commoners echo bitterly. There is a ceiling they are never supposed to rise beyond, a highest level they are expected to accept without question. Then the Duke asks the question that changes everything between them. Does Derek want a 3-star spell? For one brief instant, Derek is stunned into silence, but he quickly forces himself back into composure. A clear light of determination sharpens in Derek's eyes. His hesitation disappears, and when he answers, his voice is steady and firm. Yes, he wants it. Not long after, a hidden door opens inside the mansion, revealing a passageway glowing with secret light. With that, the agreement between Derek and the Grand Duke is sealed. Derek steps into the Grand Duke's private library, entering a place packed with knowledge he once thought would always remain far beyond his reach. His hand comes to rest on one of the heavy tomes, and even before opening it, he can feel the weight of the power and knowledge stored inside its pages. When Derek opens the book, his eyes fall on pages covered in complex runes and intricate diagrams. Every line seems carefully crafted, pointing toward the key to Master Ina. A 3-star spell. Derek stands there in silence, taking in the sheer scale of what lies before him. The knowledge is dense, advanced, and far beyond anything most mages could easily touch. A quiet whisper slips from his lips, and a faint smile forms on his face. Incredible. He thinks of the countless mages who spend their entire lives struggling just to obtain even a single 2-star spellbook. And yet here, spread out before him, is not just one book, but an entire library filled with 3-star spellbooks. At that moment, the Duke's deal finally begins to make perfect sense. Holding the book in his hands, Derek realizes he now has a firm reason to stay in the mansion. Knowledge like this is worth almost any risk. Still, one quiet thought slips through his mind. Derek knows all too well that if his mercenary companion Pauline ever hears about this new arrangement, she will not let it pass quietly. It would almost certainly cause a huge commotion. Meanwhile, somewhere in the city, a noisy tavern is buzzing with life. Jaden, the leader of the mercenaries, is occupied with his usual affairs, while Pauline sits nearby looking strangely embarrassed, confused, and bothered by something she cannot seem to settle. The scene shifts once again. Beneath a bright blue sky and warm sunlight, a new day of training begins, carrying a much lighter air than the tension from before. Dyla stands proudly with her chin lifted high, confidence practically sparkling across her face. In a loud, self-satisfied voice, she announces to anyone willing to hear it that she is now officially a 1-star mage. Derek does not even bother lifting his eyes from the book in his hands. With complete indifference, he answers in a dry tone that technically, since she has successfully cast a 1-star spell once, she can indeed be called a 1-star mage. His cold reaction immediately makes Dyla's excitement stumble. Irritation flashes across her face as she struggles to believe that her own master is not even slightly happy about his student's achievement. Derek calmly adds that it is not exactly an early accomplishment, quietly implying that she actually took longer than expected. Dyla's frustration rises at once, and she complains that dealing with him is unbelievably difficult. Unbothered by her reaction, Derek simply remarks that she seems to have recovered quite well over the past 3 days. He then reminds her that the last time they met, she cried quite a lot, and the comment instantly makes her cheeks flush as she turns her face away in embarrassment. Dyla loudly denies it, insisting that she did not cry at all. According to her, a little dust had merely gotten into her eyes, though even she sounds unconvincing as she continues muttering complaints under her breath. Still pouting, Dyla says her father really should have warned her sooner. She had been seriously worried that Derek might be thrown out of the mansion after everything that happened. Derek pays no attention to her grumbling and smoothly changes the topic. He announces that it is time to begin the lesson, adding that since she learns quickly, she should soon be able to master other 1-star spells as well. The word quickly catches Dyla's attention. Her eyes narrow with curiosity, and she asks what he means by that. For once, Derek gives her a small and simple compliment. He explains that her growth truly has been fast, because being able to cast a 1-star spell so soon after awakening her mana is actually quite rare. The moment those words reach her, Dyla's pride returns in full force. Brimming with excitement again, Dyla starts enthusiastically naming the flashy spells she wants to learn next. She suggests Mana Arrow, then immediately brings up the Wind Blade spell her brother Rick used in the duel. As she continues happily imagining herself defeating Rick with impressive magic, Derek suddenly cuts her off. Ignoring every spell she has suggested, he calmly declares that today's practice will focus on mana manifestation. Dyla is completely thrown off by his answer. She thought they were finally moving on to new one-star spells, not going back to something as plain, basic, and boring as mana manifestation. Derek explains it to her with unusual patience, making it clear that there are many reasons behind his decision. But no matter how advanced magic becomes, the foundation is always the part that matters most. Just as Derek is about to continue and explain the details more carefully, Dyla suddenly lets out a defeated sigh and cuts him off. To his slight surprise, she gives in and agrees to follow the training after all. She mutters that if Derek says this is the right path, then it probably must be. Even so, the disappointment on her face is impossible to hide. She had gotten her hopes up for something exciting, only to be pulled back to basics, leaving her expression caught between confusion and reluctant curiosity. Then Dyla notices Derek quietly staring at her. Her hand instinctively rises to her cheek, and she asks if there is something on her face, wondering why he is looking at her that way. Derek answers casually, saying it is nothing. He says he is just surprised to see her listening so obediently for once. Coming from her, that kind of calm cooperation feels so unnatural that it almost makes him suspicious. The moment she hears that, Dyla is immediately offended. Her cheeks flush red as she straightens up defensively, insisting that she has always respected him from the very beginning. But before she can finish making herself sound innocent, Derek cuts her off again. An unpleasant memory rises clearly in his mind. Dyla wearing a mischievous grin as she dumps a bucket of dirty water over his head. In the same calm voice, Derek reminds her that she once poured filthy water on him. And not just once either, twice. The moment he says it, Dyla's face twists with embarrassment, as if she has been exposed in the worst possible way. She mutters awkwardly that she cannot believe he still remembers something like that. Derek simply replies that it is rather hard to forget. Desperate to escape the uncomfortable silence, Dyla suddenly forces out a nervous laugh. She immediately starts commenting on how lovely the weather is, using the excuse as clumsily as possible. Then, before Derek can say anything more, she quickly runs off to begin practicing mana manifestation. With her exaggerated enthusiasm on full display, Derek watches from behind with a faint smile. He is clearly amused by how desperately she is pretending to be excited about such a plain and tedious exercise. Time slips by, and before long, night settles over the Grand Duke's mansion. Under the pale glow of the full moon, the estate becomes quiet, wrapped in the cool stillness of late evening. After hours of relentless training, Dyla ends up lying flat on the ground, completely drained. Faint blue mana still circles weakly around her body as she struggles to breathe and recover her strength. At that moment, Derek suddenly appears above her, floating slightly off the ground as if it is nothing unusual. Looking down at her, he casually remarks that she is going to be very busy from now on. Derek lands lightly beside her and looks over her exhausted figure. Still panting on the ground, Dyla realizes he must have heard about her new schedule too, and frustration immediately rises as she grabs at her head with both hands. She complains that starting next week, she will have to attend etiquette classes on top of everything else. Derek, however, does not look troubled at all, as if he cannot understand why she sees it as a problem. He tells her it is actually a good thing. Now that she has learned a spell, she will finally begin receiving the proper education expected of a noble lady. Dyla stares at him in disbelief before launching into a list of all the endless subjects waiting for her. Etiquette, languages, geography, history, botany, piano, sewing, one after another. She names them with growing despair. She cannot understand why she has to learn so many things, and she wonders how her older sister ever managed to endure all of it. Derek answers her seriously, saying that this is exactly why Aceline is known as the flower of Duplin and the shining center of high society in Evilstein. Dyla lets out a tired sigh and admits that the only thing she truly wants to study is magic. Derek responds calmly, telling her that if that is what she wants, then she should simply keep studying it. Since the Grand Duke personally hired him, they have far more freedom than before. But Dyla still does not look convinced. She wonders if they will really have enough time for magic with all those new lessons taking over her schedule. Derek reassures her with quiet confidence, asking who could possibly fire him now that he has the Grand Duke's direct support, and Dyla can only give him a bitter little smile. She explains that even if her father accepts Derek, her mother will never stay silent. The Duchess will keep searching for any possible excuse to drive him out of the mansion. Derek asks her directly why the Duchess is so desperate to have him expelled. With worry tightening her expression, Dyla explains that her mother believes learning from a commoner like him will pull her away from the dignity and grace expected of a noble. According to Dyla, The Duchess is afraid she might even end up becoming a mercenary. Derek takes that in silently, and from the viewpoint of the nobility he can understand it. The duel they fought truly did lack the polished elegance and noble dignity they value so highly. It had been a raw, rough, unrefined fight from beginning to end. Then, all at once, an idea begins to form in Derek's mind. With a new firmness in his eyes, he tells Dyla that the solution is actually very simple. Dyla looks at him in confusion, unable to follow. Derek's gaze sharpens with quiet strategy as he addresses her calmly. Silencing the Duchess is not that difficult. All Dyla has to do is remove the very reason her mother can object, and the statement leaves her completely speechless. Dyla has absolutely no idea what he is trying to say. At that moment, Derek's plan is still too abstract for her to grasp, and she can only stare at him in bewildered silence. The next morning, bright sunlight spills over the Grand Duke's mansion, washing the estate in a fresh golden glow. A new day begins, and with it, Derek's plan quietly starts to move. Inside the mansion, Duchess Miria walks through the halls with a troubled expression. Several maids follow close behind her, keeping pace as her thoughts grow heavier with every step. She has already decided that she must act. In her imagination, one terrible possibility after another begins to unfold. To her, Derek is a dangerous teacher, a commoner who might drag her innocent daughter into the crude and vulgar world of mercenaries. She imagines him turning Dyla into a rough, unruly fighter, stripping away the elegance of a noble lady and replacing it with wild habits that would shame their entire house. Her worst nightmare appears vividly in her mind. Dyla dressed like some savage, barging into high society with a wild boar slung over her shoulders. The image alone is enough to terrify everyone and stain the name of House Duplin forever. Just thinking about it sends a sharp headache through the Duchess's head. She cannot allow such a disaster to happen. With renewed determination, she reminds herself that no matter what that commoner teaches her daughter, she still has power here. And no matter what her husband approves, she is still the lady of the house. Her word carries authority within these walls. Again and again, she repeats the same thought to herself. She must find a way. Her resolve hardens completely. She will expel Derek from the mansion and protect the honor of her family before his influence can spread any further. Just then, a voice calls out to her. "Mother, it is Dyla." The Duchess turns around, ready to face her daughter, but the moment she sees her, her mind drifts unexpectedly into the past. For one brief instant, the Duchess no longer sees the troublesome girl standing before her. Instead, she remembers a small, innocent child smiling in her arms, and that tender memory softens her heart. A single tear gathers in her eye, yet that memory only strengthens her determination to protect her daughter. But when she looks at Dyla again, the warmth on her face vanishes, replaced almost instantly by pure confusion. Something is very wrong. Standing before her is Dyla, dressed in an elegant blue gown with perfect posture and polished composure. She bows with flawless grace and gently asks whether her mother rested well last night. Her voice is soft, serene, and refined in a way the Duchess has never heard from her before. Miria freezes completely, unable to process the sight in front of her. The change is so sudden and unbelievable that she can only stammer in confusion. Derek's plan has begun. Wearing a bright smile and speaking in a sweet, gentle voice, Dyla apologizes for not being able to speak with her mother earlier because she had been recovering from her injuries. She says there are many things she would love to share with her mother, but unfortunately, she has piano lessons that morning. The Duchess can barely respond, still stunned by her daughter's strangely polite behavior, and all she can manage is a broken murmur. That is all the Duchess can say. Dyla bows once more with perfect courtesy and politely excuses herself, explaining that she must hurry to class. The Duchess simply watches her leave, completely bewildered by what has just happened. At last, she calls out to stop her. Still confused, she reminds Dyla that her etiquette classes are not even supposed to begin until next week. Her mind cannot make sense of any of this. Why would her daughter suddenly seem eager about something she has always hated? Dyla turns back, and in her mind appears the image of her perfect older sister, the role model she has chosen to imitate. Then she smiles with the polished grace of a true noble lady. Dyla replies that thanks to her mother's concern, she is actually looking forward to it now. Completely disarmed by the answer, the Duchess can only give in, stammering for her to hurry along or she will be late. In that single exchange, the Duchess loses all momentum. The confrontation she had carefully prepared collapses before it can even begin. As Dyla walks through the courtyard, the servants, used to her unpredictable and often violent behavior, instinctively step aside to clear her path. They stare at her with a strange mix of fear, amazement, and disbelief. Her transformation is so unbelievable that no one knows how to react. One maid is so shocked that the box in her hands slips from her grip. The box hits the ground with a loud thud, breaking the silence of the courtyard. Everyone freezes at once, bracing themselves for Dyla to explode in anger. But instead, she calmly walks toward the frightened maid with a gentle smile and asks if she is all right, kindly telling her not to overwork herself. That unexpected kindness leaves the entire courtyard even more stunned than before. The maid goes pale and trembles in place, barely able to force out a response. Strangely, the young Duchess's kindness feels far more frightening than any of her old fits of rage. From a distance, Duchess Miria watches with one fist clenched tight, seeing Dyla walk away with the grace of the perfect noble lady she had always dreamed of raising. And yet, deep in her chest, she knows something about this is terribly wrong. This victory does not feel like a victory at all. Later that same day, the scene shifts to the noble district of Ebelstein, where the quiet elegance of high society settles over everything. Beneath that calm, refined atmosphere, a round table has been prepared for afternoon tea, its setting delicate and proper, as if nothing unpleasant could ever intrude there. Yet during their last gathering, Ellen had clearly sensed that something was weighing on Aceline. The cheerful conversation had not been enough to hide the heaviness in her heart, and Ellen had been quietly worried ever since. When Aceline heard this, she blinked in mild surprise. Aceline had not realized her emotions had shown through so clearly. Regaining her composure, she gave a small, graceful smile, lifted her teacup, and admitted that she had indeed been troubled at the time. Fortunately, most of the matter had already been settled, and she felt much better now, her calm voice carrying a soft sense of relief. Hearing that, Ellen felt genuinely comforted. Even so, another concern still lingered in her mind. She had heard a rumor that Aceline had personally left the noble district to save someone, and that alone had deeply unsettled her. After all, daughters of noble houses rarely stepped beyond their protected world unless there was a serious reason. Ellen honestly admitted that the rumor had worried her a great deal. Aceline gently thanked her for caring, and then explained what had happened. Her younger sister, Dyla Belmiard, had needed a proper magic teacher, and since finding the right person was not easy, Aceline had decided to search for one herself. Although Eilein's explanation sounded simple, Ellen's thoughts sharpened at once. If Aceline had personally gone out to find that teacher, then the person could not possibly be ordinary. A noble lady would never go that far for someone insignificant. Still, Ellen kept her pleasant smile in place, even as quiet curiosity stirred behind her composed eyes. At that moment, Lady Denise Linear-Veltis, the second daughter of House Veltis, who had been listening quietly beside them, entered the conversation with a polite smile. She confirmed that the teacher had indeed been hired for Lady Dyla. Not long ago, Denise had visited the Belmiard mansion and seen Dyla again, and the change had been astonishing. The once troublesome young girl had become so refined and proper that she was almost unrecognizable. Aceline nodded, her voice filled with quiet pride. Dyla had already manifested one-star magic, and her behavior had become neat, steady, and composed. Seeing her younger sister make such progress had even made Aceline feel that she herself needed to work harder as well. Denise kept her gentle smile, but a faint doubt moved silently through her thoughts. The Belmiard family had always kept Dyla hidden away from society, so why speak about her so openly now? Something about it felt unusual. Even so, Denise only remarked that Aceline must have found an excellent teacher, and Aceline agreed without the slightest hesitation. Aceline admitted that the teacher did not possess noble status, but his ability was truly exceptional. In fact, he was impressive enough that it had been worth traveling all the way to the Belden Mercenary Corps to find him personally. At those words, both Ellen and Denise paused. A mercenary. That single word seemed to hang in the air with unexpected weight. As the silence lingered, Ellen's thoughts drifted back to an old memory. She remembered a cook who had once fled from the Belmiard estate in terror, whispering frightening stories about Dyla's harsh, violent, and uncontrollable behavior. Back then, Dyla had been known not only as wild, but even cruel, the kind of young lady people quietly feared rather than admired. And yet now, that same Dyla had become disciplined, refined, and even a one-star mage. Transforming someone like her could never be done with simple skill alone. It required strength, patience, and the ability to control a truly difficult student. Ellen slowly took a sip of tea, hiding the sharpness of her thoughts behind the elegant motion. Whoever this teacher was, he was clearly not an ordinary man. If Dyla continued improving at this pace, his name would eventually spread through noble society. It would be wise to learn who he was before everyone else began paying attention. With a warm yet curious smile, Ellen finally asked for the teacher's name. Aceline looked slightly puzzled by the sudden interest, as if she had not expected the question. Ellen simply explained that if he was guiding Dyla, then he would surely become famous someday. There was no harm in knowing his name in advance. Aceline accepted that reasoning without suspicion and answered calmly. The teacher's name was Derek. Then the scene quietly shifts to the sitting chamber of the Grand Belmiard mansion, where Lady Dyla sits beside her mother on a beautifully embroidered sofa, speaking with bright enthusiasm as she explains that Derek has also been teaching her a little etiquette along with magic. With a soft laugh, Dyla admits that etiquette is extremely difficult to learn alone. Her mother replies with a composed smile, saying she understands, and that it is admirable for Dyla to study so diligently by herself. But Dyla quickly corrects her, explaining that it was not truly self-study at all. Derek had patiently taught her everything. Curious, her mother asks what had been so difficult back when Dyla tried learning on her own. Dyla laughs again and answers honestly that almost everything had been difficult. Then, with cheerful sincerity, she adds that she can only manage even this much because Derek has been helping her. At that moment, irritation quietly flares inside her mother's heart. Her face remains calm, and her elegant smile does not waver, but her thoughts are anything but peaceful. That damn Derek. Inwardly, she fumes over the name. How many more times must she hear it? She does not know exactly what Derek has done to influence Dyla so deeply, but she cannot allow things to keep going like this. There has to be some way to handle the situation. When their conversation comes to an end, she excuses herself with dignified composure, carefully hiding the anger simmering beneath her refined exterior. Soon after, she begins moving through the mansion halls, determined to gather information for herself. She first approaches a maid and casually asks about Dyla's recent behavior. The maid smiles warmly and replies that Lady Dyla has been very kind to the servants lately, and that she has become noticeably gentler. Still unsatisfied, the mother continues her quiet investigation and speaks next to a gardener. He also smiles as he remarks that Lady Dyla seems to be in an unusually good mood these days. Her personality has softened greatly, and the change has happened in only a few short weeks. Finally, she goes to the butler. The butler pauses thoughtfully before answering, then says the transformation is truly surprising. The refined demeanor Dyla now displays is something he had previously seen only in Lady Aceline. Perhaps, he suggests, Lady Dyla is finally trying to become a true noble lady. There is now a natural dignity in Dyla's behavior that had never existed before. But instead of comforting her mother, every one of these remarks only deepens her resentment. Her face flushes red with suppressed anger, yet she forces herself to remain composed and quietly withdraws from the servants without revealing what she is feeling. As night slowly descends over the estate, her thoughts continue to burn hotter, filled with frustration that refuses to fade. Outside, beneath the faint silver glow of the moon, Derek is alone on the castle grounds, practicing his magic in the quiet darkness. Sweat rolls down his forehead as exhaustion weighs heavily on his body. Even so, he refuses to stop, pushing himself forward through sheer will. Blue mana flickers around his hands as he focuses intensely, trying to sharpen and refine his control. For a brief moment, the aura flares brighter, but the strain quickly becomes too much for him to bear. His strength finally gives out, and Derek collapses onto the ground, breathing hard as the last of his energy drains away. As he lies there trying to catch his breath, he suddenly senses that someone is nearby, watching from a short distance away. Turning his head, Derek sees R.A., Dyla's former opponent, standing not far from him under the night sky. R.A. apologizes politely and asks whether he has interrupted Derek's training. Derek pushes himself up slightly and assures him that it is no trouble at all. Then, curious about the unexpected visit, Derek asks what has brought R.A. all the way out here so late at night. Before long, the two of them sit together beneath the open sky, the quiet night stretching around them. R.A. explains that he came because he wanted to speak with Derek about Dyla. Before continuing, R.A. notices the book resting in Derek's hand and asks if it is a 3-star spellbook. Derek confirms that it is, explaining that His Grace, Duke Valerian, lent it to him. R.A. is visibly shocked by the answer. A book that valuable being entrusted to someone like Derek is no small matter, and the surprise shows plainly on his face. Derek admits that the magic written inside the book is still far beyond his current level. Even so, he says there is no harm in studying ahead and preparing himself early. At that moment, Derek remembers the firm words Duke Valerian had spoken when handing the book over to him. R.A. murmurs in amazement that Derek truly is a mage, and that alone is remarkable. His voice carries genuine admiration as he looks at the book and then back at Derek. Returning to the reason R.A. came in the first place, Derek asks what matter involving Lady Dyla made him seek him out. R.A. lowers his head slightly, looking unexpectedly nervous, and even a faint blush begins to color his face. After hesitating for a moment, R.A. finally asked in a careful voice what teenage girls usually liked. Derek stayed quiet and listened seriously, waiting to see where the awkward question was leading. R.A. grew even more embarrassed as he forced himself to continue. He wondered aloud whether Dyla might be happy if he embroidered a doll that looked like her, his face showing that even he was not fully confident in the idea. For one brief second, Derek imagined an oddly detailed handmade doll modeled after Dyla, and the image made him reject the idea almost instantly. With firm irritation, he told R.A. that she absolutely would not like something like that. R.A. immediately backed down, hurriedly admitting that he had suspected as much from the start. He quickly added that he had not truly planned to make one anyway, as if trying to escape the embarrassment before it got worse. Letting out an awkward laugh, R.A. rose to his feet and tried to move past the uncomfortable topic. He suggested that if Derek was finished with his training, they should head back inside together. Derek stood up as well, and the two of them began walking back toward the castle under the quiet night sky. As they moved side by side, R.A. suddenly spoke again, this time offering Derek his gratitude. Derek glanced at him with clear confusion, not immediately understanding why R.A. would thank him so suddenly. R.A. explained that the mood inside the household had become much better lately. Even Duke Valerian had started paying closer attention to the management of the territory, and although the Duke rarely showed his emotions, R.A. felt that he seemed quietly satisfied. Derek replied that reading Duke Valerian's true feelings was never easy. R.A. gave a soft laugh and admitted that everyone in the mansion would probably agree with him on that. After walking a few more steps, R.A. suddenly stopped. He lifted his gaze toward the still night sky, as if sorting through thoughts he had been carrying for a long time. In a thoughtful voice, R.A. said that perhaps he needed to accept certain things. People could change, especially when they were still young and had not yet settled completely into who they would become. Maybe he had simply failed to notice Dyla's transformation before, or maybe some part of him had been avoiding it. But now that she had truly changed, R.A. felt that he needed to change his own way of seeing her as well. Turning toward Derek, R.A. thanked him sincerely and said that Dyla's change had happened because of him. Derek offered no answer. He only continued walking, silently accepting the words without reacting much. After a short pause, R.A. brought up something else. He said that Dyla's magic had felt strangely different from what he expected. Derek asked if R.A. had noticed that during their earlier duel. R.A. explained that watching her magic felt almost like watching someone draw a picture. Deep down, Derek silently acknowledged just how sharp the boy's perception was. A genius truly was a genius. Noticing that kind of subtle difference should not have been easy, yet R.A. had picked up on it clearly. Derek then explained that Lady Dyla used a mana operation technique from the School of the Wild. Every person handled mana in their own unique way, shaped by instinct, temperament, and natural talent. Once Dyla reached a certain level, she would naturally form her own understanding of magic, and at that point she would no longer need his guidance. In fact, if a teacher interfered too much after that, it might hold her back instead of helping her. R.A. nodded slowly, taking in Derek's words. Then he murmured that Dyla's own moment to truly shine would come one day. 2 months passed after that. During those days, the atmosphere inside the mansion gradually became lighter, softer, and far more peaceful than before. One morning, Dyla sat gracefully in front of her dressing table, her posture calm and refined as the day began around her. A small arrangement of fresh flowers rested on the polished surface before her. Tilting her head slightly, Dyla looked at the blossoms and asked her maid why they had been brought there. The maid answered with a warm smile, explaining that the flowers had bloomed beautifully in the garden that morning, and she thought they would look lovely woven into Dyla's hair. Dyla gently picked up one of the blossoms, breathed in its soft fragrance, and smiled as she said it smelled wonderful. It felt as if spring had been lingering around them for months. While the maid carefully styled her hair, Dyla spoke thoughtfully about how much her daily life had changed. She could now use one-star magic with ease, and she had also grown much closer to the servants. A gentle happiness brightened her smile as she admitted that she must have missed many things in the past, things she had never even noticed before. Dyla believed all of these changes had happened because of Derek. The maid noticed how radiant her young lady looked and teased her by asking whether today happened to be the day of her magic lesson. Dyla's face brightened at once, and she asked if she really looked that happy. When the maid finished arranging her hair, Dyla looked at the flowers that remained and asked for one of them, wanting to give it to Derek when she saw him. But the moment Dyla stepped into the room, the warm atmosphere around her vanished completely, as if the air had gone cold in an instant. The flower slipped from her fingers and dropped quietly to the floor, landing there without anyone reaching to pick it up. Dyla froze in place, unable to move. Shock filled her eyes, and tears slowly began gathering as the meaning of what she had just heard sank in. Her voice trembled as she asked what Derek meant by that. Derek answered with calm directness, telling her that she had heard him correctly. There was nothing more he could teach her now. A heavy silence spread through the room, pressing down on both of them. It felt as though an invisible truth had settled between them, impossible to deny and impossible to avoid. Just as winter cannot last forever, spring too must eventually come to an end. The scene then moves to Duke Valerian's office. Derek sits respectfully before him and explains that His Grace has probably already noticed the important truth for himself. Lady Dyla belongs to the school of the wild, and even among those who follow that path, her trait is exceptionally strong. Her nature and natural disposition are not things that should be restrained by a teacher's constant guidance. For her, growth depends on freedom. Derek honestly admits that if he keeps interfering in her development, he will only end up breaking her wings before she ever has the chance to truly fly. Across from him, Duke Valerian listens in silence, allowing him to finish without interruption. The room remains still for several long moments. After a brief pause, the Duke finally speaks, saying that if this is truly the case, then there is no longer any reason for Derek to remain in the mansion. Derek answers simply that he is correct. For a moment, Duke Valerian looks as though he wants to say something more, but the words never come. Instead, he slowly rises from his chair, and Derek notices the movement without making a sound. The Duke walks toward the tall window and stands with his back to the room, choosing to look out toward the distant courtyard rather than at the young man behind him. Facing the view outside, he quietly admits that many things have changed because of Derek. Because of Derek, his daughter has grown. Duke Valerian confesses that he had been so consumed by ruling his territory that he failed to act as a proper father. The weight of governing had taken too much of his attention away from his own child. And yet now, he says softly, he feels relieved. Then comes the question that is hardest to ask. Without turning around from the window, the Duke asks when Derek plans to leave. Derek calmly answers that he has heard the arrangements. Lady Aceline Belmiard will soon visit the mansion before returning to Ebelstein, and Derek intends to ride in her carriage when she departs. The Duke acknowledges this quietly. Then, still keeping his back turned, he tells Derek to return the library key before leaving. Derek looks toward the Duke's back and replies that he will return the spellbooks he is currently studying, and then hand the key over to the head butler afterward. But the Duke immediately says there is no need for that. He tells Derek to return the key now. Derek does not argue or try to explain himself. His gaze lowers to the 3-star spellbook resting in his hand. For a short moment, he simply looks at it in silence. Then Duke Valerian says that if there is nothing else to discuss, Derek may go. Derek's expression dulls slightly, the change so faint that it almost disappears before it can be noticed. Even so, he says nothing. He rises from his seat, offers a respectful bow toward Duke Valerian, who still refuses to turn away from the window, and quietly leaves the office. Derek walks through the mansion corridor at an unhurried pace, his footsteps echoing softly across the polished floor with each step. As he turns a corner, he suddenly comes face to face with Dyla Belmiard. Derek stops immediately, the quiet hallway stretching between them. Dyla stared at him, her eyes carrying a painful mix of anger and disappointment, as if she could not decide whether she wanted to scold him or ask him not to go. She finally demanded how he could step into her life so abruptly, stir everything up without warning, and then disappear just as suddenly. Derek remained composed as he addressed her as Lady Dyla, his voice calm and respectful, saying that this was simply something that could not be helped. Dyla said she already understood that he would not listen no matter what she said, but even knowing that, she still had to say it. Her voice lost some of its sharpness, turning quieter and more fragile as she asked whether he truly could not stay. Derek did not give her an answer right away. Instead, he moved a little closer to her, then lowered himself carefully until his eyes were level with hers, meeting her gaze directly rather than looking down at her. In that same steady tone, Derek explained that, just like before, he would return to life as a mercenary. He would keep studying magic on his own, step by step, and one day, once Lady Dyla had sharpened her abilities even further, she would travel to Ebelstein for her official debut. Dyla slowly lowered her head, trying to hide her face, but the tears gathering in her eyes gave her away. No matter how hard she tried to hold herself together, the sadness pressing down on her was plain to see. Derek smiled faintly and told her that when that day came, they could meet again, and if his own magic had grown enough by then, perhaps he would even be able to teach her something new. The moment she heard that, the sadness in Dyla's eyes twisted into visible frustration. She snapped that he was annoying, complaining that he always knew exactly what to say at the worst possible moment, leaving her with no proper way to argue back. That night, Dyla lay alone in her bed, but peace never truly came to her. Even with her eyes closed, her sleep was restless and uneasy. A thin layer of sweat formed across her skin as she sank deeper into a dark and suffocating nightmare. Inside that dream, cruel voices closed in around her from every side. They sneered that she was useless, nothing more than an incompetent child who had only been lucky enough to be born with noble blood. The voices kept mocking her, saying she did not possess even the smallest spark of talent. They called her the shame of the Duplin family and questioned why someone like her had ever been born at all. Terror tightened around her heart. Even in the dream, tears flooded her eyes. Then, as if she could no longer bear another word, she suddenly cried out, shouting no. Dyla jolted awake in an instant. Her breathing came out rough and uneven, and her heart hammered violently inside her chest. A dull, heavy ache pulsed through her head. Only after a few moments did she slowly realize that none of it had been real, and that it had only been a nightmare. A maid hurried into the room in alarm, calling out to Lady Dyla and asking if she was all right. She explained that she had heard Dyla shouting and had rushed over immediately. She had come to see what had happened, but Dyla only stared at her in silence, still shaken and fragile from the nightmare. Then, in that vulnerable moment, memories of her old behavior began rising in her mind one after another, and a strange thought quietly took shape. What if she gave Derek a reason to stay? What if she returned to the way she used to be, slapping maids, throwing tantrums, and spreading trouble through the mansion? If she became that difficult, unruly girl again, then perhaps Derek would have no choice but to remain by her side. For a brief moment, she truly considered doing it, letting that dangerous idea linger in her mind. The maid asked again, her voice filled with worry, whether something was wrong or whether Lady Dyla was feeling unwell anywhere. For one sharp instant, Dyla almost lashed out at her out of habit, the old response rising to her lips before she could stop it. But she caught herself in time. Instead of snapping, she answered in a calm voice that she was fine, and deep inside she made a firm decision. She would not become that person again. With a gentle smile, she reassured the maid that there was no need to worry. As the maid finally relaxed, Dyla lay back down against her pillow. In that quiet moment, she understood something clearly. Acting that way would never make her someone truly valuable. Morning finally arrived, and warm golden sunlight spilled across the castle grounds. The air felt fresh and clear, yet a quiet sense of farewell hung heavily over the courtyard. Lady Aceline was already seated inside the carriage when Derek arrived with his luggage in hand, his expression as calm as ever. Aceline looked at him and asked if it would be all right. She asked whether dropping him off at the commercial district of Ebelstein would be suitable. Derek replied that he would appreciate it. Aceline smiled gently and told him to take a moment to say his goodbyes, since they would be departing soon. Derek then turned around and looked back behind him. The people of the household had all gathered there to see him off. The prince was the first to step forward, his gaze fixed on Derek as he asked whether he was truly leaving. Derek answered that he had to return to the place he originally came from. R.A. gave a faint smile and said that life in the mansion probably had not been easy for him. Even so, Derek had worked hard all this time. The prince then added that if anything ever happened, Derek should contact him, and he would help in whatever way he could. Derek lowered his head respectfully and thanked him. After that, he raised his gaze again, and this time his eyes moved toward Dyla. Dyla had already been looking at him before he turned her way. For a short moment, neither of them said anything. Then Dyla suddenly grew flustered, her face tightening as she shouted and demanded to know why he was staring at her like that. She quickly insisted that he had better not misunderstand her, because she absolutely was not about to beg him to stay. Then she declared, with all the pride she could gather, that she was no longer a child. Derek smiled gently and told her that it had been an honor to teach her. He added that he could not proudly call himself her teacher, but he hoped she would still remember the magic they had practiced and learned together. Dyla lifted her chin with a proud little tilt and replied that she would proudly say he was her teacher. After all, he was the teacher of the great Dyla Catherine Duplin. That meant he would no longer be able to live quietly, no matter where he went. Derek did not show much of a reaction, but behind Dyla's confident smile, the sadness lingering in her eyes was impossible to hide. She turned her face slightly away, her cheeks growing warm with embarrassment, and told him to take care of himself. She warned him not to do anything reckless or dangerous that might get him hurt. Derek answered that he would be fine, then gently told her not to push herself too hard either. Dyla immediately insisted that she was already capable. She said she was an adult now and could take care of herself. She repeated the words firmly, almost as though she was trying to convince Derek and herself at the same time. Those words stirred an old memory deep inside Derek. Long ago he had once said the exact same thing, that he was already an adult. He had insisted back then that he could take care of himself. He had said it to a woman who answered not with a lecture, but by pulling him into a tight embrace. With a gentle smile, she had told him to remember her words. Then the memory slowly faded away, and the present returned around him once more. Derek softly called Dyla's name. Then he reached out and gently patted her on the head. Dyla's eyes widened at once, completely caught off guard by the unexpected gesture. As his hand rested lightly against her hair, Derek quietly told her that she did not have to force herself to grow up so quickly. Tears began to gather in Dyla's eyes again, but she stubbornly held them back, refusing to let even a single one fall. Derek slowly stepped back from her and turned away to leave. The moment his gaze moved elsewhere, Dyla quickly raised her hand and wiped at her face, trying to erase the tears before anyone could notice. Just as he began walking away, Dyla suddenly called out his name. Derek stopped in his tracks and turned back toward her. She forced the brightest smile she could manage, lifted her hand, and waved at him while shouting that they would meet again someday. Derek lowered his head with quiet politeness and answered that they would meet again in Ebelstein, Lady Dyla. At last, tears filled Dyla's eyes so completely that she could no longer hide them. In a soft, trembling voice, she simply answered, "Okay," and with that final farewell behind him, Derek left the castle. By the time evening settled over the city, Derek had arrived in the commercial district of Ebelstein. The streets were crowded and noisy, overflowing with merchants, travelers, and the restless energy of the city. Nearby, two men were shouting at the top of their lungs, cheering someone on with wild excitement and urging them to hit their opponent even harder. Drawn in by the commotion, Derek quietly stepped closer, blending into the edge of the crowd without drawing attention to himself. At the center of all that noise stood a young woman with blonde hair, her fist raised as she continued throwing punches. In front of her was a boy whose face was already stained with blood, his battered appearance making it clear he had taken more than a few hits. She struck him once more, then suddenly stopped mid-motion, as if she had felt someone's gaze on her. Slowly, she turned around, and the instant she saw Derek standing there, her whole expression brightened with surprise and delight. She called Derek's name with unmistakable excitement in her voice. Derek looked back at her calmly and answered in his usual simple way, saying that he was back. Soon after, Derek returned to the familiar tavern known as Belden's Tier. The tavern was warm and lively inside, filled with the easy noise of drinks, voices, and movement, a sharp contrast to the quiet heaviness that had surrounded Derek earlier. Behind the counter, Jaden stood with a casual grin, holding up a drink as he told Derek that it was honey wine, the kind nobles like to act elegant about while drinking, even though Derek used to love it too. Derek accepted it quietly and thanked him. Jaden waved the thanks away with an easy smile, saying it was a welcome drink, so it would be on the house. As Derek took the cup in hand, Pauline watched him closely from the side, her eyes narrowing a little as though she were inspecting every inch of his face. After a moment, she asked if he had always looked that pale, or if living like a noble had somehow made him even paler. Derek seemed not to fully understand what she was getting at, so he only looked at her with mild confusion. Seeing that blank reaction, Pauline kept teasing him, saying that when she heard he had become a magic teacher, she figured the nobles must all be taking some kind of strange drug together. Then she leaned in, pressing him to tell her what had actually happened. Derek answered calmly that he had simply worked there and that there really was not much to tell. Pauline immediately reacted as if that answer was impossible to accept, her disbelief exaggerated all over her face. Leaning back with a playful smirk, she said that he even sounded like a noble now, then asked whether it would really kill him to talk about it a little. Before she could keep pushing him further, Jaden stepped in to settle her down. He set a drink down in front of her and told her firmly that it was enough, urging her to drink. But Pauline was already worked up. She slammed her hand onto the table and shouted that she was incredibly annoyed, because she had gone through hell working alone while Derek was away. For a moment, her frustration filled the entire tavern. Hearing her complain, Jaden glanced back toward Derek and joked that, thanks to all of that, Derek must have returned with plenty of money. Then he asked whether the nobles had at least paid him well. But Derek only shook his head slightly and replied in a steady voice that he had received something more important than money. The moment he said that, Jaden's expression shifted into clear confusion. Before Jaden could ask what he meant, Derek slowly took out a book and placed it on the table in front of them. As soon as Jaden saw it, his eyes widened. He leaned closer, staring at the cover in shock, and muttered, asking what exactly that thing was. Jaden wondered aloud whether it could possibly be a 2-star spellbook. Pauline leaned forward as well, her curiosity catching fire in an instant, and said with excitement that something this rare had to be something special. Derek calmly cut off their assumptions and explained that it was not a 2-star spellbook. It was a 3-star spellbook. The moment those words left his mouth, both Jaden and Pauline froze in complete shock. Jaden stared at Derek in disbelief and blurted out that he must have stolen it, warning that if he was caught with something like that, he would be dead. Pauline, however, reacted in the exact opposite way. Her eyes practically shone as she exclaimed that stealing did not matter, because it was a 3-star spellbook, and she wanted to steal one too. Then she immediately demanded to know where it had come from. Faced with their wildly different reactions, Derek calmly cleared up the misunderstanding and said that the Grand Duke had given it to him. The instant Pauline heard that the Grand Duke himself had handed Derek the spellbook, her eyes widened even more with excitement. She instantly leaned forward and shouted that he had better not be lying, calling him a little punk as she asked whether they happened to be looking for an archery instructor there too. Her voice was packed with eager curiosity, as though she had already started imagining herself working among nobles. Derek, however, gave no response to her outburst and simply sat there in silence. After that brief burst of noise, the tavern settled back into a calmer rhythm. Derek now sat with the spellbook open in front of him, quietly reading through its pages with careful focus. Without even lifting his eyes, he asked whether any requests had come in lately. Nearby, Pauline was already lying down, fast asleep after all the earlier excitement. From behind the counter, Jaden looked surprised and asked if Derek really planned to take on a request right after coming back. Derek answered plainly that he did. If it was something light like a simple subjugation job, he wanted to do it because he felt as if his edge had dulled a little. Jaden immediately shook his head with a confident grin and said there was no way Derek had lost his edge. Then he added that in this line of work, mages were always in short supply, so if Derek wanted a job, there would be more than enough waiting for him. Derek closed the book partway and answered without hesitation that he wanted to start tomorrow, as soon as possible. And by the next morning he had already set out. Derek and Pauline traveled together toward their destination, riding along the road side by side as the two mercenaries began their new mission. As they pushed deeper into the wild outskirts, the safer roads fell behind them, and several monsters appeared along the way. At one point, they clashed with a group of goblins, fighting them off amid the rough terrain as the creatures swarmed in. Later, their path brought them face to face with a terrifying spider monster, its presence far more unsettling than the enemies they had dealt with before. After defeating those creatures one after another, Derek and Pauline continued onward, pressing farther into the dangerous wilderness without turning back. When night finally fell, they stopped in a quiet place to rest. Pauline relaxed after the long day of travel and fighting, but Derek's attention had already shifted to something else entirely. Even during their break, he continued working to understand and master the third circle magic recorded in the spellbook. Sitting quietly beneath the night air, Derek concentrated deeply, gathering his mana and trying to control its flow with far more precision than before. For a brief moment, it looked as though he had actually managed to shape the magical current properly. But then, without warning, a massive explosion erupted. The force of the blast surged outward so violently that it could be seen even from far away. It was obvious that something had gone wrong with the spell. After the explosion died down, Derek sat down again and returned to the spellbook, studying it with even more care than before. Within its pages, he began noticing new patterns and complicated magical circles that he had not fully understood earlier. Determined to improve, he kept analyzing them piece by piece, refusing to stop just because he had failed. As time continued to pass, the world around them slowly began to change. Days slipped into weeks, and the scenery gradually transformed, until the signs of winter finally arrived across the land. Snow blanketed the ground, and the air turned sharp and bitterly cold, carrying the unmistakable chill of the season. Eventually, after their long journey, Derek and Pauline returned once more. The moment they stepped back inside the tavern, Pauline shivered from the cold and immediately began complaining in a loud voice. Pauline shivered the moment she stepped inside, rubbing at herself against the cold as she complained that it was freezing and asked how much colder the weather was planning to get. Hearing them come in like that, Jaden let out a warm laugh and said it really was good to be young, especially since they had gone all the way to the Kemp Mountains and back in weather like this. Derek silently placed several items from their hunt onto the counter, while Pauline sighed in frustration and muttered that she kept telling him they should have waited until it warmed up. But when Jaden looked down at what they had brought back, his eyes widened slightly despite himself. He shook his head with a laugh and said the two of them were probably the only people reckless enough to return with a harpy's head in weather this terrible. After hearing Jaden's earlier remark, Derek answered quietly and thanked him, saying that after that trip, he finally felt alive again. Jaden smiled a little at Derek's response, then continued by saying that after working that hard, Derek would probably be resting tomorrow. But as luck would have it, a request had just come in that seemed to fit him perfectly. Derek lifted his gaze with interest and asked what kind of request it was. Jaden explained in a calm, easy tone that it was expensive and simple, though it might turn out to be a little troublesome in its own way. He said the request had been sent over from the Royal Mercenary Corps on West Street. Then Jaden asked if Derek had heard of Count Belmiard, explaining that they were looking for a commoner who could help with magic sparring. To put it plainly, Jaden said, they needed someone to act as a punching dummy. Derek would only have to go there, take a few hits, and the job would be done. Soon after, the setting moved to the Nobles District, where a large magic sparring arena stood waiting. The training ground was spacious, clean, and well-maintained, clearly built for noble mages to practice in comfort. Inside the arena, an old man stood beside a young girl with striking red hair. The girl looked around with curiosity and asked who she would be sparring with that day. The old man answered evenly that the session was meant to help her practice offensive magic. He explained that they had arranged for a commoner to assist her. The girl, Ellen, immediately frowned, her disbelief showing clearly as she questioned what he had just said. She asked if he was seriously telling her to beat up a commoner right now. Hearing the resistance in her voice, the old man responded in a firm and controlled tone. He told her that this was also part of her training. They had promised the commoner enough compensation, so she could practice as much as she wanted without holding back. Ellen sighed and crossed her arms, clearly unimpressed by the explanation. She said that, sure enough, the so-called practice was basically just beating the hell out of a commoner, which felt exactly like something nobles would do. The old man tried to justify the arrangement a little more, adding that the commoner could at least handle one-star magic. Ellen raised an eyebrow at that and asked her teacher whether he had forgotten that she would soon become a 2-star mage, pointing out that the gap between 1-star and 2-star was enormous. To her, that difference was like heaven and earth. A moment later, the scene shifted inside the sparring arena itself, where Derek was already waiting quietly for his opponent to arrive. He sat there calmly, his posture steady and composed, showing no trace of nervousness at all. Then someone suddenly stepped in front of him. It was the same red-haired girl from earlier, Ellen. She looked at him with open curiosity and asked if he was the sparring opponent assigned to her today. Derek responded calmly, introducing himself without any extra hesitation. After hearing his introduction, the girl gave a small nod and replied that her name was Ellen. But as Derek's name settled in her mind, a faint sense of familiarity stirred inside her. Derek, she wondered silently. She felt as though she had heard that name many times before, though she could not immediately place where. After a short pause, the old teacher spoke again and calmly brought the conversation to an end, telling them to head to the arena. Even as they moved toward the sparring ground, Ellen kept thinking to herself, studying Derek's appearance with a puzzled look. She wondered silently whether he was truly a mage, because he looked far younger than she had expected. That thought lingered in her mind for a moment, but she quickly pushed it aside and began preparing herself for the match. Once they stepped into the arena, Ellen straightened her posture and fixed her attention on Derek. Her expression sharpened into seriousness as she prepared for the sparring session. Then she looked directly at him and asked whether he knew the basic etiquette of magic sparring. Derek answered without hesitation, his voice calm as he said that he knew the basics. Hearing that, Ellen nodded slightly and told him to resist as much as he could, adding that she would try to end things quickly. But even while saying that, she was already thinking quietly to herself. She told herself that she would do what she had to do, but if she blasted him out of bounds with a shockwave, the match would be over in no time. Meanwhile, Derek considered her words carefully before speaking again. He repeated the idea of resisting as much as he could, then calmly asked exactly how much resistance she wanted from him. Ellen immediately looked at him with a mix of confusion and annoyance, asking what kind of ridiculous question that was. Derek explained in the same calm tone that he needed to know how much he should resist if he wanted to be useful to her training. The old teacher standing nearby remained silent as he listened to their exchange. Hearing Derek speak in such an unusual and serious way, Ellen could not help letting a small smile appear on her face. She shook her head slightly and told him he certainly had a funny way of talking. Then she repeated herself, saying that he should resist with everything he had. The moment Derek heard those words, a faint smile quietly appeared on his face. At the same time, energy began to stir around him as he prepared for the sparring match. With calm confidence, he answered that he would do as she commanded. Blue magic slowly gathered in Derek's palm as he stood in the arena, facing Lady Ellen, and the space between them grew heavy. The air seemed thick with tension and magical power, yet neither of them made a careless move. Both remained composed, standing in silence as they prepared for what was about to unfold. Lady Ellen began to chant, her voice soft, steady, and refined. Every word carried control and precision as power condensed into her hand. As she studied the young man in front of her, she had to admit that this commoner possessed rare talent. Reaching the level of a one-star mage at such a young age was certainly not a small achievement. Even so, in Ellen's eyes, his calm confidence was beginning to look far too close to arrogance. To her, he seemed unaware of the invisible boundary that stood between nobles and commoners, and she believed it was her place to remind him. The instant her chant ended, she released the magic she had gathered in one swift motion. A destructive wave surged forward, tearing through the air with overwhelming force as it rushed straight toward Derek. But Derek reacted instantly. Without the slightest hint of panic, he stepped lightly to the side and shifted back just enough, avoiding the attack with clean and effortless precision. The spell shot past him and slammed into the trees behind the arena, exploding with violent force. Thick trunks were sliced apart as if they were nothing more than paper, sending splinters and dust scattering across the ground in a chaotic burst. Lady Ellen narrowed her eyes, disbelief flashing through them. The ease with which he had dodged her attack made it feel almost as though he were mocking her. Meanwhile, Derek simply watched her in silence, his expression calm and his posture relaxed, as if he were quietly waiting to see what she would try next. That composure only irritated Ellen even more. Anger rose inside her, because in her mind, no matter how skilled he might be, a commoner had no right to stand so calmly before a noble mage. Determined to correct what she saw as his misplaced confidence, Ellen decided she would overwhelm him completely and force him to acknowledge the gap between them. Without hesitation, she began chanting once more. This time, her voice echoed more sharply across the arena, and multiple magic circles appeared beneath her feet, glowing with a cold and eerie light. From those circles, countless arrows of ice began forming around her, gathering together like a frozen storm waiting for her command. She watched the ice arrows take shape with quiet certainty, convinced that someone at Derek's level could never withstand an attack like this. Then, with a decisive gesture, she released them all at once. The air instantly filled with a massive wave of icy projectiles, rushing toward Derek from every direction and leaving no clear path of escape. Yet even then, he did not falter. He simply raised one hand and cast what looked like a very basic spell. The moment the two magics collided, Lady Ellen's eyes widened in shock. That basic-looking spell shattered every ice arrow in an instant, breaking them apart before they could get anywhere near Derek. The icy projectiles burst into countless glittering fragments, scattering across the arena like shards of falling glass, with several pieces skidding all the way to Ellen's feet. For a brief moment, she stood completely still, unable to process what she had just seen, and only then did a deeper realization begin to settle in. Handling a simple spell with that level of precision was anything but ordinary. It required an exceptional understanding of magic, along with a mastery that could not be gained through talent alone. Nearby, the teacher who had been observing the duel watched the exchange with growing interest. The rumors surrounding Derek no longer sounded exaggerated to him. In fact, the skill Derek had just displayed hinted at experience far beyond that of an ordinary academy student. The more he watched, the harder it became to ignore the weight behind those stories. Perhaps Derek really had lived as a veteran mercenary, and perhaps that calm exterior was hiding far more than anyone first believed. Beneath Derek's quiet demeanor, there was clearly something real. Realizing her mistake, Lady Ellen finally understood that she had underestimated him. The time for light testing was over. A new determination sharpened in her eyes as golden magical energy began swirling around her body, and she started chanting once more, her voice noticeably sharper than before. This time, every word came out with greater focus. Flames of radiant light flickered around her like a blazing aura, filling the arena with an intense glow. In her mind, Ellen admitted that she had been careless earlier. Now, she would no longer hold back. As her chant reached its end, dozens of golden arrows appeared around her, each one shining with destructive power. The air itself seemed to hum beneath the pressure of those arrows. Derek watched in silence and immediately recognized the change in her approach. She was no longer trying to land precise strikes. This was a wide-range assault designed to swallow everything in its path, leaving him with nowhere to dodge. For a moment, he quietly admired her judgment. Her ability to adjust so quickly was not something he could take lightly. Without hesitation, Lady Ellen raised her hand, gathered those arrows under her command, and released them all at once. A storm of golden light surged forward, raining down toward Derek like a relentless wave of blazing spears. Realizing at once that simple evasion would no longer work, Derek reacted without wasting a single breath. He chanted a defensive spell and formed a magical barrier around himself, gripping the spell firmly with both hands as he braced his body for the impact. One golden arrow after another slammed into the shield, each collision erupting into a deafening explosion that shook the entire arena. Dust and shattered debris rose in thick clouds, swallowing the battlefield until almost nothing could be seen. From a distance, Lady Ellen watched with steady confidence, certain that a barrage this relentless would eventually crush through his defense. But as the smoke slowly started to thin, her eyes narrowed sharply. Derek was still standing in the exact same spot. His barrier remained intact, his posture stayed steady, and there was no sign of injury on him at all. Before that moment could fully sink in, Derek suddenly sensed movement cutting through the chaos at incredible speed. Using the cover of the explosions, Lady Ellen had closed the distance between them with remarkable agility. In her hand, she gripped a massive ice spear, its sharp edge gleaming coldly as she launched a sudden close-range attack straight at him. For the first time, Derek's expression shifted slightly with surprise. At this distance, there was barely any time to react. Even so, he admitted inwardly that her combat instincts were impressively sharp. Without delaying even for a moment, Derek flicked his fingers and released a small spell between them. A blinding flash of light burst out in front of her, freezing the exchange for an instant and forcing Lady Ellen to squeeze her eyes shut as she muttered a frustrated curse. Struggling to steady herself, Ellen cautiously opened one eye again, only to find that Derek had vanished from where he had been standing. Her vision was still blurred from the flash, so she forced herself to calm down and focused on controlling her breathing. If she could not trust her eyes, then she would have to rely on her ears instead. She sharpened her senses and listened carefully for even the faintest movement. A moment later, she felt a subtle trace of magic brush past her, and a bead of sweat formed on her forehead as unease crept in. Something had moved without making a sound. Then, as if he had emerged from nowhere, Derek appeared in her sight again. He stood calmly in front of her, almost as though he had never moved at all. Around his body floated 3 small spells, each one quiet, steady, and perfectly controlled. Without a moment of hesitation, Derek released those spells one after another. Lady Ellen reacted quickly and barely managed to avoid each attack, but every dodge cost her more balance and composure. Confusion clouded her thoughts as she wondered how he had gotten so close without making even the slightest sound. This time, Ellen forced herself to look more carefully, choosing to analyze the situation instead of simply reacting to it. And then the answer struck her. The secret was hidden in the silence itself. Derek had used a delusion-type spell that erased sound completely. He had already predicted that once her vision was taken from her, she would depend on her hearing, and he had prepared for that from the beginning. That realization hit her hard. It meant his earlier attack had not actually failed. He had controlled it. He had missed on purpose. From the very start, Derek had been holding back against her. That thought irritated Ellen more than anything else. Meanwhile, Derek remained as calm as ever, his control over those simple spells never wavering as he launched another attack. She was forced to block it in a hurry, tightening her focus at once. But in that same instant, her eyes widened, because Derek had already started moving again. He rushed forward suddenly, closing the distance between them with a sharp, aggressive burst of speed. Even under that pressure, a confident smirk appeared on Ellen's lips. Rapid spell manifestation was her greatest strength. She believed that the instant magic formed in Derek's hand, she would be able to counter it faster than he could release it. But just as she prepared herself to respond, something completely unexpected shook that confidence. When Derek stepped forward, the magical energy did not gather in his hands. Instead, it flared beneath his feet. For a brief moment, Ellen froze, caught entirely off guard by a technique she had never expected to see. Instinctively, she jumped backward, her mind racing as she tried to understand what was happening. Then it became clear. Derek was channeling magic through his feet. As she continued retreating, her focus sharpened even further. But the situation only grew more overwhelming. Even the tips of his toes glowed faintly, releasing small bursts of magic with every step he took. Every movement carried a hidden attack, and every step came with a rhythm she could not easily predict. Ellen struggled to keep up, barely dodging as the pressure around her kept building. But that irregular rhythm, so different from the structured flow she was used to, gradually broke apart her timing. In the end, it became too much for her to handle. Her footing slipped, her balance collapsed, and she fell to the ground. From the sidelines, the observing teacher watched with widened eyes as a realization began forming in his mind. Derek's technique closely resembled the methods of the school of the wildest style, where magic was not locked into rigid forms but allowed to flow freely through the body and emerge from any point without warning. Against that kind of unpredictability, those trained in the disciplined school of regulation would always have trouble reading the next move. Back in the arena, Lady Ellen placed a hand against her head and looked up at Derek, letting out a soft laugh that carried a hint of nervousness. The arrogance from earlier had vanished from her face. In its place was genuine surprise as she admitted openly that Derek was an extremely interesting opponent. There was honesty in her voice as she confessed that she had underestimated him, thinking the rumors were nothing more than inflated claims from a boastful commoner. Then Ellen slowly rose to her feet and stepped closer, her movements calm but careful, while Derek stayed alert and watched her every move. Derek watched her closely, keeping his guard up as he searched her expression for even the smallest sign of deception. Then Ellen lowered her head slightly, offering him a gesture that felt unexpectedly sincere. She told him that their fight had shown her something genuinely fascinating, and that she was grateful for the lesson he had given her, even if he had never meant to teach it. A gentle smile appeared on her lips, softening the sharpness she had shown throughout the duel. For one brief moment, it seemed as if the match had finally reached a peaceful end. But that calm did not last. In the very next instant, Ellen showed exactly how quickly she could adapt. Borrowing the principle Derek had just revealed, she sent magic through her foot. A sharp spark of light burst from the tip of her toe and shot forward like a sudden arrow. Derek reacted at once, raising his hand without the slightest hesitation. He intercepted the incoming attack in midair, catching the spell within his own magic before it could reach him. With one swift motion, he twisted its direction and redirected the spell, sending it flying straight back toward Ellen. Lady Ellen cried out in surprise, her calm composure cracking as she hurried to dodge. But at that exact moment, when her balance wavered for even a heartbeat, Derek moved again. He leaped forward with sharp determination, using the opening without delay and launching another attack right after the first. His eyes were focused and tense, leaving no space for hesitation. Ellen stared at him in shock as his strike rushed toward her, fully understanding that the duel had reached its decisive moment, where even one tiny mistake could decide who would be left standing in the arena. Derek descended from above with swift, controlled movement, his hand burning with sharp, crackling purple energy. The power wrapped tightly around his arm, flickering intensely as he closed the distance between them. Below him, Ellen looked up with her eyes wide, caught between shock and disbelief. For a brief instant, her body refused to move, frozen beneath the pressure of his approach. Sweat traced down her face as her mind struggled to keep up. Derek's gaze never wavered, his crimson eyes glowing with piercing focus, while his expression remained partly hidden behind the high collar of his cloak. Just as the clash was about to reach its most dangerous point, a sudden, sharp ringing sound cut through the arena. The clear chime of a handbell echoed across the field, snapping the tension apart in an instant. At the edge of the arena, the bald teacher stood firmly in place, his stern face visible behind his glasses as he rang the bell again and again, signaling the end of the match. That sound forced everything to stop. Derek landed on the stone floor with a heavy thud, and the violet energy around his hand faded away as quickly as it had appeared. Without hesitation, Derek straightened his posture, returning to his usual composure almost immediately. He placed one hand over his chest and bowed deeply in respect, his voice calm and steady as he thanked Ellen for the match. Ellen stayed silent for a moment, her breathing still uneven from the sudden end of the duel. Her gaze dropped toward the ground while her thoughts raced, trying to understand how a simple sparring session had reached such an ending. Soon after, the tense battlefield gave way to a peaceful gazebo bathed in warm sunlight. Ellen sat gracefully at an ornate table while a maid stood attentively behind her. Looking toward Derek, she openly admitted that he was a truly splendid mage, her voice carrying both sincerity and lingering amazement. Standing across from her, Derek did not accept the praise so easily. Instead, he replied with the same calm manner, telling Lady Ellen that her reflexes were what had impressed him, and that they were unlike anything he had encountered before. Ellen met his gaze and offered him a small, knowing smile, lightly remarking that he must have plenty of experience dealing with people if he could flatter her so naturally. Her tone softened as she continued, saying that although she had heard he was a commoner, the level of skill he displayed could only come from relentless, bone-deep effort. At those words, Derek's expression changed slightly. He lowered his gaze for a moment, his face growing more solemn, and explained simply that effort had never been a choice for him. As a mercenary, it was something he needed in order to survive. Hearing that, Ellen's expression shifted as well, the sharper edge in her demeanor easing into something more thoughtful. She told him to set aside the humility, admitting that she personally admired people who worked hard. Even so, her gaze drifted slightly to the side, toward the background where her bald magic teacher sat quietly with a book in hand. With a subtle warning in her voice, Ellen advised Derek to be careful, saying that the old man probably would not take a liking to him and that it would be best not to earn his disapproval. Then she took a slow, composed sip of tea and shifted the conversation, mentioning that she had learned a great deal from their sparring session. She also spoke of an upcoming match at the Roja Salon, quietly hoping for a favorable result. Derek listened attentively, his posture relaxed yet respectful, and reassured her that with her level of ability, she had little reason to worry. At that, Ellen gently placed her teacup back onto its saucer, the soft clink cutting through the calm. Her expression changed again, her eyes sharpening as her thoughts turned elsewhere. In a firmer voice, she said she had no interest in small fry. The opponent she truly wanted to defeat was Aceline Eleanor Duplin. As Ellen spoke that name, the image of a refined blue-haired girl rose vividly in her mind. Her face darkened slightly, not with simple anger, but with a deep and burning sense of rivalry. Across from her, Derek remained silent. His red eyes stayed fixed on Ellen, quietly watching her every word and every subtle shift in her expression, as he began to understand the true weight behind her ambition. That ambition settled clearly in Derek's mind. After a brief pause, Ellen seemed to realize that she had spoken for far too long. With a small dismissive wave of her hand, she told Derek that he could leave. Derek did not protest. He simply turned and began walking away, his dark cloak trailing softly behind him as he left the pavilion. Once his figure disappeared into the distance, the calm atmosphere returned. Left alone with her thoughts, Ellen reached for her teacup again, her movements slower now and almost absent-minded. As she stared into the surface of the tea, a thought resurfaced in her mind. Derek of the Baldoni Mercenary Corps. The name echoed quietly inside her, stirring a familiar feeling. Ellen frowned slightly, certain that she had heard it somewhere before. Then, like a distant echo returning all at once, the memory came back. Dyla had once spoken that very name. The realization struck Ellen sharply, as if a missing piece had suddenly fallen into place. Her eyes widened, and her breath caught as the truth settled heavily over her. Without another moment of hesitation, she pushed herself up and rushed outside. Derek was already walking away, his pace steady and composed, completely unaware of the storm of realization unfolding behind him. Then the silence broke under the sound of hurried footsteps. In the next instant, Ellen caught up to him, grabbed his arm firmly, and forced him to stop. Derek turned slightly, glancing back over his shoulder with a calm but curious expression. Ellen looked up at him, her face bright with an intense, almost excited smile. A new energy burned in her eyes now, sharp, focused, and filled with curiosity. Without hesitation, she asked him directly whether he was the mercenary who had taught Dyla. The question hung heavily between them, undeniable and impossible to ignore, marking a clear change in the way Ellen now saw him. As the sun dipped lower and cast long orange shadows across the estate, the setting moved indoors. Inside a grand room, the warmth of a crackling fire filled the space, its flickering glow dancing across the walls and softening the heavy atmosphere. The two sat across from each other at a small table, the quiet surroundings contrasting sharply with the intensity of their conversation. Ellen wasted no time. Leaning forward slightly, her voice low but firm, she declared that she would do whatever it took to defeat Aceline. Derek watched her closely, the firelight reflecting in his eyes as he repeated Eileen's name, questioning her determination to overcome the lady of the Duplin household. Ellen explained her reasoning clearly. Aceline had not yet reached the rank of a 2-star mage, and Ellen's goal was to surpass that milestone first. But even if she failed to reach it in time, she was still determined to win their upcoming sparring match. There was no hesitation in her words, only firm resolve. Derek observed her quietly and saw that her drive was not simple ambition. It was deeper and more intense than that. He remarked that she had an incredibly competitive spirit, and Ellen answered with a soft scoff, shaking her head slightly. She suggested that calling it competitive was far too gentle for what she truly felt. Her gaze lowered to her teacup, where her reflection trembled faintly in the amber liquid. Her voice softened as she admitted the truth. In the past, her desire to win had come from something far less admirable. She confessed that she had once been consumed by jealousy, something she now described as ugly and pathetic. Ellen spoke openly about how she had gossiped behind Eileen's back, searching for flaws and weaknesses that might damage her reputation. Yet no matter what Ellen did, Aceline had never answered her with hostility. Instead, Aceline had always shown understanding, and had even tried to reach out and accept her. Derek listened carefully, then asked why she would choose to reveal such personal and shameful things to him. Ellen lifted her gaze and met his eyes directly, her expression steady and unwavering. She told Derek that if he was going to help her, then first, he needed to see her exactly as she was. Even if that meant dragging the ugliest parts of her past into the open, she no longer wanted to hide behind pride or pretty excuses. Her voice carried no hesitation now, only a raw kind of honesty, as she admitted there was one thing she had to know, and he was the only person who could give her the answer. After all, Derek had spent time with the Duplin family, so in her eyes, there was no way he could be ignorant of Eileen's real ability. As she stared across the table at him, her expression was tight with urgency, but beneath that desperation, there was a stubborn determination that refused to back down. What she wanted from him was not comfort or vague encouragement. She needed to know the truth about where she stood right now, how far behind she really was, and more than anything, what kind of path she would have to walk if she wanted even the smallest chance of winning. So she asked Derek plainly what she had to do in order to defeat Aislinn. The moment that question left her mouth, the room seemed to sink into silence, with only the soft crackling of the fire continuing in the background. That quiet sound became the only thing moving through the stillness. Derek did not rush to answer her. Instead, he calmly reached for his teacup, lifted it to his lips, and took one slow, measured sip as though weighing every word before speaking. When he placed the cup back down, the faint clink against the table echoed through the quiet room. His face remained composed, but there was a thoughtful weight in his eyes as he began considering her request, acknowledging inwardly that Eileen's skill was truly at an astonishing level. But that did not mean Ellen was without promise. In Derek's eyes, she also possessed a remarkable amount of talent, the kind that could not simply be dismissed. Derek began to speak in a calm, even tone, telling her that if she kept pushing herself, kept sharpening her abilities, and refused to stop improving, then one day, she might be able to find the path she was desperately searching for. As he spoke, his gaze stayed on her, quietly studying every small change in her face. The firelight flickered over her features, throwing shifting shadows across her expression. And in that glow, Derek felt he could read her far more clearly than anything she had said aloud. He had always believed that a person's real nature often showed itself through their eyes. And what he saw in Ellen was not a young lady simply fishing for compliments, nor someone hoping to be gently comforted. What burned in her eyes was much more intense than that. It was raw, exposed, and almost painful to look at, a desperate hunger to change. She was desperate enough to sit right there in front of him, lowering herself to ask for help from someone she normally should never have needed to rely on. To her, Derek was only a mercenary, a man whose social position was far below hers, and yet she still faced him directly and asked for guidance without the slightest hesitation. For a while, the silence between them stretched heavy and tense, broken only by the steady popping of the fire. Then, without dressing up his answer or softening the blow, Derek finally opened his mouth. His voice was level, blunt, and completely unhesitating as he gave her the truth. She could not defeat Aislinn. Those words landed in the room like a cold weight, leaving no room for misunderstanding or false hope. For a brief moment, it felt as if even the air itself had stopped moving. But Ellen did not lower her eyes. Her stare remained fixed on him, steady and unwavering, though the muscles in her face tightened ever so slightly. Even if it sounded impossible, she admitted that she still wanted to win. There was no doubt in her voice at all. Facing the reality of his answer did not weaken her resolve. If anything, it made it harder. She leaned forward, pressing both hands firmly against the table as if anchoring herself there. With her determination written clearly across her face, Ellen reminded Derek of what he had already done before. She pointed out that he was the very person who had taken someone like Dyla, someone Ellen bluntly called useless, and turned her into a mage capable enough to stand on her own. If Derek had managed to do that for Dyla, then in Ellen's mind, there was no reason he could not do the same for her. To her, Derek was the missing piece she needed if she wanted to overcome Aislinn. This was a chance she had finally found, and she had no intention of letting it slip through her fingers. Derek, however, did not answer right away. He remained seated in silence, his eyes half lowered as he calmly considered what she was demanding from him. The pause dragged on for what felt like a long time before he finally spoke again, admitting that it was not as if there was absolutely no method worth attempting. However, he told her there were two things that concerned him. The moment Ellen heard that, her posture shifted. She leaned back slightly, crossed her arms, and a faint look of satisfaction appeared on her face. He had not refused her outright, and that alone was enough to keep her attention locked on him. She immediately asked what those concerns were. Derek's first question sounded simple, but there was a heavy meaning beneath it. Did she truly understand how he had trained Lady Dyla? As he said this, the atmosphere around them seemed to grow colder. In Derek's mind, a harsh image surfaced, himself standing over a terrified, trembling Dyla, with a sword already drawn in his hand. In that memory, His face was hidden in shadow, and his expression held no warmth at all, only a cold and unyielding severity. He did not need to go into detail for the warning to be clear. Derek's training was not kind, gentle, or ordinary. His methods were brutal, relentless, and absolutely not meant for anyone who lacked the will to endure them. Even so, Ellen did not flinch. She admitted that she did not know the exact details of what Dyla had gone through, but her answer remained the same. If it meant winning, then she was willing to do anything. Derek then moved on to his second point, calmly reminding her that before anything else, he was a mercenary. But before he could finish explaining, Ellen cut him off. She had completely misunderstood what he meant. Thinking he was worried about her pride, her noble standing, or how others might see her, she suddenly rose from her seat, her voice sharpening with fierce intensity as she declared that she was absolutely serious about her future. She said she intended to become someone whose name would one day resound throughout the entire empire, not merely someone praised in a small corner of society. To Ellen, the thought of failing to become even the best within a Vilstein's social circle was unbearable. She warned Derek not to insult her resolve by treating gossip, reputation, or appearances as if they could ever matter more than her goal. She insisted that she understood better than anyone what was truly important. And through that passionate outburst, Derek simply sat there watching her, his face remaining completely unchanged from beginning to end. When she finally finished, Derek answered in the same calm tone as before, cutting straight through all of her dramatic words with one simple correction. She had misunderstood him. He was not worried about her pride, her status, or her reputation in the slightest. His concern was far more practical than that. As a mercenary, he did not work for free. If she wanted his help, then she had to pay him. The change in the room was instant. All the fiery intensity Ellen had built up just moments earlier collapsed at once, as if someone had pulled the ground out from under her. Ellen stood frozen where she was, completely caught off guard. Her thoughts stumbled to a halt as the meaning of Derek's words finally sank in, and for a moment, she could not say a single thing. Then, little by little, a deep flush spread across her face. The embarrassment hit her hard as she realized just how badly she had misread the entire situation. Elsewhere, the view shifts to a quiet area near an angel statue, its stone figure standing gracefully nearby as the scene moves away from Derek and Ellen. Aceline was there speaking with several people, her posture elegant and her tone calm. She mentioned that it seemed the next meeting would also include a magic duel, and since she had heard that Lady Ellen's skills had improved enormously, she thought she should prepare properly as well. Beside her, one girl let out a tired sigh. The girl groaned that there was already going to be another meeting, while another person nearby responded with eager interest, saying that if that was the case, she would have to participate too. Just then, Ellen approached them with a composed expression and a polite tone. Ellen greeted Aceline by saying that Lady Aceline was being far too modest. The moment Aceline noticed her standing there, she turned toward her and answered warmly, saying that Lady Ellen had been there after all. At the same time, Ellen looked at Aceline and smirked inwardly, certain she had caught a glimpse of surprise on her face. In Ellen's mind, that surprise could only mean one thing. She imagined Aceline must be furious, bitterly frustrated that the man she had failed to obtain now belonged to Ellen instead. But instead of reacting the way Ellen expected, Aceline suddenly brightened with genuine excitement and offered her congratulations. Aceline said she was sure Ellen had made a very wise decision, and that Derek must truly be someone worthy of trust. Then, with the same sincere warmth, she congratulated Ellen once again. Her smile was gentle and honest, and she looked genuinely happy for her. Faced with that reaction, Ellen was instantly thrown off balance. She awkwardly stammered out a thank you, while inside, her thoughts stumbled in confusion. This was not the reaction she had been expecting at all. As Aceline looked at Ellen, a memory quietly rose in her mind. In that memory, Aceline was speaking to her younger sister, Dyla, gently suggesting that she ask Derek for extra magic lessons. She had noticed that Dyla's progress had slowed down a little lately, and if Derek was the one guiding her, then Aceline believed they could trust him. But the moment Dyla heard Aceline suggest that, her face stiffened with obvious panic. She quickly hesitated and shook her head, nervously refusing as she said there was no need to go that far. In fact, she truly believed it was unnecessary, and almost pleaded with Aceline not to do it, because to Dyla, her sister was someone far too important to risk over something like that. The memory fades, and the moment returns to the present. Lady Aceline stands there quietly, her elegant expression calm, yet her eyes seem distant as if she has drifted deep into thought. Watching Aceline fall silent like that, Ellen begins to smile inwardly. In her mind, she is certain Aceline must finally understand the meaning behind what has happened. That Derek, the person Aceline once relied on, has now been taken away from her. Ellen waits for the anger to show, almost urging Aceline in her heart to reveal it. After all, she believes she has snatched Aceline Belmiard's guardian right from under her nose. But while Ellen is expecting frustration, Aceline remains perfectly calm and composed as she begins to speak. Aceline starts gently, saying that Derek is actually a little, but before she can finish the thought, Ellen suddenly cuts her off, acting as if she has just remembered the time and saying, "Oh, it is already that late." With a polite smile, Ellen says their conversation today was truly pleasant, but she should be going now. After all, this is the day of her very first lesson. Then, without giving Aceline another chance to continue, Ellen simply smiles, turns away, and walks off with an air of satisfaction. Aceline watches Ellen leave with that bright smile still on her face, then quietly thinks to herself that it probably is not anything too serious. Derek, in her mind, is not the sort of person who would do something truly terrible. Everything that had just happened between the two young ladies had not gone unnoticed. Nearby, Denise sat calmly with her tea, quietly observing the entire exchange while taking a small sip. As Denise watched them, her thoughts drifted in a practical direction. In the end, everyone involved was simply trying to get by and make a living in their own way. The moment then shifts once more, this time moving inside Belden's tier, where the atmosphere is far more grounded and busy. Inside, Derek is speaking with Jaden, brushing aside the previous matter and saying that, for now, he needs to focus on the work directly ahead of him. Jaden listens, then immediately brings up the Belmiard family, wondering aloud why Derek's workload seems to keep growing no matter what he does. Derek answers in his usual calm manner, explaining that at the very least, he will not have to travel all the way to the Belmiard residence. As long as he can handle everything here in Ebelstein, then the arrangement should not become too much of a problem. Jaden still looks doubtful as he responds, pointing out that Derek is making it sound far easier than it really is. Then he asks the real question, can their young lady actually defeat Lady Aceline in that duel? Derek, without changing expression, says it is not completely impossible. He explains that he still has a plan. If Lady Ellen can somehow overcome second-rank magic, then even when directly facing Lady Aceline, they can use that difference in rank as an advantage, pressure her with it and secure victory. As Jaden listens, he continues working without stopping, easily lifting a large barrel as if it weighs almost nothing. Then, with a blunt tone, he tells Derek to put that optimistic idea aside for the moment. Jaden then asks him what the most realistic plan actually is, clearly wanting something more solid than hopeful possibilities. Hearing that, Derek's expression turns more serious. He looks at Jaden directly and says that this is exactly the reason he wanted to talk to him in the first place. Derek admits that he needs Jaden's help with this matter. Jaden listens, but from the look on his face, he still cannot quite understand what Derek is trying to get at. Seeing Jaden's confusion, Derek continues explaining that in order to create a safe environment for what he has planned, they will also need Pauline's help. As he says this, he casually lifts his wine and takes a sip, but even then, Jaden still does not fully grasp the situation. Jaden's brows pull together, and he mutters that instead of coming up with something sensible, Derek is clearly planning something reckless again. Derek does not even bother denying it. He answers honestly, saying that, to be completely truthful, this entire plan is extremely dangerous. At that exact moment, Pauline suddenly bursts into tears from the side and cries out that it really is incredibly dangerous. She sobs that those bastards are nothing but scammers. Still crying, Pauline says they scammed her until she had nothing left and made her suffer terribly. Between sniffles, she complains that they even took her very last penny. Her sudden emotional collapse leaves both Derek and Jaden completely stunned. After a short, awkward pause, Jaden finally lets out a sigh and offers her some money, telling her to use it as he tries to calm her down. The scene then moves to another location, where Ellen is already fully prepared for the lesson. Standing in front of her, Derek begins with no hesitation, telling her that the first part of training will be live combat. He lightly stretches his body as if warming up for an ordinary exercise, then adds that they will basically repeat the same combat drill 10 times. Only after that will he be able to analyze the fine details of her magic properly. Ellen's eyes widen slightly when she hears that, and she asks if they are really going to fight 10 rounds in a row. Derek gives a small nod and says he first needs to observe how she performs in actual combat. Ellen lets out a small hum, then remarks that this is exactly what she would expect from someone with a mercenary background. Even his way of teaching is brutal. Still, she brushes it off, saying she did not hire him just so he could make her sit down and listen to dull lectures from old books. Derek barely reacts to the comment. Instead, he quietly releases a faint pulse of energy into his hand, his expression remaining steady as he tells her that if she is ready, they can begin. After some time passes, the training ground looks as though a storm has torn through it. The area is in complete disorder, with broken pieces and scattered damage left behind from the intensity of their repeated clashes. On the other side of that wrecked space, Ellen is still standing, but only barely. Her body is visibly exhausted, and she struggles just to keep herself upright. Derek looks at her calmly and thanks her for her effort, then tells her to rest for 10 minutes. Once that short break is over, he says they will move on to discussing the fundamentals of magic theory. Ellen stares at him in disbelief, unable to hide her shock. She asks if he seriously means only 10 minutes, pointing out that she has already run completely out of mana. Derek answers with firm certainty. He tells her that if she truly puts in the effort, he is sure she still has mana left to draw out. Then, instead of comforting her, he points out that the shape of her spell is incorrect. Derek orders her to concentrate more carefully and create 10 additional ice spears. Even in her drained condition, Ellen forces herself to try again and again. But no matter how she struggles, she continues to fail. Watching her attempts, Derek speaks again in a stricter tone, telling her that if she cannot even do this much, then what can she actually accomplish? He reminds her that she is still 5 short, and then orders her to fire 100 more magic arrows. Ellen can barely stay on her feet by then, and even speaking takes effort as her breath comes unevenly. She tries to tell him that she truly has no mana left, but Derek cuts her off coldly, saying that instead of wasting time making excuses, she should already be forming another arrow. Pushed far beyond what her body can endure, Ellen finally collapses right there on the spot. Looking down at her after she falls, Derek simply tells her that she has worked hard for the session and may now go to dinner. After saying that, Derek looks at her again and asks if she is all right. He adds that if she genuinely feels she cannot continue, then giving up is always an option. But on the ground in front of him, Ellen is still smiling. Even through her exhaustion, she answers with confidence, asking if he is really telling her to give up over a workout like this. She says that because of all the worrying warnings he gave her before training began, she thought he was preparing something truly extreme. But now, to her, this just feels like ordinary hard work. Ellen tells him he could not possibly imagine what she had endured just to survive in the ruthless world of high society. Compared to that, this little bit of physical and magical strain is nothing to her. Hearing her response, Derek's gaze shifts with a little more interest than before. He quietly says that perhaps he had underestimated her. Ellen slowly pushes herself back up, still catching her breath as she insists she is only a little tired because she just came back from a social gathering. Then she says that starting tomorrow, she will show him what she can really do. So from then on, he had better raise the intensity of her training even further. She adds with stubborn pride that this light warm-up was barely enough to make her sweat. Derek listens to her quietly, then responds in a slightly puzzled tone, asking what she means by tomorrow. He looks at her as if her assumption itself is strange, and asks what exactly she means by that. Ellen stares back at him in confusion, unable to understand why he is reacting that way. Derek then continues calmly, reminding her that he had already told her the situation. Right now, this is only the dinner break. Ellen lets out a stiff, awkward laugh, trying to smooth over the tension as if Derek must be teasing her. She says he has a rather peculiar sense of humor, but Derek cuts through her attempt immediately, his expression completely serious as he tells her he did not accept this job just to joke around with her. The midday sun burns fiercely over the estate, pouring harsh light across the training grounds and carving sharp shadows along the stone. The air feels heavy with heat, sweat, and the faint metallic sting of mana lingering after repeated spells. Derek stands there as immovable as an iron statue, his voice slicing through the blazing heat as he orders Lady Ellen to keep going and fire 5 more magic arrows. A violent tremor runs through her exhausted body, and her breath catches in a ragged gasp of pain, but Derek does not soften at all. With his white hair shifting faintly in the light, he insists that what she calls her limit is only an illusion, and that she still has more power left inside her. As if proving his point, unstable mana flickers around Ellen in scattered sapphire sparks, revealing that there is still a hidden reservoir of strength locked within her. But when Derek suddenly raises the demand from 5 arrows to 10, the color drains from her face, and she stares at him in disbelief, questioning just how cruel he intends this training to become. Then Derek leaves her with a choice: endure even more brutal magic manifestation, or take on a punishing run instead. Ellen's legs already feel as heavy as lead, but in the end, she forces them to move, choosing physical agony over the sharper mental strain of squeezing out more mana. She staggers forward through sheer exhaustion, each step looking heavier than the last, until her strength finally gives out and she collapses onto a worn garden bench, her chest heaving as her lungs burn for air. Derek leans over her, his shadow falling across her like a dark wall as he dryly asks whether she is still all right. To his surprise, a crooked, defiant smile pulls at Ellen's lips, and between broken breaths, She gasps that when he suggests surrender is always an option, the torture almost starts to feel enjoyable. Ellen scoffs, her noble pride flashing even through her fatigue, and declares that giving up is a word she simply does not know. But instead of rewarding that stubborn spirit with praise, Derek treats it as proof that she is ready for the next trial. Sensing that her will has not broken yet, Derek calmly decides that her rest is already over and announces that it is time for them to begin sparring. For 2 merciless weeks, that same cycle continues again and again beneath the cold winter sun, until Lady Ellen is worn down so severely that she looks like a faded shadow of the proud young woman she used to be. During one rare moment of quiet, she slumps over a stone table in the garden, too drained to even sit properly. Her vivid red hair spills across the cold surface, spreading out like a dark pool of blood against the pale stone. Barely able to keep her eyes open, she pleads with Lady Denise to wake her the instant Lady Aceline arrives, no matter how deeply she seems to have fallen asleep. Through the fog of exhaustion, Ellen admits that the endless arcane studies have sucked away every last ounce of her vitality, leaving her body and mind completely drained. Denise watches her friend with a mixture of pity, concern, and quiet amazement, then softly asks why Ellen would willingly push herself to such a terrifying breaking point. Ellen does not answer with a weary sigh or a weak excuse. Instead, her eyes lift with a chilling intensity that seems far too sharp for someone so exhausted. She stares into the distance, her voice cold, hollow, and strangely steady as she says she is doing all of this for one simple reason, because she wants to win. Inside Ellen's heart, there is no room left for second place or graceful defeat. Denise can only offer gentle encouragement, promising that she will cheer her on as best she can. That fragile calm is suddenly broken when Lady Aceline arrives. Panic shoots through Ellen at once, and she bolts upright so quickly that the movement seems to snap through the quiet garden air. Aceline approaches with her usual effortless grace, her dark hair framing her composed face, and that natural elegance only pours more fuel onto the fire burning inside Ellen. From a little distance away, Aceline invites the group to visit a newly opened boutique together. But Ellen quickly hides her face, desperate not to meet Aceline directly while she looks so exhausted and disheveled. Only after Denise confirms that Aceline has already left does Ellen finally let out a wave of relief. Even then, the shame of being seen sprawled out in such an unladylike state continues to cling to her like an ugly stain. Denise tries to reassure her, saying Aceline probably did not notice anything at all. But in truth, the dark-haired noble had paused just a heartbeat longer than necessary before leaving. Eileen's blue eyes had held a quiet, genuine concern as she looked at Ellen's exhausted figure, silently wondering whether she was truly all right. Later, back within the privacy of her chambers, the burden of Ellen's rivalry takes a more physical shape when a maid presents her with an ornate chest sent from House Belmiard. Inside is a gift from Aceline, packed full of rare, high-quality elixirs carefully chosen to help restore mana and ease the strain of magical exhaustion. The maid begins explaining just how valuable the elixirs are, but before she can finish, Ellen's expression hardens into a cold, unreadable mask. With an icy finality in her voice, Ellen orders the servant to throw every single bottle away, refusing to accept what she sees as nothing more than pity dressed up as kindness. The maid recoils in confusion, unable to understand why her lady would reject such precious medicine, but Ellen repeats the order without hesitation. She demands that the charity be removed from her sight immediately, then turns her attention back to the only thing that still matters to her. She asks whether Derek has arrived for their next session. The maid confirms that he has been preparing since dawn, while a discarded letter remains on the table, its edges fluttering softly in the passing draft. The parchment, written in Eileen's graceful handwriting, speaks politely of the approaching winter and the falling snow. It kindly asks after the health of the ladies and mentions the fine goods recently produced in her territory. Aceline had sent them to share with the salon, but as those courteous words echo in Ellen's mind, her jaw tightens with barely restrained frustration. To Ellen, the gesture does not feel like kindness at all. It feels like a challenge to her position, her pride, and everything she is trying so desperately to prove. With heavy gray clouds gathering overhead, Lady Ellen returns to the courtyard where Derek is waiting, her determination reforged once more by the heat of her own resentment. Derek acknowledges her early arrival with a brief, curt nod, but Ellen has long since lost any patience for polite greetings or empty pleasantries. Standing in the cooling air of the courtyard, she demands a professional assessment of her progress, her voice sharp and tense, as though she needs him to confirm that all this suffering has meant something. After weeks of grueling labor that has worn her down to the bone, Derek only watches her with that neutral, unreadable expression of his, and the silence between them stretches until it feels almost physical. When Ellen finally snaps and forces him to say what he really thinks, Derek reflects on the length of their training with a detached, almost clinical calm. Then he looks at her with blunt honesty, sharper than any training blade, and suggests with terrifying calm that giving up may actually be her best strategy. His words hang in the freezing air, directly striking at the fire that has been driving Ellen forward, even as that same fire continues to burn away her health. Fury flares in Ellen's eyes at once. Her pride is wounded, and she demands to know why Derek keeps insulting her so openly and so brazenly. Derek offers a hollow, practiced apology for any pain his words may have caused, but he does not take back his assessment or soften the truth behind it. Lady Ellen straightens herself, her voice trembling with a volatile mixture of rage and desperation, as she asks how he could even suggest something like surrender after everything she has endured. Her obsessive goal has not changed in the slightest. She needs to know how Aceline can be defeated. The confrontation reaches a boiling point as Ellen screams that she hired Derek to create a path to victory, not to lecture her about quitting. She tells him that if he plans to keep talking such nonsense, then he should just get lost, because all he is doing is wasting what little precious time she has left. Every moment matters to Ellen, because she believes she must use that time to close the distance between herself and the rival standing ahead of her. Derek, however, remains completely unmoved by her outburst. His red eyes stay fixed on the trembling young woman before him with a cold, unflinching clarity. Then he asks one final, haunting question: what would she do if winning simply was not an option? Derek explains that when someone becomes frantically obsessed with victory, that fixation can sometimes stop them from truly growing. In his grim view, accepting defeat with humility can become the very first condition needed for real progress. Ellen recoils as if his words have struck her directly. Tears suddenly spill down her face, breaking through the composure she has fought so hard to maintain, because the path he is describing, acceptance, feels far too pathetic for her to bear. Then, in a moment of raw and jagged honesty, Ellen finally confesses what she truly thinks of herself. She reminds Derek that she is nothing more than a shameful, petty person who once spread rumors about Aceline just to cover up her own inadequacies. The title society gave her, the pillar of Belmiard, the flower of the Rojas Salon, now feel like empty, mocking lies. A suffocating sense of worthlessness closes in around her as she admits, with tears still on her face, that she is nothing. Those grand titles and flattering descriptions only made Ellen feel more hollow. Her voice cracked as she admitted that, beneath all the elegance she had tried to show, she was consumed by small, ugly jealousy, and she screamed out the truth as if forcing herself to finally accept it. At last, she gave voice to the weakness she had been trying so hard to bury, admitting how lacking and pathetic she truly felt. Now that she had confessed her own failures, there should have been no reason left for her to keep directing such focused hatred toward Aceline, and yet her body still trembled as she wondered why her heart remained in such violent turmoil. The crushing weight of her inferiority complex pressed down on her until she could barely breathe. Ellen demanded to know why the self-hatred inside her refused to disappear, even after everything had been dragged into the open, and through that desperation, she tried to make Derek understand just how deep her resolve truly ran. Even if proving that resolve meant exposing the most disgraceful parts of herself beneath the light, Ellen could no longer pretend that her pain came from simple envy alone. The wound inside her ran far deeper than that. Only now did Ellen finally understand the truth. She had never truly hated Aceline in the way she thought she did. The person she had always hated most was herself. Her conflict with Aceline had never been some shallow grudge between rivals. It had come from Ellen's desperate belief that victory was the only way she could escape the suffocating sense of her own worthlessness. Just as Ellen looked as though she might break completely, a firm step sounded against the damp stone beneath them. Derek moved forward, his expression hardening as a terrifying certainty settled over his face. With the cold winter sunlight catching the silver of his hair, Derek gave her his answer. They would win. He promised that he would make sure she defeated Lady Aceline, not because he pitied her, but because he had seen the soul she had laid bare in front of him. Ellen slowly lifted her gaze toward him, and within her tear-streaked, burning eyes, a quiet new purpose began to stir. Then, with all the fear and pain still lingering in her voice, she accepted the path ahead with a simple whispered answer. Okay. Some time later, a carriage rolled forward along the road, its wheels turning steadily until it finally slowed and came to a stop at a certain destination. The carriage door opened, and a figure stepped down from inside. The person who emerged was none other than Ellen's former teacher. As he looked ahead, the grand surroundings revealed where he had arrived. Count Belmiard's territory, right at the Belmiard residence. At that moment, a red-haired man approached him with an easy air and welcomed him, asking whether his journey to Ebelstein had gone smoothly. Seeing the man before him, the old teacher bowed respectfully and greeted him as his lord, asking how he had been. The red-haired man responded warmly, saying the trip must have been tiring, and invited him to take a seat and rest for a while. After the two of them sat down, the red-haired man continued, saying it had been some time since he had last seen his dear Ellen and asking how she was doing over there. The teacher answered carefully that she was doing well, and that lately, his lady had been putting a great deal of effort into her magic training. The red-haired man laughed with open pride and said he had never seen a girl with talent as incredible as Ellen's. With that kind of gift, he was certain it would not be long before she surpassed even him. As the teacher looked at him, nervous thoughts began racing through his mind. He absolutely could not let this man discover that Lady Ellen was now learning under a commoner, because if that truth came out, both he and Lady Ellen would be in serious trouble. Meanwhile, the red-haired man continued speaking casually, mentioning that he actually had some business in Ebelstein as well. The teacher reacted with forced composure, asking if that was truly the case. The man then added that he was curious to see how Ellen would react if he appeared unexpectedly with a gift in hand. The teacher's face immediately tightened with anxiety, and beads of sweat began forming on his forehead. Out loud, he said he was sure Lady Ellen would be delighted, my lord, but deep inside, he could only pray that he would somehow survive this. The scene then shifts to a massive door standing in a remote area on the outskirts of Ebelstein, a place known as the Nameless Labyrinth. In front of that ominous entrance, someone murmurs that something about this plan still feels off. The one speaking is Pauline, and as she steps forward, she asks whether it is truly a good idea to send someone as fragile as Ellen into a dungeon. Jaden responds calmly, saying he is sure Derek has already thought the matter through, even while everyone around them remains filled with doubt and confusion. Ellen suddenly speaks up, slightly startled as the situation finally sinks in, asking if she really has to go inside that dungeon. While the others continue questioning the plan, Derek steps in and explains that this is the lowest strength dungeon in the area, so she should definitely be able to handle it. Even after hearing that, Ellen still looks uncertain. She asks what exactly she is supposed to do once she gets inside, wondering if she is simply meant to rush in and attack the monsters head-on. Hearing the hesitation in her voice, Derek answers firmly that she needs to sharpen her instincts through real combat. As a precaution, he adds that his colleagues and he will be there watching her back the entire time. Still visibly nervous, Ellen asks if he is serious, almost hoping he might admit he is joking. But Derek only releases a strong wave of energy and says in a grave tone that the duel is only a few days away, and they are running out of time. He tells her that this is the most efficient method for achieving what they need before the duel. With that, Derek begins moving forward, and his companions follow him toward the dungeon entrance. Ellen, on the other hand, looks increasingly anxious after hearing the full explanation. From the way she hesitates, it seems this may be her very first time entering a monster dungeon. Soon, all four of them move ahead together, stepping into the eerie silence surrounding the place. The deeper they go, the heavier the atmosphere becomes, as if the stillness itself is pressing down on them. After a while, Ellen can no longer hold back her curiosity and fear. In a tense voice, she finally asks what kind of things are even inside this dungeon. Derek answers in a harsh, commanding tone, telling her to prepare herself. Even if this is the weakest dungeon in the area, she must stay alert at all times. Hearing that only makes Ellen's nerves tighten even more. At the same time, Pauline keeps her eyes fixed straight ahead, her expression sharpening as she suddenly warns Derek that a horde of goblins is coming their way. The instant Ellen hears the word goblins, panic flashes across her face and she cries out in alarm. Derek, however, remains perfectly calm and simply replies that he already heard them. From behind them, Jaden adds that there is a large one approaching from the rear as well, and that it looks like an ogre. That news only deepens Ellen's terror. Derek turns to Jaden and asks if he can handle the ogre. Jaden does not look bothered in the slightest, only smirking as he says it depends on how much extra Derek is willing to pay him. A powerful energy begins to radiate from Derek's body as he answers that they can discuss the fee later. At that moment, everyone turns forward and sees countless glowing eyes emerging from the darkness, drawing closer and closer as the monsters surround them. Ellen stands frozen in place, her body trembling as fear grips her from head to toe. In her mind, she can only think that they are really about to fight actual monsters. Then, without warning, the goblins surge out of the darkness and charge straight toward them. Derek immediately takes the front line, stepping into their path and stopping the goblins head-on before they can reach Ellen. Behind him, Ellen remains rooted in place, helpless and overwhelmed, her voice barely able to come out as fear tightens around her throat. Derek then shouts a firm order for Pauline to protect his lady, and the instant the command leaves his mouth, the battle begins moving in full force. He rushes forward with his sword, throwing himself into the clash and cutting into the enemy lines while acting as support for Ellen's position. Pauline moves with practiced skill, drawing and releasing arrows in quick succession as she eliminates monsters approaching from different directions. Meanwhile, Derek advances at the center of the fight, holding the monster's attention and keeping the pressure on the front line. As the main attacker, he unleashes his swordsmanship with sharp, decisive movements, carving through the chaos and forcing the monsters back before they can overwhelm the group. Blazing power swept across the battlefield like a sharpened blade, cutting through the enemies one after another before they could even regain their footing. Every member of the team was moving exactly as they should, each one falling into place as if the chaos around them had already been planned out. One by one, they handled their assigned roles with sharp focus and steady precision, never wasting a movement or losing sight of their purpose. But even with all of that happening around her, right in the heart of the confusion and noise, Ellen stood frozen in place. She did not move, did not cast, did not even know where to look. Everything was happening too quickly, and she was so overwhelmed that she could not understand what she was supposed to do. Then, all at once, a crushing presence rose behind her, so heavy and sudden that it made her entire body tense. It was the very monster they had spoken about only moments earlier. And as the focus shifted behind her, Jaden was already standing his ground, sword in hand, facing that towering creature head-on. With his posture calm and his expression steady, Jaden looked up at the monster and spoke with quiet confidence, saying he was curious to know just how high the bounty on its head really was. The enormous goblin let out a violent burst of movement and charged forward, raising its massive body as it rushed in to attack. But Jaden stepped in at the perfect moment. His sword flashed in a clean, exact arc, and before the monster could finish its swing, one of its arms was sliced away. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Derek kept pressing forward without slowing down, cutting through enemies again and again while mixing his sword strikes with fierce bursts of blazing fire. As Ellen watched all of this unfold, she was left completely shaken. In the middle of that terrifying battlefield, sweat slid down her face, and panic swallowed her thoughts until she could barely breathe. They had really killed that goblin. The thought hit her like a blow. She could die here. She could really die here. No, this was far too dangerous. This was madness. She could not handle it. Everything around her was too violent, too fast, too overwhelming, and her mind struggled helplessly to keep up. Just then, Derek turned his head back toward her and shouted sharply, warning her that one of the goblins was coming straight for her and telling her to keep herself together. At that exact moment, the goblin broke away from the chaos and rushed directly toward Ellen, its body leaning forward as it prepared to strike her down. As the creature closed in, fear seized her from head to toe. Her thoughts spiraled wildly. Was she really going to die? Was this truly the moment she died? Her mind went blank, her body locked in terror, and from behind her, Derek's voice rang out once more. His command came firm and unshaken, telling her that she had to defeat it with her own strength. Those words struck something deep inside Ellen. A realization began to rise through the fear, and in the silence of her own mind, she thought back over her entire life. Fragments of the past surfaced one after another. She could no longer deny it. She knew it herself. She had always understood how pathetic and naive she had been. Back in the present, the goblin kept charging toward her, closing the distance with every heavy step, while another painful memory echoed through her mind. She had always been someone who talked big but never truly acted when it mattered. The goblin lifted its weapon high, ready to bring it down, and in that terrifying instant, its twisted expression seemed almost mocking as her thoughts continued to unravel. She had been the kind of person who could only envy others from a distance, then speak badly of them when they were not there. That was who she had been. But in the middle of all that fear and noise, something inside her finally began to harden into resolve. Her thoughts grew clearer, stronger. She had come here to end that version of herself, to stop running from it and become someone better. And in that very moment, Ellen finally awakened her power. Pulling together every bit of courage she had, she formed a massive ice arrow in front of her. Cold energy gathered and sharpened in the air, spreading a chilling aura around her, while the goblin lunged forward at the same time, fully prepared to strike her down. From a short distance away, Derek watched in silence, his eyes fixed on her every movement, choosing not to step in. Then, in the next instant, the giant ice arrow shot forward with tremendous force, tearing through the air before piercing straight through the goblin's body and blasting past it completely. The monster was brought down in one decisive attack. And this time, the one who had done it was Ellen herself. When the others saw what had happened, they could not help but look at her with a hint of surprise and quiet approval. Up until that moment, she had barely done anything at all. She had seemed almost like dead weight, someone unable to contribute while everyone else fought. But now, right after forcing herself through that fear, she had defeated a goblin on her own. Ellen remained where she stood, her body still trembling slightly as the fear, shock, and rush of adrenaline continued to shake her. Slowly, she raised her eyes and looked toward her teacher, who had been watching her carefully from a distance. With a calm, steady expression, he told her that this was only the beginning. Hearing those words, Ellen's lips curved into a soft smile, and a new light of determination appeared in her eyes as she realized she was finally taking her first step forward. With that quiet, somber smile still lingering on her face, Ellen accepted that she had finally made her first real step. Under the glow of a full moon, the night stretched still and silent before a stone arch that looked like the entrance to ancient ruins. At the bottom of the scene, the words of a letter began to appear, addressed directly to Derek. Derek sat there with the letter in his hands, quietly reading the message from someone he had not seen for more than 2 years. The letter explained that ever since he left Hillstein, Korea Katia Flemmert, his former master, had been staying in the county of Elbester, teaching magic to a young girl and living through days so busy that she barely had time to breathe. She thought back fondly on the days they had spent training together in Ebelstein, admitting that even though that time had been difficult, she had felt much freer back then. As Derek continued reading, the letter revealed that among every mage Korea had met throughout her life, he had been the most gifted of them all. Korea could be seen writing from inside her study, wondering how far her star pupil had managed to grow by now. And as the letter came to an end, she asked him to show her the full extent of his magic the next time they met. After finishing her letter to dear Derek, Korea remained by the window for a while, quietly gazing out as memories of the past settled around her. Back in the present, Derek folded the paper without a word beneath the flickering torchlight, the glow dancing across the stone walls around him. 2 brutal weeks of non-stop training had passed, and Ellen finally allowed herself a brief moment to sit down and rest, exhausted, dirty, and completely worn out. She had noticed that Derek always read that same letter whenever he had even a little time to spare, and at last, curiosity got the better of her, so she asked him what it was about. Derek told her it was a letter from his master. Ellen laughed lightly at that, saying the person must have been truly special if she had managed to endure teaching someone like him. Derek's face grew serious at once, and without hesitation, he replied that she had been an excellent mentor without a doubt. The girl looked slightly surprised by how direct and sincere his answer was, as if she had not expected him to speak about anyone with that much honesty. She had only been teasing him to see if she could pull even the smallest reaction out of him. But when Derek remained completely unmoved, she finally let the joke fade. With only 2 days left before the duel, Derek turned the conversation back to what mattered and asked her how she felt after surviving such relentless training. After everything she had been forced through, both physically and mentally, the entity could only admit that she no longer knew what she was supposed to feel. Her body was exhausted, her thoughts were heavy, and even her own emotions felt blurred together. But even through that confusion, there was one thing inside her that had not wavered at all. No matter how tired she was, no matter how uncertain her heart felt, she knew she was going into that duel to win. Even if victory demanded everything from her, she had already made up her mind that she would pay the price. At last, the day of the event arrived. The nobles' dueling arena was already overflowing with spectators. Every seat packed, every corridor crowded, as the gathered nobles waited eagerly for the match they had all been whispering about. Among that glittering crowd was Aceline, laughing softly with her friends and exchanging casual conversation, as if this were just another elegant social gathering. From her smile to her posture, she looked as flawless and composed as ever. Then, in the middle of the moving crowd, Eileen's eyes suddenly caught sight of someone familiar slipping through the sea of nobles. It was Derek, dressed as usual in his dark cloak, moving forward with that same cold, unreadable gaze that made everyone around him instinctively give him space. Aceline quickly excused herself from her circle of friends, stepping away from their laughter and conversation as she made her way toward him before he could vanish deeper into the crowd. With a polished smile on her face, she called out Derek's name, her voice reaching him along the arena corridor and stopping him just as he was about to continue on. She greeted him warmly, telling him that it was a pleasure to see him again, her expression as graceful and refined as if nothing tense stood between them. Derek returned the greeting in a stiff, formal tone, his voice dry and distant. Aceline, however, did not waste much time before bringing up the topic everyone had been gossiping about. She had heard that he had recently been helping the entity with her magic. When she mentioned those lessons, Derek simply closed his eyes for a moment and gave a small nod, confirming without any unnecessary explanation that he was indeed working with the Belmia family. For a short while, silence settled between them. Then Aceline spoke again, remarking that the entity had looked terribly worn down lately, almost as if the training had drained her completely, and she wondered aloud whether Derek might have pushed her too far. She added, with a delicate edge hidden beneath her polite tone, that according to the rumors, Derek was not exactly famous for using ordinary or gentle teaching methods. Derek looked at her and asked whether she was truly worried about the opponent she was about to face, especially when she seemed so certain of her own victory. Then he warned her not to underestimate them today. The words were calm, but something in his tone made Aceline feel a faint ripple of unease, as if the air around this duel had shifted in a way she had not expected. Up in the stands, the nobles continued whispering among themselves, each one guessing which of the two girls would come out on top. One girl quietly read a book while the others murmured that the entity looked awful, as though the past few weeks had stripped a shocking amount of weight from her body. The restless noise in the arena slowly tightened into tension as the announcer's voice rang out, declaring that the long-awaited moment had finally arrived. It was time for both participants to step into the arena and begin the duel. Adeline entered first, stepping out with such effortless elegance that the entire arena seemed to turn toward her at once. Every movement drew admiration, and when she faced the audience with a graceful bow, she fully embodied the image of the Academy's dazzling star. The crisp sound of her heels rang against the stone floor as she walked toward her starting position, her shoulders relaxed, her expression calm, and her confidence visible in every measured step. From the opposite side, the entity entered the arena while repeating the same words inside her mind like a desperate prayer. She would win. She shut out the murmurs from the crowd, ignoring every voice that had already decided she would lose. But the look in her eyes was no longer the same as before. Her gaze had sharpened, steady and unshaken, fixed only on the battle ahead. She had come here to prove that the person standing in the arena now was no longer the weak girl everyone remembered. At last, the two opponents stood facing each other at the center of the arena. The entity kept her head slightly lowered, gathering her focus and steadying her breathing. Aceline approached her with flawless noble grace, greeting her like the perfect young lady she always appeared to be, and wished her well in a tone so polished that it almost sounded like mockery. Under those circumstances, the entity did not allow herself to be outdone. She answered with equal composure, thanking Aceline for her concern. Around them, the stands had fallen completely silent. Then the entity gave a faint smile and asked directly whether they were ready to begin. Eiline's expression sharpened as she gave a firm nod, letting the last traces of noble formality fall away as her attention locked fully onto the fight. In the very next instant, the entity released a surge of blazing fire so fierce that it wrapped around her entire body, engulfing her in a roaring aura of heat and light. Aceline reacted without hesitation, summoning her own water energy in response as the shimmering force gathered around her, ready to meet the first strike head-on. Both girls launched forward at the same time, their powers crashing together in a violent burst of light and force that sent a tremor through the arena. But what no one in the crowd expected was for the entity to immediately unleash a vast rain of fiery spears, filling the sky above the arena with burning weapons from one end to the other. Aceline froze for a heartbeat, shock flashing across her face, as she stared up at the sheer scale of the attack. She had never imagined that her opponent could command power on this level. The fiery spears plunged downward at terrifying speed, each one burning so intensely that the spectators could only stare in stunned silence. It was a huge area attack, spreading so widely that Aceline had nowhere safe to run. Surrounded by roaring flames, the entity looked almost unstoppable. In that moment, it became clear that Derek's 2 weeks of merciless training had not been wasted. A memory surfaced of her after those brutal monster battles, broken down and so exhausted she could barely remain on her feet. Derek had stood before her then and told her the truth with no softness at all. If she fought Aceline directly, relying only on refined magical technique, Aceline would overwhelm her completely. The only path to victory, he said, was to fight through sheer willpower and endure more punishment than her opponent could bear. At the time, the entity had pushed back against him, convinced that Derek was only being cruel because he somehow enjoyed forcing her through suffering. Derek had immediately brushed that suspicion aside, making it clear that he had no such twisted hobby. He simply understood that when mana was depleted, the person with the stronger will to survive would be the one left standing. From the very beginning, his plan had been simple and brutal. She had to burn through her mana aggressively right from the start, then force the entire match into a contest of endurance. The entity had hesitated when she heard that, because she knew her mana reserves were smaller than Eiline's. But Derek told her that if she wanted to win, she had to drag Aceline down into the mud no matter what it took. Thinking back on those words, she finally understood that victory would never come if she tried to fight by the same clean, proper rules as her opponent. The mercenary had reminded her that while mana might be something people were born with, she still carried the blood of Belmere, and that blood was not meaningless. He pushed her to believe in herself, giving her the final spark of resolve she needed before stepping into the duel. Now, back in the arena, the girl poured all of that pride into her flames, releasing a volume of fire that no one had ever expected someone like her to produce. Aceline, visibly shaken, found herself wondering whether this was really the same person she had known before. because the power burning in front of her was far beyond anything ordinary. The red-haired girl lifted her hand high, her eyes fixed on her opponent, and commanded the fiery spears above to come crashing down all at once. What followed was an unrelenting bombardment, a reckless storm of flames that consumed her mana without hesitation, exactly as Derek had drilled into her. The assault pressed down so fiercely that Aceline could barely keep her stance, forced to endure wave after wave of fire bearing down on her from every direction. Even the prodigy herself had no choice now but to spend her own mana reserves, burning through them just to hold back the pressure of the flames. Aceline reacted in a hurry, lifting her mana as water surged upward in front of her and spread into a defensive barrier. In the nick of time, she managed to shape it into a shield strong enough to meet the incoming force. But even though the shield formed successfully, anyone watching closely could tell that Ellen's attack was pushing her much harder than she had expected. This was no longer the calm, effortless defense Aceline had planned for. Across the blazing battlefield, the two girls locked eyes, neither of them looking away for even a second. In both of their gazes burned the same fierce desire to claim victory. Today there would be no backing down. Neither of them intended to retreat, not even by a single step. Without allowing the tension to stretch any longer, Lady Aceline moved first, launching her counterattack with sharp, decisive speed. A storm of burning arrows ripped through the air, streaking across the arena before pouring down toward Ellen's position like a merciless rain of fire. One after another, the blazing projectiles hammered against Ellen's barrier, each impact flashing brightly as sparks scattered across the surface. The barrier managed to withstand the assault, but the non-stop barrage carried such force and intensity that the pressure kept building with every hit. Then, all at once, a violent explosion erupted across the battlefield. The blast shook the arena, sending smoke and fire rolling outward while the crowd gasped in astonishment. The scale of Eileen's magic could no longer be ignored. Her power was undeniable, and her mana reserves had clearly reached an extraordinary level. Yet even beneath that crushing pressure, Ellen's barrier still refused to break. It continued shining with a calm blue glow, steady, controlled, and completely unbroken. Behind it, Ellen's eyes narrowed just slightly as she studied the battlefield with cold precision. Her firepower is incredible, Ellen thought, watching the storm rage around her. But she's throwing out mana with almost no restraint. If this keeps going, she'll burn through her reserves fast. Then, through the thick smoke clouding the arena, Ellen's senses suddenly sharpened. She caught the faintest trace of movement. Aceline was changing position, using the chaos as cover. "Found you," Ellen murmured quietly. In one smooth, practiced motion, Ellen formed an ice arrow in her hand, her aim snapping toward the subtle movement hidden within the smoke. With perfect timing, she released it without hesitation. The arrow cut through the haze at incredible speed, tearing a clean path through the smoke as it shot straight toward its target. It seemed to pierce directly through Eileen's chest. But in the very next instant, the figure broke apart and dissolved into nothing. Ellen's eyes widened in sudden shock. An illusion? To create something that convincing in the middle of battle would require terrifying mana control and an enormous amount of power. For one brief moment, Ellen's thoughts stalled as she tried to process what had just happened in front of her. That tiny hesitation was all Aceline needed. From behind Ellen, she appeared without warning, already in striking position, gripping a massive ice arrow as she prepared to drive it down. As the close-range attack descended, Ellen sensed the danger at the very last possible second. She snapped around sharply, and their eyes met in that narrow instant. But Aceline was already too close. There was no time left to build another barrier. A memory flashed back to the inside of a carriage, where Aceline sat beside Derek in the quiet space. "It'll work," Derek had said calmly, his voice even and certain. Aceline glanced at him with doubt in her eyes and asked how. Without even raising his eyes from the book in his hands, Derek explained the plan. First, overwhelm Ellen's vision with flame arrows. Then use illusion magic to mislead her. Once her focus breaks, close the distance and finish with ice spears. Even a skilled mage would reveal an opening under that kind of pressure, he told her. Then he paused and finally looked directly at Aceline, warning her that her opponent was not just any skilled mage. Back in the present, Aceline had already closed the gap completely, her ice spear lifted and ready to deliver the decisive blow. At the final second, Ellen turned and saw the incoming strike. Her eyes widened as the truth hit her at once. At this distance, there was no time to raise a barrier. In that single instant, Ellen made her choice. She lifted her hand and poured all of her mana into her palm. A condensed sphere of blue energy formed there, pulsing violently as compressed power gathered into one point. Aceline stepped in, driving her spear forward with the full force of the attack. At exactly the same moment, Ellen released the blue sphere from her palm. The force burst outward in a powerful shockwave, slamming pressure back against Ellen's own body and instantly pushing her away from the spear's path. The ice spear missed her by a hair's breadth and crashed into the ground with devastating force, splitting cracks across the battlefield. Ellen landed a short distance away, sliding back slightly before planting her feet again. She managed to steady herself without falling, keeping her posture controlled even after using such a risky burst of power to escape. Across from her, Aceline froze where she stood, shock spreading across her face. What was that? She wondered, unable to fully understand the movement she had just witnessed. Ellen now stood before her almost like a phantom, faint streams of blue mana flowing around her eyes and giving her gaze an eerie, sharpened glow. The speed of that movement had been nearly unreal. Aceline let out a slow breath, trying to calm herself after the near miss. That was close. Derek's warning echoed through Eiline's mind. No matter who your opponent is, never let your guard down. A bead of sweat slid down Eiline's face as realization finally settled in. Now I understand what he meant. Ellen was not an ordinary mage at all. Her every movement, every choice, and every use of magic showed a level of control that had already climbed far beyond what Aceline expected. Eiline's expression hardened as her resolve became even firmer. Then I'll crush her with raw power, she decided. With that determination burning inside her, she began drawing in her mana again for the next clash. Eiline's resolve solidified, and she wasted no time unleashing her next spell. From the cracked ground beneath her feet, countless ice spears began rising into the air. They emerged rapidly, one after another, spreading across the battlefield like a glittering forest of razor-sharp spikes. What made the sight even more shocking was that Aceline had not chanted at all. There was no incantation, no visible preparation, and no delay. The magic simply answered her will and took shape instantly. At the same time, Aceline kept advancing, refusing to give Ellen even a single moment to breathe. If she lacked confidence in a direct clash of power, then Aceline would simply bury her under more. Her gaze stayed steady as more and more spears formed, spreading outward until nearly the entire arena was covered. The crowd could hardly believe what they were seeing. Amazed voices rippled through the stands as people stared at the battlefield. Were those all ice spears? She had created that many without using incantations? It was incredible. Even the more experienced observers could only watch in awe as the sheer scale of Eiline's magic filled the arena. Meanwhile, Derek stood quietly along the sidelines, his expression calm but his eyes keen as he observed every detail of the fight. She took the bait, he thought, already understanding exactly how the battle was unfolding. Eiline's focus sharpened even further as she prepared her next move, her thoughts racing ahead. Across from her, Ellen stood surrounded by the countless spears under Eiline's control, each one hanging in the air and waiting for the command to strike. Ellen's gaze remained steady, though her mind was already calculating. I admit it, she thought inwardly. Lady Aceline has improved tremendously. But even as Ellen prepared to retaliate, something hidden was already moving. With a subtle flick of a finger concealed carefully behind her back, Aceline guided a single flame arrow she had secretly left beneath the battlefield earlier. Using the harsh glare of the sunlight as cover, the hidden flame arrow rose soundlessly into the air. It climbed higher and higher, almost impossible to notice, until it had slipped directly above Ellen's formation. Completely unaware of the danger overhead, Ellen kept all of her focus locked on her own attack. Then try blocking this as well, she murmured, preparing to unleash the full force of the countless ice spears gathered around her. But before Ellen could give the command, Aceline acted first. With precise control, Aceline swept her hand through the air, and the flame arrow she had kept hidden suddenly dropped from above, plunging downward at terrifying speed. At that exact moment, Ellen felt a sharp, instinctive warning pierce through her concentration. Her eyes snapped upward at once, widening in shock as she realized something was already falling toward her. What? The arrow tore through the air and struck Ellen's formation head-on. The moment it made contact, the ice spears began breaking apart one after another under the sudden impact. The formation could not endure an attack coming from such an unexpected angle. In only a few seconds, the entire array collapsed, scattering glittering shards of ice across the battlefield. Ellen could only stare upward in stunned disbelief. A flame arrow? Since when? Her thoughts raced in confusion. She had sensed no incantation, no mana flow, nothing at all. Then the answer struck her. Was it from earlier? Had Aceline hidden it back then, saving it for this exact moment? The precision and foresight behind the move left Ellen frozen for a heartbeat. The flame arrow finally crashed down near Ellen's feet, bursting against the ground with a sharp flash. For a moment, Ellen remained rooted in place, caught between shock and realization. Across the arena, her opponent stood calmly on the other side. Aceline slowly lowered her hand, and a faint smirk began to curve across her lips. Her plan had worked exactly as intended, and for the first time, she could feel the flow of the battle shifting in her favor. Ellen, however, was no longer fully composed. A bead of sweat slid down her face as unease crept into her chest. I can't read her. I have no idea what she'll do next. Eileen's unpredictable tactics were beginning to shake the confidence Ellen had carried into the duel. Among the spectators, Lady Dainese watched with visible surprise in her eyes. What's happening? She wondered. They're fighting on equal footing. That alone was impressive, because the duel had already reached a point where neither side could easily overwhelm the other. No clear advantage belonged to either of them now, and the tension pressing over the arena only grew heavier. Eileen's eyes shone with determination, though sweat also traced down her face. This is working, right? She thought. I'm overpowering her now, aren't I? But across from her, Ellen's expression slowly darkened. Doubt began to slip into her thoughts as she faced the reality in front of her. I can't win like this. Not under these conditions. Ellen understood it clearly now. Eileen's tactics, her boldness, and her unpredictability were all far more dangerous than she had expected. She's one step ahead. The murmurs from the crowd echoed faintly around Ellen, but she forced herself to block them out. Take it slow. Deep breath. As she steadied her mind, one decision became clear. Let me reset the conditions. Starting over from the beginning, Ellen calmed her breathing, and her eyes gradually sharpened. The hesitation that had clouded her a moment ago disappeared completely, replaced by a cold and unwavering resolve. From the sidelines, Derek noticed the change immediately. His gaze narrowed just a little as he watched Ellen's entire presence shift. This, he said quietly, is where it truly begins. Ellen raised her hand once more and began forming a new spell. Blue mana started to flow around her body, gentle at first, then growing denser, heavier, and more oppressive with every passing second. She focused deeply, drawing in more and more energy while her hands moved with calm, deliberate precision, guiding the gathering mana into a new shape. On the other side of the battlefield, Aceline watched in shock as sweat gathered on her face. The pressure in the air intensified, and an enormous surge of mana began wrapping around Ellen like a rising storm. The force spilling out from Ellen became so overwhelming that Aceline had to raise her arm in front of her face just to shield herself from it. What is this? Aceline thought as unease crawled into her chest. This doesn't even feel like ordinary magic. It feels like raw mana itself. Then, without any warning, everything went silent. The crushing pressure vanished, the air became still, and Eileen's eyes widened at the sudden emptiness around her. I can't feel any mana. Even the natural flow of energy in the surroundings had disappeared completely, leaving behind a strange, unnatural void across the battlefield. At the edge of the arena, Derek's expression turned serious as his eyes narrowed. It had lasted only for a moment, but there was no mistaking what had just happened. Mana alignment was a state where all surrounding mana was forcibly drawn in, synchronized, and controlled. When a mage pushed beyond their natural limits, even the mana in the surrounding environment could be forced into submission. It would bend, align, and synchronize beneath an overwhelming pressure. That rare phenomenon was known as mana alignment. In simpler terms, Ellen had just crossed past the boundaries of what she should normally be capable of. Back on the battlefield, Ellen raised her hand high into the air, her presence now commanding and absolute. Above her palm, a massive sphere of fire began to form, expanding rapidly until it towered over the entire arena. The blazing orb was so enormous that the air around it twisted from the heat, sending waves of scorching pressure rolling outward in every direction. Aceline could only stare in disbelief, her eyes wide as the heat brushed against her skin. How did she create something that massive? Eileen's mind reeled, but Ellen's expression never wavered. Her face remained firm, and her eyes burned with steady determination. As Ellen poured every last ounce of her mana into the spell, pushing herself beyond her limits, the fireball swelled even larger. This was no ordinary magic. It was a 2-star fire spell brought into existence through sheer will and overwhelming power. For a brief moment, Eileen's mind drifted back to a scene from her training. After an exhausting session, she had collapsed onto the ground, completely drained, her chest rising and falling heavily while sweat soaked her face. Derek had approached her quietly, holding out a pouch of water. I brought some water. Drink, he said in his usual calm tone. Aceline slowly pushed herself upright and accepted the pouch from him. Thanks, she muttered, though the uncertainty on her face quickly became impossible to hide. Derek, I'm really not sure, she admitted in a tired voice. He looked at her with a slight hint of confusion as she continued. Can I really beat Ellen? Can I win after just a few weeks of training? Without hesitating, Derek gave his answer. You will win, he told her. Then, after a brief pause, he added more precisely, you will win in a certain sense. Aceline stared at him, still breathing hard and clearly confused, unable to understand what that strange answer was supposed to mean. The present snapped back into focus as the crowd exploded into shocked voices. Is that really fire? A fireball that huge? Is that a 2-star spell? Their voices trembled with disbelief as the enormous blaze continued hanging over the battlefield. Eiline's eyes widened, her mouth parting slightly as panic began to rise inside her. A fireball? This was not part of the plan. She glanced desperately toward Derek, silently searching for an answer. Derek, what is this? What am I supposed to do? But Derek said nothing. He simply watched the battlefield without offering even a single word. Frustration and fear surged through Aceline at once, and tears began to gather in her eyes. Stop just standing there and tell me something useful, you fraud. Before Aceline could think any further, the gigantic fireball surged forward. For a split second, she froze in place, then looked up as her breath caught in her throat. The enormous sphere of fire now loomed directly above her, descending with unstoppable force. As its shadow swallowed her position, panic finally seized her completely. What do I do? Panic crashed through Eiline's mind as sweat streamed down her face. A barrier was impossible. There was no way she could block a 2-star spell of that size head-on. Ice spears would not work either. The pressure bearing down on her was so overwhelming that her thoughts began to fall apart. I knew it, she thought, fear tightening around her chest. This really is impossible. Someone like me can't defeat Ellen. While Eiline's confidence crumbled, Ellen stretched her hand forward and guided the enormous fireball with controlled force, her focus absolute even as the strain pressed heavily on her body. In the crowd, Denise watched the battlefield with intense focus. Her eyes narrowed as she tracked every movement, while the spectators around her stood frozen in place, unable to look away from the overwhelming display of power. Just as the fireball was about to crash down, Eiline's instincts finally took over. She thrust a burst of mana forward, using the recoil from her own spell to launch herself backward. Ellen's eyes widened slightly, caught off guard by the sudden movement and the speed of Eiline's escape. A moment later, the fireball slammed into the ground with terrifying force, detonating in a devastating explosion that swallowed the battlefield. Flames and smoke erupted outward as the shockwave ripped through the arena. Aceline threw her arms up to shield herself, but even that was not enough to stop the blast from violently pushing her back. Her balance collapsed, and she tumbled across the ground, rolling hard over the battlefield as she barely escaped being swallowed by the full impact. Smoke thickened across the arena, covering the battlefield in a dense gray haze. At the center of it, Ellen stood breathing heavily, that single spell having devoured a huge portion of her mana and left her reserves dangerously drained. Through the smoke, Aceline slowly pushed herself up onto her knees, struggling to draw air into her lungs. Ellen stared at her through the haze, disbelief flickering across her eyes. She dodged it. Ellen's gaze sharpened as realization sank in, and she used the same method I did. A technique she had only seen once, yet she had copied it in the middle of battle. On the sidelines, Derek remained calm, his expression unchanged as he observed the result. A lack of experience, he thought quietly. A 2-star spell, when used without true mastery, became nothing more than a beast that turned on its caster and devoured their mana. Ellen's hand trembled faintly from exhaustion, but she clenched it into a fist, forcing herself to steady her body and regain control. Derek watched her closely, his eyes thoughtful. She had recognized Eiline's effort, and now she was beginning to change. Ellen had always possessed overwhelming talent, but this was different. Now, she was pushing beyond talent and giving everything she had. For her, this was respect shown not through words, but through power. To Ellen, anyone who fought this desperately deserved nothing less than her full strength. She stood firm despite the toll written all over her body. Sweat covered her face, her breathing came heavy, and her mana reserves were nearly spent. Even so, Ellen forced herself to remain calm. Across from her, Aceline slowly steadied her footing, just as exhausted, her body aching and her breathing uneven after barely surviving the blast. But Eiline's eyes were still sharp, still burning with determination. A faint smirk touched her lips as she finally understood. So this is what you meant, Derek. If she could endure this moment, then victory was within reach. Ellen raised her hand again, refusing to retreat even now. Blue mana shifted into fierce heat around her as she began forming yet another spell. Above her palm, a sphere of fire started to take shape, swelling quickly just like the one before it. Her eyes stayed focused and unwavering as she poured even more mana into the spell. Once again, She recreated the same massive 2-star fireball, but this time something had changed. Her body trembled under the burden, her control wavered, and sweat poured down her face. Ellen gritted her teeth, barely keeping the spell together, yet she still forced herself forward. With a sharp motion, she hurled the fireball toward Aceline at full speed. Gasps burst from the crowd. Another one, and this one was moving even faster than before. The blazing sphere tore through the air with terrifying speed, charging straight toward Aceline like a falling sun. Aceline reacted immediately, turning and sprinting to evade it. But Ellen had not simply thrown the attack and let it fly. She was still controlling it. With small, subtle movements of her hand, Ellen adjusted the fireball's path, tracking Eyeline's movements with frightening precision. The fireball curved after Aceline, refusing to let her escape. But maintaining that level of control carried a brutal cost. Ellen's already depleted mana drained even faster, pushing her closer and closer to the edge as the fireball rapidly closed in, looking certain to hit. Then, at the very last moment, Aceline made her move. She suddenly dropped low and planted both hands firmly against the ground. With a powerful motion, she kicked upward while releasing a burst of magic beneath her. The force launched her high into the air, allowing her to avoid the fireball by the narrowest margin as it rushed past below. Aceline soared upward, climbing so high that her figure seemed to blend into the blinding brightness of the sun itself. Ellen tried to follow her movement, but the harsh glare made it almost impossible to see Aceline clearly. For one brief moment, Aceline vanished from Ellen's sight. High above, hidden within the sunlight, Aceline allowed a small, confident smile to appear. Then she raised her hand and began forming ice spears once again. One after another, the spears appeared around her, hanging in the air as she prepared her next strike. From this height, she thought, Ellen would not be able to read their trajectory. As the spell completed, sharp, gleaming spears filled the air around her. Her focus sharpened even further. If Ellen tried to use a barrier now, it would only drain away the tiny amount of mana she had left. Below her, Ellen struggled just to remain standing, her exhausted body trembling under the strain of the battle. Then, with a swift motion, Aceline hurled the ice spears downward at full speed. Ellen reacted only at the final possible instant. Her legs weakened, and she dropped to one knee, forcing herself to cast despite her condition. With the last of her strength, she formed a spell just as the ice spears were about to strike, creating a layer of ice in front of her to intercept the attack. The spears slammed into the hastily created shield, burying themselves deep into the ice. From above, Aceline frowned slightly as she descended and landed back on the ground. Not a barrier, Aceline realized. Just a simple ice construct. Ellen had used up too much mana controlling those fireballs. Ellen's condition was obvious now. Her face had turned pale, her breathing was ragged, and her body looked barely able to stay upright, as though she might collapse at any second. From the sidelines, Derek watched with calm, steady eyes. It'll be over soon, he thought. Aceline straightened her posture and stepped forward, confidence returning to her expression. A small smile spread across her face. It worked. I've cornered her. Her thoughts became clearer, firmer, and more certain. There was no way Ellen had any mana left. Aceline still had enough to cast magic arrows or ice spears at least 2 more times. That was more than enough. In her mind, the answer was obvious. She had won. But the instant that thought crossed her mind, a sharp cracking sound echoed across the battlefield. Eyeline's eyes widened immediately. The ice shield in front of Ellen was beginning to split apart, not from an attack outside, but from something breaking through within. Before Aceline could react, a hidden fireball burst through the shattered ice. Ellen had cast it in secret, hiding it behind the very shield she used to defend herself. With a desperate motion, she released the fireball straight forward. The force of the spell was so intense that it drove Ellen's own body backward, threatening to knock her completely off balance as she poured everything she had left into one final attack. The recoil from Ellen's own spell finally threw her backward, destroying her balance completely. She lost her footing and crashed hard onto the ground, the impact knocking the air from her lungs as her face went pale with pain and her body trembled. Ellen's body struggled to respond after being pushed far beyond its limits. At the same time, the fireball she had released surged forward, ripping through the air toward Aceline and instantly shattering the brief certainty Aceline had just managed to grasp. But the moment Ellen collapsed, her control over the spell began to break. The fireball trembled in midair, its path suddenly turning unstable. Instead of striking Aceline directly, it veered off course at the final moment, missing her by a narrow margin before shooting upward into the sky and fading into the distance. For a short moment, the arena fell completely still. Aceline stood frozen in place, her body tense from the sudden reversal, her eyes following the vanishing flame as her mind struggled to understand what had just happened. Then, little by little, Aceline forced herself to calm down. Her breathing steadied, her shoulders lowered slightly, and her guard relaxed just enough as her gaze shifted back toward Ellen. She said nothing, only watched her in silence. On the ground, Ellen's body trembled uncontrollably. She had used almost all of her mana, far beyond what her body could safely endure. Her hands shook as she weakly lifted them in front of her face, staring at them with frustration building in her eyes. Please, just one more time. She thought desperately, if I can just do a little more. Forcing herself past exhaustion, she tried to gather mana again and cast another spell. A faint glow appeared in her palm, weak and unstable, but it flickered almost at once, barely holding its shape before fading away. It still was not enough. No matter how hard Ellen pushed herself, her body simply refused to obey. Aceline stepped forward, slowly closing the distance between them with steady footsteps until she stopped right in front of Ellen. She did not raise her hand, did not attack, and did not say a word. Aceline simply stood there, looking down at her fallen opponent in silence. Ellen slowly lifted her gaze to meet hers, and for the first time, something unfamiliar surfaced in her eyes. Fear began to show. Lady Ellen's thoughts churned restlessly, rising and falling like waves she had never been able to calm. The truth was, there was no noble lady in Ebelstein who shone more brilliantly than Lady Aceline. Her very presence was enough to pull admiration toward her. Her elegance looked effortless, and her talent seemed almost blessed, as though brilliance naturally belonged to her. But wherever there was light that bright, there was always shadow, and Ellen had long believed that she was the one left standing in that shadow. While Aceline lived beneath everyone's admiration, Ellen remained in the forgotten darkness behind her, unseen, unpraised, and barely acknowledged. The bitter voices from the past echoed faintly through Ellen's mind, taunting her again and again, reminding her that some people were born with everything, while others had to claw forward with nothing. Even so, Ellen had never stopped sharpening herself within that darkness. She had endured, trained, and pushed herself forward with one stubborn resolve burning inside her. One day, she would rise above all of it and prove that she had worth. When Ellen's awareness returned to the present, she found herself still facing Aceline in the arena. Aceline was on her knees, her mana nearly drained, her body trembling from exhaustion. And yet, even in that condition, Aceline still looked composed, carrying a kind of grace that felt almost unfair. Mud stained her clothes, her hair had come loose, and the strength in her body was clearly fading. But none of that seemed to diminish the presence she carried. To Ellen, the sight was almost infuriating. How could someone still look so perfect even while falling apart? It was as if Aceline had no fragile image she needed to protect, no fear of being seen as messy, desperate, or imperfect. She simply existed as herself, pouring out everything she had without hesitation. The crowd's voices began to rise around them, calling out Eiline's name and urging her to stand, to keep going, to continue fighting. Their faith in her never seemed to waver. Aceline struggled, her hand trembling as she tried to gather the last bit of mana she had left. A faint flicker formed in Eiline's palm, unstable and weak, barely managing to hold together. Watching her closely, Ellen stepped forward and raised her own hand, summoning flames once more. Mana gathered obediently, shaping itself into a blazing arrow ready to be released. For a moment, Ellen's gaze drifted toward Derek, and a trace of doubt flickered inside her. Could she truly win now? The answer felt close enough to touch. But beneath that confidence, something heavier and darker stirred in her chest, a familiar weight wrapping around her heart. Even if she won, what would actually change? Would victory truly free her from the shadow she had lived under for so long? Or would she simply return to that same darkness once the cheers faded? As that realization settled inside her, the flames gathered in Ellen's hand began to flicker uncertainly. Across from her, Aceline was still struggling, forcing her exhausted body to stand even when every movement looked painful. Then, unexpectedly, Ellen spoke. Her voice was calm, almost light, as she said, what a shame." Startled, Aceline looked up at her, confusion filling her eyes as she clutched the final trace of mana she had managed to gather. Before Aceline could react, Ellen lowered her hand and allowed the flames to disappear completely. "I'm out of mana," she said simply. The words made no sense to Aceline. She stared at Ellen, unable to understand what she was hearing. Ellen only gave a faint smile, her expression gentle, distant, and strangely calm. "You really are amazing, Lady Aceline," she said softly. "It seems I still can't beat you after all." Then Ellen placed one hand over her chest and bowed with quiet dignity. "I forfeit." For a moment, The entire arena sank into stunned silence. Then the crowd exploded into cheers, their voices rising together in excitement, surprise, and admiration. Eiline's victory was officially declared, but she remained frozen where she was, her mind still unable to catch up with the sudden ending. Her lips parted slightly in disbelief, and her eyes stayed wide as she tried to process how the duel had turned in such an unexpected direction. Around her, her friends rushed in with bright, excited faces, congratulating her and praising her strength, her effort, and how much she had grown. Aceline answered them with a shy, overwhelmed smile, but her gaze soon drifted away from the celebration, searching beyond the crowd. In the distance, Ellen had already begun walking away. Ellen moved quietly, each step calm and steady. Her expression looked peaceful, as though some great burden had finally been lifted from her shoulders. Derek stood nearby with a book in his hands, reading as if the chaos of the arena had nothing to do with him. But when Ellen approached, he closed it and slipped it away. Ellen stopped in front of him, and her smile returned, though there was a strange edge hidden in it. "You saw it, didn't you?" she said lightly. "That's enough," Derek replied calmly. Ellen laughed softly and tilted her head. "You're surprised, aren't you? Even someone like me knows how to accept defeat." Amusement glimmered faintly in her eyes. Then she continued, saying he should have seen Lady Eiline's face. How completely shocked she looked, almost as if she had been ready to give up on the spot. Ellen's laughter grew for a moment, but then it faltered as tears began gathering in her eyes. She quickly wiped them away, brushing at her face as if those tears were nothing important. "Honestly," she said, "it was worth losing just to see that. Thanks to you, I finally feel like I managed to get the upper hand over her." Ellen paused and studied Derek's face, searching for even the smallest reaction. "So, what do you think of me? It wasn't perfect, but I wasn't that bad, right? I learn quickly, don't I?" Derek said nothing. His gaze stayed steady on her, watching closely, while the silence between them stretched out, heavy and impossible to escape. Then, all at once, Ellen's expression cracked. Tears slipped from her eyes before she could stop them. She stared down at her trembling hands, confused by her own reaction. "Hey, don't just stand there," she muttered, her voice shaking. "Why?" She did not understand it. The tears would not stop falling. Her vision blurred as emotion finally overwhelmed her. Slowly, Ellen sank down into a corner and covered her face with both hands. "What the hell? I'm not a child anymore." After a quiet moment passed between them, Derek finally opened his mouth. His expression stayed composed, but there was a steady firmness in his voice as he said, "My lady, there is absolutely nothing about your performance today that deserves criticism. You pushed yourself as hard as you possibly could." His words settled into the silence like a gentle weight. Ellen's shoulders began to tremble again, and tears slipped down her face as she lowered her head. "I wanted to win too," she confessed in a small, shaky voice. "But right before I was about to end it, I realized something. Even if I had won, nothing would have really changed." Her voice quivered as the truth spilled out of her. "I would still be trapped in the same place, living the same miserable existence as before. That part of me, it's buried too deeply." For a moment, neither of them spoke. The only sound left was Ellen's quiet sobbing as she struggled to hold herself together. Then Derek's voice cut gently through that stillness. "So what if you look a little pathetic?" The words made Ellen freeze in place. Slowly, she raised her tear-filled eyes and looked up at him. Derek didn't flinch, and he didn't soften his gaze just to comfort her. He simply met her eyes head-on and continued, "If you're not willing to look pathetic, then you'll never be able to grow." The words hit Ellen harder than she expected. She covered her face with both hands again as fresh tears spilled through her fingers, but somewhere beneath that pain, something inside her had quietly begun to change. Fragments of memory flickered through her mind, and she saw Aceline standing tall and unshaken, as if the darkness that had always pressed down on Ellen had never been able to touch her. But for the first time, that same darkness no longer felt like an inescapable cage. It felt like something Ellen might one day be strong enough to rise above. Some distance away, Lady Denise had been watching the entire exchange in silence, her gaze calm and unreadable. Her eyes moved from Ellen and Derek, still caught in their emotional conversation, over to Aceline, who remained nearby with her friends gathered around her. Denise stepped forward with a soft, graceful smile and made her way toward Aceline. One by one, the others politely excused themselves, leaving the two young ladies alone. "You were brilliant, Lady Aceline," Denise said in a gentle voice. "That duel was truly remarkable." Aceline lowered her eyes slightly, but there was no pride in her expression. Instead, a troubled look passed across her face, as though the victory itself weighed on her. "Lady Denise, You noticed it too, didn't you? Aceline asked quietly, her voice low enough that it almost disappeared into the air. I wasn't the real winner. Denise only smiled at first, taking a moment before she answered. Then, with the same gentle composure, she finally spoke. When it comes purely to magical talent, Lady Ellen may even be ahead of me. Aceline shook her head, as if that answer alone could not explain what she had felt during the duel. Though uncertainty still lingered in her eyes, her voice became firmer. It isn't only about talent. There's something more important than that. Something that can truly close the distance between people. As she thought about it, her mind began to drift without permission. Before she realized it, Derek's face appeared in her thoughts. Startled by herself, Aceline quickly shook her head, pushing the image away and forcing her composure back into place. Then she turned toward her maid, her expression settling into quiet determination. Daisy, prepare a letter for the main estate. As Aceline lifted her gaze, the uncertainty in her eyes faded, replaced by a sharper resolve. There was something she needed now, and once she had made up her mind, she had no intention of hesitating. The scene then moved to the Duplin household, where servants passed through the halls and went about their usual duties, keeping the estate running in its familiar rhythm. Inside one of the rooms, Raymond Oswood Duplin sat with a letter in his hands. As he read, the tension in his expression deepened. Dries Wolfville, what is a 6-star travel pass doing in Ebelstein? He murmured under his breath. Across from him, Valerian Deplain answered with a thoughtful look, explaining that the customs agreement had likely been moved forward because of Drace's recent movements. This was clearly not a simple or ordinary development. Raymond fell into silence, his eyes narrowing as he turned the matter over in his mind. So even the Count of Belmiard's visit is connected, he muttered. If someone with foresight is pulling the strings, then this cannot be a coincidence. After that, Valerian brought up another matter, a letter from Aceline. The letter was a request for a magic teacher. Raymond raised his head at that, a trace of surprise crossing his face. Can't you arrange one for her? Valerian hesitated before answering, as though the detail made the situation more complicated. She specifically requested Derek. But at the moment, he is teaching Lady Ellen at the Belmiard estate. Raymond brought one hand to his chin and quietly considered the situation. I had planned to send the butler to negotiate, he said slowly, weighing the matter carefully. But after a brief pause, he shook his head. No, that won't be necessary. His gaze grew sharper as his decision became clear. I need to go to Ebelstein anyway because of Drace's matter. I'll handle this personally. And with that decision, the pieces of a much larger story began to move quietly into place. The scene then shifted gently to Lady Ellen's residence, where the afternoon sun slipped behind slow-moving clouds and cast soft, wavering shadows across the garden. Outside, Ellen sat across from Derek at a small table, her body relaxed in a way that felt almost unfamiliar after everything that had happened. For once, there was no tightness in her face and no sharp tension in her eyes. Only a quiet calm remained, as though some heavy knot inside her had finally loosened. With a faint, easy smile, she was the first to speak. Derek, I think I'm going to rest for a while. Her tone sounded light, almost casual, but there was something deeper hidden beneath those simple words. Derek looked at her with quiet curiosity, immediately sensing that something in her had changed. Ellen continued in a soft but steady voice. Studying, training, all of it, I think I need a little time to clear my head. After a short pause, she looked at him again, her eyes searching his face as if she wanted to confirm something. You're going to keep working for the Baldoni Mercenary Corps, right? Derek nodded with his usual calm. Yes, I suppose so. Once she heard that, Ellen shifted her chair a little closer, quietly narrowing the distance between them. The sudden movement caught Derek off guard, and he instinctively leaned back, unsure what she was about to do. A faint blush rose across Ellen's cheeks, and with a small, almost playful smile, she asked, If I call for you, you'll come again, won't you, to teach me magic? Derek paused for a moment, studying the rare sincerity in her expression. Then a small, reassuring smile touched his face. Of course, though honestly, I'm not sure there's much left for me to teach you. Ellen leaned back in her chair and stretched her arms lazily, her earlier seriousness giving way to a teasing grin. Geez, what's with all that humility? That doesn't sound like you at all. Then her voice grew brighter, carrying a gentle warmth as she tilted her face toward the sky. Winter's finally ending. It felt longer than usual this year, didn't it, Derek? As the day faded away, the scene moved to Belden's Tier, where warm lantern light glowed against the darkness of night. Inside, the place was full of life, buzzing with the sound of cheerful conversation, bursts of laughter, and the easy noise of people enjoying the evening. At one of the tables, Polini sat with unmistakable confidence, finishing a card game with a victorious grin stretched across her face. Her defeated opponent groaned miserably, while Polini basked shamelessly in her win, looking greedy, satisfied, and entirely pleased with herself. Just then, the door opened, and Derek stepped inside. The instant Polini spotted him, her face lit up, and she threw one hand into the air, waving at him with energetic enthusiasm. Derek's uncle noticed him as well and immediately turned his head in recognition. Derek stepped fully into the room, wearing a calm smile as he greeted them. "I'm back." It was a simple thing to say, but it carried the quiet comfort of someone returning to a familiar place after being away. Morning arrived before long, and under the light of the rising sun, a carriage raced along the open road. The horses moved at a steady pace, their hooves striking the ground in a firm, rhythmic cadence as they carried their passenger toward Ebelstein. Inside the carriage, Belmiard sat in complete silence, his gaze fixed straight ahead. His face revealed little, but the focus in his eyes made it clear that this journey had a purpose, one serious enough to require his personal presence. Meanwhile, back at Ellen's residence, the young lady slept peacefully in her room, wrapped in a rare and quiet moment of rest. The peaceful silence in Ellen's room was suddenly interrupted by a knock at the door. Still half buried in sleep, she let out a tired groan and dragged a pillow over her head, trying to block out the world. "Come on," I said, "I'm resting starting today. No lessons." "No interruptions either," Ellen grumbled from beneath the pillow, clearly unwilling to move. Outside the door, her maid hesitated for a moment, then answered in a nervous voice, "My lady, I really think you should come out and see this for yourself." Ellen released a heavy sigh and forced herself out of bed, every movement showing how little she wanted to deal with anything right now. "No, just tell them I'm not here," she muttered irritably. Still complaining under her breath, she shuffled to the door and opened it with an annoyed look on her face. "Didn't you hear me? Starting today, I'm—" Her words cut off in an instant. The moment her eyes focused on the person standing in front of her, her entire expression froze. It was her father. Belmiard stood there with a bright, affectionate smile, his eyes glistening as if emotion had already risen to the surface. "Ellen," he said warmly, his voice full of tenderness, "it has been far too long. My pride, my jewel, my treasure." The shock hit Ellen all at once, leaving her completely stunned. Without even thinking, Ellen slammed the door shut right in front of him. The moment she was hidden inside again, panic exploded through her chest. "Why is father here?" she thought, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it might burst. After a few tense seconds, she forced herself to breathe and pressed one hand against the door, trying desperately to steady both her thoughts and her voice. "Father, what brings you all the way here?" She called through the door, doing her best to sound calm and proper despite the chaos inside her. "I'll change my clothes and come out shortly. Please wait just a moment." Outside the room, Belmiard remained where he was. Belmiard gave a soft chuckle, still smiling to himself even after being greeted by a slammed door, as if his daughter's flustered reaction only made him more fond of her. A few minutes later, beneath a sky that had grown brighter with the morning light, father and daughter sat together with tea neatly placed between them. Belmiard spoke in a calm, measured tone, his expression composed as he looked across the table. "The young lady of the Duplin family. She must have been quite a formidable opponent." Ellen answered with a small, slightly nervous smile, lifting her hand in a light, modest gesture. "Yes, but I learned a great deal from her." Belmiard took a quiet sip of tea, then continued, his voice turning thoughtful. "If that mercenary is capable of teaching you so well, then it would be best to keep him exclusively at our estate." Ellen blinked in surprise, clearly caught off guard by how naturally he suggested it. "But the vassals might oppose something like that," she said hesitantly, her eyes shifting with concern. Belmiard only laughed softly, his confidence not wavering in the slightest. "Don't worry about that. Is there anything I wouldn't do for you?" he said warmly, his voice carrying both affection and absolute certainty. "Just trust your father." At those words, Ellen couldn't stop a blush from rising to her cheeks. Her eyes softened, and a shy, gentle smile slowly spread across her face. The scene shifted once more, sinking deep into the dark, damp depths of the Ebelstein dungeon. Flickering light danced across the rough stone walls, stretching long shadows through the cavern, while the sharp echoes of battle rang out in the darkness. Polini stood ready with her bow drawn tight, her eyes focused as she released an arrow. It flew straight and struck a goblin cleanly, sending it collapsing to the ground. But the moment it fell, her expression suddenly changed. "Derek, behind you!" she shouted. At the same time, Another goblin sprang forward with a wild scream, launching itself through the air and aiming straight for Derek's back. Derek reacted immediately, gripping his sword in one hand while gathering mana with the other. His body moved on instinct, already preparing to counterattack. But then, something felt wrong. The mana inside him wavered strangely, breaking apart and shifting in unpredictable waves instead of flowing the way it should have. Derek's eyes widened as that unfamiliar sensation swept through him. Without wasting a second, he turned toward the incoming goblin and formed a red sphere of mana in his palm. Dark energy flickered around it, unstable and violent, yet undeniably powerful. At the same moment, he tried to cast what should have been a simple 3-star fireball. But instead of taking its proper shape, his mana twisted wildly and erupted into a blazing, uncontrollable force. Moving purely on instinct, Derek released it toward the goblin still flying through the air. "Derek!" Polini cried out again, her voice filled with alarm as the spell burst open in front of them. A massive explosion of energy tore through the dungeon, shaking the entire cavern as the force roared across the stone walls. Even from outside the dungeon, that violent surge of mana could be felt. By the time night fell, a heavy tension had settled over Belden's tier. The overwhelming energy from earlier had already faded, but in its place came an uneasy silence that clung to the room. "What?" Derek almost died. Someone blurted out in disbelief. Polini, who was usually lazy, carefree, and impossible to take seriously, now looked unusually stern. Her eyes narrowed with irritation. "Don't even get me started," she muttered. "Are all mages like this? Who tries to use a 3-star spell while hunting goblins?" Derek's uncle stared at him in shock, unable to hide his reaction. Derek himself lowered his head with a troubled look, staring down at his own hands as he spoke quietly. "In the middle of it, I felt something strange, some kind of inconsistency. It felt just like when I first reached the 2nd star. Right then, a voice came from behind them. There's no need to be anxious about being stuck." Derek turned sharply toward the sound. A man stepped forward from the shadows, his presence calm yet strangely overwhelming. "There's no need to force your way through," the man continued. "Didn't the School of the Wild originally pursue a natural flow?" As he spoke, every gaze in the room shifted toward him. Then he reached up and slowly removed his hood. "Of course. Advice like that rarely works on mages like you." Derek's thoughts raced the moment he saw him. He couldn't sense even a trace of mana coming from the man, and yet the person standing before him was clearly no ordinary figure. It was the wandering spirit, Drace Wolftail, the greatest 6-star search-type mage. With a calm, almost casual expression, Drace spoke as if he had simply stopped by after a long walk. "If you have any decent alcohol, bring it out. My travels have been exhausting." Beneath the glow of the full moon, the night quietly deepened. The scene then shifted to the Duplin estate. Under pale silver moonlight, the training grounds lay quiet as Lady Della stood at the center, her body still and her focus sharpened. Ice mana gathered around her in a cold, swirling flow as she chanted softly. With visible effort, she shaped that power into sharp arrows of ice, forming 5 in total. But the moment she tried to push beyond that limit, the mana around her began to destabilize. It broke apart abruptly, and the arrows shattered in midair before they could fully hold their form. Exhausted and frustrated, Della dropped to her knees on the training ground. "What the heck is this? So annoying." A light laugh came from nearby. Her brother Reg approached with an amused look, clearly entertained by her reaction. "I thought you'd matured a little, but your temper hasn't changed at all." Startled, Della looked up at him. "When did you get here?" Reg smiled thoughtfully and glanced toward the space where her magic had just collapsed. "Still. 5 arrows. Not bad at all. Is that thanks to having a good teacher?" Della immediately turned her face away with stubborn pride. "That's just my own talent. What does that selfish guy Derek have to do with it?" Reg calmly crossed his arms, watching her reaction. "It seems Lady Aceline is planning to hire him as her teacher." Della's eyes widened at once. "What? No way. What if she gets treated the same way I did?" Reg shook his head lightly, as if warning her not to make the situation sound stranger than it was. "Don't say things that could cause misunderstandings. I also heard Lady Ellen wants to keep him as well." Della frowned, looking genuinely confused. "Why is he so popular?" Reg gave a small smirk, clearly enjoying the chance to tease her. "Because he managed to turn you into a proper person." "Of course he's popular." Delos answered almost instantly, his voice snapping back before he caught himself and paused. After a moment, Reg let out a small chuckle, as if he had finally admitted the truth to himself. "Yeah, I guess I really was a handful." Reg glanced over with a teasing look, his grin carrying just enough mischief to make Derek uncomfortable. Wouldn't it actually be better if he chose Ace Line? That way you might get a chance to see him again. Come on, Derek. You look like you miss Delos. Derek's cheeks immediately flushed a bright red, and he turned his face away as if the accusation had struck too close to the truth. Who said I want to see him? Reg only shrugged, wearing that same knowing grin. Sure. I'll pretend I believe you. Reg's tone made it clear he did not believe a word. Meanwhile, in another quiet room far from their teasing, Lady Denise sat alone with an air of perfect composure. She held a book open in one hand, reading with calm, unhurried focus, while an apple rested lightly in her other hand. Compared to everyone else, she looked almost untouched by the swelling competition and the ambitions stirring around them. But behind that peaceful stillness, her thoughts were moving far more deeply than anyone could easily see. At Belden's tavern, the mood had settled into something calm, heavy, and strangely quiet. A faint scent of alcohol lingered in the air, mixing with the dim warmth of the room, while lantern light flickered softly across the wooden walls. Near the corner, Drace Wolftail sat in silence, slowly drinking the wine he had ordered. His face gave away almost nothing from start to finish, as if every emotion had been buried somewhere far beneath the surface. Beside him, Derek sat stiffly, unable to keep his curiosity from showing. Even after sitting there for some time, Derek still found it hard to accept what was happening. A mage of Drace's level was sitting casually in a small tavern as if he belonged there. A 6-star mage. A man whose name alone was enough to spread fear throughout the Empire. Derek watched him quietly, his mind turning over one question after another. Why would someone like that come here? And more than that, why would a man like him bother speaking to someone like me? After finishing his drink, Drace set the glass down with a calm, precise motion. He rested one finger against his chin, then slowly shifted his gaze toward Derek. Your name is Derek, correct? Derek immediately straightened in his seat, his posture tightening before he gave a quick nod. Yes, that's correct. But the moment he heard Drace say his name, surprise flashed across his face. He knows who I am. Drace folded his arms with the same quiet composure and spoke again, his tone steady and measured. If it would not be too troublesome, would you mind speaking with me somewhere private? Just the two of us. Derek stared at him for a brief moment, trying to read the meaning behind the request. In the end, he gave a silent agreement, and before long, the two of them had left the tavern behind. Night had already fallen over Ebelstein, wrapping Belden's territory in cold air and deep shadows. The streets lay quiet beneath the breeze, and Drace walked slowly along the empty road, his staff held firmly in hand. His footsteps were calm and even, each one measured as if he had all the time in the world. Derek followed a short distance behind him, silent and attentive, listening carefully to every word the legendary mage chose to say. Your talent in magic is exceptional, Drace said without turning around, though I imagine you have rarely heard anyone say that to you. Because you are already so naturally gifted. Derek did not answer. He simply kept walking behind him in silence. Then Drace asked, in that same calm voice, why do you work so hard? For the first time, Derek's expression showed a hint of uncertainty. Drace continued, what is it you hope to achieve by learning magic? A short silence passed between them before Derek finally answered honestly. I don't really have some grand ambition. The moment I realized there was even a little talent inside me, I just became curious. I wanted to know how far I could actually go. Hearing that, Drace slowly turned his head, bringing his eyes back toward Derek. For a brief moment, he looked straight into Derek's eyes, studying him without saying a word. Then a faint smile touched his face. As a commoner, if you wish to climb higher than where you are standing now. His voice lowered, gaining a heavier edge that made the quiet street feel even colder. You are still lacking. Derek's expression tightened slightly at those words. Drace did not soften the statement, but he continued calmly, as if offering something far greater than criticism. Would it trouble you if I helped you? The instant those words reached him, Derek's eyes widened in pure disbelief. A 6-star mage, Drace Wolftail himself, was offering to teach him. There was no sensible reason to refuse. And yet, behind that calm appearance stood a terrifying history that nearly every noble in the Empire knew all too well. Drace Wolftail had been born as nothing more than a commoner. Unlike nobles, who were surrounded from birth by wealth, status, tutors, and proper magical education, he had possessed none of those advantages. All he had was his own talent. Even so, he advanced through the world of magic at a speed that seemed almost impossible. By the time he reached adulthood, he had already stepped into the 2-star realm. Later, after starting a family, his power rose again, carrying him all the way to the level of a 3-star mage. To ordinary commoners, Drace became a living symbol of hope. He was proof that birth did not have to decide a person's entire future. Eventually, his village changed into a gathering place for commoner mages who admired him, and more people came there chasing the same dream. Before long, that place became like an ivory tower for commoners, a place where they could finally imagine standing beside nobles through magic alone. But that fragile hope did not last. In the very year Drace reached the 4-star realm, tragedy came crashing down on him during a stormy night filled with heavy rain. Drace returned home after finishing his work, rainwater dripping from his clothes as thunder rolled across the black sky. But the moment he opened the door to his house, the world in front of him shattered. His family's bodies lay inside, blood staining the floor, and every single member of his family had been murdered. Not long after that, several nobles gathered inside a luxurious hall, speaking about the incident as if it were nothing more than idle gossip. They sat surrounded by comfort and expensive wine, casually discussing the deaths as though no real tragedy had occurred. "Has Drace finally calmed down?" one noble asked with clear amusement in his voice. "Yes, Count," another noble replied confidently. "Drace Wolftail has gone into hiding. Those arrogant commoner mages have quieted down as well." Another noble laughed while slowly swirling the wine in his glass. "How vulgar. Commoners really should learn their place. Honestly, why are they so greedy for magic in the first place?" But as he turned toward the bearded noble beside him to continue speaking, his expression suddenly froze. A severed head flew across the room without warning. Blood scattered through the air in a violent spray, staining the refined hall in an instant. Standing there in the middle of the bloodshed was Drace Wolftail, silent and motionless. There had been no warning, no dramatic incantation, and no grand spell lighting up the room. With nothing but fingers strengthened by magic, Drace had sliced the noble's head clean from his body. The remaining noble began trembling so hard he could barely speak. Drace Wolftail. But Drace's eyes held no mercy, no hesitation, and no emotion except pure murderous intent. With one swift movement, he cut through the noble's legs. The man crashed to the floor, screaming in agony as blood spread beneath him. Terror swallowed him completely, and he dragged himself backward in desperation, trying to escape from the monster he had helped create. "Please spare me. I'm sorry, please." His begging spilled out in broken pieces, but Drace paid no attention to any of it. Another attack followed immediately. Blood erupted across the room, and the noble's horrifying screams tore through the luxurious hall. Then, at last, everything fell silent. From that day forward, Drace lived as a hunted man for 30 long years. The imperial family and the nobility chased him relentlessly, cornering him again and again. But no matter how many times they came after him, he never fell. Instead, he only continued to grow stronger. Step by step, he pushed beyond the 5-star realm, until he finally reached the terrifying level of a 6-star mage. Only then did the Empire finally understand the truth. If they kept treating Drace Wolftail as an enemy, the kingdom itself might be driven toward collapse. In the end, the imperial family acknowledged that his revenge had been justified. To protect their own authority and prevent even more blood from being spilled, they granted him a noble title. And so, Drace Wolftail became a man who had seized nobility through power alone. Back in the present, Derek looked toward Drace with disbelief still lingering in his eyes. The very man whose name carried such a bloody legend now stood before him, offering to become his teacher. Meanwhile, in the noble district of Ebelstein, another kind of tension was beginning to rise. Inside the grand conference hall of Cleon Hall, Grand Duke Veltus Enerkalokas sat with controlled dignity, calmly waving one hand as he spoke toward Raymond Oso Duplin. "Grand Duke Duplin, if you intend to expand north of the Belkos Peninsula, you should be cautious of the labyrinth hidden within the White Zone." His words were polite, but the warning beneath them was unmistakable. A faint smile appeared on Veltus's face as he continued, his voice smooth and composed. "If necessary, I can dispatch my knights to assist you, Raymond Oso." Raymond Oso Duplin quietly held a chess piece between his fingers, turning it slightly before giving his answer. "The knights you speak of?" His tone sharpened with open disdain. "Are they perhaps those lowly mercenaries?" The moment those words left his mouth, the air inside the hall froze. Anger flashed across Veltus's face, and a powerful aura began spreading through the room, pressing down on the atmosphere like a warning. "It must be difficult," Veltus replied coldly, his voice carrying a sharpened edge, "to maintain such vast territory with nothing but private soldiers. If that burden has become too heavy for you, perhaps surrendering that territory would be the wiser choice." Raymond answered by slowly letting his own aura seep into the room, quiet but unmistakably sharp. His eyes locked straight onto Veltus, and in an instant, The air inside the conference room grew heavy with pressure, as if even breathing too loudly might spark a confrontation. Standing beside them, Belmiard quickly lifted both hands, his face tightening with panic as he hurried to smooth things over. Now, both of you have already come all the way to Ebelstein. Wouldn't it be better to visit your children first before anything else? Raymond slowly turned his gaze toward him, his expression unreadable behind his glasses. Speaking of children, he said calmly, I heard your daughter Ellen managed to fight Aceline on even ground. The moment Ellen was mentioned, Belmiard's face brightened with obvious pride. Yes, she did, he replied with a pleased smile. Although she sadly lost in the end, her talent is finally beginning to blossom. With the right guidance from a truly capable instructor, I am certain that one day, she will surpass Lady Aceline. Raymond said nothing for a short moment. He simply stood there in silence, then calmly raised one hand and adjusted his glasses, the motion slow and deliberate. A capable instructor, Raymond repeated, his eyes narrowing just slightly behind the lenses. You mean Derek? Belmiard's confident smile began to fade, but Raymond's voice remained steady as he continued. If Derek were to become Eiline's instructor instead, Ellen would never be able to surpass her. The moment those words left his mouth, a dangerous wave of magical aura rolled through the room. Belmiard's lips curved into a cold smile, and the atmosphere tightened even further. Ho ho, Belmiard said, his smile sharp despite his polite tone. And what makes you so certain such a thing would ever happen? His connection with Ellen is already quite deep. Raymond immediately pushed back with his own aura, meeting Belmiard's pressure head-on. Do you truly believe he is the kind of man who makes decisions based on personal feelings? He asked, his voice cutting through the room. If so, then you clearly understand nothing about his character. While the two powerful men continued to clash with words and invisible pressure, Grand Duke Veltus watched quietly from the side. His gaze moved between them, thoughtful and cautious. Just who exactly was this Derek? If men of their rank were arguing so fiercely over him, then Veltus could no longer afford to ignore his existence. After a moment of silent thought, Veltus's eyes narrowed with interest. He reached his own conclusion quietly. He would have Denise investigate this man named Derek herself. The next morning, the scene returned to Belden's Tier. Warm sunlight streamed through the tavern windows, spreading across the wooden floor, when the front door suddenly opened from outside. Belmiard stepped inside with several subordinates following behind him. The instant Derek's uncle recognized who had entered, the welcoming smile on his face froze, stiffening into nervousness before he could hide it. Belmiard stood calmly and placed one hand against his chin, studying the man in front of him. Are you the commander of this mercenary course? He asked. Derek's uncle hurried to bring out an expensive bottle of wine, forcing himself to remain polite despite the tension crawling up his back. Belmiard folded his arms across his chest, his expression turning serious as he prepared to get straight to the point. Since there was no response to the letter sent by my head butler, I decided to come here personally. Derek's uncle immediately lowered himself with nervous courtesy. I sincerely apologize, he replied, his voice tense. The truth is, Derek's uncle continued carefully, Derek has been missing for several days. At those words, Belmiard's expression shifted, just enough for his surprise to show. Missing, Belmiard repeated. Derek's uncle nodded anxiously. We have searched everywhere for him. A few days ago, he suddenly declared that he was refusing all requests, and after that, he disappeared without giving anyone an explanation. Belmiard fell quiet, his thoughts moving quickly behind his calm face. Had House Duplin already taken Derek? Or could Veltus have made a move first? But after carefully weighing the situation, he dismissed both possibilities. No, there had been no information suggesting either side had acted yet. His gaze sharpened with decision. Then I will simply have to find him myself. With that, the scene shifted once again, this time toward the outskirts of Ebelstein, near the residence of Grand Duke Veltus. Denise sat comfortably in a chair, relaxed as she casually bit into an apple. In her other hand, she held a letter, her eyes moving quietly across the words written on the page. Once she finished reading, Denise lifted her gaze toward the maid standing nearby. When did this arrive? She asked. The maid answered respectfully. It was delivered early this morning. The patriarch said the matter was extremely urgent. Denise lowered her eyes back to the letter. The message was clear. Hurry and locate the man named Derek, then recruit him as her instructor at all cost. She let out a soft sigh, staring at the apple in her hand as if the whole thing already felt bothersome. I suppose father is panicking, she murmured quietly. That mercenary's value is probably at its lowest right now. A faint smile tugged at the corner of her lips. How troublesome. Yet even as she said that, her mind had already started drifting somewhere completely different. Still, today was not an ordinary day for her. A spark of excitement slowly lit up in her eyes as she reached up and removed her glasses. The newest novel by that great author had finally arrived. A slight blush spread across Denise's cheeks as the title echoed through her mind. The lady submits to the cold. And then came the phrase that completely captured her imagination. Grand Duke's ice great sword. The moment she thought of it, her mind began to run wild. But what exactly was the ice great sword? Denise pressed one hand against her cheek, her eyes glowing with curiosity. A bright, excited smile spread across her face. I absolutely need to know. Without hesitating any longer, Denise suddenly rose from her chair. Well, if I ignore father now, he'll only keep nagging me later anyway. She turned her head toward her maid. Bella. The maid immediately answered, Yes, my lady? Prepare my clothes. Denise smiled calmly as she picked up the letter once more. I'm heading out. There was someone she needed to meet, and now she had every reason to go. As night slowly settled over the outskirts of Ramhill Hill, the great cave of Lasps sank into complete silence, swallowed by darkness and cold. A freezing wind swept along the mountain paths outside, scraping past the rocks. Thin layers of frost crept across the stone walls around the cave entrance, turning the mouth of the cavern pale and icy. Deep within the cave, far removed from the bitter wind outside, Derek and Drace sat facing each other in absolute stillness. Both remained cross-legged on the frozen ground, while Drace kept his eyes closed, his expression calm and almost peaceful. Then, in a low, steady voice that carried softly through the cavern, Drace finally spoke. Close your eyes and release your mana like a thin mist. Do not force it. Let it move naturally. Then feel the sensation of your mana touching the world around you before it returns. Hearing each instruction clearly, Derek slowly closed his eyes and began to follow exactly as he had been told. A faint wave of mana slipped out from Derek's body, spreading quietly through the dark cave like invisible fog. It brushed over the cold stone walls, touched the scattered rocks beneath the water, and drifted carefully through every hidden corner of the cavern. Little by little, that mana began to flow back toward him. Drace continued speaking while calmly observing Derek's progress. What you are doing now is the foundation of search-type magic. At the 1-star level, it can only perform simple threat detection. At 2 stars, you can locate people and sense magical energy from a distance. At 3 stars, you become able to see through disguises and deception. At 4 stars, you begin to perceive the intentions hidden inside your opponent's heart. At 5 stars, you can communicate with the dead themselves for the first time. Drace slowly opened his eyes, his gaze still perfectly calm. And at 6 stars, you gain the power to see the future. Derek's eyes opened slowly the moment he heard those words. A look of disbelief crossed Derek's face, though it was carefully acted. In a quiet voice, he repeated, See the future? Drace folded his hands together and nodded without the slightest hesitation. That is correct. I saw the future myself. That is why I came to find you, because I need you. For a brief moment, silence settled over the cave again before Derek finally spoke. Then tell me, Derek said, his eyes fixed on Drace. What exactly happens to me in that future? Drace looked directly back at him before answering. You know of a man named Valerian, don't you? Drace asked calmly. The eldest son of House Duplin. The instant Derek heard that name, his expression stiffened in visible surprise. Drace continued without changing his tone. Before you reach adulthood, he will begin practicing necromancy. That is why you must kill him. A cold, heavy silence spread through the cave, pressing down on both of them. Derek's eyes narrowed slightly as countless thoughts rushed through his mind at once. He stayed silent for several moments, then finally asked, Why would he study necromancy? What exactly is he trying to do? But Drace only shook his head slightly. I cannot tell you any more than this. That is the nature of the future itself. The more recklessly someone learns about what lies ahead, the more unstable and unpredictable those events become. His voice lowered, growing quieter in the frozen cave, before he added one final thing. There is one more thing I can tell you. In the future, you are destined to die. The moment those words fell, the entire cave sank back into a silence so deep that even the cold air seemed to stop moving. But what was strange was Derek's reaction, or rather, the lack of one. He did not flinch, panic, or even widen his eyes, and that calmness made Drace look at him with a faint trace of surprise. You do not appear shocked, Drace said, watching him closely. Derek lowered his eyes for a brief moment, as if turning the words over in his mind, then answered in a steady voice. You said I was destined to die. But you never said that would be the first time I died. At that answer, a real smile slowly spread across Drace's face, one that carried both amusement and genuine approval. He rose to his feet at a measured pace, his gaze settling down on Derek with clear satisfaction. Correct, he said. And for the record, I have no intention of letting you die either. Then Drace turned away, and glowing magical symbols began to gather and spin around his hand. In an instant, the mana inside the cave grew thick and heavy, pressing against the air like an invisible weight. You must survive, Drace continued. But if you want to survive what is coming, then you must become much stronger than you are right now. His eyes shifted toward the high opening above the cave, where the night sky stretched beyond the stone, and he slowly lifted his hand toward that dark expanse. The very next second, an enormous wave of mana erupted from Drace's body, shooting upward like a blazing pillar of light tearing through the darkness. That terrifying energy pierced straight through the black sky above the mountain, reaching toward the moon hidden behind layers of thick cloud. Drace's focus sharpened as his mana stretched out and connected directly to the moon itself. Then, all at once, the heavens seemed to tremble. The clouds were blasted apart as if an unseen hand had swept them away, and the bright full moon finally revealed itself above the snowy mountain peaks. Silver moonlight poured over Ramhole Hill, washing across the frozen cliffs, the white-covered landscape, and the enormous cave below. A few moments later, that vast mana quietly flowed back into Drace's body, returning so smoothly that it almost felt as if nothing had happened at all. Derek stood there frozen, staring at the incredible scene before him, unable to say a single word after witnessing power on that scale. The story then moved away from the mountain and shifted toward the city of Ebelstein. A luxurious carriage rolled slowly through the busy city streets, its wheels clattering over the road before it finally came to a graceful stop. The carriage door opened with refined elegance, and Lady Denise stepped out with her maid Bella beside her. Almost immediately, the pedestrians nearby noticed Denise's striking beauty. One person after another turned to look, their faces filling with surprise. Some of them stared openly, while others failed completely to hide the blush rising across their cheeks. Denise calmly swept her eyes over the street, then looked back toward the carriage driver. I will walk from here. Stay behind and rest for now. The driver quickly bowed his head with respect. Yes, my lady. With that, Denise and Bella began making their way through the streets, and Denise soon noticed the countless stairways rising and falling all around them. A proud smile touched Denise's lips as she turned slightly toward her maid. Bella, why do you think everyone keeps staring at me? Bella lowered her head just a little, keeping her voice perfectly calm as she replied. I wonder why, my lady. Denise placed one hand delicately against her cheek, striking a dramatic pose as if the answer had suddenly dawned on her. Could it be because I'm pretty? Bella glanced at her from the side, her eyes narrowing slightly before she answered with brutal honesty. My lady, your room is always a disaster. You rarely wash properly, and most of your time is spent lying around reading books. So honestly, even your usual appearance is already quite impressive in its own strange way. After offering a small, polite bow, Bella added without changing her tone. But I believe you become even worse whenever you start acting like this. Denise looked utterly offended, as if she had been wounded. Oh, Bella, you truly have a talent for making jokes. I was not joking, Bella replied at once. Then her expression grew more serious. Shouldn't we hurry? What if another family recruits that man named Derek before we reach him? Denise waved one hand lazily, dismissing the concern. There is no need to worry. Even if I move slowly, I am still faster than everyone else. Bella let out a deep sigh. You are always late for your lessons, though. Denise ignored that remark completely. Her eyes narrowed as her thoughts moved elsewhere. You said that Mercenary turned down every offer and then suddenly disappeared, correct? Bella blinked at her. Did you hear anything I just said? But Denise had already slipped fully into her own reasoning. He is not the type to chase money above all else. So why would someone like that suddenly vanish? She rested one hand beneath her chin, thinking through the situation step by step. For someone his age who can already use magic, there are only a few possibilities. The reason has to be magic itself. Either he came across an extraordinary grimoire, or he found a truly remarkable teacher. As Denise spoke, a faint, knowing smile began to curve at the corners of her lips. If that is true, then of course he would stop wasting his time as a mercenary. Her eyes sharpened even further as another possibility surfaced in her mind. But he left the Duplin mansion of his own will, didn't he? And for studying magic, there is hardly a better place than the Duplin household. Denise paused for a brief moment, and then her smile widened with confidence. Which means he found something even greater than House Duplin. At that moment, Bella's voice cut through her thoughts. Lady Denise, we've arrived. Denise snapped back to the present and slowly raised her gaze toward the building standing in front of them. The place was Belden's terror. Inside the shop, Derek's Uncle Bisley was going about his usual work. He continued handling the day's business as normal until the door opened with a soft sound, drawing his attention upward with a welcoming smile. Welcome, he began, but the instant he recognized Denise standing there, his face stiffened, and nervousness crept into his expression. Denise studied him calmly for a moment, then suddenly asked, "That old mage came here recently, didn't he?" For a heartbeat, Derek's uncle froze in place, caught completely off guard. "Pardon," he managed, but before he could properly explain himself, Denise smiled brightly, as if his reaction had already given her every answer she needed. "Thank you for the answer," she said with graceful satisfaction. Then, without wasting another second, she turned toward Bella. "Let's go. I need to check the carriage transit records." Bella immediately followed her lead and replied, "Yes, my lady." As the two women left the shop, Derek's uncle stayed where he was, nervously rubbing the back of his neck while watching them disappear down the street. The scene then shifted to the Coachman's Guild in Ebelstein's commercial district. Inside, Denise sat composed at a table while Bella searched through a pile of travel records spread out before them. After some time, Bella finally looked up and asked, "My lady, how did you know Sir Dreist had visited?" Denise flipped through one of the documents with casual confidence before answering. It was obvious that Mercenary abandoned the mansion of a 5-star mage by choice. Someone serious about magic would never do that so easily. He would not walk away unless something even greater had appeared in front of him. She continued turning the pages as she spoke, her tone carrying complete certainty. Which means the only person who could possibly draw his interest would be a 6-star mage. A proud smile appeared on Denise's face. And as it happens, I knew a 6-star mage had recently been heading toward Ebelstein, so all I did was make a simple guess. She leaned back in her chair with obvious satisfaction. And that old man fell for it perfectly. After a short pause, Denise turned toward Bella, her eyes glittering as if she had just discovered something wonderful about herself. Could it be that I am actually smart? Bella stared at her in silence for a moment before giving her answer. You almost never use your brain properly, so I cannot say for certain. Denise dramatically pressed one hand over her chest as if those words had pierced her. Oh my, Bella, your words wound me deeply. I am simply being objective, Bella replied without the slightest hesitation. Denise released a heavy sigh and murmured, "Being this talented truly is exhausting. Sometimes I wish I could simply be incompetent instead." Bella's lips curved into a faint smile. "Do you actually enjoy it when people talk back to you, my lady?" Denise answered with a proud grin. "Really now? You only ever notice my beautiful side." Bella sighed once again, clearly used to this by now. "You truly never listen to anything I say." Then her expression turned serious. "But even if we find him first, can we really recruit him? I heard House Duplin and House Belmiard are looking for him too," Bella said, her voice low with concern. Denise, however, suddenly lifted one of the records from the pile, a bright, confident smile spreading across her face. "Oh, Bella, that part is actually the simplest problem of all." Bella's eyes narrowed at once, suspicion written all over her face. "You already have a plan?" Denise's cheeks turned faintly pink for a moment, but the embarrassment quickly twisted into a sly, mischievous grin. "A honey trap." Bella froze on the spot, instantly flustered by how boldly she said it. Denise only looked prouder, lifting her chin as if the plan were flawless. "He's just a hot-blooded young man, isn't he? There's no way someone like him could turn down a beauty like me." "Impossible." Bella stared at her with a blank, almost pitiless expression before giving her answer in the flattest voice possible. "Your rival is Lady Iselin." Denise went completely still, as if Bella had just stabbed her straight through the heart. She slowly turned toward her, her face wounded and disbelieving. "Bella, why would you say something that cruel?" A second later, Denise lunged forward and grabbed Bella by both shoulders, shaking her with desperate urgency. "I'm prettier, right? Tell me I'm prettier." Bella could only let out another long, exhausted sigh, looking as though this had drained the last of her patience. "This is the only thing you ever truly listen to." A short while later, Bella's gaze suddenly caught on one of the records spread out before them. She leaned closer, pointed at the page, and spoke up in surprise. I found it." Denise immediately snatched up the document and scanned through it line by line. The playful look on her face vanished in an instant, replaced by sharp focus. 1 week ago, a boy in robes used a travel pass. Her eyes narrowed as she read the next line, her voice dropping with each word. Destination, the outskirts of Ramoil. Last recorded location, the Great Cave. And with that, the scene shifted away from the records and back toward the cold, silent depths of the Great Cave itself. Inside the Great Cave, Derek was still training under Drace Wolftail's watchful guidance. He sat cross-legged on the frozen ground, his posture steady and unmoving, while the mana around him flowed in controlled waves under his quiet concentration. Across from him, Drace stood in silence, observing every small shift in Derek's breathing and mana control. Then, without warning, his expression changed slightly, as if he had sensed something from far beyond the darkness of the cave. "It seems someone has arrived," Drace said in a calm, measured voice. "From the presence I sense, they appear to belong to House Veltus. Most likely, they came here searching for you." Derek slowly opened his eyes, surprise flickering across his otherwise composed face. Around him, the center of the cave remained sealed beneath thick ice, while water dripped endlessly from the ceiling above, each drop echoing through the dim, hollow darkness. At the same time, near the deeper entrance of the cave, Denise and Bella were carefully wading through the freezing water. Every step sent small splashes rippling around their feet, and the sound bounced uneasily through the cavern. Bella shivered as she followed behind, then whispered nervously, "Lady Denise, maybe we should not go any farther. Wouldn't it be better to report this to the Patriarch and come back with soldiers?" Denise lifted the edge of her soaked dress just enough to keep walking, refusing to slow down even as the cold water clung to the fabric. "I cannot do that," she answered firmly, her eyes fixed straight ahead. "If we bring soldiers, then I won't get any credit for finding him myself." Denise glanced back at Bella with a serious look. "Besides, once soldiers start moving around, the other houses may notice. After all the effort we put in, someone else could swoop in and steal the reward." Just then, Bella suddenly raised a trembling hand and pointed into the darkness ahead. "My lady." "Over there." Bella's voice barely came out. Denise immediately turned toward the direction she was pointing, and the confidence on her face stiffened at once. Two glowing red eyes slowly emerged from the shadows ahead, hanging in the darkness like burning embers. Bella's face drained of color, and panic burst from her voice. "It's a monster." Denise moved without thinking and stepped in front of her maid, placing herself protectively between Bella and the thing in the dark. Even so, her own hands were visibly trembling. "Bella, stay behind me." Her thoughts raced, unease tightening around her chest. Wasn't this cave supposed to have been completely cleared already? The question flashed through Denise's mind as she stared into the shadows. She knew she had never been especially confident with offensive magic, but standing still was no longer an option. She raised one hand toward the darkness and immediately began chanting a spell, forcing herself to keep her voice steady. Behind her, Bella remained frozen in place, too frightened to move or even breathe properly. Then, slowly, the figure hidden in the darkness began to step forward. Its outline moved into the faint moonlight filtering through the cave, revealing more of itself with every quiet footstep. The terrifying red eyes were finally revealed to belong not to a monster, but to Derek himself. He calmly emerged from the shadows, his gaze steady and unreadable as he looked straight at Denise. Denise's eyes widened in disbelief the moment she recognized him. Her voice dropped into a soft whisper, filled with surprise. "The Mercenary." Derek stopped in front of them and asked in his usual calm tone, "What brings someone like Lady Denise to such a humble place?" For a brief moment, only the dripping water echoed through the cave. Denise slowly lowered her raised hand, letting the spell she had been preparing fade away. Then, little by little, a graceful smile bloomed across Denise's face, as though she had already regained control of the situation. She looked directly at Derek, her eyes bright with confidence, and one bold thought rose clearly in her mind. "Now then, it's time to make him mine." Derek looked back at her and replied with complete composure. "Indeed, what a pleasant conversation." The moment those words reached her ears, Denise was left stunned, as if her perfectly prepared rhythm had been cut off before it even began. Beside them, Bella stood quietly with a faint smile tugging at her lips, clearly enjoying the awkward turn the situation had taken. Denise quickly forced herself to recover. She adjusted her expression, softened her voice, and spoke again in a much gentler, more elegant tone, as if trying to wrap every word in charm. "Actually, I can't even count how many times I've met you in my dreams," Denise said sweetly, gazing at him with practiced sincerity. "I've heard that you are incredibly gifted, not only as a mage, but also as an instructor. So, how should I say this? If I could receive your teachings, Derek," she continued, her voice growing even softer. I think I would be so happy. The moment she finished, Derek stared at her with a face so expressionless it was almost brutal. Then he asked bluntly, "Why are you speaking in such a theatrical tone? Are you practicing for a play because the cave echoes?" As soon as those words left Derek's mouth, Bella, who had been standing to the side desperately trying to hold in her laughter, finally lost the battle. She burst out laughing, and her voice rang loudly through the cold cave. Denise immediately snapped her head toward Bella, her face burning with embarrassment as her carefully crafted charm collapsed right in front of her. Inside, Denise could barely believe what had just happened. So the shy, beautiful girl act doesn't work on him? Even so, she refused to back down. After a quick breath, she gathered herself again and changed her approach, this time speaking in a far more serious and vulnerable tone. I felt many things after watching the duel between Lady Iselin and Lady Ellen, Denise said, her expression turning heavier. As one of the Rossi trio, I suddenly felt as though I was the only one being left behind. I grew anxious, she continued, lowering her gaze slightly, because it felt like everyone around me would keep moving forward, while I stayed trapped in the exact same place. At that moment, Denise looked every bit like a desperate and pitiful beauty. She slowly stepped closer to Derek as she spoke, closing the distance between them little by little until the space separating them became dangerously small. Her face was now so close to his that she could almost feel the warmth of his breathing. But while her expression remained fragile and earnest, the thoughts racing through her mind were something else entirely. Oh my, we're so close. He can probably feel my breath now. His heart must be pounding like crazy, right? There's no way he can refuse me after this. However, in the very next moment, Derek lifted his hand and pushed her backward without the slightest hesitation. Denise's eyes flew wide open in total shock, her entire body freezing as if she had not expected that response at all. Derek, still calm and indifferent, simply said, "I'm not so sure." He looked directly at her and continued without softening his voice. "From what I've seen, Lady Denise, you don't actually seem to have much interest in magic." Derek's tone remained as calm and emotionless as ever, which only made his words feel even sharper. "Earlier, you mistook me for a monster and tried to cast Ice Spear, didn't you? It was clumsy, very clumsy. The way your mana flowed, the speed of your incantation, none of it was refined. Not a single part of it was properly prepared." Derek continued looking at Denise as he mercilessly picked apart her magic. "Your basic mana capacity is excellent, but it is completely disorganized. That alone shows how little you normally practice." Hearing that, Denise was utterly shaken. For the first time since she had met him, Denise found herself completely speechless. Her mouth opened slightly, but no words came out, and she could not think of a single answer to defend herself. Behind her, Bella quietly raised one hand and gave Derek a small thumbs up, as if praising him for seeing through everything so perfectly. Derek's expression did not change at all as he continued, "Let me give you one piece of advice. In front of someone who is truly serious about magic, do not speak of sincerity with lies. Some people would take that as an insult." Those words hit Denise much harder than she had expected, landing with a weight that left her unable to brush them aside. This time, Denise had absolutely no reply left. After saying everything he needed to say, Derek slowly turned away from her and began walking deeper into the cave. Even as he turned to leave, Derek gave her one last answer without so much as glancing over his shoulder. "I don't know why you want me specifically," he said in a calm, distant voice, "but from what I can tell, this has nothing to do with learning magic, and I don't take requests from people when I can't see what they're really after." Denise's composure cracked in an instant, and she quickly reached a hand toward his back, a brief flash of panic crossing her face. "Derek, wait, first of all." But before she could even finish getting the words out, Derek suddenly stopped in his tracks and answered her first. "You should find someone far more talented than a low-ranking mercenary like me. That would suit a noble lady of your standing much better." With those final words left behind, Derek quietly continued forward, his figure growing smaller as he disappeared into the distance. Denise stayed rooted in place, unable to move or speak for several long moments. The confident smile and graceful charm she had been forcing herself to maintain had vanished completely, leaving only a stiff expression filled with confusion, irritation, and wounded pride. The scene soon moved to the area outside the cave. The sky had begun to darken, and as night slowly settled over the land, a chilly evening wind spread through the surroundings. Nearby, a temporary camp had already been arranged, with several tents standing around the area and a warm campfire burning brightly at the center. Denise sat beside the fire in silence, her eyes fixed on the dancing flames while her mind remained tangled in everything Derek had said earlier. After watching her quietly for some time, Bella finally spoke up, her face filled with concern. Are you really going to be all right, Lady Denise? Bella asked carefully. Denise lifted her gaze from the fire, and determination returned to her expression. If I step back now, some other family will simply take him for themselves. I have to win him over before anyone else gets the chance. Hearing the resolve in Denise's voice, Bella lowered her head a little, still unable to hide her worry. Please don't overdo it, she said softly. I'll take my leave now. But just as Bella was about to walk away, Denise suddenly called after her. Bella. Her voice grew quieter, and a trace of guilt appeared in her eyes. I know you always end up suffering because I'm so selfish. She hesitated for a brief moment, then continued in an almost pleading tone. But this favor is extremely important to me. I really, truly need you to do this. Denise looked at her with complete seriousness. When you come back tomorrow, please bring volume 4 of The Duke's Pillar of Fire Melts the Commoner Lady. Bella could no longer find a single proper word to say. She simply stood there in silence, shoulders heavy, looking utterly drained by Denise's bizarre and unstoppable obsession. The scene then moved forward to the following day. Derek was sitting quietly by himself in his usual spot, keeping to his own space as always, when the sound of footsteps suddenly reached his ears. A short while later, Denise appeared before him, struggling with all her strength as she dragged an enormous box toward where he was sitting. The box was packed full of all kinds of things. Stacks of books, several magic crystals, snacks, and a variety of supplies that looked as though she had gathered them from everywhere she could think of. When Derek saw the ridiculous amount of items she had brought with her, he stared at the box for a moment in clear confusion before asking, "What exactly is all of this?" Denise quickly tried to answer while still catching her breath. "It's nothing special. There isn't much I can do for you personally, but I can at least support you like this, so you can concentrate fully on your magic training, Derek." But Derek responded at once, his tone as blunt and unmoved as ever. "Doing things like this won't change anything." Denise, however, simply smiled at him as if she had already expected that kind of answer. "That's fine. I feel like I'm growing just by being able to watch you, so please don't worry about me." Outwardly, she sounded gentle and sincere, but the thoughts running through her mind were completely different. If he was still human, then sooner or later he would have to feel something toward a person who kept treating him this generously. He could like her as much as he wanted. He could feel grateful all he wanted. In the end, she was convinced she would be the one smiling in victory. After looking down at the box for a moment, Derek calmly said, "Then I'll accept this gratefully." The instant he picked up the supplies, Denise's eyes lit up with excitement. He took them. He had taken the bait. But before she could enjoy that tiny victory for even a few seconds, Derek casually continued speaking while already eating some of the snacks she had brought. "Though I still won't become your teacher." The moment those words reached her ears, Denise froze completely. He was rejecting her while openly eating everything she had brought right in front of her. Denise could only stare at him in disbelief, wondering what kind of person could be that shameless. The next day, Denise returned once again, wearing a bright smile as though none of the previous failures had affected her at all. "Derek, I brought food and magic crystals for you today." But before she could even properly show them to him, Derek answered calmly, as if the entire routine had already become familiar. "Thank you. Though I still won't become your teacher." And the following day, she appeared again without missing a beat. "Good morning. Our head chef personally prepared a full-course meal for you, Derek." Yet once again, the response she received was brutally simple. "Thanks. I still won't do it, though." Even after being rejected again and again, Denise stubbornly refused to back down. The next day, she came carrying a huge refined mana crystal in both hands, her face full of confidence as she proudly presented it to him. "Derek, look at this. It's refined ore. I thought it might help with your magic training." Derek reached out toward the crystal without even the slightest hesitation. "You can leave it here." For one brief second, Denise's eyes sparkled with hope. Then Derek calmly added, "I still won't do it, though." The moment Denise returned to her own area after that, the emotions she had been holding back finally exploded. Overwhelmed with frustration, she slammed her fist straight into a nearby pillar, cracking it instantly and breaking part of it apart. "That selfish exploiter," Denise shouted in fury. "If I'm being this kind to him, shouldn't he at least pretend to be a little touched?" Just then, Bella suddenly rushed over, her face pale with panic. "Lady Denise, we have a problem." Still burning with anger, Denise turned toward her with an irritated glare. "Are you telling me there's a problem even worse than this?" Bella hurriedly explained. The head butler of House Duplin is coming this way right now. The instant Denise heard those words, the anger on her face vanished, replaced by sudden alarm. Bella, we're hiding for now. Bella glanced around nervously, clearly unsure what to do. But what about the tent? Denise snapped back in a rush. I don't know. They'll probably just think it belongs to Derek anyway. Just hide. With no time left to argue, the two of them quickly hurried away and concealed themselves nearby. A few moments later, the head butler arrived, and behind him came a massive procession of attendants and guards moving in formation. The sight was so excessive that Denise could only stare from her hiding place in stunned disbelief. What was this supposed to be? Were they marching into battle or something? The scene then moved inside, where Derek finally stood face to face with the butler. With a respectful posture, the butler presented him with a letter. Derek quietly opened the letter and read through its contents. It contained an official request asking him to become Lady Eileen's personal magic instructor. Once he finished reading, Derek answered calmly, "It would be an honor." The moment Denise heard those words from where she was hiding, her mind nearly snapped from shock and rage. After listening to Derek's answer, the butler turned to him and asked in a composed voice, "I see. In that case, will you prepare to depart with us immediately?" But to everyone's surprise, Derek refused without the slightest hesitation. The refusal came so suddenly that Denise was left completely stunned. For a moment, she could barely believe what she had just heard. Derek remained firm as he answered respectfully, "Only after I finish my training, though I can't say for certain when that will be." There was no arrogance in his voice, and no disrespect either, only quiet determination. Realizing that simple persuasion would not move him, the head butler tried changing tactics. "What if we increase the payment?" he asked. But even that offer did nothing to shake Derek's decision. Derek lowered his head slightly and answered, "I'm sorry. At my current level, I don't believe I can be of much help to Lady Eileen. I don't want to teach magic in a half-hearted way." His words were plain, but they carried genuine sincerity. Derek truly believed his skills were still not enough, and if he accepted such an important responsibility now, he would only end up disappointing the person he was supposed to guide. Nearby, Denise quietly listened to the entire exchange from her hiding spot. When she heard Derek speak so seriously about teaching magic, her gaze dropped as well. Unlike him, she had never been fond of magic, and just hearing the subject brought a faint discomfort to her chest. An unusually heavy silence settled over the area as everyone took in Derek's unwavering answer. Soon after, the scene shifted to the mansion, where Eileen was spending her day. The moment Eileen heard the report, her eyes widened with surprise, then quickly brightened with excitement. "Oh really? You found out where Derek is?" she asked at once. Her attendant nodded respectfully. "Yes, Lady Eileen. Yesterday evening, the head butler went to see him personally." Upon hearing that, Eileen looked even more surprised. "Oh, you should have told me. I was going to ask him myself," she said, clearly disappointed that she had not been informed sooner. But that disappointment did not last long. A bright smile quickly spread across her face as she rose from her seat and declared, "I must go now. Please gather the fastest soldiers." Her excitement was impossible to hide. She wanted to meet Derek as soon as possible, and she clearly had no intention of wasting even a moment. However, her personal maid looked troubled and immediately tried to stop her. "But, Lady Eileen, the terrain there is very rough," the maid warned cautiously. Even so, Eileen's enthusiasm did not fade in the slightest. The thought of finally meeting Derek again had already filled her with determination, and no difficult road ahead seemed capable of changing her mind. Eileen smiled brightly and answered without hesitation, "This is about welcoming my teacher. As his student, I should go in person." Her voice carried both excitement and firm resolve. To her, this was not something she could simply leave to servants or soldiers. Derek was someone Eileen respected from the bottom of her heart, and because of that, she felt there was only one proper way to welcome him. If she truly wanted to greet him as her teacher, then she had to go herself, no matter how rough the road was or how troublesome the journey might become. Just the thought of seeing her teacher again filled her chest with eager anticipation, making her want to leave as soon as possible. And as that day gradually came to an end, the scene shifted into the quiet darkness of night. Beneath the darkened sky, a small camp had been set up in silence. The campfire crackled softly, its orange flames flickering against the cold night air. Denise sat in front of the fire without saying a word, staring into the wavering light. Even though the warmth was right in front of her, she still felt strangely cold. It was not only the chill of the night settling over her shoulders. More than that, a heavy, unfamiliar exhaustion had begun pressing down on her mind, leaving her feeling hollow and worn out. After sitting in silence for quite some time, Denise finally opened her mouth and spoke in a subdued voice. Let's head back tomorrow morning, Bella. Bella immediately bowed her head a little and answered, Yes, I understand. You certainly give up quickly, Bella added, though there was a faint teasing edge hidden in her tone. I suppose that's because you're smart. Denise slowly turned her eyes toward Bella, watching her for a moment before speaking again. Bella? She asked quietly. You actually think I'm a fool, don't you? The sudden question startled Bella so badly that she froze for a second, then hurriedly waved both hands in denial. How did you know? Of course not. Why would you say something like that? Denise lowered her gaze slightly, hesitating as if the next words were difficult to admit. In the past, once I became stubborn about something, I could usually make it happen no matter what. She paused, struggling to sort through the feelings inside her. But this time, I don't even feel like being stubborn anymore. I'm just so tired. Her voice sounded weaker than usual, almost as if the confidence and bold determination she normally carried had slowly slipped away without her realizing it. Bella looked at her in silence for a while, then finally spoke with a careful, thoughtful expression. That mercenary is not the kind of person who gets moved by someone's status or money, Bella said softly. It feels like he chooses his path based on something much more important than that. When Denise heard those words, she did not answer right away. She simply fell quiet again, her eyes lingering on the glow of the fire. Her thoughts drifted back almost immediately to the conversation Derek had with the head butler. She remembered the steady look on Derek's face when he had said that at his current level, he could not be of much help to Lady Aceline. Those words had not sounded proud, arrogant, or dismissive. They had been spoken with genuine honesty. At the same time, other memories began rising in her mind. She thought back to the battles she had witnessed, and to the countless efforts Derek had poured into training his student. Every action he took, every choice he made, and every hardship he accepted had come from a sincere desire to grow stronger and help someone else improve. The more Denise thought about it, the harder it became for her to understand. Lately, everyone around her seemed to carry a kind of honesty and dedication that she almost never encountered in the world she knew. Still staring into the campfire, Denise's expression slowly became complicated. So many feelings churned quietly in her chest that she could barely name them all. At last, she murmured under her breath, Why is everyone so sincere? After that, the scene moved deep inside the cave, where Derek was still continuing his training alone. The cave was calm and silent, with only the faint scraping sound of small stones shifting across the ground. Derek sat cross-legged in the middle of the open space, his posture steady as he focused completely on his practice. Around his body, a thick flow of magical energy slowly gathered and swirled through the air. Several stones and small objects began to tremble, then gradually lifted from the ground as Derek tried to control them with his telekinetic power. His focus did not waver at all, and he continued pushing himself forward, bit by bit with quiet persistence. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed through the cave. Someone had entered the place where he was training. Derek opened his eyes slightly as Denise approached, and she stopped a short distance away from him before speaking in a softer voice than usual. Sorry for interrupting your training, Denise said quietly. Can I sit next to you? Derek showed no sign of irritation and simply looked at her carefully. After observing her for a brief moment, he spoke in a calm voice. You seem a little different today. Denise blinked, clearly surprised, then tilted her head a little. Is it because I'm speaking casually? Derek shook his head. No, it's your eyes. For a moment, Denise looked caught off guard by that answer. Then, a faint smile slowly appeared on her face. She lifted her gaze toward the ceiling of the cave, as if she needed a moment to gather her thoughts, before finally speaking again. I'm sorry for being such a nuisance all this time. I'm going to stop now. Her voice was calm, without the stubbornness, competitiveness, or forced cheerfulness she had shown before. When Derek heard that, he simply nodded and answered with sincerity. Thank you for everything. I hope you find a good teacher. The moment those words left his mouth, Denise's face twisted with immediate disbelief. Teacher, my foot. I hate magic. Derek did not interrupt her. He only looked at her quietly, giving her room to continue. Denise let out a small sigh before speaking again. It was all politics and acting. I only tried to keep you on our side because you became famous. But you're way too proud. Since you'll end up going to Aceline anyway, I figured I should just step back. Her words were blunt, but the sharp hostility she used to carry was no longer there. Instead, it felt more like she was finally saying what she truly felt, rather than trying to twist the situation in her favor. Derek stayed silent for a moment, then asked a simple question. Why do you hate magic? The question made Denise freeze for a brief second. Well, she began, hesitating as her eyes lowered. I used to like it a little back then. She stopped herself mid-thought, then shook her head faintly. No, actually, that's not right either. For the first time, Denise seemed to be facing herself without any performance or excuse. After a long silence, she finally admitted the truth she had avoided for so long. I just liked being praised. The cave grew quiet again, and those simple words felt heavier than she expected. Denise finally understood that magic itself had never truly been what she loved. What she had enjoyed was the attention, admiration, and recognition that came with being called talented. The praise from others had made her feel special, as if she mattered more than before, and at some point, she had confused that feeling with a real passion for magic. Now, sitting beside Derek and watching someone who pursued magic only for improvement and sincerity, she could no longer look away from that truth. For perhaps the first time in a long while, Denise was facing her real feelings directly, without hiding behind pride or excuses. That honesty made her feel strangely exposed. Denise remained quiet for a moment, then continued speaking. Her voice stayed calm, but beneath it lingered a faint bitterness. I studied hard while everyone kept calling me a genius. Then one day the thought suddenly came to me. Why am I doing this? What am I even doing? She continued. So I stopped. That's all. The confession sounded almost too simple, yet it carried years of confusion and frustration inside it. She had chased recognition for so long that eventually, she lost sight of why she had ever started in the first place. Derek listened without cutting her off. After a short silence, Derek answered calmly, anyone would eventually get tired of praise. Denise immediately looked at him in surprise. You were actually listening to my story? I thought I'd just be talking to myself before leaving. A small smile touched her lips. Then she slowly stood up and brushed the dust from her clothes. Safe travels, Derek said simply. Denise turned around and began walking toward the cave entrance. But after taking only a few steps, she suddenly stopped, still facing away from him. I'm jealous, she said, her voice echoing softly through the cave. I'm jealous of someone like you. Someone who never doubts the meaning of hard work. For a moment, Denise remained standing there in silence before continuing. You'll become a great mage, won't you? Derek simply watched her without saying anything. A small, quiet smile appeared on Denise's lips. Well, if we ever meet again, at least say hello. Leaving those final words behind, Denise walked out of the cave, and her footsteps slowly faded into the distance. The strange connection that had formed between the two of them finally seemed to reach its end. The next morning arrived before long. As sunlight rose over the mountains, Aceline finally arrived in the area with her escort. High above on a cliff, Denise stood quietly, watching everything unfold below. The cold morning wind brushed through Denise's hair as she looked down at the approaching group. Even before anything happened, she already had a clear idea of how things would likely turn out. Standing there in the cold wind, Denise's mind slowly drifted back to a conversation she had only recently had at the mansion, one that still lingered clearly in her memory. Aceline was rejected. At the time, Denise had repeated those words in disbelief, as if she could not quite accept what she had just heard. Bella had simply nodded and answered, yes, he really is an unpredictable person. Hearing that, Denise had fallen silent, her thoughts beginning to turn. Because his training isn't finished yet, Denise had murmured, understanding Derek's reason far better than she would have before. That's not the same as rejecting her. Bella, however, had merely kept walking beside her and responded in her usual calm manner. You should stop worrying about this matter now. Denise had let out a small sigh and answered, right, I suppose he'll just live in that cave forever and turn into a bear, like that legend from the East. Bella immediately corrected her without missing a beat. That story was about a bear becoming human. Bella's serious correction made Denise glance at her with a faintly amused expression. But deep down, her mind was still circling back to Derek. Did he really think he was the only person in the world who could devote himself to magic like that? Before Denise could sink any deeper into those thoughts, Bella suddenly brought up something unexpected. Oh, and a guest has arrived to have a meal with you. Denise blinked, immediately confused. A guest? Was someone scheduled to come today? No one had told her about any visitors, so with curiosity tugging at her, she turned and headed back toward the mansion. A short while later, Denise arrived at the dining room and stepped inside. The instant she crossed through the doorway, her entire body froze in place. Her eyes widened sharply, filled with complete and utter disbelief at the sight in front of her. There, sitting calmly at the dining table and enjoying his meal as if nothing strange had happened at all, was Derek. And somehow he was not even alone. Her father was seated there with him too, speaking to Derek in a casual, relaxed manner. For several long seconds, Denise could do nothing but stare at the two of them. Just yesterday, she had been absolutely convinced that Derek would stay in that cave, continuing his training without paying any attention to anyone else's expectations. She had even joked that he might spend the rest of his life living like some mountain hermit. And yet now, against all sense and expectation, he was sitting right here inside her own home. The story then pulls us back to the night before, deep inside the cave, after Denise had already left Derek behind. Derek stayed seated there alone in the dim cave, his body completely still as he poured every bit of focus into gathering his energy and keeping it under control. Thin streams of mana began to appear around him, twisting and circling in from every direction while Derek concentrated with everything he had. In his mind, he kept pushing himself forward, telling himself that the flow was finally lining up, that the mana was almost there. Just a little more. Only a little more. Slowly, he pulled the scattered mana together, forcing it to gather into one single point. As the energy tightened around him, the force became heavier, stronger, and far denser than before. The currents of mana rushed faster and faster, all of them bending inward as they converged toward the same exact spot. Derek gritted through the strain and refused to let his focus break. Even as the pressure weighed down on his body more fiercely with every passing moment, he held on and kept controlling the flow. Then, in the very next instant, Derek's eyes suddenly snapped open wide. The massive energy he had been compressing inside his body exploded outward all at once. Mana surged from him in a powerful burst, spreading through the cave before quickly scattering into the air around him. After a few short moments, even those remaining traces of energy faded away, until nothing was left in the cave at all. That final attempt had pushed Derek right to the edge. By the time the process ended, his shoulders looked heavy, his breathing was worn down, and his exhaustion was clear on his face. Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind him. At this rate, you might actually collapse. The one speaking was none other than his master, who had been standing there quietly, watching Derek the entire time. His gaze stayed fixed on Derek as he continued, saying it would be a waste for him to die right after finally learning it, and that now it was time for him to leave this place. At that moment, it became clear that Derek had succeeded in obtaining the 3-star skill, Tectonic Shift. All the painful training, all the pressure, and every struggle he had endured inside that cave had finally produced results, pushing him into a new stage of mastery. Not long after that, Drace returned, carrying several fish with him for their meal. He came over, sat down nearby, and set the food in front of Derek. Compared to the suffocating intensity of the training from moments earlier, the cave now felt strangely calm. Once Drace settled into his seat, he looked at Derek with a serious but steady expression and began to speak. There is nothing more I can teach you for now. Like I told you before, if your talent stays mediocre, you will not survive. Think about that on your own. Decide for yourself how far you plan to climb. His words felt heavier than any lesson he had given Derek before, because the road ahead was no longer something a master could guide him through every step of the way. From this point on, Derek would have to face his own limits and choose for himself how high he wanted to rise. After a brief silence, Drace finished speaking and lightly gestured toward the fish he had brought over, telling Derek it was cooked well and that he should eat. With his training finally complete and a new power now in his hands, Derek sat there quietly, drained but accomplished. Around them, the silent cave seemed to mark the end of one chapter of his journey and the beginning of another. Then Drace slowly stood up from where he had been sitting and started walking toward the cave entrance. Seeing him leave, Derek immediately looked after him and called out, asking where he was going, "Drace." But Drace did not stop. He kept walking toward the outside and calmly answered that he was going to get some fresh air for a while. Derek stayed where he was, silently watching his master's back as Drace moved farther and farther away. Something about the way he was leaving felt strange, as if those simple words carried another meaning hidden underneath. As Drace continued toward the exit, he suddenly spoke again. He called Derek's name and warned him to be careful of Cola. That unexpected warning made Derek's expression shift slightly, and he stared at Drace's departing figure while the words sank into his mind. Derek realized then that Drace was leaving. But the warning he had left behind refused to fade, lingering in Derek's thoughts and leaving him with far more questions than answers. Before Derek could think any deeper about what Drace truly meant, the story returned to the present. Back in the current moment, Denise's father was speaking with obvious satisfaction as he looked toward both Denise and Derek. "Denise, I am truly pleased. Because you took the lead, a valuable magic instructor came to us on his own." Hearing this, Denise respectfully lowered her head and answered him. "Thank you, father. I only did what I needed to do." Her answer was modest, but that humility only seemed to make her father even happier. After a moment, he continued by asking why she had rejected Duplin's request, saying she must have had a reason and telling her to explain, because he would help as much as he could. But before Denise could even respond, Derek, who had been calmly drinking his tea, spoke up directly without the slightest hesitation. I do not need anything except the reward I already mentioned. I accepted only because of Lady Denise's attitude. The moment Denise's father heard that, he nodded eagerly, clearly pleased by the answer. Yes, yes, of course. Denise's attitude truly is wonderful. What other lady on this continent could possibly compare to our Denise? Anyone in the world who saw our Denise would naturally be unable to resist teaching her. The proud father looked more than ready to keep praising his daughter without end. His face brightened even more as an old memory came to mind. He asked Denise if she remembered the time a maid broke a plate, then recalled how the maid had said she had committed a grave sin and begged for forgiveness. Looking at Denise with a fond expression, he continued, saying that at that moment, Denise had smiled like an angel and said, as soon as those words left his mouth, the conversation started drifting toward the memory he was so excited to share. Derek quietly listened from the side with his tea still in hand, while Denise's expression tightened slightly, as if she already knew exactly where her father's endless praise was headed. Still wearing a proud smile, Denise's father continued recalling the old incident. Rather than such a plate, I value your daughter. But before he could properly finish the story, Denise quickly cut him off. Having heard enough of her father's overflowing praise, she turned toward him and said that she thought they needed to discuss the lessons now, just between her and the instructor. The meaning behind Denise's words could not have been clearer. The instant she said it, her father did not argue, hesitate, or try to stay. Instead, he practically vanished from the room in no time, leaving only Derek and Denise behind. Denise looked straight at Derek and asked what he was doing here. Derek answered calmly that he was drinking tea. That casual reply only irritated her further, and she immediately asked if he was joking, her frustration clear in her voice. After everything that had happened between them, Denise had never expected to see him here again. She stepped forward and continued, reminding him that he had said he would not do it, and that they had already ended things cleanly. To her, this entire situation made absolutely no sense. The last time they spoke, it had seemed like their connection as instructor and student had ended before it could even begin. But Derek remained composed and answered honestly, saying he was grateful for what had happened. In the last but great cave, he had received great help because of her. Denise immediately shook her head. I already told you, that was only a political approach. I also said I had no intention of learning magic. Her tone was firm and unshaken. She had made her position clear before, and as far as she was concerned, there was no reason for that answer to change now. Derek quietly looked at her before replying. His expression slowly grew more serious. He admitted that, to be honest, it had not felt good to hear her speak that way when she did not even properly know what magic was. As he said this, the mood in the room began to shift. The relaxed attitude he had shown earlier disappeared, replaced by a real sense of disappointment. He continued, saying it was because of that attitude, because she had already decided whether magic was good or bad without truly understanding it. His words were blunt, but they were not shouted in rage. They carried the frustration of someone watching another person reject an entire world of knowledge without ever trying to see what it really was. For most of Derek's explanation, Denise stayed silent. She did not interrupt him, and she did not turn her eyes away. But once he finished, she finally answered, saying that for someone like him, it must have felt unpleasant. But what I dislike, I dislike. There was no uncertainty in her voice. She was not making excuses or trying to dress up her feelings. She simply stated exactly what she felt. For a brief moment, silence settled over the room. Then Derek looked directly at her and replied with only a single sentence, saying that it was a pity. His voice was calm, but somehow those few words landed with surprising weight. To Derek, magic was something beautiful and extraordinary, a path overflowing with endless knowledge and possibility. So seeing Denise reject it without even attempting to understand it felt truly unfortunate. But Denise did not waver. She remained firm, unwilling to back down and still unconvinced by his words, leaving the two of them locked in an even deeper clash of beliefs. Derek's expression hardened, and for the first time, the emotions he had been holding back became impossible to hide. A powerful, intimidating aura began pouring out from his body as he stared directly at Denise. His voice carried anger and disappointment as he spoke, saying that without knowing even one good thing about that beautiful and brilliant magic, she still held such disillusionment and antipathy toward it. I will not tolerate this. The energy radiating from Derek was terrifying. The air in the room turned heavy under the overwhelming pressure, strong enough that even Denise could feel it pressing down on her. For a moment, she realized she had pushed the conversation much further than she had meant to. Inside her mind, Denise thought that this was absurd, and that she never should have provoked him. Then, As the tension in the room reached its peak, the story shifted away and moved to the Evilstein Noble District. There, Aceline was seated quietly beside a window, with soft sunlight filtering through the glass and filling the room with a calm, peaceful glow. Even so, her expression carried a faint look of deep thought. As she sat there in the quiet room, a memory slowly rose in her mind, bringing her back to the conversation she once had with Derek. The two of them stood directly across from each other, the air between them quiet and still. Derek faced her with a calm expression, choosing his words carefully, and spoke to her with a respectful tone that left no room for open rudeness. Lady Aceline, there is truly nothing for you to learn from someone like me. Your foundation has already been built with such stability and discipline that I would have very little to add. In your case, it would likely be far more suitable to study under an instructor who follows the same school of regulations as you. My apologies. Once those words reached her, Aceline quietly lowered her gaze, her head dipping just slightly. Back then, she had not answered him right away. Outwardly, she stayed composed and silent, but beneath that calm expression, her thoughts had already begun twisting into something much more complicated. He has already drawn a clear line. Those words were never meant as praise. The standard, I believe that was the true meaning behind everything he said. That memory slowly dissolved, slipping away like mist, and the world around Aceline returned once again to the quiet present. Still sitting beside the window, Aceline raised one hand slowly in front of herself. Her fingers hovered there for a moment before she murmured in a low voice, I was simply not free. The words did not sound like she was trying to explain herself to anyone else. If anything, they felt more like something she had finally admitted to her own heart in that quiet moment. Just then, a knock rang out from the door, cutting through the silence and pulling Aceline back from her thoughts. Yes, come in. As soon as she answered, the door opened. A servant stepped into the room and immediately lowered their head in a respectful bow. A letter has arrived from the main house. Eileen's eyes shifted toward the servant at once, her attention sharpening. What kind of letter? The servant kept their posture polite as they answered Eileen's question. Young Master Valerian's departure ceremony is scheduled for next week. The moment she heard that, Eileen's eyes widened just a little, as if the date had suddenly become real. Oh, is it already next week? She paused briefly, gathering her thoughts before speaking again. Since this is his first departure ceremony, I should prepare a proper gift for him. I'll go to the shopping district. The white zone is dangerous, so he needs to be ready. Her voice remained steady, but the concern behind it was impossible to miss. The white zone was not the kind of place where anyone could rely on luck and expect to return safely. And because this would be Valerian's very first departure ceremony, Aceline wanted to make sure he had something practical, something that could truly help him. But the instant she rose from her seat, the chair beneath her suddenly split apart. Wood cracked sharply, the frame gave way, and the entire thing collapsed into broken pieces so abruptly that it almost felt strangely unnatural. The true cause behind that sudden accident would remain hidden for now, waiting to be uncovered later as the story continued. The focus then shifted again, moving to the Evilstein Noble District, where Denise's mansion stood, and from there, into the privacy of her room. Denise was sprawled comfortably across her bed, clearly still irritated as she complained about Derek. That man has completely lost his mind. He stared right at me with his eyes wide open and told me I don't understand even one good thing about magic. Magic may be wonderful to him, but why does he have to force it on everyone else? Bella listened without interrupting, then answered with a teasing little smile on her face. Oh my, if you understand that much, then surely you won't force me to read those vulgar novels anymore, right? The second Bella said that, Denise shot upright from the bed and pointed straight at her. To think you don't understand even one good thing about those beautiful, brilliant works. I absolutely cannot tolerate this. As soon as Denise said it with such conviction, Bella could not hold back a smile. Like teacher, like student, I simply do not find those novels interesting. Denise's cheeks puffed out in obvious annoyance, and without missing a beat, she continued grumbling. If I bring in a teacher who solved Duplin's headache and even earned Ellen's recognition. And on top of that, he even pushed Aceline aside. Do you know what the most terrible part is? Bella's expression suggested she already understood exactly where Denise's complaint was headed. With the same gentle smile, Bella simply replied, please go to sleep. But Denise had no intention of letting the conversation end there. Just listen to me for a moment. If I study under a teacher like that and still fail to accomplish anything, then won't that make me look completely incompetent? Can't I just dismiss him using my own authority? All I want is to live peacefully, lie around, and read novels. Her dream, surprisingly enough, was that simple. While other nobles chased strength, reputation, achievements, and influence, Denise wanted nothing more than a quiet life where she could stay free of responsibilities, and bury herself in novels all day. Bella, however, struck back with a single brutal point. If you fire Derek, wouldn't the allowance you used to buy those novels be cut off? Those words hit Denise harder than any magic spell ever could. And before Denise could even form a proper answer, Bella lowered her head politely. I shall take my leave now. With that, Bella turned and left the room, leaving Denise behind in silence with only her own thoughts for company. After hearing Bella's argument, Denise went quiet. She lay back on the bed and stared up at the ceiling, her eyes fixed above her while one thought after another began racing through her mind. Her wish to avoid Derek and keep living her easy, carefree life now crashed directly against the reality in front of her. The longer she thought about it, the more annoying and complicated the whole situation seemed to become. For the first time since Derek had appeared in her life, Denise found herself seriously facing a problem she could not simply ignore by rolling over, reaching for another novel, and pretending it did not exist. As the story slipped back into the past, Drace was seen giving Derek a piece of advice that clearly came from long experience. His face remained composed and serious as he spoke, and the weight behind every word made it obvious that this was not something Derek could afford to ignore. Keeping his eyes fixed on Derek, Drace told him that maintaining friendly ties with all three great noble houses would be the wisest course of action. At the same time, he made one thing equally clear. Derek should never swear his loyalty to any single faction. Instead, Derek needed to walk carefully between the three houses, balancing himself on that dangerous political line. He had to keep every side uncertain, wondering where his true loyalty might lie, and worrying that he could choose one of their rivals at any moment. Drace explained that this delicate balance was the only way Derek could truly protect himself while securing a future of his own. It was cold, calculated advice rooted in politics, and it sounded like the kind of lesson Drace had learned through years of painful experience. After listening in silence, Derek turned toward his master as though he wanted to say something, perhaps even ask a question. But before a single word could leave his mouth, the moment was suddenly cut short and the scene shifted away. The story then moved into Denise's bedroom. The room was quiet and peaceful, making it clear that Denise had been sleeping deeply and comfortably. But morning had already arrived, and warm sunlight was now pouring through the room, announcing the beginning of another day. Without warning, Derek suddenly appeared and made a loud noise that shattered the calm atmosphere inside the bedroom. Denise jolted awake at once, her eyes flying open as she pushed herself upright in bed with an irritated expression. Still groggy from sleep and clearly furious at being disturbed, she shot Derek a sharp glare and snapped, "What's wrong with you? Are you crazy?" Her annoyance was impossible to miss, yet Derek stood there without looking bothered in the slightest. Derek answered immediately, without a trace of hesitation. "I am not crazy. The sun is already high in the sky, and since you would not wake up, I simply made a loud sound." His perfectly calm explanation did absolutely nothing to improve Denise's mood. Clutching a pillow tightly against herself, Denise finally pointed out what she considered the real problem. "That's not the issue. Can't you see that I'm still wearing pajamas?" she protested, her face becoming even more frustrated as she stared him down. Derek looked back at her with his usual steady expression and replied as though this were the most ordinary thing in the world. "Yes, I can see that. Please get changed and come outside within 5 minutes." After saying that, he simply turned around, stepped out and closed the door behind him. Denise was left sitting on the bed in stunned silence, unable to believe he had just spoken to her that way. For several long moments, Denise could only stare at the closed door in front of her, still trying to process what had happened. Derek's complete lack of embarrassment and his blunt attitude had left her utterly speechless. A little later, the scene moved outside. Denise finally emerged and immediately marched toward Derek, who was sitting quietly with a book in his hands as though nothing unusual had happened that morning. Determined to confront him, she called out, "Hey, Derek, there is a limit to how rude you can be, and today is the weekend. Isn't it common sense that people rest on weekends?" Her complaint sounded entirely reasonable, especially after the way Derek had barged into her room earlier. Yet he barely lifted his gaze from the book he was reading. In his usual calm, controlled manner, he simply replied, "Yes, that is correct. A person should not overdo things on the weekend." For a brief second, Denise thought he had actually understood what she meant. But before she could enjoy that small victory, she immediately fired back, "Then why were you making such a huge fuss first thing in the morning?" This time, Derek finally answered her while keeping the same serious expression. Lowering his book slightly, Derek explained, "Not overdoing things is different from failing to maintain the basics." His answer carried that strict, unshakable logic he always followed. As the conversation continued, He calmly expanded on his point without giving even the slightest sign that he intended to back down. He told her that as one of the members of the great Roja Salon trio, it was only natural for her to maintain a minimum standard of refinement, even during the weekend. To Derek, discipline and proper conduct were not things someone could simply throw away just because it happened to be a day off. But Denise was growing more irritated with every word he said. Folding her arms across her chest and glaring at him, she shot back, "You are the one who decided that was natural, aren't you? I am your employer, and I do not agree with you. Since you are my employee, shouldn't you follow the rules that I set?" Denise clearly believed that argument had finally cornered him. However, Derek did not look troubled at all. Without wasting another word, he reached for a document and held it directly in front of her. Confused by the sudden paper in her hands, Denise took it and began reading through the contents. While her eyes moved across the document, Derek calmly explained, "This is the contract personally written by Grand Duke Veltus Anarcholokas. My employer is Grand Duke Veltus Anarcholokas." He continued by explaining that the Grand Duke had delegated full authority over Denise's magical training and achievements to him. The instant she finished reading the notice, Denise's eyes widened in complete shock. It was obvious that Denise had never seen this document before. Completely blindsided by what she had just learned, she blurted out, "Wait, I never heard anything about this." But Derek merely remained calm. He took the document back from her and slipped it into his pocket as though it were the most ordinary thing in the world. Then, before Denise had any chance to recover from that revelation, he continued in a professional tone. "Now then, I will explain today's schedule. After a light breakfast, we will first assess your level of search-type magic. After that, you will relearn combat-type elemental magic from the very basics. In the afternoon, you will complete physical training, followed by a lesson on mana utilization." The moment Denise heard that schedule, her jaw nearly dropped. She quickly raised a hand to stop him and protested. "You just said we would not overdo things because it is the weekend," Denise said in disbelief. Derek nodded immediately and replied without hesitation. "Yes, that is correct. And maintaining the basics is a difficult task." His face stayed completely serious, making it painfully clear that he genuinely believed every word coming out of his mouth. That response left Denise completely speechless. She could barely believe what she was hearing. Deep down, only one thought remained in her mind. Is this person insane? The schedule Derek had casually listed sounded more exhausting than what most people would attempt in an entire week, yet he treated it as nothing more than basic maintenance. The story shifted again, and some time later, Bella was shown quietly going about her day. Then she suddenly heard voices coming from behind her. Curious about the commotion, Bella turned around to see what was happening. To her surprise, she saw Derek and Denise running together as part of the training. Derek looked completely normal, moving along without any visible difficulty, while Denise looked like she was barely holding herself together. Exhaustion covered Denise's face, and every step looked as though it required every ounce of strength left in her body. She seemed ready to collapse at any second, yet she kept forcing herself forward. Desperate to survive the training, she repeatedly cried out for someone to help her. However, instead of saving Denise from her misery, Bella enthusiastically began cheering her on from the side. Rather than making the situation easier, Bella's encouragement only made Denise feel even more miserable as she struggled through the run. The poor girl looked as though everyone had completely abandoned her to her fate. And the day did not get any easier, because even more lessons and training sessions continued one after another. Under Derek's close supervision, Denise was forced to endure all kinds of lessons, learning and practicing one thing after the next without receiving any meaningful chance to rest or recover. By the time the sun had disappeared and night finally arrived, Denise was completely drained in both body and mind. It looked as though every last bit of energy inside her had been squeezed out during the day. Later that night, Denise was seen taking a bath. She stared blankly ahead from the bath as though her soul had already left her body hours ago. In a weak, hopeless voice, she turned toward Bella and muttered, "Bella, I think I am going to die." After enduring Derek's brutal version of basic training for the entire day, Denise looked completely exhausted, like she had finally reached her absolute limit. Still staring up at the ceiling with a miserable expression, Denise continued complaining and groaned, "That mercenary jerk can go to hell." But instead of comforting her, Bella calmly replied, "The responsibility is unclear, so you might be the one who ends up in hell, my lady." Bella's unexpected response shocked Denise immediately. She sat up and stared at her in disbelief before shouting, "Bella, why are you acting like this? You have completely changed since meeting that guy. You are just like him now. You have no blood or tears." Bella kept her usual calm face and answered with complete seriousness. "Without blood and tears, a human dies." The moment Bella said that, chills ran down Denise's spine. Pointing at Bella with a horrified expression, she exclaimed, "Bella, who are you copying? That is scary. I am getting goosebumps. That cunning guy made a contract with father, so I cannot even fire him," Denise complained in genuine frustration. Every escape route she could think of seemed to have already been blocked by Derek's careful planning. Hearing her words, Bella gave her one simple suggestion. "Then try speaking to the Grand Duke. Tell him to fire Derek." For a brief moment, Denise's eyes lit up as though she had finally discovered a way out. Turning toward Bella with a hopeful smile, she said, "Oh, right, we can say Derek has no skill and that he is really lazy. Bella, you have to support me." But Bella immediately destroyed that hope. "I refuse, my lady." Denise froze on the spot. Slowly, Denise turned her head and stared at Bella with an expression full of betrayal. Bella, however, remained completely unmoved and calmly explained, "You say that, my lady, but you know that you cannot actually do it. He is the instructor you personally brought in, and he is a talent that the other noble houses are greedily watching." Those words struck Denise like a fatal blow, and the harsh reality of the situation came crashing down on her all over again. Slumping helplessly onto her bed, Denise let out a miserable sigh and said, "Father may be flexible about other things, but when it comes to the honor of this house, he never compromises." For a few quiet seconds, Denise sat there without saying a word, until her gaze drifted across the room and suddenly settled on a novel lying nearby. Her face immediately lit up at the sight of it. "Finally, I can finally read my novel," she thought, almost relieved. But Bella clearly did not share that excitement. She gently suggested that Denise should probably get some sleep instead. Denise stubbornly shook her head. "No, if I give in even once, Derek." Before Denise could finish that thought, the door swung open without warning. Derek himself stood in the doorway. The sight of him startled Denise so badly that she nearly jumped out of her skin, staring at him with wide, frozen eyes. Derek only looked back at her with the same calm expression he always wore. "Are you coming out now?" he asked. Denise could barely believe he was actually there. "What are you doing here? I thought you already went home," Denise blurted out, her voice full of alarm. "Don't tell me there's more training left." The fear was obvious in her face, but thankfully, Derek simply shook his head. "What kind of nonsense is that?" Derek replied in an even tone. "What good would it do to push someone too far? I only came to tell you about tomorrow's schedule at dawn." The instant Denise heard the words, "tomorrow's schedule," and "dawn," every survival instinct in her body woke up at once. She sprang to her feet, clapped both hands over her ears, and started darting around the room. "Blah, blah, blah. I can't hear you. I can't hear anything," she shouted as loudly as she could. "Guards, get this strange person out of here." Meanwhile, Derek stood exactly where he was, watching her frantic escape attempt with complete calm, as though this kind of reaction had already become perfectly normal to him. By the next morning, the whole mood had changed. Inside her room, Denise was getting herself ready with an unusually serious look on her face. She turned toward Bella, let out an exaggerated sigh and said, "Bella, it has been 3 years since then." Bella immediately corrected her without missing a beat. "It has been 3 days, my lady." Bella then continued, "Well, since you are attending the Roja Salon meeting today, there will not be any training." The moment Denise heard that, her gloomy mood vanished almost instantly. Her eyes brightened again. "Oh right, today is the meeting day," she said, suddenly full of excitement. Denise jumped to her feet, hurriedly gathered her things, and rushed toward the exit. "Come on, Bella, let's go before that crazy man appears." Watching her panic, Bella calmly rose from her seat. "Even if you do not run away, I think he would still let you attend a meeting," she replied. Not long after that, the two of them ran into Derek. As usual, Derek was standing there with a composed, professional posture, looking completely unhurried. He turned his eyes toward Denise and greeted her politely. "You must have rested well, my lady." "Today we will begin with a lesson on basic physical strength and theory," Derek started to say, but Denise cut him off before he could even finish the sentence. "I do not care," Denise declared immediately. "Today is the day of my meeting. Do you even understand how important social activities are?" Derek listened without interrupting, then gave a small nod. "I am aware." "I will wait at the mansion until it is over," Derek said in a perfectly reasonable voice. Then he added, "The Roja Salon and other social gatherings are important activities, after all. Please take your time," he finished. Denise suddenly went quiet. She had been completely prepared for another argument, another long lecture, or maybe some ridiculous training schedule that would ruin her day. Instead, Derek was simply allowing her to leave. Denise stared at him in confusion. "What? That wicked man is really letting me go?" she thought. "He knows I am only going there to waste time anyway." "Still, even those annoying meetings can be useful sometimes," Derek added. Unable to figure out what he was thinking, Denise finally turned away and headed toward the meeting venue. Derek remained behind, quietly watching her leave with the same unreadable calm on his face. He showed no irritation, no disappointment, and made no attempt to stop her. He simply stood there in silence as Denise hurried away, leaving his true thoughts impossible to read. After the meeting ended, Denise rode back to the mansion in the carriage with Bella. But compared with the energetic girl who had gone in earlier, she now looked like a completely different person. During the gathering, Denise had been lively, confident, and full of energy, speaking to people and moving around without even a hint of hesitation. Now, however, her shoulders had slumped, and she looked utterly drained, like someone being marched toward her own execution. Bella glanced at her and could not help commenting on the change. "You were overflowing with energy at the meeting," Bella said. "But now you look like someone being dragged away to die." As the carriage continued toward home, Denise let out a long, miserable groan and buried her face in both hands. "Obviously, Derek is waiting for me at home," she muttered. "That devil, that pervert, that beast." Just imagining his face seemed to drain away the last bit of strength she had left. Then, all of a sudden, Denise stretched out one hand and began gathering magical energy inside her palm. Bella blinked at the glowing magic in confusion and quickly asked, "What are you doing?" Denise's eyes sparkled as though she had just come up with the greatest plan in the world. "I am going to flip the carriage with magic," Denise announced. "Then I will make it look like a carriage accident and I can skip training. Tell me, am I a genius or not?" Bella could only stare at her in complete disbelief. The idea was so absurd that Bella immediately started trying to calm Denise down before she could actually do something that foolish. Fortunately, Denise never got the chance to put that ridiculous plan into action. Not long afterward, the carriage reached its destination, and she finally returned to the mansion. The moment Denise stepped inside, she began moving through the estate as quietly as possible, sneaking from place to place in the hope that she could avoid Derek entirely. Then she suddenly spotted him outside, chatting cheerfully with Mr. February, the gardener. Denise froze right where she stood. "What? Why is he talking so happily with Mr. February?" she wondered, staring at them in confusion. She was just about to slip away unnoticed when Derek turned in her direction, almost as though he had sensed her presence from the beginning. "Since you are back, please go to the study immediately," Derek said calmly. "You will be studying theory books by yourself this evening." Denise's eyes widened in shock. That was all. There was no training, no pestering, no dragging her from place to place. He gave her nothing but a simple instruction to sit down and study. Completely confused, Denise quietly did as she was told and went to the study. She opened the books and began reading, but her mind was nowhere near the words on the page. "Why is he not following me around and bothering me today?" she wondered. "Is he slacking off? How ungrateful." Something about the whole situation felt wrong. Very wrong. Unable to focus on the books, Denise eventually looked out from the study and secretly watched Derek's movements throughout the evening. Everywhere she looked, he seemed to be moving around the estate. At one point, she saw him training alongside a knight. He was seriously exchanging techniques and instructions with the knight. At another moment, he was in the kitchen helping the cooks with their work. As though that was not strange enough, he even spent time assisting the head maid with various household duties. No matter where Denise looked, Derek was busy doing something, speaking with someone, or helping another person. Yet despite all of that, he never came over to bother her even once. Watching him from a distance, Denise became more suspicious with every passing minute. When she finally returned to her room, she sat down, narrowed her eyes and thought, "Suspicious." After sitting there for a moment, Denise folded her arms over her chest and frowned even more deeply. "This is extremely suspicious," she said with a serious expression. Bella was quietly sweeping the floor nearby when she heard that and looked up in confusion. What is? She asked. Denise immediately answered her own question. I am talking about Derek. Lately, he has been talking to the servants way too much. I do not know what he is plotting. But Bella, you must never fall for it, Denise warned. She stepped closer, grabbed Bella by the shoulders, and looked straight into her eyes with urgency and suspicion. Bella, you are on my side, right? You will not be swayed by him, will you? Bella could only smile gently at her lady's worried reaction. Do not worry, my lady. I like being by your side more than anything. Those words should have been enough to reassure Denise. Unfortunately, Denise's suspicions had already gone too far. At that exact moment, she happened to look toward an upper floor of the mansion and saw Derek again. This time, he was standing beside Bella and helping her with her work as naturally as though he had always belonged there. The sight hit Denise like a bolt of lightning. Her eyes widened in shock, then narrowed in suspicion, then widened all over again. Every bit of reassurance Bella had just given her disappeared from Denise's mind in an instant. To Denise, this could only be more proof that Derek was carrying out some mysterious scheme. Unable to hold herself back any longer, she rushed downstairs at full speed and stormed straight toward him. Derek! Her sudden shout echoed through the area, making everyone nearby turn their heads toward her. She pointed directly at him and continued in a loud, accusing voice. What on earth are you trying to do? This mansion is my mansion, and every person here is my person. Derek looked back at her calmly without showing the slightest bit of panic. I do not know why you are saying something so obvious, Derek replied. His completely unbothered reaction only made Denise even more frustrated. I know you are trying to win over my servants, she snapped. Stop whatever you are scheming and just teach me magic. Even with Denise accusing him so directly, Derek remained perfectly composed. It is true that I am trying to become closer to the servants, he admitted. But I am not plotting anything. Denise crossed her arms and kept staring at him with open suspicion. Then what are you trying to accomplish by getting close to them? It is making me anxious. This time, Derek slowly rose from his seat and faced her directly. His expression became more serious than before. It is because I need to know more about you, my lady, he said. Denise blinked in surprise. Derek continued. Not the elegant young lady people talk about in rumors, but the real you. Teaching someone is not simply about handing them knowledge, Derek explained. The more I understand the person receiving the lesson, the better I can teach them properly. For a moment, Denise was completely caught off guard. She had been ready for excuses, lies, or even some bizarre explanation involving a hidden plot. But an answer like this had never crossed her mind. In an instant, her confidence came rushing back, just not in the way Derek probably expected. Leaning forward with renewed interest, she immediately asked what everyone had said about her. Her eyes lit up as she eagerly pressed him for details. So, did they say I'm prettier than Aceline or Ellen? The question was so unexpectedly self-focused that it nearly brushed aside everything Derek had just carefully explained to her. Derek looked at her in silence for a brief second, then answered her honestly. I heard that you find almost everything troublesome, and that you lack motivation. Denise's body instantly went rigid, but before she could fire back with a protest, Derek calmly continued. However, I also heard that whenever something truly important happens, you step forward more than anyone else. His voice stayed even as he added, they said that even though you act like you do not care, you actually look after the servants very well. As he spoke, all the stories he had heard from the people throughout the mansion came back to him one by one. The gardener had smiled in an awkward, almost embarrassed way before speaking. I might get scolded for saying this, but she feels just like one of my daughters. My second daughter was stubborn and disobedient too, and Lady Denise is exactly the same. Then the cook had laughed as he shared his own experience. Some days, she complains that the seasoning tastes wrong and grumbles about it the whole time. But then, the very next day, she orders expensive salt for the kitchen without saying a word. One of the knights had spoken with absolute sincerity in his voice. Not long ago, one of the men here became seriously ill. Somehow, Lady Denise found out and made sure he received plenty of medicine. After that, I decided I would risk my life to protect her. Finally, Bella had smiled warmly as she added her own memory. When I was sick, she stayed beside me all night and personally took care of me. By morning, she had fallen asleep right next to me. She was so adorable then that my heart nearly melted. After hearing every one of those stories, Denise fell quiet for several long moments. Her face became strangely stiff, as though she had no idea what she was supposed to do with such honest and direct praise. At last, she crossed her arms tightly over her chest and turned her face away. They were only saying nice things to be polite. I was just doing what I was supposed to do. Derek watched her for a moment, quietly taking in her reaction before speaking again. There was one more thing I heard as well. The moment Derek said that, Denise's eyes narrowed with immediate suspicion. What is it? Derek answered as casually as though it were nothing important. I heard that you are a very talented writer. The effect was instant. Denise froze from head to toe, and her entire body began to tremble, as if he had just revealed the most terrifying secret imaginable. Writing? What are you talking about? She asked nervously, doing everything she could to sound innocent. I do not know anything about that. Unfortunately for Denise, Derek had already learned far too much to be fooled by that weak denial. You are writing a novel called The Arrogant Lord Rabine, aren't you? I read it too, and I enjoyed it. For one terrifying moment, Denise felt as though her soul had nearly left her body. Chaos exploded inside her mind. Who told him? How many people knew? And why in the world had Derek been reading that novel? Her carefully hidden secret suddenly felt as though it had been dragged out from the shadows and placed directly beneath the brightest possible light. Meanwhile, Derek continued talking about it as naturally as if they were discussing an ordinary book from a library shelf. I especially connected with Tracy's past, though. Lord Rabine felt a little excessive to me. A few faint romantic feelings are one thing, but 7 full pages devoted to describing his wild masculinity. Derek paused just long enough to make the situation even worse before adding. The descriptions themselves were remarkably bold and vivid. The instant those words reached her, Denise's face turned a brilliant shade of red. She looked as though steam might start pouring from her head at any second. The humiliation became far too overwhelming to endure, and without saying a single word, she spun around and fled in complete panic. Derek simply stood where he was and watched her disappear into the distance, running as if her life depended on it. A faint smile touched his face as he quietly murmured, "Well, I was not lying." His gaze remained fixed on Denise's retreating figure as he finished the thought to himself. Wanting to understand his student was only natural. Her greatest strengths mattered, but so did the parts of herself she kept hidden from everyone else. By the following morning, Derek was already waiting outside Denise's room as usual. Early that day, Derek arrived outside Denise's room as he normally did, waiting nearby until she finally stepped out into the hallway. He greeted her with a perfectly ordinary expression, as if nothing embarrassing had happened the day before. "Good morning. Did you do some writing last night too? You know, it is better to sleep during the night." The moment Denise heard the word, writing, her whole body stiffened again. Every ounce of yesterday's humiliation rushed straight back into her face. Trying to sound confused and innocent, she quickly asked, "What are you even talking about? Writing?" Derek had no intention of letting her escape the subject that easily. "I mean The Arrogant Lord Rabine, the novel I mentioned yesterday. Did you forget already?" Denise's face immediately flushed bright red all over again. But Derek was still not finished tormenting her. By the way, the sudden graphic description in the balcony scene from Volume 9 was a little startling. Those words hit Denise like a direct magical attack, and her mind went completely blank on the spot. The fact that Derek had not only read her secret novel, but was now calmly bringing up exact scenes from it, was more than Denise could possibly handle. Without even thinking, she grabbed his hand and began dragging him away. "Am I still dreaming? I need to wake up. I need to start magic training immediately." At that moment, even exhausting magical training sounded far better to Denise than standing there any longer and listening to Derek casually critique the romantic scenes in her secret novel. Later that same day, Denise sat with Ellen over tea. The two of them enjoyed a quiet, relaxed conversation together, while the earlier embarrassment still lingered heavily in Denise's mind. Ellen studied her friend's face for a moment, noticing the drained look in her expression before she finally spoke. "It has already been around 10 days since you hired that magic instructor. How has it been so far? Have you gotten used to having him around yet?" Denise slowly lifted her teacup, took a small sip, and then answered with a completely lifeless stare. "Yes, if hell truly exists, then I think I might already be living in it." She sounded so painfully sincere that Ellen nearly felt sorry for her. Just looking at Denise was enough to make Ellen think that her friend must have been suffering terribly under Derek's training. After a brief pause, Ellen suddenly remembered something else. By the way, did you hear the news? Denise raised one eyebrow and looked toward her with curiosity. News? Ellen gave a small nod in response. I heard that Lady Dyla's debutante will be held soon. Because of that, she will be attending the next regular meeting with Lady Aceline. The instant Denise heard Dyla's name, the expression on her face changed. That useless Lady Dyla? The words had barely left Denise's mouth when the focus moved elsewhere. Far away in the Grand Duchy of Duplin, the towering Duplin mansion stood in all its grandeur. Inside the mansion, Dyla sat comfortably when a butler approached her with important news. She looked completely unimpressed as she heard him out, then asked flatly, "Why would I need to go there?" The butler bowed respectfully before answering her question. You will be attending next week's meeting. It is part of the preparation for your upcoming debutante. Even after hearing that, Dyla showed very little interest. Still, after giving the matter a moment of thought, she eventually gave a small nod. Fine. I will go and see what it is like. Then a faint smile slowly appeared across her face. There is someone I want to see there anyway. The butler immediately understood exactly who she meant. Without any hesitation, he answered, Her name is Denise. At that, Dyla's smile widened slightly. It was obvious that the debutante preparations had very little to do with why she was willing to attend. A short while later, the view moved outside the mansion and into the peaceful garden grounds. Aceline and Dyla sat together at a table in the quiet garden, calmly drinking tea beneath the open sky. Breaking the silence, Dyla spoke with the same uninterested expression she had worn earlier and admitted that she did not understand something. She could not understand why she had to join the Roja Salon at all. In Dyla's eyes, aside from Aceline, Lady Ellen, and Lady Denise, none of the other members seemed particularly worthwhile. Her blunt opinion hung openly in the air. Aceline immediately shook her head and gently corrected her. She explained that Dyla was mistaken, because many of the women there were not only highly cultured, but also genuinely charming in their own ways. Dyla merely tipped her face upward and stared lazily toward the sky. After a moment, she replied in an unhurried voice that although she was curious about the wider world beyond the mansion, she had absolutely no interest in entering social circles herself. As far as Dyla was concerned, the people at those gatherings only spoke pleasant-sounding words and never said what they truly meant. Aceline looked genuinely surprised after hearing that. She softly called Dyla's name, her expression carrying quiet concern. Then Aceline explained that the difference was simply one of perspective. For both of them, stepping into high society had always seemed natural because they carried the Duplin family name. It was a privilege they had been born with, one neither of them had ever needed to struggle, fight, or earn for themselves. But for people who had not been born into a family with that kind of power and influence, gaining a place in high society was a priceless chance, one that could completely reshape the course of their lives. That was why Aceline reminded Dyla that they should never casually take their own status and advantages for granted. Instead, Aceline said they needed to appreciate the privileges that had been handed to them without any struggle on their part, and then work hard enough to prove they were worthy of receiving them. From that perspective, Aceline continued, joining a salon could actually be an excellent opportunity. It gave a person the chance to meet people from many different backgrounds, widen their view of the world, and form connections that could become genuinely meaningful over time. Dyla listened without interrupting as Aceline calmly laid out her reasoning. After thinking it over for a moment, she finally gave a faint nod and admitted that if Aceline truly believed it was worthwhile, then she would take the matter more seriously. In a casual tone, Dyla added that she had already intended to visit the salon at least once anyway. Then, as she reached out and elegantly lifted her teacup from the table, another question suddenly came to mind. She asked whether, now that she had finished all of her basic education, she would finally be receiving a mansion of her own in Ebelstein. Aceline smiled warmly and confirmed that it was true. Not only would Dyla receive her own estate in Ebelstein, but she would also be allowed to hire servants herself and have them take care of the mansion under her command. The instant Dyla heard that, curiosity sparked brightly in her eyes. She did not waste even a moment before following up with another question. She asked whether that meant she would also be permitted to hire the mercenary from the village as her own personal magic instructor. Aceline heard the request and answered with a gentle, knowing smile. Aceline said she already knew exactly what Dyla was thinking. Still, she reminded her that Derek was currently serving as Lady Denise's magic instructor. Dyla immediately nodded, making it clear that she had already understood that much. Dyla admitted that taking someone away when he was already employed by another noble house would be rude and inappropriate. She insisted that she had merely considered the possibility for a moment and had not meant anything beyond that. Once she heard that response, Aceline visibly relaxed. She seemed satisfied that Dyla understood the situation clearly and had no intention of creating trouble over Derek. With that, the focus moved away from House Duplin and shifted to the noble district of Ebelstein, inside Denise's lavish mansion. Denise sat calmly during another one of her magic lessons, while Derek continued guiding her through the training session as usual. After watching her performance for some time, Derek praised her progress. He told Denise that she had improved tremendously and should now be capable of intercepting enemies even when they moved beyond the range of her direct vision. Then Derek let out a long breath, and an excited smile slowly spread across his face. With unusual enthusiasm, he suddenly asked Denise whether magic was not unbelievably fun. At that exact moment, the color in Derek's eyes began to shift. Little by little, they deepened into a striking crimson red, making his already unusual presence feel far more intimidating than before. Denise froze for a brief second, clearly caught off guard by the sudden change in his eyes. Bella, who stood nearby, noticed it as well, but Derek continued without showing the slightest concern for either of their reactions. Derek's voice became deeper and far more passionate as he continued. He asked Denise whether she could feel the flow of mana changing around her, whether she could detect those tiny differences that were almost impossible to notice at first. To him, no one could possibly fail to enjoy magic, because it meant taking the mana one had been born with and training it until it reached heights far beyond its original limits. In Derek's eyes, magic demanded several things at the same time. Sensitivity to notice the smallest changes, precision to control every movement, and the boldness to push beyond one's limits. It was the perfect balance between careful control and complete freedom, and that was what he believed magic truly was. As those words left his mouth, Derek's glowing crimson eyes gave him an almost vampire-like appearance, filling the room with an eerie and overwhelming presence. Then he finished with a broad smile and asked Denise one last time whether she thought magic was enjoyable. Denise could only stare at him in complete disbelief. The only thought running through her exhausted mind was that he looked absolutely terrifying. Meanwhile, Bella's face lit up from the side as she happily shouted that it really did sound incredibly fun. Hearing Bella's cheerful response, Denise snapped her head toward her in disbelief and called out her name. She demanded to know what part of any of this was supposed to be enjoyable, complaining that the training was unbelievably exhausting and that she could barely keep up with it at all. Bella simply smiled without a care in the world and answered that, since she was only standing off to the side and watching, it was naturally fun for her. That completely unfair answer only made Denise even more frustrated. She glared at Bella with an angry, exhausted expression, clearly unable to believe what she had just heard. At that moment, Derek slowly rose to his feet and calmly announced that he finally understood what the real problem was. According to him, Denise simply had not yet discovered the true joy of magic. Denise could hardly believe the words coming out of his mouth. Still drained from the brutal training session, she pointed to herself with a miserable look on her face and asked how she was supposed to feel any joy while she was in such a completely exhausted state. Derek fell quiet for a moment, as though he were seriously reflecting on her complaint. Then he admitted that the mistake was his, concluding that the training intensity had not been adjusted properly for Denise. The second Denise heard that, hope immediately returned to her face. Her expression brightened at once, because she believed Derek was finally about to make the training easier. But before she could celebrate, Derek continued speaking in a completely serious voice. Rather than lowering the difficulty, he announced that he would raise the intensity even further, so that she could experience an even greater feeling of accomplishment afterward. The moment those words came out, every bit of color drained from Denise's face. Terrified, she rushed straight toward Derek, clung to his legs, and desperately begged him not to do it. In a panic, Denise hurriedly insisted that the training was already incredibly fun, and that she was enjoying herself more than ever before. She loudly swore again and again that she loved magic more than anything in the entire world, repeating that she absolutely loved it, while Derek paid no attention to her desperate performance. Derek merely nodded, wearing the expression of someone who had just reached a very important conclusion. He declared that there was no time to waste, and that he needed to return immediately, so he could prepare an even more intense training schedule for her. The instant Denise heard that, tears began streaming down her face, as she realized her desperate act had been completely useless. Crying in total despair, Denise shouted after him that there was absolutely no need for him to do that. Then, unable to hold back her anger any longer, she furiously called him a bastard. Afterward, the setting changed to a grand statue of Anjali, where an instructor stood surrounded by a large group of children, enthusiastically teaching them about magic as well as many other subjects. The lesson continued in a lively, energetic atmosphere, with the children gathered around in high spirits. But among all of those students, Dyla stood out for an entirely different reason. Dyla looked deeply annoyed as she watched the young noble girls around her behave with flawless grace and refined manners. Their elegant posture and polished behavior only made her let out a long, irritated sigh. Inside her head, Dyla complained that she simply could not stand watching all these girls act so pretty, noble, and sophisticated all the time. To Dyla, the whole gathering felt unbearably dull. Her expression made it obvious that she had no interest at all in blending in with the graceful crowd around her. Just then, Denise approached her with a warm, friendly smile and greeted her. Dyla did not seem pleased to see her at first, but after looking at her more closely, she calmly asked whether she was Lady Denise of House Veltus. Denise nodded in answer, and Dyla introduced herself in return, saying that she was Dyla of House Duplin. Denise politely smiled and said it was a pleasure to meet Lady Dyla before properly introducing herself as well. Dyla, however, immediately replied that she had only called out to Denise because she already knew her name. As far as Dyla was concerned, the greetings were already over, and she had something she wanted to ask directly. Hearing that blunt response, Denise could not help thinking that Dyla certainly had quite an attitude. Even so, Denise kept her composure and answered with a polite smile. She said she would respond as best as she could, then asked Dyla what she wanted to know. Without wasting another second, Dyla directly asked whether Derek was currently staying with Denise. Denise was briefly puzzled, wondering why this little brat was asking something she clearly already knew. Still, she answered honestly and confirmed that Derek was indeed teaching her magic. The instant Denise said that, Dyla's expression darkened with obvious dissatisfaction. She clicked her tongue in frustration, unable to hide how displeased she was by the answer. Denise caught the insult right away, and irritation flared across her face. That little brat had actually clicked her tongue at her. For a split second, Denise's mind went somewhere far less polite as she wondered exactly where she should kick the girl. Without losing her composure, Dyla simply looked at Denise and remarked that she seemed to be doing quite well lately. Denise blinked at her, completely thrown off, then asked Dyla to say that again. All she could think was whether Dyla had buttons for eyes, because there was no way anyone could look at her after Derek's merciless training and honestly decide she was doing well. But then a different possibility suddenly slipped into Denise's mind. What if Dyla was acting this way because Derek had been the one teaching her? Maybe this was not the smug jealousy Denise had assumed it was. Maybe Dyla was simply envious because Denise had Derek as her magic instructor. The instant that thought settled in, Denise's entire view of Dyla turned upside down in a heartbeat. That annoying little brat Denise had been silently complaining about no longer looked like a brat at all. In Denise's eyes, she suddenly seemed like nothing less than a tiny angel. Dyla fixed her gaze directly on Denise, her voice calm but edged with warning as she said, "You really don't seem to understand the situation. If I were you, I'd be nervous. Derek is the kind of man who moves exactly as he pleases. If he decides to change his mind, he'll do it whenever he wants, without even a flicker of hesitation on his face." But Denise only gave her a soft, effortless smile, as if Dyla's words had barely brushed against her, and answered with complete composure, "Of course." After all, Denise continued calmly, keeping that same relaxed expression, "The only thing that truly matters is what Derek chooses for himself." That answer made Dyla fall silent for a moment, her eyes narrowing slightly as she studied Denise's face. She had provoked her so openly, yet Denise hadn't lost her composure at all. Dyla thought to herself that Denise must be completely convinced she would never lose Derek. That thought stayed in Dyla's mind for a few seconds before she pressed further, her tone still controlled. "You understand that very well, don't you? Then tell me this, if Duplin happens to offer Derek a better negotiation proposal, what do you think he'll do?" Even then, Denise didn't show the slightest sign of unease. Instead, her smile became even gentler, almost warm. "That would be wonderful too," she said. "Perhaps teaching Lady Dyla would actually be even better for Derek." For the first time since the conversation began, Dyla found herself with no answer. All Dyla could do was stare at Denise in silence, trying to read what was hidden behind that serene expression. What was this? Denise wasn't shaken at all. No matter how sharply Dyla tried to provoke her, Denise's calm confidence never cracked, and that only made Dyla more unsure of what she was truly thinking. After letting the silence settle between them for a short while, Denise spoke again in a gentle voice. If you would like to speak with Derek directly, I can arrange a meeting for you. Those words were enough for Dyla to realize the conversation had reached its limit. Understanding that there was nothing more she could draw out of Denise, Dyla quietly turned away and said, "That's enough." Then she walked off without another word. As Dyla's figure grew smaller in the distance, Denise remained where she was, watching her leave with a thoughtful look in her eyes. Denise couldn't help wondering just how Dyla had managed to seduce Derek badly enough to become so confident. She still couldn't grasp the source of Dyla's unwavering certainty, but in her heart, she quietly decided that she would uncover the truth herself. Just wait and see. Please save me, little angel. With that silent plea lingering in her mind, the scene shifted to Denise's palace, where she was resting quietly inside her room. A faint smile slowly spread across Denise's face as she leaned back in comfort, her posture loose and relaxed, looking as if she had already placed everything exactly where she wanted it. Speaking softly to herself, Denise murmured, "Anyway, the little angel and I both want the same thing. Derek moving to Dublin." There was no hesitation in her voice, and that steady confidence remained as she continued. "Make sure you read my letter, little angel," Denise whispered with a knowing smile. "Once you do, you won't be able to refuse." Then the contents of the letters she had sent were revealed. To the dear Lady Dyla, I believe we are both looking toward the same goal. The truth is, I want to dismiss Derek. And Lady Dyla, you do not have Derek yet. Therefore, I would like to offer you a proposal. Let us have a magic duel. I will place Derek on the line. In return, Lady Dyla, you may wager anything you wish. No matter what you choose to wager, I intend to lose the duel on purpose. Once that happens, our house will have no choice but to hand Derek over. Sincerely, Denise of House Veltus. The letter left no room for misunderstanding. Denise had already made up her mind to deliberately lose the duel, creating the perfect excuse to officially transfer Derek into House Dublin's hands. Every step had been carefully arranged, and Denise was certain that once Dyla finished reading the letter, turning down the proposal would no longer be possible. After that, the story moved outside, where heavy rain poured from the dark sky and wrapped the surroundings in a cold, silent atmosphere. The scene then shifted to the residence of House Dublin, where the head of the family waited with a composed expression. Looking toward his eldest son, he asked in a calm, measured tone, "So, how was the White Zone?" His eldest son lowered himself respectfully and answered, "It seems the subjugation will still require more time. However, it wasn't entirely without results." Those words caught the attention of the head of House Dublin, and he immediately asked, "Results?" His interest sharpened as he looked at them more closely. "How commendable. Then tell me, what kind of results did you bring back?" The second son stepped forward and began to explain. "Well, while we were subjugating one of the labyrinths in the White Zone, I discovered a magic weapon." Hearing this, the head of House Dublin nodded thoughtfully and said, "Mythic came from a labyrinth in the White Zone. If that is the case, then it must be quite a high-quality item," the head of House Dublin said, already considering its value. "I will need to examine it myself." But before that conclusion could settle, the eldest young master quickly added, "There is one thing about it. It was a large staff," he explained carefully, "and from what we could tell, it was most likely an item used for necromancy magic." The moment those words left his mouth, the head of the house went completely silent. The calm expression he had worn until then slowly shifted as he absorbed what he had just heard. After a short, heavy pause, he quietly repeated the word, "necromancy." But before anyone could continue discussing it, the scene moved to the following morning. The next morning, Denise was still deeply asleep, but even inside her dream, she looked as though she had been dragged into yet another exhausting training session, her entire body seeming completely worn out. In that dream, Denise desperately protested, her voice filled with panic as she insisted she couldn't keep going. "I've already reached my limit. I can't do any more than this." Then, all at once, she jolted awake in sheer panic. Her eyes flew open as she shouted, "I told you to stop, you crazy bastard." For a moment, she stayed frozen in bed, breathing hard while trying to force herself back to reality. When Denise finally realized it had only been a dream, she slowly looked around the room in confusion, still shaken by how real it had felt, and muttered under her breath, "What was that? Why does a dream about training feel so unbelievably realistic?" she wondered, still half-dazed. After that, Denise stepped out of her room and immediately called out, "Bella, why didn't you wake me up?" Denise asked, sounding startled that she had slept so late. Bella looked at her with a gentle smile and calmly replied, "You're awake. I thought you might be tired, so I let you sleep a little longer." The instant Denise heard that, her expression shifted. With worry flashing across her face, Denise quickly asked, "Bella, If that devil Derek torments me even more because I overslept. But before she could finish that frightening thought, Bella simply smiled and reassured her. You don't have to worry about that. Derek requested urgent leave because the Mercenary Corps commander was injured, Bella explained. I only hope it's nothing too serious. The moment Denise heard those words, she turned on her heel and immediately started heading back toward her room. Seeing Denise suddenly walk away, Bella quickly called after her. Where are you going? You should at least eat breakfast. But Denise didn't even slow down as she answered from ahead. No, I'm skipping breakfast today. The moment Denise stepped back into her room, she shut the door firmly behind her. And as soon as the door closed, the excitement she had been holding back finally burst out. Inside her mind, Denise jumped around the room, screaming with pure joy at the top of her lungs. I'm free. I'm finally free. Even if it only lasts for one day, I'm a free woman. She stretched her body with a blissful sense of relief, savoring a kind of peace she hadn't felt in far too long. It had been ages since she last experienced this cozy feeling of freedom, with the cool air brushing over her and everything seeming absolutely perfect, even if only for a brief moment. With Derek nowhere nearby to drag her into another brutal training session, Denise felt as if she had slipped out of a prison cell and could finally spend an entire peaceful day however she wanted. After closing the door and fully soaking in the rare quiet around her, Denise began wondering what she should do with this precious free time that had suddenly fallen into her hands. What should I do first? Maybe she should read a novel, she thought. All the books she hadn't gotten around to yet were still piled up in the study. But almost immediately, she shook off the idea. No, she couldn't concentrate on reading right after waking up. She usually enjoyed novels at night. After thinking it over for another moment, a different idea suddenly came to her. Then maybe, instead of reading a novel, she should try writing one herself. With that thought, the scene shifted away from Denise and moved to Ebelstein Commercial District, to a place known as Belden's Tier. There, Derek walked into the establishment with his usual calm and unreadable expression, his step steady as he entered the room. Inside, Jaden was already seated, one of his arms wrapped in heavy bandages. From the look of it, the injury was grave enough that it was immediately clear he had lost a hand. The wound looked far more serious than anything ordinary. When Jaden noticed Derek arriving, he greeted him with a faint, tired smile. Hey there. It's been a while, Derek. Paulini, who was also present, turned toward Derek the moment he came in. As Derek entered, Paulini quietly called his name in greeting. Jaden then lowered his gaze to his injured arm, staring at the bandages for a moment before letting out a bitter laugh. Even during the Dawn War, I never suffered injuries like this, Jaden said with a trace of self-mockery in his voice. I guess I really have grown old. Derek walked over and sat down with the two of them before responding. What are you talking about? Derek asked, his expression serious. No matter how dangerous the White Zone labyrinths are, they shouldn't be enough to bring down someone like you, old man. Jaden slowly nodded, accepting Derek's point, but his voice grew heavier as he answered. You're right about that. Never in my life did I imagine I would run into a sandworm. At that, Derek's gaze sharpened, and he looked at Jaden with a much more serious expression. A sandworm? He asked. Jaden gave a slow nod and began explaining what had happened. Back during the Dawn War, I had already seen more sandworms than I ever wanted to remember. But even with all that experience burned into me, having one burst out so suddenly still caught me completely off guard. Even so, I only lost one arm and still managed to carve through that bastard's neck. So when you think about it, wasn't that a pretty decent trade? But before he could keep brushing it off with that careless grin, Paulini snapped at him, her voice rising in obvious frustration. Seriously, at a time like this you're still trying to joke around like none of it matters? Jaden only smiled back at her, completely unshaken by the scolding, as if he had expected that reaction from the start. Then his tone shifted smoothly as he continued, saying that recently, ever since Dublin began sticking its hands into the White Zone, the other noble houses had started sending in exploration requests of their own. Maybe they were all hoping to dig up something valuable there, something worth risking their people for. Derek stayed quiet the entire time, listening closely without cutting in. Then, after a short silence settled between them, the lightness faded from Jaden's face, and his expression turned far more grave than before. He looked straight at Derek, his gaze steady and serious, and warned him in a firm voice that he must never set foot in the White Zone unless he was moving forward with a properly organized army behind him. Because going there recklessly would only end with him dying a meaningless death, like a dog thrown away on the battlefield. Jaden made it clear that he could not bear the thought of watching Derek die like that. And with those heavy words lingering in the air, the focus shifted back to Denise. Denise was sitting comfortably inside her room, surrounded by the calm stillness of her own private space. She had spent quite a long while buried in her novels and books, turning page after page until she finally reached the end. Letting out a weary sigh, she leaned back and glanced around the quiet room, then murmured to herself with a puzzled look, wondering what she usually did with her time. For a moment, she simply sat there in silence, searching through her memories as she tried to piece together the shape of her ordinary daily routine. Then, almost without thinking about it, she lifted one hand and let a small stream of magic slip out from her fingertips. Watching that familiar power gather so naturally, she quietly admitted that lately, everything in her life had been nothing but magic. The moment those words left her lips, the expression on Denise's face began to shift little by little. The relaxed smile she had been wearing slowly faded away, and in its place came a much more conflicted look, as she finally realized just how deeply her everyday life had become wrapped around practicing, controlling, and using magic. Afterward, Denise quietly left the room behind and stepped outside into the open courtyard, putting some distance between herself and everyone inside. But the instant Denise stood alone in the courtyard, her entire expression suddenly changed. Long-buried memories from her painful past surged back without warning, while countless familiar voices began echoing relentlessly through her mind. Those voices called Denise's name again and again, refusing to give her even a moment of peace. "Denise, you are the hope of our house. Your brother is incompetent. Everything depends on you. Only you can restore our family. You're a genius, Denise. The future of our entire house rests on your shoulders." Aceline managed to do it too. One demand followed another, the voices growing louder and heavier with every passing second. "Come on, Denise. Hurry up." Crushed beneath that unbearable pressure, Denise could no longer hold back her emotions. Tears poured down her cheeks as she desperately cried out that she didn't want to do it. Her voice trembled as she pleaded with them, asking if she could simply choose not to do it at all. Then, with fear completely taking over her, Denise finally admitted the truth in a small, frightened voice. She was scared. Yet instead of offering even the slightest comfort, the people surrounding her only raised their voices even more. They questioned what she was saying, demanded that she hurry, and shouted over one another until every voice blended together, relentlessly forcing her forward without allowing her a single moment to breathe. Then, all at once, Denise snapped back into the present. Her breathing came fast and heavy, and her entire body trembled as she struggled to steady herself and push those painful memories back down. With exhaustion written across her face, Denise stared ahead in silence before quietly muttering about magic. She simply couldn't understand why everyone around her seemed so completely obsessed with it. It wasn't as though Denise was incapable of using magic in the first place. She knew perfectly well that she could do it. Without wasting another moment, Denise began chanting and immediately activated her spell. The magic she cast was a 2-star search-type technique known as surveillance. In an instant, countless strands of mana spread outward from Denise in every direction, stretching farther and farther until they formed something like a gigantic spiderweb covering the entire surrounding area. The enormous web of glowing magical threads created an astonishing sight, beautiful to look at while also revealing just how impressive the spell truly was. As surveillance continued spreading across the area, Denise tried desperately to reassure herself. She could do this if she actually tried. It was only 2-star magic, nothing she couldn't handle. But just as she began convincing herself, a calm voice suddenly came from directly behind her. The mana formula along the perimeter was distorted, creating blind spots within her surveillance. Denise froze at the unexpected criticism, then immediately spun around in shock to see who had spoken. It was Derek. Denise stared at him in disbelief, wondering when he had possibly gotten there. Derek, however, showed absolutely no reaction to her surprise and remained as calm as ever. Rather than answering her question, Derek simply told Denise to focus. If she allowed herself to become distracted now, all the mana she had poured into the spell would only be wasted. Denise's eyes widened even more as confusion rushed through her. Derek was clearly standing inside the effective range of her magic, so how could he possibly have entered without surveillance detecting him? She couldn't understand it at all. Derek didn't bother adding another unnecessary word. Instead, he calmly swept his gaze across the training ground, examining the countless thin strands of mana stretched everywhere like the threads of an enormous spiderweb. Then, without the slightest hesitation, Derek reached out and took hold of one of those magical threads. He gave it a gentle pull before explaining that search-type mages frequently ended up clashing with one another on actual battlefields. After all, warfare was also a battle over information. In many cases, victory or defeat could ultimately depend on which side possessed the more capable search-type mage. With that, Derek declared that Denise's real training would begin immediately. She needed to learn how to protect her spell against outside interference. Once she could do that, no one would ever be able to look down on her magic again. But instead of encouraging Denise, Derek's words only made her frustration flare up even more strongly. Denise fixed Derek with a sharp glare as anger mixed with fierce determination inside her. So that was how he wanted to play this. If he was challenging her directly, then he had better not regret what came next. The very next instant, Denise stopped holding herself back and released her mana with every bit of strength she could summon. A tremendous surge of magical energy immediately swept across the entire area. As her mana poured outward, Denise hardened her resolve, determined to cut Derek off no matter what it took. Since she intended to shut him out anyway, Denise saw absolutely no reason to restrain herself. This time, she was going all out. Yet even as that massive wave of mana came crashing toward him, Derek remained completely unfazed. Not even the slightest change appeared on Derek's face. He stood there with the same calm expression, almost as though the crushing magical pressure surrounding him had no effect on him whatsoever. Elsewhere, Dyla was occupied with taking care of several matters of her own when a butler approached her and respectfully lowered his head in greeting. The butler apologized for having found such a humble mansion for Lady Dyla. Dyla, however, answered casually that the place was perfectly good enough. She didn't need anything extravagant. All she really required was a proper training ground. Assuming the training area was just ahead, Dyla prepared to continue walking. Before she could go any farther, however, the butler quickly called after her and asked Lady Dyla to wait for a moment. He explained that a letter had arrived at the main house, so he had personally brought it over to her. More importantly, the letter had been sent by Lady Denise of House Veltus. The instant Dyla heard Denise's name, she abruptly froze. She accepted the letter and stared down at it, unable to hide the genuine surprise that immediately spread across her face. Once she was alone, Dyla quietly unfolded the letter and began reading. With no one else nearby to interrupt her, she carefully went through every word Denise had written, paying close attention to the message in front of her. It didn't take long before Dyla's eyes widened in complete disbelief. By the time she reached the final lines, she could only stand there stunned, unable to believe what she had just read. Denise was proposing a duel, and apparently Dyla was supposed to lose on purpose. The idea seemed absurd to her. As far as Dyla was concerned, Denise's ability to set traps was worse than a monkey's. Dyla immediately suspected something else was going on. Was Denise seriously trying to make her lower her guard with such an obvious trick? To Dyla, the reason seemed clear. Denise wanted to defeat her so that she would stop paying attention to Derek. Still wearing an expression of utter disbelief, Dyla casually folded the letter back up and tossed it behind her, dismissing the entire matter without giving it another thought. At that exact moment, directly behind Dyla, an enormous tree root violently erupted from beneath the ground. The massive root towered upward with incredible sturdiness, its enormous form overflowing with an unmistakable amount of immense power. Without even breaking her stride, Dyla calmly continued forward while thinking about Derek. In her eyes, he was only wasting his time on a snake like Denise, which was completely ridiculous. Derek would be far better suited to Duplin. Back in the Ebelstein Noble District, the focus returned once more to the familiar area near the same angel statue. Denise sat quietly beneath the statue, finally taking a much-needed rest after everything that had happened the day before. Yesterday's intense magic training had completely drained her strength, leaving both her body exhausted and her mind thoroughly worn down. One glance at Denise's tired face made it obvious just how brutally Derek's training had pushed her beyond her normal limits. Sitting silently beneath the angel statue, she gradually found herself sinking deeper and deeper into her own thoughts. Denise couldn't understand what had gotten into her yesterday. Why had she pushed herself so unbelievably hard, only to collapse so pathetically in the end? As she questioned herself, memories of the previous day's exhausting training began replaying again and again inside her mind. Just then, someone slowly approached the place where Denise was resting. It was Aceline. Looking toward Denise with a gentle smile on her face, she warmly called out to Lady Denise. Denise immediately lifted her head, and the moment she recognized Aceline, she returned the smile and greeted Lady Aceline warmly. Aceline then settled down beside her, her expression becoming sincere as she prepared to speak in an apologetic tone. Aceline explained that she had heard about Dyla being rude to Denise the other day. As Dyla's older sister, she felt responsible for apologizing personally, and sincerely told Lady Denise that she was sorry for what had happened. Denise simply smiled in response and gave a light wave of her hand, making it clear that Aceline didn't need to worry about it. There was no reason to apologize, she assured her. Despite what had happened, Denise felt that she and Dyla had actually managed to have a good talk. Aceline still couldn't shake the feeling that she was partly responsible for what had happened. With a troubled look on her face, she continued defending Dyla, explaining that although the girl could sometimes be forceful and aggressive, she wasn't truly bad at heart. In the end, Aceline lowered her voice and sincerely asked Denise to forgive her. Hearing Aceline apologize so earnestly, Denise simply smiled again and gently reassured her that there was nothing to forgive. She repeated that nothing serious had happened and told Aceline not to worry about it. Even so, beneath that calm expression, Denise could barely keep herself from laughing at the situation. Forgive Dyla? Denise couldn't help thinking that the girl was practically her savior, her own adorable little angel. But after a brief pause, the mood around Aceline began to change. Her expression slowly grew more serious, and turning her attention directly toward Denise, she spoke again with something important clearly on her mind. Aceline admitted that she wasn't entirely convinced Dyla would fit into the Roja salon if she joined in her current state. She worried that Dyla might struggle to adjust to the unfamiliar social environment and simply fail to adapt. After hesitating for a moment, Aceline finally asked Denise whether she could do her a favor, completely catching Denise off guard. That unexpected request immediately sparked Denise's curiosity. She watched Aceline closely, wondering what kind of favor could possibly be important enough for her to bring it up so seriously. Elsewhere in the mansion, Dyla was already moving around busily, giving instructions to the servants as they finished settling everything into place. When she glanced down one of the mansion's long hallways, she noticed how strangely bare it looked. After thinking for a moment, she decided that she should bring over some of her paintings from the main house and hang them along the empty walls. With most of the moving finally finished, Dyla immediately turned her thoughts towards something she actually wanted to do. She asked whether she could finally go train now, but one of the servants quickly answered in a respectful tone that guests would soon be arriving at the mansion. Before Dyla could complain, the butler calmly stepped forward and began running through the rest of her schedule. She was expected to meet representatives from the Runful Trading Company during lunch, followed by members of the Magic Society later that afternoon. But before they could pile on any more obligations, Dyla released an exhausted sigh and impatiently cut them off. Clearly annoyed by the endless appointments, Dyla asked why they couldn't simply handle the visitors themselves and send everyone away. At that moment, the servant suddenly remembered another scheduled guest and quickly added that someone from House Veltis would be arriving before lunch. The instant Dyla heard the name Veltis, her entire expression hardened, and irritation flashed across her face as she demanded to know why they were coming. Without even considering it, Dyla immediately ordered them to tell the visitor that she had no intention of meeting anyone from House Veltis. The butler, however, remained completely composed and calmly clarified that the person coming was Derek from House Veltis, before asking whether she truly wanted him sent back as well. The moment Derek's name left the butler's mouth, Dyla's attitude changed so dramatically it was almost unbelievable. She whipped around with her eyes wide open, all traces of irritation instantly disappearing, and loudly demanded to know why they had waited until now to tell her that Derek was the one coming. Suddenly thrown into a complete panic, Dyla ordered the servants to gather all of her makeup and everything else she might need and bring it straight to her room. Judging by the urgency in her voice, she didn't want them wasting so much as a single second. With that, Dyla spun around and raced away through the mansion at full speed, leaving the servants behind as she hurried to prepare herself. Meanwhile, outside the mansion, Derek had already arrived. Derek stood quietly outside the mansion, waiting with his usual calm and composed manner. Despite being left there for the moment, there wasn't even the slightest trace of impatience on his face as he patiently waited to be received. Back inside, Dyla was practically flying through the corridors. An enormous, unmistakably excited smile had spread across her face, making her look happier than anyone had seen her in quite some time. She raced down the hallways without slowing, unable to hide just how thrilled she was at the thought of finally seeing Derek again. Unfortunately, her excitement had her moving far faster than she could safely manage. In the middle of her frantic sprint, Dyla suddenly lost her footing, stumbled forward, and crashed hard onto the floor. Even that embarrassing fall couldn't slow her down for more than a moment. Without stopping to complain or even collect herself properly, Dyla sprang straight back onto her feet and immediately resumed running at full speed, completely determined to reach Derek as soon as possible. Not long afterward, Derek was finally escorted into the mansion. As the butler calmly welcomed him inside and began leading him through the residence, he looked toward Derek and directly asked whether he had come here in hopes of persuading Lady Dyla. Derek gave a polite nod, confirming that this was indeed why he had come. He explained that he had heard the Roja Salon wanted Lady Dyla to become one of its members. He continued by explaining that Lady Aceline had apparently asked Lady Denise for help with the matter, and Denise had then sent Derek here in hopes that he could convince Dyla himself. Hearing the full explanation, the butler released a quiet sigh and warned him that even Derek might not be able to change her mind. According to the butler, Lady Aceline had already tried speaking with Dyla personally. Yet no matter how much she encouraged her, Dyla had avoided giving any clear answer, repeatedly saying only that she would think about joining. Derek listened carefully without interrupting, then responded with a relaxed, confident smile. Even if success wasn't guaranteed, he believed it was still worth making the attempt. With that settled, the butler began leading him deeper into the mansion toward Dyla's room. Meanwhile, Dyla was sitting alone inside her room, and despite all the excitement she had shown moments earlier, she now looked unbelievably nervous. Sitting there by herself, She seemed unsure of how she was supposed to act once Derek actually appeared. Her thoughts ran in circles as she tried to decide what she should say and how she should behave. Unable to settle on anything, Dyla remained quietly lost in her own uncertainty until a familiar voice suddenly came from the other side of the closed door. From outside, the visitor respectfully announced himself. It was Derek. The instant Dyla heard his name spoken through the door, every bit of nervousness she had been struggling to control became even worse, leaving her visibly more flustered than before. After hesitating for just a brief moment, Dyla hurriedly told him to come inside. But the instant the awkward words escaped her mouth, regret washed over her. She immediately began criticizing herself in silence, wondering why she had answered him in such a strange and embarrassing way. Inside her own head, Dyla could only groan in frustration, wondering why she had made such a ridiculous sound in front of him. Before she had any time to recover from the embarrassment, the door opened and Derek stepped calmly into the room, carrying himself with the same respectful manner as always. Upon entering, Derek politely bowed toward her before greeting her in a warm but formal tone. Looking at Dyla, he respectfully asked whether she had been doing well since they had last seen each other. The moment Dyla finally saw Derek standing in front of her, the nervous expression she had been wearing vanished almost instantly. In its place, a bright and completely natural smile spread across her face, revealing just how genuinely happy she was to see him again. Before long, the two settled down together and began talking more comfortably. Derek studied Dyla for a moment, almost as though noticing how much she had changed, then smiled warmly and remarked that she seemed to have grown quite a bit taller since they last met. The simple observation immediately made Dyla feel self-conscious. Slightly embarrassed by his attention, she turned her gaze away and answered shyly that she supposed she really had grown a little. Still looking at her with a gentle smile, Derek continued without any hesitation. This time, his compliment was far more direct as he sincerely told Dyla that she had also grown even more beautiful. The instant those words reached her ears, Dyla's entire face seemed to brighten. Happiness burst across her expression so openly that she had absolutely no hope of hiding it, and every ounce of joy she felt was written plainly across her smiling face. Derek had clearly not expected such an honest and adorable reaction from her. Even he seemed slightly caught off guard by how visibly delighted she was, while Dyla quickly tried to regain her composure and hide just how embarrassed the compliment had made her. Still struggling to control the smile on her face, Dyla responded with a slightly awkward grin and decided to tease him instead. She remarked that Derek had certainly become surprisingly skilled at sweet-talking people since the last time they met. She jokingly suggested that he had turned into quite the socialite. Derek, however, simply shook his head with a calm smile, refusing to accept the accusation. As far as he was concerned, he hadn't been flattering her at all. He had merely told her the truth. That straightforward answer only made Dyla even happier. She desperately tried to keep herself composed and act unaffected, but the growing excitement and delight shining across her face made her true feelings completely impossible to hide. After allowing their warm reunion to continue for a little longer, Derek finally let the light-hearted moment settle. His expression became more purposeful as he prepared to explain the real reason he had come all the way to see her. Looking directly at Dyla with a more serious expression, Derek told her that there was actually something important behind his visit. He had come because he personally had a favor that he wanted to ask of Lady Dyla. Then, without circling around the subject any longer, Derek asked her directly whether she would consider joining the Roja Salon. The question immediately wiped away some of Dyla's cheerful excitement. Confusion replaced the smile on her face as she stared at Derek, wondering why he had suddenly brought up the same subject as everyone else. Unable to understand, she asked why he was talking to her about joining the salon too. Derek patiently explained his reasoning. Lady Dyla would soon be making her debut into society, and once that happened, becoming part of a salon could prove extremely valuable. In his view, joining one would benefit not only Dyla personally but also the many social activities and opportunities that would come afterward. Dyla listened, but that still wasn't the answer she truly wanted. Looking directly into Derek's eyes, she asked him what any of that had to do with him personally and why he cared so much about whether she joined. Derek didn't hesitate for even a moment. With complete honesty, he told Dyla that he wanted to see her leave her familiar surroundings behind and move toward a much wider ocean, where greater possibilities would be waiting for her. After all, Derek reminded her gently, Dyla was his precious very first student. Because of that bond, he genuinely wanted to see her grow, experience more of the world, and move forward beyond the limits of where she stood now. Those heartfelt words struck Dyla far more deeply than she had expected. Her eyes widened, and an overwhelming wave of happiness immediately lit up her entire face. She could no longer stop herself from smiling as Derek's sincere concern reached her heart and made his true feelings unmistakably clear. Not long afterward, attention shifted elsewhere, where the three young ladies representing the three great houses were gathered together. Each of them watched the latest development unfold with obvious curiosity, waiting to see what Dyla would ultimately choose. The three young ladies followed the situation with great interest, especially once Dyla's final decision became clear. Then, the long-awaited announcement concerning her choice was finally made. To everyone's surprise, Dyla had officially submitted her application to become a member of the Roja Salon, confirming that she had finally decided to move forward and join. One of the young ladies stared at Dyla in complete surprise, clearly unable to understand what had caused such a sudden change of heart. Still baffled by the unexpected decision, she couldn't help asking what had gotten into Dyla and why she suddenly wanted to join the salon after resisting the idea before. At the same time, Aceline remained off to the side, quietly watching the entire situation unfold before her. As she observed Dyla, a familiar thought surfaced in her mind once again. Dyla really was impossible sometimes. No matter what Aceline told her, that girl never seemed willing to listen. Nearby, Denise was also silently taking in everything that was happening. However, the thoughts filling Denise's mind were nothing like eyelines. She watched the people around her with growing confusion, unable to make sense of the strange change in their behavior, and one question after another began forming inside her head. That troublesome girl was actually listening without putting up a fight, and Denise simply couldn't understand why. What exactly was Derek to these people that his involvement could make them behave so differently? The longer she thought about it, the stranger it seemed, because one person after another appeared to change the moment Derek became part of the situation. Once the meeting finally came to an end, everyone gradually began filing out of the hall one after another. Friendly voices echoed from different directions as people exchanged smiles and casual farewells, promising that they would see each other again at the next meeting. Denise was just about to follow the others and leave when a voice suddenly called out behind her, asking for her attention. The moment she heard the unexpected, "Excuse me," Denise stopped in her tracks and immediately turned around to see who had spoken. Standing there behind her was none other than Dyla. Denise regarded the girl with a slightly curious expression, waiting to hear what she wanted and expecting almost anything except what Dyla was actually about to say. Dyla did not hesitate for even a second. Looking Denise directly in the eyes, she boldly declared that the two of them should have their duel the following week. The challenge came so suddenly, and with such confidence, that Denise couldn't hide the surprise that flashed across her face. Before Denise could gather herself enough to give an answer, Dyla continued without backing down. She reminded Denise that she had already said Derek himself would be put on the line as the stake of their duel. Dyla then pointed out the obvious problem. If Grand Duke Veltus wasn't satisfied with the arrangement, there was no chance he would allow the duel to happen in the first place. So, if Derek was going to be placed at stake, she needed to offer something valuable enough to convince the Grand Duke as well. That was when she brought up a particular painting known as the landscape of the Coarse Granary. The painting, Dyla noted, was currently kept at Denise's mansion. When Denise confirmed that this was true, Dyla immediately revealed her offer. If she lost the duel, she would purchase the landscape of the Coarse Granary from Denise for a generous price, making sure the Veltus family would gain something worthwhile from accepting the challenge. There was no hesitation or uncertainty in Dyla's voice. She spoke calmly, but the determination in her expression made it perfectly clear that this was no impulsive suggestion. She was completely serious. Denise, hearing such a bold proposal from her, was genuinely caught off guard. For a moment, Denise could only stare at her in silence. The Dyla she remembered had always seemed timid and hesitant, so seeing that same girl stand before her now and issue such a confident challenge was almost difficult to believe. Denise offered no further reply. Without another word, she turned away, quietly climbed into her waiting carriage, and took her seat inside. A moment later, the carriage began rolling away from the estate, leaving the meeting and Dyla's unexpected challenge behind. During the ride back, Denise's personal servant, Bella, finally broke the silence. With obvious confusion on her face, she asked whether a painting called The Landscape of the Coarse Granary was really kept somewhere in their mansion. Denise answered in her usual calm manner that yes, it was there somewhere. Bella smiled at that response, then leaned into another question that seemed much more personal. She asked Denise whether she was happy now that the duel she had been waiting for was finally going to happen. After all, Bella reminded her, this duel could finally give Denise the chance to free herself from Mr. Derek. Hearing those words, Denise fell quiet for a brief moment, as though she needed a little time before deciding what answer to give. Eventually, Denise replied softly that she supposed she was happy. Yet despite the simple words coming from her mouth, the look on her face told a very different story. Whatever she truly felt about Derek and the coming duel was clearly far more complicated than she was willing to admit. Later that same night, Denise went to meet with the Duke and explained everything that had happened. He listened carefully as she recounted Dyla's challenge, the proposed duel, and the valuable offer that had been placed on the table. After hearing the full story, the Duke focused on one particular detail. He asked Denise to confirm whether Dyla had really offered to purchase the landscape of the coarse granary painting if she lost. Denise gave him a simple and direct answer. Yes, that was exactly what Dyla had proposed. The Duke gave an approving nod after hearing her confirmation. If the offer truly involved something that valuable, then in his eyes, allowing a duel with Derek at stake was more than worthwhile. He even called it an excellent arrangement, reminding Denise that contributing to the family did not always require accomplishing something through magic. He continued by telling Denise that if she could still fulfill her responsibility to the household in a way like this, then that alone would be enough to satisfy him as her father. Whether through magic or through another useful arrangement, what mattered to him was that she served the interests of the family. Denise listened quietly to every word her father said, but she offered no argument, agreement, or emotional response. She simply stood there in complete silence until the conversation was over, then eventually turned and left without saying anything more. Afterward, Denise made her way alone into the garden beneath the still, quiet night sky. She walked until she found a secluded place away from everyone else, and once she was satisfied that she had enough space, she began quietly working with her magic. She was practicing her tracking magic, concentrating closely on the area surrounding her. Her attention moved carefully across every subtle disturbance around her as she studied even the smallest movements, refusing to let a single detail escape her notice. Denise lowered her gaze toward a single blade of grass and murmured softly while examining the tiny signs around it as part of her spell. She remained focused for another moment, calmly reading what her magic revealed, before suddenly speaking aloud to someone who, at least to ordinary eyes, wasn't there at all. Without looking away from the darkness surrounding her, Denise calmly called out, asking the unseen presence whether they had been watching her from that same hidden place all along. The instant the question left her lips, countless strands of magic burst outward and spread throughout the surrounding area. Denise controlled every thread with remarkable precision, guiding them through the darkness in an attempt to uncover and expose whoever had been secretly hiding nearby. Just as her magic swept through the area, a familiar voice suddenly broke through the quiet night. From somewhere nearby, the speaker casually remarked that Denise seemed to be enjoying herself quite a bit while playing around with magic. Denise immediately turned toward the direction of that familiar voice. As soon as her eyes found its source, she discovered Derek standing there before her, the very person who had apparently been watching from nearby. For several tense seconds, neither Denise nor Derek said a single word. They simply remained where they were, facing one another beneath the night sky, their eyes locked together while the silence stretched between them. As that wordless moment continued, the calm night air around Denise and Derek seemed to grow heavier with tension, leaving the two of them standing silently across from one another. For several long moments, neither of them spoke. Beneath the still and silent night sky, Denise and Derek simply remained where they were, holding each other's gaze as the quiet stretched on between them. As the silence gradually grew heavier and more tense, Denise stared at Derek with clear surprise in her eyes. Once again, she had completely failed to notice him approaching, and she had not sensed even the faintest trace of his presence before he appeared. Derek remained perfectly composed as he explained that he had hidden both his mana and his physical presence, suppressing them so completely that not even the slightest trace remained. Then a faint smile appeared on his face as he added that, despite catching her off guard, he could clearly tell how much Denise had improved. After allowing his words to settle for a brief moment, Derek asked Denise an unexpected question. Had she ever stopped to consider just how closely the process of casting magic resembled the act of writing a novel? The strange comparison left Denise visibly puzzled, and her expression made it clear that she could not imagine what magic and novel writing could possibly share. Derek continued patiently, pointing out that her stories were always filled with vivid emotion and an unusually delicate attention to even the smallest details. Whenever Denise sat down to write, she never imagined her characters only vaguely. She knew exactly where each person was standing, what they were doing at that precise moment, and even which thoughts and emotions were moving through their minds. Within Denise's imagination, every location took shape with remarkable clarity, while each character seemed almost alive before her eyes. Derek explained that magic, especially magic designed to search for something hidden, demanded nearly the same level of awareness and concentration. A mage first needed to find the surrounding mana, observe it without losing focus, understand the direction and rhythm of its movement, and then carefully draw that flow under control. In Derek's eyes, Denise already had a natural gift for doing exactly that, because she genuinely loved imagining things in detail and understanding them from the inside. Denise had always possessed the ability to look beyond what appeared on the surface and understand things more deeply than almost anyone around her. Speaking in a gentle voice, Derek asked her to recognize that precious quality within herself instead of continuing to treat it as something useless or without value. Confronted with such sincere and direct praise, Denise immediately became embarrassed. Her eyes shifted away from Derek's face, and after hesitating for a moment, she admitted in a shy, uncertain voice that she had never once believed she was someone who possessed that much value. A short while later, Denise rose from where she had been sitting and turned fully toward Derek. With a serious look, she told him there was something important she wanted him to see, then quietly asked him to follow her through the mansion. The two soon arrived in another part of the mansion, where Denise stopped Derek in front of a painting. She explained that this was the piece Dyla had promised to purchase if she lost their wager, a supposed landscape portraying the famous Coarse Granary. Derek stood before the artwork and examined it carefully for several moments, letting his eyes travel across the entire surface. Finally, he admitted that his understanding of art might simply be too limited, because no matter how closely he looked, the piece appeared to be nothing more than a completely blank canvas. Denise immediately confirmed that Derek's impression was completely accurate. The painting had never existed as a genuine work of art and appeared only in the household's financial records. In reality, House Veltis had invented the entire purchase as part of a scheme designed to reduce the taxes the family was required to pay. As Denise spoke about Dyla, she could not conceal her amazement. Somehow, Dyla had discovered the hidden truth and intentionally offered to purchase the non-existent painting, giving House Veltis a convenient way to cover up that dangerous vulnerability. Even more impressive was the fact that Dyla had accurately predicted how Denise's father would think and exactly how he would respond, once again proving how frighteningly perceptive and extraordinary she truly was. But as Denise continued, the admiration in her voice slowly faded into weary resignation. Her father had never cared about her magical achievements for their own sake. As long as Denise fulfilled the role chosen for her and remained useful to House Veltis, that alone was enough to satisfy him. A deep sadness settled over Denise's face as she finally admitted what she believed her family truly thought of her. In their eyes, someone like Denise was not a treasured daughter or an individual with her own wishes, but merely a disposable piece that could be sacrificed whenever necessary. To House Veltis, Denise was nothing more than a chess piece, a useful tool to be placed wherever the family's interests demanded. Hearing the pain buried beneath those words, Derek held her gaze without turning away. In a gentle voice, he asked whether the Denise recognized by her family was really everything she was. There was another side of her, he reminded her, one that House Veltis had always chosen to overlook. There was the Denise who continued treating the mansion's servants with kindness and genuine consideration, even while enduring the suffocating pressure of her own household. And there was the Denise who had captured Lord Robaine's love with such tenderness and understanding that no one else could have portrayed those feelings in quite the same way. Derek also spoke of the Denise who smiled without realizing it whenever she studied magic, becoming so completely absorbed in learning that she never even noticed how happy it made her. He then told her plainly that he did not care what eventually became of the Denise whose identity had been shaped and defined by House Veltis. The person Derek wished to stand beside was simply the ordinary girl named Denise, not a pawn carrying her family's expectations. Looking straight into her eyes with complete sincerity, he told her that he wanted her to win the match tomorrow and finally find the happiness she had always deserved. Derek's heartfelt words struck Denise far more deeply than she had been prepared for. Emotion immediately rose across her face, and although she tried desperately to remain composed, she could barely stop everything she had kept buried inside from spilling out all at once. Later that same day, Denise returned to her room, where Bella stood quietly beside her. With a soft yet deeply earnest expression, Bella told Denise that it was time for her to stop denying herself and finally allow herself to experience happiness. Bella reminded her that once she lost the duel the following day, she would at last be able to release Derek from the promise between them. By doing so, Denise could finally sever the feelings that continued tying her heart so painfully to him. Denise lowered her eyes, and uncertainty caused her voice to tremble. She wondered aloud whether someone as empty and insignificant as she believed herself to be truly had the right to devote so much effort to magic while surrounded by genuinely valuable people who worked sincerely and gave everything they had each day. Bella answered in a gentle and reassuring voice that every person carried some kind of emptiness within them. No one entered the world already whole or complete. Throughout their lives, people continued searching for something meaningful enough to fill the hollow spaces they discovered inside themselves. Those quiet words seemed to surround Denise with a comforting warmth. Bella helped her understand that searching for purpose, struggling with uncertainty, and trying to become a better person were not burdens Denise carried alone. They were part of a journey shared by every human being. Bella then explained that Denise's struggle was no different from the process she followed while writing her novels. Denise instantly looked up in confusion and demanded to know how Bella had discovered that carefully guarded secret. Wearing a small, knowing smile, Bella admitted that she had been reading Denise's work from the very beginning. Bella had followed the story faithfully ever since its very first chapter. Denise's eyes widened as the missing pieces suddenly came together in her mind, and she immediately asked whether Bella had also been the one who told Derek about the novels. Without attempting to hide it, Bella calmly confirmed that she had indeed revealed the secret to him. Bella looked at Denise with unmistakable warmth and reminded her that she had spent all this time desperately trying to fill the emptiness she believed existed inside her. But the truth was that Denise was already full, not with pride, social status, or the demands forced upon her by House Veltus, but with endless curiosity and sincere concern for others. She possessed eyes capable of noticing the emotions hidden deep within people's hearts, along with a heart willing to understand those feelings rather than judge them. Denise could recognize the suffering carried by others and genuinely empathize with what they were going through. Bella assured her that she had never been empty in the first place. Even now, her heart was overflowing with kindness, compassion, and an honest desire to understand everyone around her. As those words slowly settled inside her, Denise felt as though an enormous weight that had crushed her chest for years was finally beginning to lift. Denise looked back at Bella, with uncertainty still lingering in her eyes. Yet for the first time, a faint spark of hope had appeared behind that hesitation. Speaking quietly, she asked Bella what she was supposed to do from that moment onward. Then, no longer willing to conceal what her heart truly desired, Denise finally spoke with complete honesty. She did not want to surrender, and more than anything else, she did not want to lose the duel waiting for her tomorrow. Bella answered immediately, without pausing or showing even the smallest trace of doubt. If winning was what Denise truly desired, then there was no need to complicate the answer. She simply had to step forward, face Dyla, and claim victory for herself. At last, the following day arrived, bringing with it the long-awaited match that would settle everything between the two girls. The moment Denise had feared and secretly desired was finally standing directly before her. At the designated duel venue, Dyla was already waiting in the center of the stage. She stood tall and completely at ease, her confident posture making it clear that she had never seriously considered the possibility of being defeated. Before long, Denise entered the arena and walked steadily onto the stage, stopping directly across from her opponent. The instant Dyla noticed her approaching, the corners of her mouth slowly curled upward into a cold and openly mocking smile. With undisguised sarcasm, Dyla asked whether Denise had truly managed to gather enough courage to appear instead of running away. She continued taunting her, claiming she had expected Denise to be too terrified to show herself, especially when the duel was taking place inside Denise's own mansion. Dyla looked down at Denise with absolute confidence and declared that she was nothing without the protection, status, and influence provided by her family. In a cold, contemptuous voice, she questioned whether Denise had ever accomplished even one meaningful thing through her own strength alone. Denise did not flinch or allow the insult to provoke her. Instead, she calmly lifted her eyes until they met Dyla's arrogant gaze. Her expression remained composed, and when she prepared to respond, there was no fear or hesitation visible on her face. Denise told Dyla that there was no reason to deliberately choose words meant only to injure another person. Her tone remained gentle, but every word was direct. Lady Dyla was already powerful enough through her own abilities, Denise pointed out, so she had no need to belittle someone else merely to prove that she stood above them. The calm remark struck directly at the insecurity Dyla had tried so carefully to conceal. The mocking confidence on Dyla's face disappeared almost instantly. As Denise's words sank in, her smile stiffened and vanished, while her expression twisted sharply with anger at having her hidden weakness exposed so effortlessly. Meanwhile, Derek and the butler were observing the arena from a considerable distance away. Glancing toward him, the butler asked whether Derek was truly certain about remaining so far from the stage, especially when both girls participating in the duel were his own apprentices. Derek calmly replied that he had deliberately chosen that position because he did not want his presence to distract either of them. Derek wanted the duel to unfold in the purest and most honest way possible. Its result needed to be decided entirely by the progress the two girls had made, the accomplishments they had earned, and the abilities they now possessed, without either competitor being affected by knowing that their teacher was standing close enough to watch every movement. A moment later, the referee lifted the official signal high and announced that the match had begun. In an instant, the strained silence hanging over the arena shattered, and the long-awaited duel finally erupted into motion. The very second the battle started, Dyla unleashed an enormous surge of magical power that swept across the entire stage. As far as she was concerned, there was no reason to prolong a fight when she already believed the final outcome had been decided before the first spell was cast. Determined to settle everything through one overwhelming offensive, Dyla attacked without restraining even a fraction of her strength. Powerful spells erupted one after another from her position, tearing through the air and racing straight toward Denise in a relentless barrage. The attacks streaked across the arena at astonishing speed, overlapping one another as they closed off every visible escape route. To the spectators watching from outside the stage, Denise appeared completely trapped, with no space left to evade and nowhere she could possibly retreat. Nearly everyone watching reached the same conclusion at once. They instinctively assumed that the duel would be decided in that very moment, ending almost immediately after it had begun beneath Dyla's overwhelming assault. But just as the incoming spells were about to swallow her position, Denise stunned the entire audience by remaining completely calm. Without freezing or giving in to panic, she immediately put into practice the footwork technique she had spent so many exhausting hours mastering. Denise's body flowed across the stage with smooth and graceful precision as she slipped through the narrow spaces between the incoming spells. One attack after another passed beside her without landing, and she avoided every strike with flawless timing, moving almost as though she had already seen exactly where each spell would fall before Dyla had even released it. A stunned silence swept across the entire audience. Every spectator sat frozen in disbelief, because no one had imagined Denise could move with such astonishing precision while remaining so calm under pressure. Even in the middle of the fierce duel, every motion she made was steady, controlled, and completely deliberate. Dyla could hardly accept what had just happened before her eyes. Refusing to believe Denise had escaped so easily, she clenched her teeth and attacked again with even greater fury. In an instant, the battlefield was swallowed by a seemingly endless storm of razor-edged ice projectiles, all of them tearing straight toward Denise. But even as countless shards of ice raced toward her from every direction, Denise's expression never changed. There was no panic in her eyes and not the slightest strain in her movements. With smooth, almost effortless steps, she slipped between the projectiles one after another, allowing every deadly shot to pass harmlessly by. The moment Denise cleared the final wave of the barrage, she immediately turned defense into offense. Dropping swiftly from above, she shot straight toward Dyla and closed the distance between them in a heartbeat, moving so quickly that Dyla barely had enough time to register her sudden approach. When Dyla saw Denise descending toward her at such terrifying speed, her eyes widened in alarm. She hurriedly gathered her magic, forcing power into her next spell as fast as she could. Her only thought was to launch another attack before Denise managed to reach her position. From the edge of the battlefield, Derek followed every movement with intense concentration, carefully studying how Denise was fighting. Before long, he understood the secret behind her mobility. Denise was using an extraordinarily subtle form of wind magic, but the magical presence around her was so faint that most people would never notice it. Despite that, her control was astonishingly refined. She directed every trace of mana with delicate precision, wasting absolutely nothing, and that flawless efficiency was what allowed her to glide through Dyla's attacks with such incredible smoothness. That delicate wind magic explained how Denise had passed through Dyla's relentless barrage without suffering even a single scratch. Yet as Derek continued observing her, he noticed something far more remarkable. Denise's mana detection had reached a frightening level of accuracy. She no longer needed to rely on what her eyes could see. By sensing mana alone, she could identify the exact location, direction, and movement of every incoming projectile. Long before an attack reached her, Denise already knew where it would travel, allowing her to calmly step aside before it ever became a threat. Even after every attack had failed to touch her, Denise remained perfectly at ease. Her breathing was steady, her posture relaxed, and a calm, almost gentle smile still lingered across her face. Judging by her peaceful expression, Dyla's furious storm of ice had never placed her in any real danger at all. That serene smile only poured more fuel onto Dyla's already blazing anger. Her frustration rose until she could no longer suppress it. Fixing Denise with a furious glare, Dyla finally abandoned all restraint and began ridiculing her openly in front of everyone watching. With a mocking sneer, Dyla said it was almost laughable to see Denise struggling so hard to dodge after boldly claiming that she planned to lose the duel on purpose. She continued by insisting that Denise had never fooled her for even a second. According to Dyla, she had seen through the act from the very beginning and always knew Denise was nothing more than a terrified coward. Denise showed no anger at the insult, nor did even a trace of irritation cross her face. Instead, she stayed composed and answered with a quiet apology. Then, without trying to make excuses, she calmly admitted that she had lied. The unexpected confession instantly cut through Dyla's mockery, leaving her frozen in surprise for a brief moment. Denise slowly lifted her eyes and met Dyla's gaze directly. This time, there was unmistakable resolve shining within them. Without lowering her head or wavering under the pressure, she offered another sincere apology, her expression firm despite the gentleness of her words. But Denise's next words made it clear that this apology meant something entirely different. She calmly explained that she could no longer keep the promise she had made earlier. Her voice remained steady as she declared that she had changed her mind. She would not deliberately lose this duel anymore. She intended to win the match. That calm yet confident declaration caught Dyla completely off guard. Her mocking expression vanished as she stared at Denise in utter disbelief. In that instant, Dyla understood that everything had changed, and the duel was now entering an entirely different and far more serious phase.